What if you woke up inside a story you wrote? Not as the hero, but as the side character everyone hates, the one who's destined to die. For one author, that nightmare has become his reality. He's been pulled into his own novel. A world he only ever imagined is now painfully, terrifyingly real. It's the kind of plot he's seen 100 times in other stories, but he never thought, waking up in a lavish bedroom, far too grand for his old life, that it would happen to him. The name of his own novel, The Magic Swordsman's Regression, now feels like a cruel joke. This is where his new story begins. Chapter 1. He clenches an unfamiliar, chubby hand. The body feels wrong, a constant reminder that this isn't his. Staring back from the mirror is a spoiled-looking boy with messy orange hair. A strange blue screen hovers before him, like something out of a video game. He rubs his eyes, but the words remain. It's a character status window. Name, Larson Mayton. Talent, magic combat technique. Characteristic, highly unpredictable. The chilling truth sinks in. He's really possessed a character from his own book, and not just any character. He's become a disposable side villain whose fate is already sealed. A character who gets his head chopped off in a guillotine, executed by his own family. That's the future waiting for Larson Mayton. The vision of that bloody end flashes in his mind. But for now, he's back in the present, on the first day of his terrifying new life. His eyes snap open. He bolts upright, his mind still stuck in his old routine. "My work! What time is it?" A nearby maid flinches at his shout. The young maid is trembling, her face pale with absolute terror. She immediately starts apologizing, her voice shaking. Then she drops to the floor, bowing her head as if she's committed a terrible crime, repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over again. He stares at her, completely bewildered. Who is she? He's in a world that is clearly not his own. He tries to ask a simple question. "Excuse me, where am I?" But his words only fuel her panic. She slams her forehead on the ground, begging him to spare her life, convinced she's in deep trouble for letting him oversleep. He's stunned by her extreme reaction. He just wanted to know what was going on. He jumps out of bed and rushes toward her, asking if she's okay. As he gets closer, she lets out a terrified scream. "Don't hit me!" The sheer shock is too much for her, and she faints on the spot. He stands there, dumbfounded. He just stood up, and she passed out from fear. That was his first day. Utter confusion and a terrifying glimpse into the kind of person he's apparently become. The second day begins. He sits on the bed, that blue status window, a constant, unwelcome companion. He reads the name again, forcing himself to accept it. He is Larson Mayton. A young servant boy named Hampton enters, clutching a large book. He bows nervously, explaining he's here to record the daily log. Larson asks what a daily log is, and the boy flinches as if he'd been struck, stammering an apology and promising to be quick. As Hampton sits and begins to write, a flicker of memory sparks in Larson's mind. In this world, every move made by the heirs of powerful families is watched and recorded. A dedicated servant is assigned to document their entire day, a strange tradition that begins at the age of 14. Lost in thought, he's startled by a clatter. Hampton has knocked over the inkwell, spilling black ink across the page. The boy panics, apologizing and scrambling to clean up the mess. But seeing this, something inside Larson twists. His body moves on its own, a strange energy crackling around his foot. It's not his thought, but an instinct. Looking at the terrified servant boy, a single, horrifying impulse fills his mind. I must kick him. Before he can stop it, his leg lashes out, sending Hampton flying. He watches in horror, realizing with a sickening certainty that it wasn't his will. It was a cruel muscle memory ingrained in this body. After that, the memories of the real Larson Mayton started flooding in. He sits on the bed, watching the sunset, trying to process the life he's inherited. They are not pleasant memories. He trembles as the horrible past of this 9-year-old boy plays out in his head. He remembers being 4 years old, viciously beating servants with a toy stick, among them a younger, even more terrified Hampton. At age 5, upon learning the truth of his birth, he screamed at his own mother with pure disgust and rage. Larson Mayton was the illegitimate son of the family patriarch, Decatra, and a lowly maidservant, and while the young boy feared his powerful father, he felt nothing but contempt for his mother, coldly telling her to get lost. The man he is now feels a crushing wave of shame. These cruel, horrible actions are now a part of him. The memories keep coming. At age 7, it was clear he had a natural talent for being a monster. He did countless other terrible things, from tripping maids to chasing elderly servants with a stick, a malicious grin on his face. By 8, his violence had escalated and he was kicking grown men in the face. But the worst incident happened later that year. He stood over a little girl, a wooden bat raised high, screaming that he was going to beat her to death. The original Larson was so arrogant, he even bragged about beating up the 6-year-old daughter of another powerful family. His actions forced his powerful father to bow his head in apology, a deep humiliation for a man of his status. And so, before his 9th birthday, Larson was banished to this remote estate, the Autumn Mansion. The memories catch up to just a few days ago. The original Larson is seen fuming in the middle of a tantrum. He was screaming his head off over some chocolates. Seriously? This kid was a monster over some sweets. He thinks back to the novel he wrote. Larson Mayton was a character, yes, a character that he, Cha Sunmin, had personally created. He'd definitely written him to be a complete scoundrel. However, he never wrote any of this. Not these specific, vivid, and horrifying memories. This means the world isn't just a story he wrote. It has a life, a history, all its own. He looks out the window, finally understanding. All these events, all these horrible memories, happened on their own in this very real world. He's seen Larson's entire life now, and he can say with certainty that it's all trash. On the 3rd day, he pulls on his socks. The denial has to end. He has to accept that he is truly in this body. This isn't a dream. It's his reality now, and he needs a plan to survive it. He remembers writing Larson as a minor, throwaway villain. He never even bothered to describe his face or abilities in detail. He was just a background character, so unimportant that he apparently has a talent for martial arts here that wasn't even in the final version of the novel. He even recalls a reader's comment asking who Larson was. He was a nobody with a sealed fate, death at the age of 17. The thought sends a phantom pain through his neck. He clenches his fists, his face hardening with resolve. All right, survival is the #1 priority. Larson is 9 years old. That gives him 8 years until his scheduled execution. 8 years to change his destiny. A flicker of hope ignites in his eyes. He has a chance. But then the panic returns. Surviving for 8 years is just the beginning. After that, the main story starts. Even if he changes his own fate, he'll eventually have to face the true protagonist of the novel, Kasen Sade, the hero of the story. The entire Mayton family is destined to be his enemy. Long ago, Larson's father accidentally caused the death of the Sade family's eldest son. It was a hidden truth, a major plot point that would eventually be revealed. That incident was the spark that ignited an all-out war between the two families. The sky burns over a field of bodies. It was a brutal, bloody conflict. The Sword Demon War. And since the Sades were the heroes, it's no surprise they won, wiping out almost the entire Mayton family. He leans against the wall, overwhelmed. What is he supposed to do? The status windows flicker and vanish, leaving him alone with his thoughts. What should I do? He thinks back to his old life as Cha Sung-min, the author. He was the creator of this world. His reflection seems to overlap with his old self. Yeah, I'm the creator. All the secrets, all the hidden opportunities the hero was supposed to find, he knows them all. He knows the future. If he uses that knowledge, maybe he could get his old life back. But then he stops. No, he could live a much, much better life. He looks around the luxurious bathroom. Even the toilet is bigger than the tiny studio apartment he used to live in. This ridiculously large and fancy bedroom is his now. If he's going to live this life, he might as well enjoy the perks of being born into a wealthy family. And he has another advantage. A martial arts talent that wasn't even in the novel. A power that the original Larson never knew he had. He wonders how to use it. As the son of one of the world's most powerful families, he must have incredible potential. The Mayton family is one of the 3 great martial arts houses in this world. He crosses his arms, thinking. He was basically born with a golden spoon. He can live a better life than he ever did in Korea if he ignores the fact that he's a monster and that he's scheduled to be executed. The thought makes him grimace, but he shakes it off. He has 8 years. He can do something about it. His eyes gleam with a new determination. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation ripple through him. A flash of blue light bursts from a nearby chest. It's the same light as the status windows. A new notification appears in his vision. Character, Larson Mayton's will has been activated. Heavenly Eye has been activated. He stares, completely stunned. What? His eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the words again. This is the signature ability of his novel's protagonist, Kassin Sade. The notification window floats silently in the air, its message glowing. His mind reels. Why? Why would the hero's ultimate, unique power suddenly appear in him? The throwaway villain. The story is already changing, and his role in it just became infinitely more complicated. A notification hangs in the air, confirming the impossible. The Heavenly Eye has been activated. He stands there, stunned. This is the signature ability of his novel's protagonist, Kassin Sade. That means this glowing blue text, all the information he's seeing, it's a direct effect of the Heavenly Eye. But why? Why does a throwaway villain like him have the hero's ultimate power? He lets out a sigh. At this point, it doesn't even matter. Ever since he woke up here, nothing has made sense. This is just one more impossible thing on the list. He thinks back to the hero he created. Kassin Sade was the protagonist of a dark fantasy, a world where he stood alone against armies of the undead. To put it simply, the protagonist was strong enough to shatter landscapes with a single swing of his sword. Actually, his powers scaled to ridiculous levels. He was strong enough to destroy a planet, maybe even the universe. But the real problem, the one that directly affects him, is that Kassin Sade eventually uses that incredible power to completely wipe out the Mayton family. A gentle humming sound pulls him from his thoughts. A swirling blue ring of light appears before his eyes. It feels like the Heavenly Eye is scanning his body. As he stares at the glowing ring of energy, a thought sparks in his mind. Could it be the first circle? In this world, a circle is a ring of mana around the heart, the very source of a mage's power. In his story, achieving even the first circle took years of intense training. A scoundrel like Larson should never have had one. This means he was born with it, a natural, hidden talent. A knock at the door interrupts him. "Young master, may I enter?" It must be his new maid, Era. He tells her to come in. A hand rests on the floor as the maid enters the room. He looks up, and a piece of a memory flashes through his mind. The maid, Era, is kneeling on the floor, her head bowed low. He remembers the original Larson, arrogantly propping his foot on her back, ordering her to kneel every time she saw him. He cringes. This kid really was the worst. But as he looks at her, the Heavenly Eye activates again. A blue information window pops up over her head. Name, Era. Main talent, assassination. The word hits him like a punch to the gut. Assassination? He never wrote a character like this. Then it clicks. The world of his novel was a brutal, lawless place. Having an assassin planted by his side, even out here in exile, could only mean one thing. This has to be the work of one of his siblings, one of the others fighting to be the next head of the family. This is insane. Even born with a golden spoon, his life is constantly in danger. He forces a smile, trying to stay calm. If he shows any weakness, this woman could kill him right here. He wonders if her fear is just an act. Looking closer, he sees her subtly pinching her ear, trying to force tears. But the Heavenly Eye reveals a different truth. Her trembling is real. She might be a professional killer, but she's also genuinely terrified of the monster she's been assigned to watch. He clears his throat, trying to sound as natural as possible. Era. She looks up, startled. Yes, young master. He tells her to get up. He needs to get her out of the room so he can think. Bring me some of those chocolates that Burden bought. She seems confused. Chocolates? He needs her gone now. He channels the old Larson, his voice sharp and demanding. Are you ignoring my orders now? That works. She scrambles to her feet. No, I'll bring them right away. The door clicks shut as she hurries out. Out in the hallway, Era pauses. His expression just now, it was strange. Different. She'd noticed it a few days ago. The entire atmosphere around him has changed. She glances back at the door, her eyes narrowed. Something is definitely different about him. It's still too early to be sure of anything. But as she walks down the grand hall, she decides it might be time to report this change to the person who sent her. She walks away, leaving him to his thoughts. Back in the room, Larson sits at a table, gathering his thoughts. All right, let's review the situation. First, he's been banished to this remote mansion. His father has completely written him off. He's at the absolute bottom of the family succession ladder. There's no chance he'll become the family head, but he's still being watched. He's a Maton, and the Matons are destined to be villains. His top priority has to be acting like a decent person, just to survive. Fortunately, he's the creator of this world, and now he has the protagonist's power. He knows the future. He knows where all the secrets are hidden. To survive, he must participate in the family's succession war. If he does nothing, they'll discard him like trash. He might be safe for now as a 9-year-old, but the real war begins when he turns 10. The original Larson continued to act like a fool and ended up dead at 17. He won't make the same mistake. His new goal is simple: survive and live a good life. Travel the world. Enjoy the carefree, luxurious life he never could before. All he has to do is stay in the middle of the pack. Not good enough to be a threat, but not useless enough to be killed. It's just like his mandatory military service back in Korea. Just blend in and do enough to get by. He nods to himself, his expression hardening. Okay, I know what I need to do. Just then, the blue window flashes. Heavenly Eye has been deactivated due to lack of mana. Another knock on the door. Ira peeks inside, apologizing. She tells him she couldn't find the chocolates. She's bracing herself for him to explode. But he just sighs. It's okay. He tells her he didn't really want them anyway. He needed to be alone to think. Confused, Ira just stares. To maintain his cover, he snaps, "I said it's okay, now get lost." She quickly stammers, "Understood," and flees the room. Outside, Ira is completely baffled. Did she hear him right? Did that little monster really just say that? The words echo in her mind. It's okay. This is the boy who throws life-threatening tantrums over chocolate. For him to say, "it's okay," is a massive red flag. She decides to observe him a while longer before making her report. 1 week later, Larson stands outside the mansion and calls for Hampton. Hampton runs over, bowing low. "Yes, young master." Larson gives a simple order. "Get ready." Hampton's eyes widen in fear. "Get ready? For what?" Larson looks towards a distant building, his expression serious. "I'm going to the training grounds." Hampton stammers. "The training grounds?" Larson snaps, keeping up his act. "Stop asking questions and do it." The boy immediately panics and runs off to make the arrangements. Larson looks up at the clear sky. He spent the last week thinking. First, to survive, he has to join the succession war and act like a decent human being. He stands on a balcony overlooking the estate. Second, he needs to get strong enough so he can act like a decent human. In this world, power is the only thing that matters. And last, he has to survive no matter what and earn his freedom. He clenches his fist. And to do all of that, there's one thing he needs to confirm first. His eyes gleam with resolve. It's time to test his new power. As Hampton runs ahead, his mind is racing. Young Master Larson, H.A., has changed. The realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. The cruel, lazy young master he's served his entire life is gone. He remembers the beatings, the bruises, the pain. But he never felt anger, only shame. He always believed it was his own fault for not serving him better. But now his master is going to the training building. And for the first time, Hampton feels a flicker of hope. As Larson watches him, the heavenly eye activates. A status window appears. Name, Hampton. Main talent, poison. Characteristic, a cowardly shadow. Larson's thoughts are blunt. An assassin who uses poison. This is just great. He wonders when Hampton learned to use poison. He must be plotting against him. But the truth is more complicated. Powerful mage families assign well-trained aides to all their heirs. These aides are brainwashed from a young age, their entire existence dedicated to their master. They devote their lives and their loyalty to a single successor. And the seventh young master's personal shadow is Hampton. A shadow? Even a discarded son like him gets a bodyguard? But Larson knows that beneath the cowardly exterior, Hampton has been thoroughly trained by the Maton family. They arrive at the training building, and Hampton is practically buzzing with excitement. I can't believe he's really here to train. I'm so grateful. Still, he can't help but wonder, what could have caused this sudden change? As Larson walks ahead, Hampton watches him, a worried look on his face. It's not that he's afraid of him causing trouble, it's just that it pains him to see the master he serves be despised by everyone else. But he clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. No, I should have faith in him. Larson looks up at the building in front of him and can only say one thing. Wow. It's a modern skyscraper of glass and steel, completely out of place in this fantasy world. He thinks to himself, I really did a half-hearted job with the world building, huh? But the familiar sight is oddly comforting. A system notification confirms his location. He remembers that each training building has its own administrator. Just then, the automatic doors slide open. A man in a black hooded robe and futuristic glasses steps out, a smug grin on his face. Greetings, seventh young master. He introduces himself. I'm Noah, the administrator of the Leaf Building. Larson gives a simple nod. Nice to meet you. But inside, Noah is seething. He remembers how this little brat slapped him a year ago for not bowing low enough. And now, he doesn't even remember him. Larson notices his heavenly eye isn't working on Noah. That can only mean one thing. This administrator is far stronger than he is. He figures it makes sense for an administrator to be powerful. He reminds himself to be polite and get straight to the point. I'm starting my training today. What monster would be suitable for me? Noah is taken aback. Training? Larson just nods. Yeah, recommend one that's right for my age. Noah asks his age, and Larson replies, 9. But Noah isn't listening. He's silently counting. 396 days, 8 hours, and 32 minutes have passed since that slap. A vicious glint appears in Noah's eye as he plots his revenge. How can he get back at him without breaking any rules? He grits his teeth, his face twisting into a malicious grin. In a perfectly legitimate way, an idea strikes him. He puts on a helpful smile. The sixth young master succeeded in killing the mushroom monsters when he was 9. Larson looks thoughtful. Mushroom monster? The name sounds familiar. He remembers writing about it. It's a low-rank monster that just hops around, a total pushover. Sure, that will do, Larson says. Noah bows deeply. Understood. As he turns to leave, a smirk plays on his lips. Larson wonders why he looks so happy. According to his own notes, the mushroom monster is the perfect opponent for a beginner. This should be easy. A few minutes later, Noah gestures dramatically towards a blank wall. All right, you may now enter. The wall shimmers into a portal. Larson steps through into a misty forest filled with glowing mushrooms. As the portal closes, Noah's voice echoes from behind. I wish you success. Larson looks around the magical forest, a little confused. Is that it? He wonders, spotting a small, dark shape peeking out from behind a rock. Suddenly, the creature lets out a surprisingly deep roar. It's much bigger than he expected, with a dark, menacing body. 2 more appear. Well then, he says, blue energy crackling around his fist. Shall we get started? Bright blue lightning sparks and dances around his hand. But just as he's about to attack, a blue notification screen pops up right in his face. The system informs him the will of your physical body has been confirmed. The magic combat technique imprinted in your body has been activated. A powerful surge of energy courses through him. His eyes glow as a ring of mana flares to life. Meanwhile, Noah watches through a crystal ball, a smug look on his face. He remembers the sting of the slap from a year ago. He remembers Larson's childish, mocking voice. Can you even call that an 82-degree bow? The humiliation still burns. You humiliated me for greeting you with an 82-degree bow instead of a 90-degree one. His face twists with glee. I'll pay you back for that today. The mushroom monster you're fighting has been upgraded to its highest possible level. In the forest, the monster lunges. Noah is confident. The magic combat technique Larson has is considered low tier. It has no elemental power. There's no way he can win. He thinks to himself, with this, I finally get my revenge, you little brat. But as he watches, his smug expression vanishes, replaced with pure shock. On the screen, Larson's body moves with blinding speed, dodging the monster and leaping into the air, his fist glowing with immense power. He swings his arm, unleashing a powerful beam of energy. Noah's jaw drops. With one blow, Larson lands gracefully as the monster dissolves into light behind him. He dusts himself off. That was pretty easy. A ding signals a new notification. His eyes snap wide open in surprise. The window is filled with new information. His magic combat techniques rank is now beginner. And most importantly, it has been fully imprinted onto him. He feels a powerful surge in his chest, like his blood is boiling. A wave of blue energy erupts around him. The system announces, beginner magic combat techniques has been imprinted on the mana circle. He looks down at his hands, feeling an incredible new power flowing through him. What is this power? Watching through his crystal ball, Noah's mind is completely blank. What in the world is this? Larson stands in the clearing, surrounded by a faint blue aura. Noah struggles to understand. That couldn't have been pure magic combat. That technique is a mix of magic and physical force. And mushroom monsters are specifically resistant to physical attacks. The move Larson just used should have barely left a scratch. But he beat it so easily, it's impossible. From inside the simulation, Larson's voice is casual. Seems these things are too weak to be good practice. Noah stares, completely bewildered. What happened to you in the last year? Larson's voice cuts through his thoughts again. I'm thinking of raising the difficulty a little. Noah wipes a bead of sweat from his brow. He sees an opening. I recommend the red mushroom monster. He explains that they're similar to the normal ones, but much faster and stronger. And if you don't kill them quickly, they multiply. Noah tells himself to be professional. He needs to gather data for his report. If things get too dangerous, he'll stop the training. Of course, that's just an excuse. Larson considers it. A red mushroom monster. He doesn't remember writing about that. But this world is full of things he didn't write. All right, he says. A moment later, Noah announces the monster is spawning. A creature with a bright red cap and glowing white eyes materializes in the clearing. Larson eyes it from a distance. So what's the difference besides the color? Before he can finish the thought, his eyes go wide. The red mushroom monster moves in a blur, slamming into him with incredible force. The impact kicks up a cloud of dust and debris. Larson is thrown backward, skidding to a stop as the monster circles him at blinding speed. The hit was solid. He lands on his feet, digging trenches in the ground to absorb the momentum. He stands up, brushing himself off. It's strong, and it's fast. But as his eyes narrow, he realizes, its movements are simple. The monster lunges again. Larson throws his hands forward, a blast of blue energy erupting to meet the attack. Noah watches, stunned. He deflected it. As Larson dodges another attack, he analyzes its pattern. It only knows how to charge straight ahead. He decides to use the new skill he just unlocked. A notification appears. Using beginner combat magic weight utilization. The skill activates. He focuses his energy, but the blue glow around his fist sputters and dies. A new notification flashes. Insufficient mana. He grits his teeth. Darn it, I'm empty! Just as the monster is about to land a fatal blow, time seems to slow to a crawl. In that brief, strange moment, he ducks and pivots, letting the monster fly right past him. He straightens up, confused. Whatever that was, it saved him. An alert screen pops up. This is the first time he's completely depleted his mana. As a result, his heavenly eye will be deactivated. He makes a mental note, investigate that time-slowing thing later. The story continues. Back in the control room, Hampton is still processing what he saw. Did the young master really get this strong in secret? Noah asks if Larson has had his 10th birthday yet. Hampton confirms it's next year. Noah slams his fist on the table, his composure gone. How is he that strong before he's even 10? The simulation ends, and Larson walks out. Noah mutters to himself. He even has a mana circle. Hampton's eyes fill with tears of admiration. He knows the first circle isn't something you can get without effort. The young master, he must have been training in secret this whole time. Larson clutches his head. He's made a huge mistake. He's shown way too much of his power. To cover his tracks, he needs to act. With a dramatic groan, he collapses to the floor. Hampton and Noah cry out in alarm. "Young master!" Noah panics, shouting at Hampton to get the healing magician from the second floor. Hampton sprints off without a second thought. Larson lies on the floor, thinking this is a bit of an overreaction. They have potions right here. On the second floor, a bald magician is fast asleep in his chair, snoring loudly. Hampton bursts in. "Are you the healing magician?" The man jolts awake. "Yeah, so?" Hampton tells him. "The seventh young master is injured." The magician's eyes widen. "Really? That's a problem." But then he stops. "Wait, the seventh young master? Not the sixth?" The magician is confused. "What's that little dropkick fiend doing here?" Noah quickly explains what happened. The healer is stunned. "What? How?" A short while later, Larson is lying unconscious on a medical bed. The healer looks down at him, worried. If his body is damaged from magical side effects, there's not much he can do. He decides to just pretend to heal him and then pass him off to a higher-ranking magician. After all, the main building has better staff. He can just make it their problem. With a dramatic flourish, he begins his spell, calling on angels of light. He channels his energy, but nothing happens. As expected, he gulps nervously. He decides to end the act quickly and reaches down to move Larson. Suddenly, Larson's eye flashes open. He sits up, perfectly fine. Noah, Hampton, and the healer all jump back in shock. The healer stammers, "Did my magic improve?" But Larson calmly explains, "No, it wasn't you. This is just my body's natural recovery." He then looks at the healer with a slight smile and says, "Thank you." The three of them just stare, completely confused. "What?" Larson gets off the bed and repeats himself as he walks away. "I said, thank you." The healer, Noah, and Hampton are left behind, their jaws on the floor, completely stunned by this polite, self-healing, impossibly strong monster. Back at the Autumn Mansion, a semblance of normalcy has returned after the chaos at the training grounds. Aira stands in Larson's room, holding a bar of expensive-looking chocolate. She's out of breath, explaining that she finally found the Burton chocolates after searching for 3 hours. But Larson, lying on his bed reading, just tells her to leave it there and not to bother him again. As Aira leaves, Larson isn't just resting, he's thinking. Elsewhere, the servants gossip in the kitchen. Is it true? He actually went to train? Hampton, there to pick up his master's meal, confirms it. The other servants can hardly believe it. Back in his room, Larson takes a bite of the chocolate. He doesn't even like sweets, but this is different. It melts instantly, a pleasant warmth spreading through his body. But he wonders, what if it's more than just a feeling? He activates his heavenly eye. The world turns blue, and he sees veins of energy from the chocolate spreading through his body. A notification confirms it. A small amount of mana has been absorbed. His eyes snap open. He thinks of the original Larson. That crazy kid. Was this why he was so obsessed? A new notification appears. He's discovered a fragment of incomplete plausibility. The random, nonsensical parts of his new body are finally starting to connect. To think, eating chocolate gives him mana. In this world, magicians go through hell to absorb even a tiny amount of mana from dangerous, far-off places. It seems his new body has a special constitution, one that he, the author, never gave it. Another piece of the puzzle. So, he gets free mana just by eating. The only side effect is that he'll get fat. He then remembers the strange feeling from his fight, when time itself seemed to slow down. A notification screen pops up, finally giving the ability a name. Attribute, Slow the Flow, has been activated. A knock at the door interrupts him. Annoyed, he snaps, "I said I don't need anything else." But a different voice answers. "Young master, a guest is here." Larson doesn't care. "Tell him to get lost." The door swings open anyway. "Is that any way to speak to your elder brother?" A boy with spiky red hair strides in, holding a staff. "Have you forgotten all your manners?" This is Carlton Mayton, Larson's older brother, the sixth young master. A bead of sweat runs down Larson's face. His body's fear of this boy is instinctual. He quickly bows. "Brother, you came." Carlton just pokes him with his staff. "This is why you're no good. Slow, like a moron." Carlton smiles cruelly. "What are you waiting for?" Larson looks up, confused. "What?" Carlton raises his staff. "You're supposed to be a good little dog and listen to your elders." But as the staff swings down, the world goes still. Slow the flow. activates. For Larson, this is a perfect opportunity to test his new power. He needs a real fight to see what he can really do. He sidesteps the attack with ease, grabbing the staff and slamming it into the floor with a loud crack. Carlton stares in disbelief. "What did you just do?" he screams. "What did you just do, you trash?" Larson stands up straight, his expression cold. "I invoked my right to self-defense." Carlton is furious. "Say that again?" Larson just looks at him blankly. Carlton's face turns red with rage. "Say that again, trash." This little bug is actually talking back to him. "I'll kill you!" Carlton screams, lunging forward. As he attacks, Larson sees a ring of mana form around his brother's heart. "Die!" Carlton yells as whips of water form around his fists. Larson's Heavenly Eye activates. Main attribute, water. Trait, hot-headed. The water spells begin to form. Larson knows that if his brother finishes casting, things will get ugly. He moves in a flash, appearing right in Carlton's face. His brother is stunned. "What?" Larson unleashes a flurry of punches, striking Carlton's chest and face, disrupting the spell. He lands a final, solid punch right in his brother's gut. Carlton chokes, coughing up blood as he cries out in pain. He stumbles back, clutching his stomach. Larson looks at his fist, a little shocked. "Darn it, I overdid it." He immediately shouts, "Hampton, call a healer." Hampton appears at the door. "Young master?" Larson yells at him to hurry, and Hampton runs off to obey. Larson looks down at his brother. "I think I beat him up a bit too much." He allows himself a small, confident smile. "But I think I just discovered the most efficient way to fight a magician." His path to surviving until 17 just got a whole lot clearer. The next day, the news has already spread. That bastard did what to the 6th young master? Aira is reporting to Hampton. She's agitated, but Hampton is calm. He says that if he hadn't seen Larson's power for himself, he wouldn't believe it either. He looks at her. Aira. Can I be honest with you?" She's caught off guard. He leans in. "You're a shadow, aren't you?" Hampton jumps back in shock. She tells him that besides Larson, everyone already knew. Her movements are too light, too secretive for a normal maid. Hampton looks at her seriously. "Aira, do you still think he's just a lazy, good-for-nothing?" She sips her tea. "Keep talking." Hampton's eyes gleam with absolute conviction. With his 10th birthday just around the corner, the 7th young master is finally making his move. Meanwhile, Larson stands before a massive, cathedral-like building. So this is the Starlight Library, the place where one learns to manipulate mana. He thinks it looks more like a shopping mall. He's surprised the original Larson never came here. He pushes open the heavy doors. The interior is vast, with towering bookshelves stretching up to a glass ceiling. "This is insane. Are these all books?" He shields his eyes, trying to see the top. A calm female voice speaks from behind him. "There are about 200,000 books here, 7th young master." He whirls around, startled. Where did that voice come from? A spectral figure flies past his head. A woman with long, gray-brown hair floats down from above. Larson stares up at her, completely stunned. "Who are you?" She looks down at him with a neutral expression. "I am the librarian of the Starlight Library, Evian." Back at the mansion, Aira places a teacup down, her expression full of doubt. "Are you really saying that he's been planning this all along? That little monster secretly hiding his true nature?" Hampton stands before her, resolute. "I believe he's been hiding it for the past 10 years. Aira isn't buying it. But Hampton insists, "I saw it with my own eyes. He's already completed the first circle." Hampton's voice is filled with passion. The young master was already disqualified as a successor, so he had no reason to show his true power. Aira is still unconvinced. "But why?" He spreads his hands, his eyes wide with conviction. "Because I am his shadow." He truly believes that in that moment of crisis, his master showed him a glimpse of the grand future he's been planning. Hampton continues, appealing to their shared fate. "We'll both be discarded if he dies. So we should cooperate and—" Aira cuts him off, standing up. She looks away, considering his words. "If he decides to visit the library soon, then I'll think about it." And as she says this, we see the grand, cathedral-like Starlight Library, a place every member of the Maton clan must go to prepare for the succession war, and a place Larson must go to strategize. Back in the library, Larson is still staring at the floating woman. "Who are you?" She introduces herself again. "I'm the Starlight Library's librarian, Evian." The name doesn't ring a bell, but then his heavenly eye activates. The info window shows a different name, Larvian. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Larvian? She curtsies gracefully, but Larson is frozen. He never expected her to be here. She was one of the most powerful magicians in his novel. A mysterious witch who single-handedly slaughtered a tyrannical lord and his entire army of knights. With a single spell, she created an army of ice soldiers and froze an entire castle solid. She was a disaster-level threat, a true ice witch, and right now she must be a wanted fugitive, hiding out in the one place no one would dare to look, the Mayton family library. This library is a holy place for magicians, housing priceless original spellbooks. Because of that, every librarian here is a master magician with the right to read anything they wish. But of all the powerful people it could have been, why did it have to be the legendary witch who can supposedly freeze you to death just by looking at you? She politely asks him to wait while she prepares some tea. Trying to act normal, Larson forces a smile, stammering that he likes black tea. As she floats away, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. This world is way too dangerous. He can't even imagine what the original Larson would have done. Probably throw a tantrum and try to drop-kick her. And then he would have died. Instantly. She returns with the tea and asks what kind of book he's looking for. He asks for a book on the absolute fundamentals of mana cultivation. She finds it odd for a Mayton, but doesn't question it. Larson just smiles. "You have to look carefully before you leap." She seems confused, but simply asks for a moment. She raises her hand, and the word search appears in a magical interface. Deep in the stacks, a single black book flies off the shelf. It zips through the air and appears right in front of him. He stares at it, a little dumbfounded. "Okay, you can leave now." She floats away, wishing him clear-headed thoughts. He opens the book. It starts simply enough. Mana is the energy of nature. Gather it in your heart to create a circle. But then it gets complicated. Really complicated. The pages are filled with complex magical equations and theorems. He slumps onto the table. How is this the fundamentals? It's completely incomprehensible. But then an idea strikes him. Even if he can't read it, his heavenly eye might be able to. A notification screen pops up over the page. The analysis begins. He laughs to himself. It's like having a built-in cheat code. What a monstrous ability! But a chilling thought follows. The real protagonist of this world can use this power far better than he ever could. The analysis jumps to 22%, but then a new message appears. He's out of mana. He closes the book. His highest priority now is solving his mana problem. That's enough for today. As they walk back to the mansion, Hampton welcomes him and then adds hesitantly, Lady So-So visited from the Maple Annex." Larson stops dead in his tracks. So-So? The name hits him, and he realizes who Hampton is talking about. He looks up and sees a woman with long dark hair standing on a balcony. It's his mother from this world. He's completely shocked. What kind of crazy cliché is this, he thinks. Why is she here now? The sight triggers a painful memory from his old life. He remembers the hospital, the beeping of a heart monitor flatlining, and his younger self crying, begging his mom not to leave him. His mother died of cancer when he was just a child. He was left an orphan, getting into fights with bullies who mocked him for it. He looks at a cherished photo of him and his mother celebrating a birthday. He looks back at So-So on the balcony. Why does she look exactly like his mom? He's completely stunned. His heavenly eye activates on its own, revealing her name, her relation to him, and a strange, unknown illness. Azure spotting? The info screen specifies early stages of azure dots. After a week of chaos, Larson finds himself in a quiet room, sitting across from the person his old self hated most, his mother. The silence is thick with tension. He looks down, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face. This is incredibly awkward. A memory flashes in his mind. The original Larson screaming at her. He wonders why the boy he now is was ever so cruel. He struggles for words, finally managing to mumble, Mother. So-So just sits there, her expression unreadable, waiting. Era watches from the side, analyzing every detail. Was the young master's past behavior all just an act, A plan for the succession war? But then Larson breaks the silence, his voice low and sincere. I'm really sorry about my past actions. He keeps his head down, unable to look her in the eye. Soso is taken completely by surprise. Larson continues, trying to explain. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I think I've finally grown up a bit. Soso takes a sip of her tea, her hand trembling slightly. Is that so? He apologized for everything, for all the years of cruelty and neglect, and through it all, his mother simply listened. He could hear the quiet pain in her voice. She stands to leave, saying she has work to do. But he knows that's just an excuse. He looks at the status window in his mind again. Soso. Trait, early stages of Azure Dots. He knows exactly what this is. A mysterious disease he created for his novel. If left untreated, it's fatal. As she closes the door, her composure finally breaks. She leans against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Why am I crying on such a happy day? Her only son finally called her Mother. She turns back to the door. If it's okay, could you spare an hour for me each day? Inside, Larson stands up. He tells her he'll prepare a special tea, Karutan Vine tea. He suggests they drink it together, every day at this hour. She can only whisper a choked yes before closing the door. Larson looks out the window as she walks away. Karutan Vine tea. In his story, he wrote that drinking it for a month would cure the Azure Dots. No matter how much of a monster he used to be, a mother is still a mother. She never gave up on him. Even after everything, she still cared. He watches her go, a quiet thought echoing in his mind. Please, don't be sick. Later that night, Soso sits in her simple room. Is this a dream? No, it's real. He's changed right before his 10th birthday. It's like he's a completely different person. She looks at the flickering candlelight as if speaking to someone far away. I'm going to drink tea with him every day, she whispers to herself. He's changed so much, it's confusing. A single tear rolls down her cheek, but this time her expression is one of pure happiness. But I'm happy. Isn't that strange? The candle flame flickers, as if listening to her quiet joy. The next day, Larson has a new mission. He calls for Era. She appears before him. Yes, young master. He looks at her seriously. I'm going to tell you something important. Era's mind races. Did he discover her identity? Is this a test? He isn't going to order her to kill someone, is he? He says one thing, Verdun chocolates. She jumps. Yes? Get as many of the highest quality ones as you can. He dismisses her, then adds, oh, one more thing. This must be the real mission, he says. Also, get me candies from Rudon Bakery. Era is left completely speechless. An hour later, Larson looks at the mountain of sweets piled on his table. Just as I thought. The power of money is incredible. This is thousands of dollars worth of chocolate, bought by a single maid in less than an hour. He needs to make the most of the authority he now has. He pops a chocolate in his mouth. A notification confirms it. A small amount of mana absorbed. He tries a candy and gets the same result. The only difference is how much mana he gets. There's only one conclusion. There has to be a common ingredient. He shouts for Hampton. Bring me the baker from Rudon Bakery. 30 minutes later, a large, bearded man stands nervously in the room, trembling. He knows Larson's reputation. He's a monster. He prays he hasn't done anything wrong. He could easily be killed. Larson holds up a single piece of candy. What did you put in this? His voice is cold and direct. Tell me everything. The baker immediately drops to the floor, begging for forgiveness. But Larson cuts him off. No, that's not it. I just want the recipe. The baker, still shaking, begins to list the ingredients. Sugar, corn syrup, and then he says it. 1,000-year herb powder. 2 tablespoons of it, Larson asks. Is that all? The baker swears it is. Larson finally has his answer. The secret ingredient in the chocolates now is the 1,000-year herb. A smile spreads across his face. He can absorb mana just by eating it. Back at the training building, Noah is getting fed up with all the questions about the 7th young master. His official report is simple. 1. He defeated the monsters with magic combat. And 2. He recovered from the side effects of a spell. A complete lie to cover up the truth. Just then, the healing magician bursts in. Administrator, did you hear the news? He's out of breath, shouting that the seventh young master beat up the sixth young master and beat him badly. Noah leaps to his feet, his chair flying backward. What? What the heck? He stares in disbelief, a menacing image of Larson flashing in his mind. He can only come to one conclusion. That guy's a complete nutjob. When you've been written off as trash your whole life, one impossible victory is enough to make everyone start watching. Inside the Maton training facility, the administrators are still trying to figure out how a 9-year-old's punch could hold so much power. Noah, the administrator who'd tried to set Larson up, scratches his head. He figures maybe the kid was just trying to show off a little before his 10th birthday to prove he wasn't completely useless. But his colleague isn't convinced. None of it makes sense. A 9-year-old shouldn't be able to move that fast without a blink spell. Noah admits he never knew the 7th young master had that kind of skill, but his colleague reminds him that even if magic combat is strong at first, it has a hard limit. He explains that it can never surpass pure martial arts, and it interferes with casting other magic. That's why it's considered an abandoned, useless field of study. Noah looks thoughtful. Larson, of all people, should know the technique's flaws. So why learn something so inefficient? Is it just the foolishness of a child? His colleague shakes his head, feeling that something deeper is going on. But Noah just tells him he's overthinking it. Still, the hooded man can't shake the feeling. He looks out over the training annex. Larson's 10th birthday is going to be very interesting. Meanwhile, back in his room, Larson is conducting an experiment. He carefully puts a green leaf in his mouth. This is the raw 1000-year herb. A blue notification pops up, confirming his theory. You have consumed a small amount of mana. A smile spreads across his face. He was right. He can absorb mana directly from the herb with almost 0 calories. He pinches his stomach, realizing the truth. For years, the original Larson mindlessly ate those expensive chocolates, and the mana from the herb was slowly stored in his body fat. As he munches on the leaves, he figures it out. If he accumulates this mana in his heart, it will generate energy that burns fat. It's a perfect cycle. More mana means his heavenly eye stays active longer. If he can learn proper mana cultivation on top of this, his growth will be unstoppable. This is his key to survival. 3 days pass. Larson sits in his room, a book open before him. I did it! A notification chimes. The heavenly eye has finished analyzing the introduction to magic. The information is being absorbed directly into his mind. But then, a second notification appears, one he didn't expect. It's creating something called the Arrangement of the Great Sage Alberto, and revealing a hidden page. Larson stares at the screen, completely confused. The pages of the book in front of him begin to flip on their own, glowing with a faint magical light. The heavenly eye directs him to a new book, Basics of Magic, Easy Mana Cultivation. Larson has no idea what this means. He knows there's only one place to find the answer, the library, but that means facing Evian again. Just the thought of her sends a chill down his spine. A bead of sweat drips down his face. He really does not want to get involved with that ice witch. But he grits his teeth. He has no choice. As he sits there, steeling his resolve, he's being watched. From the ceiling, hanging upside down with an eerie stillness, is his maid, Era. Her sharp green eyes are fixed on him, analyzing his every move. Her target is becoming more and more of an enigma. Clutching the book, Larson walks into the grand starlight library. The air feels even colder today. Suddenly, a voice from right behind him asks if he's finished reading. Evian appears out of nowhere, making him jump with a shout. He nervously hands the book back. She comments on how fast he read it, but he just brushes it off, saying it was only the basics. With a flick of her wrist, the book flies into her hand. The casual display of power makes Larson flinch. She casts that spell without a chant, without any warning. This woman is on another level. Putting on a brave face, he asks if she knows of a book called Basics of Magic, Easy Mana Cultivation. Evian's expression doesn't change. She confirms the book is here, but gives him a warning. She tells him the book is classified because its contents are completely unreadable. It's gibberish. Larson plays it cool, pretending he just wants to read it for fun. Just as he's about to leave, Evian leans in close, her face just inches from his. And then she starts sniffing him. She snips around his neck, his hair, her breath warm against his skin. Larson freezes, his heart pounding. A cold sweat breaks out across his forehead. He's terrified. It's the primal feeling of a small rabbit cornered by a tiger. This legendary witch is a predator, and he is her prey. She finally pulls back. "Seventh young master," she says calmly. "Larson can only manage a terrified, yes?" She looks at him with an unreadable expression. "There's a nice scent on you. A nice scent." Larson is confused for a second, before it clicks. He quickly pulls out a bar of chocolate. "You mean this?" He offers it to her, but she immediately says no. Just as he pulls it back, though, she changes her mind. "But, if you insist, then I'll accept it." Larson is completely thrown. This wasn't a part of her character in his novel. Something is off. He watches her take the chocolate, his mind racing. Her behavior is completely unpredictable. He decides to get out of there. But as he's leaving, he thinks he should probably say something polite. He turns and tells her there's plenty of chocolate back at his place and that she should come by sometime. Evian's eyes widen slightly. She seems genuinely surprised by the offer. As Larson walks away, he's laughing nervously, desperately hoping she doesn't actually come. She wouldn't really come, right? It was just a polite lie. Back in his room with the new book, he tries to use his heavenly eye, but he's out of mana, so he tries to read it normally. But just as Evian warned, it's mostly useless. It's filled with arrogant ramblings, like some great magician bragging about his power. The actual text makes no sense at all. Out on the estate grounds, Era and Hampton watch from a distance. They see Larson running, panting, and pushing himself to his absolute limit. Hampton smiles, impressed. He tells Era that the young master is so busy these days between the library, training, and now exercising. Era's gaze is sharp. "That's not a simple jog," she says quietly. A voice suddenly speaks from right behind them. "It's the process of melting the mana condensed in his body." Both Era and Hampton jump in shock. "It's Evian." She appeared without a sound. Recovering, Hampton asks if she's come to visit. Evian simply replies, "Yes." Hampton is puzzled, but Evian stops him from fetching Larson. She thinks to herself that this kid is nothing like the rumors she's heard. The three of them stand there watching Larson continue his grueling run, a small figure filled with fierce determination. Era, remembering her master's orders, nervously approaches the librarian. She explains that Larson told her to give Evian this if she ever came by, and holds out the chocolate. Era adds that she never would have thought someone like Miss Evian would like chocolate. She silently recalls what her master said. When giving a gift, you must consider the person's rank. Giving a simple chocolate bar to a powerful magician could be seen as a huge insult. But, she thinks, she can't just ignore her master's sincerity. Evian takes the chocolate without a word. The three of them stand in silence for a moment. Ira watches Evian, her mind racing. What kind of relationship do they have? Larson is becoming more of a puzzle every day. 3 more days go by. Larson is back in his study. A bright blue notification appears. Basics of magic, easy mana cultivation has been fully analyzed. A huge smile spreads across his face. "I finally did it," he thinks with a surge of triumph. "I've mastered easy mana cultivation." But just as the thought crosses his mind, something goes terribly wrong. He collapses as uncontrollable blue lightning arcs around his body. "Wait, what is this?" he gasps. His mana is overflowing, surging without any control. He realizes with dawning horror that if he can't get this flow under control, his heart is going to explode. He clenches his fists, his face contorted in agony as the raw power threatens to tear him apart from the inside. With a final, desperate thought, he screams in his mind, "Darn it!" In a flash of clarity, he realizes what he has to do. He can't fight this. He has to read the flow, understand it with his heavenly eye. In a world where even a book can kill you, analysis is his only chance. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to calm down. His mana is stable. He just needs to focus. The wild energy finally subsides. A notification confirms it. Easy mana cultivations has been implanted in his heart. The blue aura of mana now flows calmly around him. But then, another message pops up. Because of the new technique, hidden settings are now becoming visible. Larson opens his eyes, curious. He can see something new. The heavenly eye is revealing the hidden rules of this world. This is it. He might finally understand Evian's strange behavior. He pulls up her character info, and there, below her name, is a new line of text. The hidden setting is revealed, clear as day with a little pink heart next to it. Chocolate is the best. Larson just stares. What? But then, a memory surfaces. A memory from his old life. He remembers when he was Cha Sung-ming, the author, babysitting his friend's son. The kid got into his notes and scribbled all over the character page for Larvian the Ice Witch. He had written, "Chocolate is the best." It all clicks into place. A stupid doodle from a kid in his old world became a fundamental character trait in this one. That's why the legendary Ice Witch was acting so weird. He finally understands. But a sharp, condescending voice cuts through his thoughts. Focusing isn't going to do you much good. Larson's eyes snap open. The air around him suddenly feels scorching hot. He looks up in shock. The room is filled with a blazing golden light. Fire? What's going on? The fire isn't burning him, but it's blindingly bright. In the middle of it all, a silhouette begins to form. A smug, feminine voice cuts through the flames. "Hey, pig!" A woman with fiery red hair steps out of the light, her eyes sharp and cruel. The heavenly eye flashes her information. Name, Persha Maiden. Age, 29. Attributes, fire, earth, and water. Personality, tyrant, violent, cruel. Larson's blood runs cold. Persha Maiden, his older sister, he knows who she is from the novel. An insane magician with 3 elemental attributes. A complete monster. Why is she here? Persha looks him over with a bored expression. The heavenly eye reveals more. She despises weak people, and her hobby is body mutilation. Larson shudders. What a sick hobby. Persha's voice is cold. Answer me. Why were you pretending to focus? His first instinct is to apologize. He catches himself just in time. He almost apologized. He remembers her character file perfectly. She hates weakness. If he apologizes, she'll see him as pathetic, and she'll probably cut off his limbs for fun. This is a test. She's testing him. He straightens up, forcing a defiant look onto his face. I wasn't pretending to focus, he says, his voice steady. It takes every ounce of his willpower, but he knows it's his only move. He pushes down his terror and goes all in. I highly doubt your abilities are so lacking that you couldn't tell, big sis. A slow, amused smile spreads across Persha's face. Keep talking, she says, clearly intrigued. Larson continues, his mind racing. What you said, it makes me think you wanted to know whether I'd falsely apologize. Persha lets out a loud, mocking laugh. Larson stands there, sweating, wondering if his gamble paid off. Would you look at this, she says, turning her back to him. So the rumors about you changing were true! Larson forces a confident smirk. I'm just trying to finally shape up as a person. Piarsha glances over her shoulder. Don't you think it's a bit too late for that? He parrots back a line he remembers from his own novel. When you think it's too late is when you can do it the fastest. Suddenly, a snake made of pure fire materializes and wraps itself around his neck. Persha's smile vanishes. When you think it's too late, she says, her voice dripping with menace, it really is too late. The snake tightens its grip. Despite the fiery snake constricting his throat, Larson doesn't flinch. I know very well that I can't become the patriarch. But, he continues, looking her straight in the eye, I can help the one who will be the patriarch. Persha's interest is piqued. I'm saying, he explains, I can at the very least be a small variable. Persha scoffs. Is there even a use for trash like you? That depends on the one using me, Larson retorts smoothly. It's like how a single pen can change the world. Persha unwraps the snake, which now coils around his body. Whose variable do you wish to be? Larson chooses his words carefully. I don't know my older siblings very well, so I also don't know who will become the patriarch. But he knows from his novel that the one destined to win is their second oldest sister, Eve. He looks directly at Persha, his eyes sharp. But I know that you are afraid of our second oldest sister. Her expression hardens instantly. He hit a nerve. The fire snake hisses angrily. The fire grows hotter, and Larson grunts in pain. It feels like he's being burned alive. Persha's voice is laced with fury. You sprout such nonsense. But Larson presses on. I also know that you hate lies. He pushes through the pain, shouting, and that you despise pathetic submission more than being told the hard truth. I don't want to be remembered by you as your pathetic younger brother." The fire snake vanishes. Larson collapses to his knees. "I may submit to honor, but I will not submit to strength." He coughs, the after effects of the pressure hitting him. "I trust that you'll forgive me, since I spoke the truth, fool," Persia says, but she's smiling. She materializes a blue orb of mana and flicks it forward. The orb shoots towards him like a cannonball, hitting him square in the chest. The impact knocks the wind out of him. He stumbles back, coughing. It felt like being hit by a bowling ball. He looks down and sees an apple on the floor. An apple? A notification appears. His magic combat protected his heart. And something new, resolute willpower, has been implanted into his mana circle. He got a new skill just from being hit by an apple. Persia stands there, hands on her hips. "Scarf it down," she orders. "I'm telling you to eat it. I found it on the way here." He picks it up, a sudden realization dawning on him. "Wait, is this?" The heavenly eye confirms it. This isn't just an apple. It's a karsha, a mana elixir, a rare and incredibly powerful item. He sits on the floor holding the elixir. He knows getting something like this is only possible because he's a son of the powerful Maton clan. He thinks about his novel's protagonist. A hero so lucky an item like this would be nothing to him. Larson sighs. It's better not to compare himself to a main character. Later that night, Persia looks out her window towards the Maple Annex. She sits at her desk, a thoughtful look on her face. What a cute kid, she thinks. To actually form his first mana circle by himself at age 9, she smirks. If he really was just pretending to be useless all this time, then he's a sly snake. I need sly people like him for my war against our second oldest sister. He's a coward who knows how to hide himself. Best of all, his potential is limited. His magic combat technique has a hard ceiling. Her finger cracks the surface of her desk. He's a pretty good pawn, but one that can never become king. "Sando?" she calls out. A figure in a black cloak and mask appears from the shadows. Persia gives her orders. "Continue spreading the rumor that Larson is a useless bastard so no one will try to recruit him. And stop him from meeting our other siblings," she adds with a sly smile. "And keep a close eye on him. I wonder if he'll actually eat the karsha." Persia scoffs. "It'll be annoying if people say I killed him, and it'll be more interesting if he doesn't eat it." Her smile turns predatory. "He'll be a fool who can't even eat something served on a platter for him, so I'll have every right to cut off an arm or a leg. A gift from a monster is just a prettier cage." The heavenly eye confirms Larson's fears. Consuming this kartia alone is a death sentence. To survive, he needs a powerful magician, specifically one who commands water, ice, or wind. He sits on the floor, the glowing apple, a symbol of both his potential salvation and his doom. How much is too much? He has no idea. This is a complete leap of faith. He racks his brain, trying to understand his sister's motives. Was this some kind of peace offering after she threatened his life? No, that's not Persia's style. She's not that simple. This was either a whim or a twisted experiment. But one thing is certain. If he survives this and grows stronger, she will use him like a pawn. And once he's no longer useful, she'll toss him aside without a second thought. But refusing is even worse. She'd see him as a coward and make good on her threat to take an arm or a leg. He clenches his fist, the reality of his situation closing in. He's trapped. He has to eat it. And to do that, he needs help. The system's words echo in his mind: a water, ice, or wind magician. An ice magician. The only person who comes to mind is the librarian, Evian, the legendary ice witch, hiding in plain sight. She's the perfect choice, but the thought sends a chill of paranoia down his spine. What if she just lets him die? She could easily claim the Kartia killed him, and that she was powerless to stop it. Then, the priceless elixir would be hers. It's the perfect crime. Just as the terrifying thought crosses his mind, a knock sounds at his door. A calm, familiar voice calls out, "It's Evian. May I enter?" Larson freezes. It's too late to hide it. A magician of her caliber would have sensed the overwhelming mana from the Karsha the moment she was near. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he calls out, "Come on in." His carefully laid plans are now useless. He has to improvise, and he has to do it now. As Evian steps inside, Larson decides on a direct approach. "Evian, I won't try to hide it, since I'm sure you've already felt its presence." They sit facing each other. the karchia glowing between them. "As you can see, this is a karchia," he says plainly. Evion's gaze is steady as she replies, "Yes." He decides to lay his cards on the table. "I'd like to make a trade with you," he proposes, trying to sound more confident than he feels. "I can't consume this on my own, so I need your help." Evion's expression remains completely unreadable. She reminds him coolly of her position. As the clan's librarian, she must remain neutral in their family's power struggles. She will not get involved. "I'm not asking you to get involved in the succession battle," Larson retorts quickly. He leans back, putting on the mask of a devoted scholar. "I simply wish to ascend higher as a magician, to honor the will of magic." Evian watches him, a flicker of consideration in her eyes. It's the perfect appeal. Framing his ambition as a pure pursuit of knowledge, not power, speaks directly to a master magician like her. She thinks to herself that the rumors about this boy must be wrong. Her cold demeanor softens, just slightly. Larson presses his advantage. "I have no intention of becoming the patriarch anyway." Evian remarks that most maidens dedicate their lives to that very goal. "This has nothing to do with that," Larson insists, pushing the karchia toward her. "I just want to become stronger." But Evian stands firm, telling him to ask the magicians at Central for help. And that's when Larson drops the act. The calculated confidence crumbles, replaced by raw, unfiltered desperation. He tells her the magicians at Central are loyal to his siblings. He can't trust them. "Please help me," he begs, his voice cracking. "I'm telling you the truth. I want to protect my weak mother." His words strike her like lightning. Her eyes widen, a deep and painful memory surfacing against her will. Suddenly, she's a child again, watching a soldier demand taxes her family could never afford. She sees her younger self, standing defiantly between the cruel soldier and her mother. She remembers the soldier's enraged face as he called them pests and raised his sword. Her mother's desperate scream of "No!" hangs in the air. And then the flash of steel as the blade came down, cutting her mother's life short right before her eyes. She can still hear the soldier callously wiping his blade, complaining about the unpleasant task as her mother collapsed. Her own childhood screams echo in her mind as she clutched her dying mother, pleading for her to open her eyes. Later, hidden in a crowd, she heard the villagers whispering that the monster deserved to die. In that moment, something inside her broke. A cold, burning rage ignited in her eyes. She remembers facing them all, the soldiers, the king who gave the order, and she remembers unleashing a storm of ice, freezing them all where they stood. The memory fades, leaving her back in the room staring at a small, 9-year-old boy. A boy from a powerful family who must beg for help, all for one reason: to protect his weak, forgotten mother. Evian knows he's telling the truth, but she also knows his goal is impossible. The other candidates for succession are monsters of power. He's just a boy, starting with nothing. He is a small child casting a long, lonely shadow. He's dreaming of the impossible, and yet that impossible dream doesn't feel wrong to her. A dream doesn't have to be possible to be real. The belief in chasing it is what matters. She looks at him and says, "I'm not helping, just because you give me chocolates or anything." A brilliant, relieved smile erupts across Larson's face. He did it. His desperate gamble actually paid off. With a sigh, Evian raises a hand. A swirl of icy mana envelops the karchia, lifting it into the air. "That's how it is," she says, sealing their deal. She lays Larson on his bed and explains the process. She will freeze the massive burst of mana and then melt it slowly, allowing his body to absorb it safely. As a side effect, she warns casually, "Your body might freeze solid. If you're lucky, you'll thaw in a few months. Unlucky, a few years. And if you're really unlucky, you might die." Larson stares, horrified by how calmly she says it. She adds, "However, I'm a pretty competent ice magician. I'll try my best so that does not happen." Larson lies back, looking at the floating, frozen apple, a sudden urge to back out washing over him. But he pushes the fear down. In the stories, situations like this always have a high chance of success. Besides, he knows from the novel that characters like Evian are surprisingly considerate. She's warning him because the danger is real. It's a gamble, but one with good odds. There's no such thing as a reward without risk. He steels himself. "Let's do it." Just as he commits, Evian stops him. "However, I am still a magician. Since you're hiring me, you must compensate me." For appearance's sake, of course. Compensate? He asks. She nods. Yes. It's not much. She glances away, a hint of shyness in her voice. Since it's just for show, I think 24 chocolates will do. Elsewhere, in a dark and intimidating room, Persia gets the report. Splatters of red stain her face as she asks, So, he ate the karsha? Sando confirms it, adding that he received help from the librarian, Evian. Persia looks up from her chained captive, surprised. Evian? That icy woman? Sando can only guess that Larson somehow managed to get on her good side. Persia asks how, but Sando admits he couldn't get close enough to find out. Tricking Evian's powerful senses would be impossible. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across Persia's face. Is that so? For my youngest brother to have a trump card capable of moving even Evian's heart. She muses aloud that the karsha she gave him was a premium one. Without a magician of Evian's skill, he would have died instantly. The pieces click into place. I bet he already knew that Evian is Larvian. Sando continues his report, telling her that while Larson has started absorbing the mana, something is off. The seventh young master's body is far sturdier than expected, Sando explains. Even Evian was shocked. Persia listens intently. Sando says Larson is absorbing the frozen mana at an unbelievable speed, yet his heart rate and temperature remain perfectly stable. She concludes his constitution must be incredibly strong. He is a maiden after all. She asks for a timeline. Normally this process would take 3 years. She bets he can do it in 1. Sando looks down, hesitating. At the current rate, I think 3 weeks will be enough. Persia's confident smirk dissolves into pure, unfiltered shock. What? 3 weeks later, Larson shoots up in bed with a raw scream. This is insane. He's gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. His body feels like it's on fire. He clutches his chest as a volatile blue aura flares around him. The immense power he's been absorbing for 3 weeks has finally settled, and the backlash is agonizing. Power isn't a gift, it's a poison. And right now, the sheer force of the karsha is threatening to tear Larson apart from the inside out. He has a seemingly bottomless well of energy. He runs for hours and hours, but doesn't feel the slightest bit tired. He's been at it since before dawn, pushing his small body to its absolute limit. But it's not enough. The mana is still overflowing, building into a dangerous pressure in his chest. It feels like his heart is about to explode. He needs a better way to burn it all off, and fast. He calls over a sleepy Hampton and gives him a strange command. Show me to the waterfall garden! Without a moment's hesitation, he plunges his hands into the freezing, rushing water of the falls. He digs his fingers into the slippery rock, his muscles straining against the powerful current. This is it. This is so much better than just running. The constant fight against the water is the perfect, grueling workout he needs just to stay alive. Still clinging to the rock face, he yells another order to Hampton. Bring me some lead weights, around 10 kilograms. As he trains, a system notification appears. His resolute willpower skill is leveling up from the strain, protecting his body and allowing him to push even harder. Another skill levels up. The 10-kilogram weights suddenly feel much lighter as his body adapts at a terrifying speed. Increase the weights to 20 kilograms, he commands. Hampton just stares, his mind struggling to comprehend what he's seeing. A week later, the scene repeats. Increase it to 30 kilograms. Hampton rushes to obey, his worry now mixed with a growing sense of awe. Another week passes. Increase it to 50 kilograms. This time, Hampton begs him to stop, afraid the young master is going to permanently damage his body. But Larson just offers a reassuring smile, sweat dripping from his face. It's okay, he says, taking a deep breath. He's barely slept, but he feels more alive than ever. From a distance, the shadowy figure of Sando watches it all, noting that Larson has now completely absorbed the Kartsia's mana. Back in her study, Persia listens to Sando's report. His conclusion is simple. It's a monstrous body. Sando explains that Larson climbs the waterfall every day barehanded. He's not using magic? Persia asks, intrigued. Sando confirms he appears to be using some form of combat magic. Persia closes her book, unimpressed. Combat magic has limits. He's just a minor variable in her plans, nothing more. But Sando isn't finished. He clarifies that Larson is climbing with 50-kilogram weights and can scale the 30-meter waterfall in less than 5 minutes. Persia's calm expression finally cracks. A dry laugh escapes her lips. "He must be overflowing with energy," she muses, her eyes glinting with cold curiosity. "I wonder how many more days he'll survive." Sando delivers his grim prognosis. At this rate, he'll die in 3 months. He explains that the sheer volume of mana in Larson's body is unsustainable. Without a special ability to contain it, his body will inevitably give out and explode. Sando suggests that Persia could intervene, but she waves the idea away. "I don't want to. Giving him the Kartia was enough. Let's just see how he survives this." A wicked smile plays on her lips. "But if it looks like he's about to die," she adds, "I'll at least need to make him tell me how he moved Evian's heart." Back in his room, Larson examines his reflection. His body has been completely reshaped. The soft, childish features are gone, replaced by lean, defined muscle. The mana has changed him. Later, during his daily tea time with his mother, Soso looks at him with concern. She worries he's losing too much weight, but he just tells her it's from all the exercise. She gently reminds him that his health is what's most important, but Larson just flexes with a bright smile. "Don't worry, I'm healthier than ever." Soso turns to Aira, complimenting her on the delicious tea. To Larson's surprise, the cold-blooded assassin actually blushes. "Thank you for the compliment," Aira says, her voice softer than usual. "You're becoming more beautiful by the day, Lady Soso." Larson watches them, a little confused by Aira's sudden warmth toward his mother, but he figures it must be a good thing. He looks at his mother and feels a quiet wave of relief. The azure dot on her skin has become faint. His secret plan to cure her is working. That night, Larson lies in bed, his heavenly eye active. The date is December 18th. December 24th is just a few days away, Stella Fanatic Eve. It's the eve of the birthday of some ancient emperor who founded the first human empire. But Larson couldn't care less about ancient history. For him, that date means something else entirely. According to the story he wrote, a very specific person is set to appear at the West Gate on December 24th. A woman named Rudia, a firekin, the natural enemy of all magicians, the Crimson Slaughterer. He remembers the plot clearly. Rudia is humiliated and cast out of the Maiden clan, but he never wrote the exact details of what happened, only that Persia was involved. A chilling image of his sister flashes in his mind, smiling cruelly and saying, "You have a nice arm." He suddenly understands with cold certainty how Rudia became the one-armed great magician. After that day, Rudia develops a deep-seated hatred for the Maidens and eventually becomes one of the hero Cassin's most powerful allies. She was a special character, one of a kind. Her ability allowed Cassin to form a pact of fire with her, making them an unstoppable duo. Larson lies back, a new plan already forming. If he can get his hands on the artifact Cassin gets from her, suddenly he sits bolt upright. He senses something. Someone is in his room, hidden by stealth magic. His heavenly eye cuts through the illusion, revealing one of Persia's shadows. It's Sando. He has to act like he hasn't noticed. He tries to deactivate his heavenly eye, to just go back to normal, but the system won't let him. His new mana cultivation technique is always active, meaning the heavenly eye is too. Forcing it off would risk another mana overflow. Darn it, he thinks. Fine, new plan. He'll just pretend to be asleep. The spy should get bored and leave eventually. From the shadows, Sando is completely baffled. He can feel it, the boy is cultivating mana in his sleep. That should be impossible. Mana cultivation requires intense focus. The slightest mistake could cause a fatal backlash, yet this kid just fell asleep doing it. This defies all known principles of magic. A cold sweat trickles down Sando's face. How is he even supposed to report something like this? He'd investigated the technique Larson was using. It was a basic, low-level cultivation method from the library. But nothing in the books mentioned being able to do it while unconscious, let alone with such a perfectly stable flow of mana. His current theory is that Larson is gathering the excess mana from his body and storing it in his heart. But there are no signs of strain, no irregularities. He appears perfectly healthy. In fact, as time passes, his mana is only becoming more stable, more refined. No second mana circle, no strengthening array. The only explanation is that the durability of his heart is simply unnatural. Sando decides he'll have to file a formal report and slips away into the night. Larson lies still, continuing his act as Mana swirls peacefully around him. He cracks one eye open. Did they leave? He thinks, finally allowing himself to relax. A few nights later, the bells of Stella Fanatic Eve ring out across the estate. In the main courtyard, a massive, brightly lit tree stands tall as nobles mingle and celebrate the holiday. But Larson isn't at the party. Dressed in his formal clothes, he stands before Era and Hampton. "Come with me," he says, his voice serious. As they walk along the cold stone paths, a nervous Hampton asks where they're going. "We're going to the outermost western gate," Larson replies. It's the gate furthest from the main estate, a place rarely used by the family. Era and Hampton stand by his side. Their faces a mixture of confusion and loyalty as Larson stares toward the gate with grim determination. And today, he thinks, recalling the fiery-haired woman from the pages of his novel, "I'm going to meet her." They arrive to find a scene of chaos. A woman in a dark cloak is on the ground, surrounded by guards. She glares up at them with pure hatred, a volatile, fiery aura beginning to form around her. "You filthy rats," she snarls. "I'm going to kill every last one of you." Larson freezes in the shadows, his heart sinking. Ah, darn it, he thinks. Am I too late? Larson is on a mission, heading for the outermost west gate. His loyal servant Hampton practically buzzes with excitement beside him, asking if they're off to pay a visit to the fifth young master, mentioning he's brought plenty of paralyzing poison. But Larson shuts him down with a single, curt word. "No." Hampton's face immediately falls, all his excitement deflating in an instant. Era gives him a sideways glance, asking if he's disappointed. Hampton immediately snaps to attention, stammering that of course he isn't. As they approach the gate, the unmistakable sounds of a fight break out. Guards in dark robes are struggling to contain a single, furious figure amidst a storm of fire, one of them yelling for the others to stop her. There she is. A young woman with dark hair and blazing red eyes, flames dancing in her hands as she screams that she'll kill them all. Larson's heavenly eye confirms her identity, Rudia. He remembers writing her as fiercely loyal, a bit simple-minded, and completely devoted to her father. He sighs inwardly. He really did make her character too straightforward. It was sloppy writing. Meanwhile, Hampton is stunned, wondering how a girl so young can be so powerful. Larson knows that at this point in the story, she has no resistance to poison. This is his chance. "Hampton," Larson says, his voice sharp and decisive. Hampton snaps to attention. "Yes, young master." Larson gives the order. "Spray the paralyzing poison." He points directly at the girl in the center of the chaos. "She's the target. Paralyze her right now, no matter what." With a determined, "Yes!" Hampton springs into action. He whips out a dagger coated in a sickly green poison and hurls it forward. The poisoned blade cuts through the air just as Rudia unleashes another massive wave of fire, roaring that she'll incinerate them all. But before her attack can land, the dagger bursts in a cloud of green gas right in her face. The poison works instantly. Rudia stumbles, her body locking up. She tries to curse them out, but the words die in her throat as the paralysis takes over. Larson doesn't waste a second. He strides forward to take control of the situation, stepping between a guard who is about to strike the now helpless girl. He catches the gatekeeper's arm, stopping him cold. The guard spins around, furious. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Identify yourself." Larson looks down on him with utter disdain. "I walked out from the inside." "Get a grip," he says coldly. "You call yourself a gatekeeper?" He gestures at the chaotic scene. "Then again, I guess the magicians at the outermost west gate are barely part of the clan. Your skills are pathetic." Of course, he knows the truth. It's not that the guards are weak, it's that Rudia is just that strong, a true monster in the making. The guard is still trying to process what's happening. Before he can speak, Larson points to the paralyzed Rudia. "I'm taking her with me." The guard starts to panic. "You can't do that!" "Please, identify yourself." Hampton sees his moment to shine and clears his throat dramatically. With a grand, sweeping gesture, he launches into a ridiculously over-the-top speech, praising the one who inherited the Maton bloodline, a great magician sailing toward the world's light. Larson just closes his eyes, already knowing Hampton is about to lay it on thick. Hampton finishes with a flourish, presenting his master with a confident pose. He is the seventh young master, Larson Mayton. Hampton turns back to the guard, clearly expecting him to be in awe, but the guard just stares blankly. What kind of nonsense is that? The guard explodes, completely bewildered. He shouts that he knows what the seventh young master looks like, and he's definitely not as good-looking as the boy standing before him. Larson's eye twitches. Was that an insult or a compliment? Larson sighs. "I just lost some weight," he says flatly. He points out the obvious flaw in the guard's logic. Everyone knows the seventh young master is an ugly, useless pig. So why on earth would I impersonate him? I'd have to have a death wish. In the background, Hampton nods seriously, adding that his young master has always looked cool to him. Larson gives the guard an ultimatum. "If you still don't believe me, send someone to Central to confirm it." The guard stammers that he'll do that, but Larson's face darkens, his voice dropping to a low threat. "And once you confirm I'm telling the truth, you'll pay dearly for the arrogance you've shown me today. That's all it takes." The guard drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness. "I am so sorry, seventh young master." Still kneeling, he musters up the courage to ask one last question. "Young master, but why are you trying to take that girl with you?" Larson hadn't expected to be questioned so much. He needed a simple answer, something a spoiled noble would say that would end this conversation for good. He puts on a charming, slightly smug smile. "Because she's pretty." The guard's face clears. "Ah, I see." And just like that, the matter is settled. The guards tie Rudia up and hand her over. She's bound and gagged, but the fire in her eyes hasn't dimmed one bit. They take her to an empty training annex. Larson sits in a chair, flanked by his servants, looking down at the captive girl on the floor. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes in front of his eyes, a notification from the world system. A variable has occurred. The story is changing. A variable. He understands immediately. By stepping in, he's created a ripple in the original plot, and the world itself has taken notice. A glimmer of red appears in Rudia's eyes as she struggles against her bonds. Even through the gag, she's clearly cursing at him. Larson remembers her simple-minded nature. He has to cut straight to the point. "Hey," he calls out, "I heard your dad is sick. I'll help you." Rudia's struggles stop instantly. Her eyes widen in pure shock. Larson presses his advantage, using the knowledge only he, the author, would have. "My own mother was very sick. I know exactly why you came here." Hampton looks on, completely baffled as to how his master knows all this. Era watches in silence, her mind racing to comprehend what she's witnessing. Larson looks Rudia dead in the eye. "I know how to cure that epidemic." She thrashes again, her muffled shouts a mixture of disbelief and desperate hope. "You came to the Mayton clan without a plan," he says calmly, "because you heard we might have a cure for the disease. If you understand what I'm saying, nod your head twice." Rudia stares at him for a long moment, the gears turning in her mind. Slowly, she nods. Once. Twice. "Era, take the gag off her mouth." Era steps forward and rips it away. Rudia winces, her voice raw and fragile. "Are you really going to help me?" That tone, it's the same one she used with the hero Casson in the original story. "Yes, that's what I said," Larson confirms. She presses him. "But why would you help me? Does the reason matter?" He counters. She looks down. "My dad told me people of high birth don't help others without a reason." "Then why did you come to us?" Larson asks. Her answer is honest. "I was going to give you a reason." "I have something valuable in my possession." Larson's eyes gleam. A reason, something valuable. He knew it. It's the fire chalice. The very artifact, the very opportunity that was supposed to go to the original hero. "I will cure your father," Larson promises. Rudia's face lights up with pure joy. "Really?" But he quickly adds a condition. "However, it will cost a lot." Her joy vanishes as quickly as it came. "I don't have any money," she says, her voice small. Larson reassures her she can pay it back later. "Then please cure him," she begs. He looks at her intently. "And you're going to pay it back?" "I will, no matter what," she vows. "You said you have something valuable. I'll give you that too." "Good, that's enough." He turns to Hampton. "Yes, young master?" Larson gives him a precise, impossible order. Get your hands on some 10-year herbs and spread them throughout the Hyron region. If you boil them in silvery seawater for exactly 18 minutes, it will solve the epidemic. Hampton is completely stunned. He's never heard of a method like that in his life. He asks for an explanation. Larson just looks at him, his gaze unwavering. Don't doubt your light's abilities. For a moment, Hampton is speechless, seeing an almost divine radiance coming from his master. He immediately drops to one knee. Understood. I will follow your orders. In his mind, he can only think one thing. Impressive. He is so cool. Ira then steps forward. Young master, forgive my presumption, but may I ask you a question? Larson already knows what she's going to ask. Yes, she admits. Honestly, with all my common sense, I can't understand it. She wants to know how he knows the cure. Larson meets her gaze, his expression radiating a confidence far beyond his years. Because I'm a maiden. The answer hangs in the air, an absolute statement of power that needs no further explanation. Ira is taken aback for a second, then bows her head. Thank you for your great teaching. She looks at the small boy sitting before her, exuding a presence that reminds her of only one other person. That unshakable confidence. He's just like the patriarch was in his youth. With everything settled, Larson smiles at the girl on the floor. Rudia, I'm going to release you now. Her eyes go wide. What? In a burst of fire, she gets to her feet, her voice seething with suspicion and rage. What did you just say? I never told you my name. How do you know it? Larson freezes. A cold dread washes over him as he realizes his critical error. He messed up. One wrong word. That's all it takes for a perfect plan to crumble. After navigating everything flawlessly, Larson has made a critical mistake, and Rudia's eyes are burning with suspicion as she demands to know how he knew her name. A wave of pure panic crashes over him. This was a huge amateur mistake, but he can't let it show. Forcing a calm smile, he begins to turn the tables. Let's think about this, he says smoothly. Is it strange that I know your name? Rudia's answer is blunt. Yes, very. He presses on. What about me offering you priceless herbs when you've done nothing for me? She has to admit that's strange too. He keeps layering the questions, his voice dripping with false innocence. What about me telling you a secret of the Maton clan? A bead of sweat rolls down Rudia's face. She knows it's all strange. Then why? Larson asks, leaning in, his voice dropping slightly. Is it that you only question the things that don't benefit you? He's completely flipped the script, turning her own suspicion back on her. He stands up, his tone shifting to disappointment. You do realize you just showed malice to someone who was trying to be your benefactor, don't you? Rudia's fiery anger deflates instantly, replaced by a wave of guilt. Are you saying the favors I offered you are worthless? He asks, his words hitting their mark. She looks down, ashamed. I'm sorry. Pardon? Larson asks, pretending he can't hear her quiet apology. He leans forward, cupping a hand to his ear. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Broken, Rudia finally shouts. I'm sorry. It's my fault. With a satisfied smile, Larson accepts her apology, but adds that she'll have to stay here for a while. Rudia looks up, confused. Why? Can't I go home? He reminds her of her crimes. She infiltrated the Maton clan's territory and attacked the gatekeepers. Her reasons don't change the facts. She tells him what happened. How the gatekeepers mocked her, saying this was no place for a lowlife. How they laughed, saying her father's death had nothing to do with them. Her hands clench into fists as tears stream down her face. All she wanted was a chance to save her father, but they told her to just let him die. Her grief and rage pour out of her. Larson watches her for a long moment, then turns to his maid. Ira, free her! Ira moves without hesitation. As the ropes fall away, Rudia wipes at her tears, completely bewildered by his actions. Who are you? She asks. Who are you to treat me so kindly? Me, Larson replies with a small, genuine smile. Larson Maton. Rudia repeats the name, a thoughtful look on her face. Larson Maton? Suddenly, something clicks. Her eyes go wide with recognition. The worst bastard in the world? She blurts out, pointing right at him. Larson's smile freezes. I'm known as the worst bastard? He asks, glancing at his servants. Rudia nods enthusiastically. Yeah, they say you're absolute trash. But then a bright, sincere smile spreads across her face. But you're not trash, she says, her voice full of warmth. You're a kind person? And just like that, another blue notification appears. A new variable has occurred, changing the story. He's done it again. He looks at the girl who was meant to be the hero's greatest ally, the feared Crimson Slaughterer, and wonders if making her his own was the right choice. As she beams at him, he decides he'll figure that out later. Back in his quarters, Hampton prepares to leave, a large pack on his back. He reports that he's collected all the 10-year herbs and is heading for the Heron region immediately. Larson asks how long the journey will take. Hampton estimates about 3 days. But before he leaves, Hampton asks nervously, "Young master, may I ask why you were helping Rudia?" Larson turns to the window, his expression thoughtful. "It's just a shame to die from a disease that can be cured." His gaze becomes distant, as if lost in a painful memory. "Especially if it's your own father," he says quietly. "For me, helping isn't that big of a deal." Hampton bows deeply. He understands now. His master believes that as members of a famed clan, they have a duty to protect the weak. This is the path of a true magician. With tears in his eyes, he realizes he's truly found the light. "I'll be off, young master," he says, his loyalty now absolute. Once Hampton is gone, Larson lets out a sigh. The real reason was simple. He wanted the fire chalice. But he knew saying the noble thing was the right move. 3 days later, the quiet of the annex is shattered by approaching footsteps and a maid's whisper. "The pig picked up a fun new toy?" The doors swing open, and in walks Persia, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. "Well, let's see it," she says, her voice dripping with condescension. "I wonder what kind of toy our worst little bastard brought home." But when her eyes land on him, her smirk vanishes, replaced by a flicker of genuine surprise. She looks him up and down. "Who are you? There's never been a handsome man in our family's history." "Larson Mayton," he answers calmly. "I'm your youngest brother." Persia's amusement returns. "You're very interesting, you know, always making me curious. It feels like you're hiding quite a lot." "I'm not hiding anything," Larson lies smoothly, though he's thinking, "except for the fact that I created this entire world." "But you know," Persia continues, stepping forward and gripping his chin with icy fingers, "why did you get so cute? Boys should be handsome." An intense chill shoots through him. Her touch alone feels like it's freezing his heart. A notification confirms his willpower skill is protecting him from her magic. He realizes her. Magic combat activated from just eye contact. She studies him with a predatory gleam in her eye. "You're fun. How did you change so much in just 3 weeks?" She lets go and pats his head patronizingly. "Good. Your face passed the test. If you grow up like this, your sister will give you lots of love." Larson slaps her hand away. "I don't need your love." He knows this is just another one of her twisted tests. He looks her straight in the eye. "I want to be your competitor or your ally. I have no intention of being your pet." Persia's smile widens. "That just makes you cuter." But then her expression darkens. "Though your head would look excellent on a spike." Larson flinches, a chill running down his spine. "Don't make terrible jokes," he says, trying to keep his composure. Persia just laughs. "Who said that was a joke?" "Anyway," she says, changing the subject, "I want to see the new toy you brought." Larson's mind races. She wants Rudia. He knows that if Persia discovers Rudia's raw talent for fire magic, a talent that rivals her own, she'll either kill her or take her. He can't let that happen. He draws a line in the sand. "That toy is mine. That's the toy I picked up," he repeats firmly. "I am not obligated to show you, and I have no intention of doing so." A crushing wave of red mana explodes from Persia, her eyes glowing with rage. "You dare challenge me?" His willpower skill strains against the overwhelming force. She sneers down at him. "Look at you, daring to resist me. You're nothing but a half-wit who only knows magic combat." His mana cultivation roars to life, powering his heavenly eye as he struggles to even stand under her immense pressure. "I'll give you a chance," she says, her power receding slightly. Larson pants, asking, "What kind of chance?" A small flame appears on her fingertip. "You learned magic combat, didn't you? I'll fight you using only the magic from this one finger." She adds that she'll use no elemental attributes, only pure magic combat. He asks if she's even learned it. "Barely," she scoffs. I glanced at a book for 5 minutes before coming here. Larson clenches his fists and gets into a fighting stance. He has no choice. Then I will do my best to crush you, sister. Our youngest is quick-witted. I like it, Persia says, launching a whip of pure fire from her finger. His heavenly eye flares, seeing straight through the false illusion of her attack. He twists his body just in time, the fiery whip cracking against the floor where he just stood. A pleased smile crosses Persia's face. He's definitely improved. She lays out the terms. Come on, if you win, I won't pay any more attention to your little toy. Larson's expression is grim. He knows he has to give this fight everything he has. Persia's smile turns absolutely terrifying. But if your toy proves to be boring, she promises, her eyes glowing with sadistic glee, I'll crush it. When the only way forward is through a monster, you don't fight to survive. You fight to win. Larson stands before his sister, the air thick with tension. His new ally, his future, everything is on the line. He settles into his fighting stance, a determined smirk on his face. I'll defeat you with everything I have, big sister. Persia is thoroughly amused. She never imagined he could be this entertaining. He wasn't a contender for succession, just the worst bastard their father had cast aside. And yet, here he was, challenging her. With an explosive burst of speed, Larson lunges forward, his body a blur as he closes the distance in an instant. Slow, Persia thinks, a ball of energy gathering at her fingertip. From her perspective, he might as well be moving through molasses. She flicks her finger, sending a condensed blast of mana straight into his chest. The impact sends a brutal shockwave through his entire body. He's thrown backward by the sheer force, but he twists in the air, landing perfectly on his feet. He immediately gets back into a defensive stance, his hands weaving through the air to dissipate the force of her attack. Persia watches with a predatory grin. She realizes he didn't fail to dodge. He took the hit on purpose, using it as a chance to get closer. So he even learned defensive techniques, she muses. A smart decision. He's fighting with his head, not just his fists. But Larson knows the truth. The longer this fight drags on, the worse his chances get. The gap in their power is just too massive. His willpower skill kicks in, protecting his body from the lingering force of her magic. A wave of nausea hits him. A single flick of her finger was enough to give him a mana concussion. But his cultivation technique immediately kicks in, calming the chaos in his system and clearing his head. He sees his opening. This is his only chance. Activating his weight utilization skill, he rockets forward again. His target isn't her head or her chest. He's aiming lower, going for her foundation. He barrels into her, wrapping his arms around her legs in a desperate all-or-nothing tackle. The force of the impact knocks her completely off balance. For the first time, her eyes widen with genuine surprise. I'll push her down, he yells, putting every ounce of his strength into the tackle, sending them both crashing to the floor. With Persia pinned, he focuses all his power, all his weight, into a single point, his hand. He raises his fist, ready to end this. A brilliant light envelops his hand as he brings it down. The sickening sound of bone crunching echoes through the room. But it's not hers, it's his. A silent scream rips through him as agony shoots up his arm. Blood drips from his mangled hand. All my finger bones, they're crushed, he says through gritted teeth. He looks down at Persia. Sister, it looks like you used defensive magic. She lies there, completely unfazed. I did. She asks if this was his plan all along, to rush her and catch her off guard. Yes, he admits, panting. It was my only chance. So you tackled me in such an indecent way, she says. Larson just smirks. Isn't magic combat always like this? Persia sits up, brushing her hair back. That's why I hate it. It lacks elegance. He stands over her. Maybe, but you still lost to me, sister. She looks at him, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. That's true, she concedes, grabbing his broken hand. She snaps her fingers. A wave of pink energy washes over him. The sheer force of it sends him flying across the room. He hits the floor hard, coughing up blood. As he struggles to get up, her voice rings out. You won the bet. She stands over him, a sly smile on her face. I'll leave your toy alone. However, my dear youngest brother, I'm getting more and more interested in you. She thinks about how sturdy his body is. Her simple attack had real power, yet he took it head-on. She was curious about his limits, so she pushed. But in the end, he's still weak. As she vanishes in a swirl of fire, she leaves him with a parting shot. "See you again later, my brother." Larson is left kneeling in a pool of his own blood, the lingering flames a reminder of her overwhelming power. As she walks away, Persia thinks about what just happened. The most interesting part wasn't the fight itself, but the fact that he absorbed her mana. There are magicians who specialize in absorption, but he felt different. That's why she overdid her final attack just a little. "Since I crammed some healing mana into him," she tells her subordinate, "he might be able to attain something from it." Sando remarks that she seems to be cherishing the seventh young master. "He is interesting," she admits. Her subordinate notes that it seems she gave him a new gift. "That's right," she confirms with a cruel smile. "But if he can't control it, his body will break." Back in the room, Larson coughs violently, more blood splattering onto the floor. A notification appears. A special requirement has been met. The magic combat technique, self-regeneration, has been activated. Another special occasion, he thinks wryly. This happens every single time she visits. A green light envelops his mangled hand as the technique begins to knit his shattered bones back together. But the healing consumes a huge amount of mana. Another notification explains that his techniques are resonating with an external factor. He's met another special requirement. Then the big one appears. The conditions for body reconstitution have been met. The process is beginning. "What?" Larson looks up, his confusion quickly turning to alarm. An intense, throbbing pain grips his entire body, forcing a strangled cry from his lips. He collapses, convulsing on the floor as the system warns him of the extreme pain. It feels like every cell is being torn apart and violently rebuilt. A thick, black liquid begins to ooze from his body. He screams in agony as his bones crack and reform, the regeneration technique working overtime to keep up with the violent transformation. His bones are being crushed and rapidly healed, over and over. His willpower skill permeates the new body, as his cultivation technique tries desperately to control the chaos. The doors burst open, and Era and Rudia rush in, calling out his name in panic. They find him lying in a strange, glowing mist. "Poison!" Era wonders. She covers her mouth, quickly analyzing it. No, not poison. She realizes with horror that the mist is waste being purged from his body. A massive amount of mana is being sucked into his body, draining his reserves at an alarming rate. Where is it all going? The system warns him. Mana deficiency. The reconstitution will fail, resulting in devastating side effects. "No," he thinks, his consciousness fading. "I don't have any mana left." Just as he's about to pass out, he feels a new energy flowing into him. A warm, clean, and powerful energy. It's Rudia. She doesn't understand what's happening, but she knows he's in trouble. With her hands outstretched, she pours her own fiery life force into him. "Larson, I'll help you." His body eagerly absorbs the pure, clean mana. The system identifies it as a crimson flame with immense purification power. She was the external factor. "Thank you, Rudia," he thinks, clinging to consciousness. A brilliant column of fire and light erupts from his body, engulfing him completely. The energy crackles and surges as the transformation reaches its peak. And then the light fades. A final message appears. Body reconstitution is completed. A portion of the storyline has progressed. Ira and Rudia can only stare in shock and relief as Larson sits up, completely unharmed. And one last, game-changing notification flashes before his eyes. The fundamental attribute, Heavenly Constitution, has been activated. He's finally met the requirements to advance his magic combat. A new body, a new power, and a whole new set of problems. Larson stands transformed, a faint golden light radiating from his skin as the system announces the activation of his Heavenly Constitution. He looks down at his hands in disbelief. Heavenly Constitution? This was the ultimate attribute he created, the one that was supposed to belong to the main character. He remembers the lore he wrote. The Heavenly Constitution, when combined with the Sword God attribute, would create the Heavenly Emperor, an unstoppable force. This was the power the hero of his novel, Kassin Sade, was meant to have from the very beginning. First the Heavenly Eye, and now this. Why is he getting all the main character's signature abilities? As Era rushes to get him some clothes, he knows one thing for sure. He has to hide this power no matter what. A few days later, Hampton returns. Rudia rushes to meet him, her face beaming. "Really? Is my dad all better?" Ira steps in and hands her a letter. Rudia's eyes light up. "It's Dad's handwriting." Hampton's mission was a total success. The letter confirms it. Thanks to the mysterious medicine the seventh young master sent, the pandemic was finally ending. Rudia reads the letter, tears of joy and relief welling in her eyes. "I'm so relieved." Watching her, Larson thinks, "Well, this is a pretty good feeling." Rudia turns to him, her expression filled with resolve. "I will definitely repay this favor." "Favor?" Larson asks, playing innocent. "Yeah," she says firmly. "You are now my benefactor." Larson crosses his arms. "Well, I guess that's true." Rudia's eyes sparkle with excitement. "I will become your pact maker," she declares. "I'll make the Pact of Fire." The Pact of Fire. Larson remembers it well. It was the sacred oath Casson and Rudia were supposed to make in the original story. His heavenly eye fills in the details. It's a once-in-a-lifetime vow, where a firekin devotes their entire existence to their benefactor. A commitment for life. He knows if he accepts, the story will change forever. Casson will lose a powerful ally, and the fate of the continent could be at risk. But honestly, he just needs to survive until he's 17. He clears his throat, preparing to accept. "Ahem, if you truly wish to." A brilliant smile lights up Rudia's face. She begins the oath, her voice ringing with sincerity. "I, the Firekin Rudia, swear the oath of a lifetime before the eternal flame." A warm pink light envelops them. Larson stares in awe. "This is it, the Pact of Fire!" But then, a new notification appears. His heavenly eye is interpreting new information, revealing this world's hidden price. The price? The pact grants authority over berserker rage. A flicker of realization hits him. That's right, he remembers writing that Rudia would occasionally go berserk. Since she was so simple-minded, it made sense for her to lose control when angry. But the system reveals the dark truth he never wrote. The one with authority can control her berserker rage. But the side effect is the Pact-Maker's death. His eyes bulge in horror. "Wait a minute, the side effect is death?" "Oh, wait, Rudia, I don't want to do it," he yells, waving his hands frantically. She looks confused. "Why not? This is a good thing." "No, it's not," he insists. She tells him her dad said it was an incredible honor. "Then explain to me why it's so good," he demands. "Well, that is," she stammers, trying to remember what her father said. A cute, hazy image of her father explaining the pact flashes in her mind. "What was it again?" she mumbles. Larson grabs her shoulders. "Listen carefully. If you make this pact, you have to sacrifice your entire life for me." Her face lights up. "Sacrifice? That's good." "Sacrifice is good. Why?" he asks, completely exasperated. She leans in close, her eyes shining with pure innocence. "Because it's cool." Larson is speechless. He tries a different tactic. "If you go berserk, I can't stop you." She just shrugs. "Why does that matter?" "If I can't stop you," he says, his voice dead serious. "Nay, you die." Rudia is completely unfazed. "We are fine with dying for the one we make a pact with. That is the honor of the Firekin. We call it martyrdom." Larson grabs his head in frustration. Her innocence is making this terrifying. "I don't want to kill you," he says, "and I don't want to be responsible for your death." Rudia just laughs. "No way! Larson, you worry too much." "I won't die." He feels like he's trying to reason with a brick wall. He grabs her hand, trying one last time. "Listen to me. I am 9 years old," he says, pointing at himself. "I am too young to be someone's contractor. Age isn't important for the pact," she argues. He cuts her off. "I'm not a Firekin. Don't force your beliefs on me." Rudia's expression becomes thoughtful. "Forcing something is bad, right?" "I don't want to force you." Then she asks, "So you don't want me to be your contractor?" He puts his hands together, feigning deep sincerity. "It's not that I don't want to, but the responsibility is too great. Because we are so young, I am not certain we can properly fulfill the sacred Pact of Fire." Her expression softens. "I understand. Then I will wait." A blue screen confirms it. Pact of Fires has been cancelled. Larson lets out a massive sigh of relief. Later, they're standing on the balcony. I see now, Larson is a good person, Rudia says suddenly. He asks why. My dad said, that while the Pact of Fire is sacred, the contractor must be chosen carefully. Larson listens, a bead of sweat on his brow. He said someone might just try to use me as a tool, she explains. But if there was someone who rejected the pact for a legitimate reason, they would be a good person. Someone trustworthy. Her father's final piece of advice rings in her mind: never let that person go. A burst of fiery determination erupts from her back as Larson panics internally. Later, Rudia is happily munching on some chocolate Larson gave her. This is so yummy. You fixed my dad, and you give me yummy snacks. Larson, you're so nice. He sees his opening. Rudia, it's time for you to give me that good stuff you mentioned. Her eyes widen. Oh, right, the good stuff. It has to be the chalice of fire, Larson thinks. It's the relic most sacred to the Firekin. He remembers the details from his novel. It's hidden in a small stone grave in the Dragon Mountain Range near her home, a grave only a Firekin can open. There's something really amazing near my neighborhood, she exclaims. Dad said it's ultra-amazing good stuff. He asks what it's called, practically vibrating with anticipation. Please just say Chalice of Fire. The name, she says, mid-chew. I don't know. You don't know? He facepalms. She just adds that people call it a good cup. He sighs. He really did write her character way too simple-minded. He decides to use his heavenly eye to learn more about the chalice himself. The system explains the chalice creates flaming water once every 100 years. The water has the power of purification and can burn away anything harmful to the mind or body. Simply put, poison immunity, mind control resistance, and you'll never get sick. It's an item that grants a long and healthy life. Well, whatever, he decides. Let's go, Rudia. She happily agrees. Dotson, Aira stops them. Young master, shall I request for the protectors? He freezes. Oh, right! A bead of sweat drips down his face. He'd completely forgotten. The main family of the Maton clan is always accompanied by an entourage of elite magician bodyguards called protectors when they leave the estate. And even he, the disowned youngest child, is no exception. He has to come up with a valid reason to go all the way to Rudia's hometown. What would the family think if he said he was going to get a good cup? He can't lie. A seventh circle magician will be glued to his side 24/7. There's no way he could deceive them. The bigger problem is that every protector is probably loyal to one of his siblings in the succession war. But he can't give up on the Chalice of Fire. He paces back and forth weighing his options. Risk getting caught or give up the prize. He taps his foot, making his choice. All right, I've decided. Later, a hooded figure appears. Protector Magician Japel. The man just responds with a gruff, "What?" Japel's mind is a storm of resentment. The original Larson's negligence led to the death of his best friend. And now, this worst bastard has chosen him as his personal guard. The past has a way of catching up to you, especially when you're living in someone else's. Years ago, a 6-year-old Larson Maton stood over a kneeling Japel, his voice dripping with childish cruelty. "You are just a guard dog for this house," he'd said, "and I am its master. Do you understand?" "If you do," the boy had screamed, his face twisted in a vicious snarl, "then lower your eyes, you worthless mutt." The new Larson cringes at the memory. What a monster he used to be. He knows he's in for a rough ride. Protectors are all master magicians who've reached at least 7 circles. This won't be easy. Aira interrupts his thoughts. "Young master, what should I write as the reason for your travel request?" she asks. Larson is confused. Reason? He tells her to just write that he's going out to play because he heard there's good chocolate nearby. Aira looks at him, completely dumbfounded. There's no way a reason like that would ever work. But a heavy red stamp slams down on the document. The document has been approved. His ridiculous reason actually worked. Japel walks up the path to the Maple Annex, his steps heavy with resentment. There he is, in full view, a protector of the Maton clan. A powerful, grizzled man with a permanent scowl etched onto his face. Larson greets him from the balcony above. "Welcome, Japel." He leans against the railing, a calm, confident smile on his face that seems utterly alien for a 9-year-old boy. Japal just scowls up at him, grunting a stiff greeting. Inside, Larson remarks that Japal has changed a lot. A little, Japal replies, his voice tight. He gets straight to the point. May I ask you something? Larson nods. You must be curious why I chose you as my protector, right? Larson looks at him, his expression unreadable. Because I'm just a house guard dog. He knows a man like Japal would never forget the cruelty he endured. Leaning over the railing, Larson continues, his voice echoing the words of his past self. And since you're a guard dog, you have to guard the master too. A vein throbs on Japal's temple. He's barely restraining his rage. Larson straightens up, his tone shifting. He knows a simple apology won't work here. I figured you would be the most trustworthy dog of them all, he explains. At the very least, you wouldn't backstab me. Japal looks bewildered. Do you trust me? Larson's answer is immediate. No, I don't. A sly smile creeps across Larson's face. I don't trust the man, Japal, but I do trust the protector, Japal. I know you're a greedy man. Am I wrong? He knows from the novel that Japal is ambitious and will follow anyone who can offer him power. In the original story, Japal was loyal to the fourth young master, but switched his allegiance to the second sister, Evalia, when her star began to rise. Japal asks how his ambition led to this. Because I felt you could help me one day, Larson says mysteriously. Japal scoffs internally. This kid is just the powerless worst bastard of the family. And that's when Larson drops the bombshell. Even though you're currently loyal to our fourth brother, don't you want to serve our second sister instead? Japal freezes, his shock visible. What? How could you possibly know that? I'm a protector. I'm not loyal to anyone, Japal says, trying to recover. But Larson knows he's caught him. Oh well, he says, walking past him. Does a protector need a reason to protect his master? He turns, his eyes sharp and commanding. As a member of the Maiden clan, I order you, protect me. After a long, tense silence, Japal finally relents. I'll follow your order. As Larson walks away, Japal is left reeling. Is this really the same idiotic brat from the rumors? What happened to him? He recalls what he's heard, how Larson beat the sixth young master and created a perfect mana circle without any help. But what's even more surprising is the sheer amount of mana he can feel from the boy. More than a second circle mage, despite only having one circle. Not even the prodigy Evalia could manage that. Japal makes a decision. I need to observe him. He's definitely hiding something. And so, their journey begins. Rudia runs ahead, excited to finally be heading home. Let's go see Papa. They arrive in a small, rustic village nestled in the mountains. So this is Hairan, Rudia's hometown. Larson remembers the lore he wrote. The firekin who lived here once dominated the continent, before their fire god, the Phoenix, exhausted its power. But now, it just looks like a remote, peaceful village in the countryside. Rudia lets out a piercing shout that echoes through the valley. Papa! The sound is so loud it makes Larson flinch and cover his ears. A young man rushes forward to greet them. Young master, it's Hampton. He apologizes for not preparing a formal reception. Rudia immediately asks where her father is. Hampton tells her he's at home, and she takes off like a rocket, screaming for her papa. Hampton runs after her, leaving Larson and Japal behind in the dust. Larson looks at Japal, a serious expression on his face. Something feels strange here. But Japal is lost in thought, replaying Larson's words in his mind. Even though you are currently loyal to the fourth brother, don't you want to serve the second sister instead? His mind is in turmoil. He's never told a soul about his ambitions. How could this boy know his deepest secrets? Nearby, a joyful reunion takes place as Rudia is swept up in her father's arms. Her father bows deeply to Larson. Thank you. He comments on how powerful Rudia is for her age. Rudia proudly tells her father that Larson is kind, and she brought him here to give him a gift. Her father pats her head. That's good. You must always repay your debts. Japal watches, completely baffled. The worst bastard is kind? What favor is she talking about? He notices all the villagers are looking at Larson with genuine gratitude and respect. What in the world did this kid do? None of the other protectors knew anything about this. What has Larson been doing behind everyone's backs? Rudia's father leads them away. Follow me. It is time you received your gift. They walk down a forest path. Japal looks around, a sense of unease growing in his gut. Rudia points ahead. It's over here. They arrive at a clearing. In the center stands a simple stone grave, marked with a weathered wooden cross. Rudia begins to chant in an ancient language, her hands glowing with fiery energy. The stones of the grave begin to pulse with an intense, fiery light. A tremor runs through the ground beneath their feet, and from the glowing stones, a golden chalice rises into the air, wreathed in ethereal flames. "What is that?" Japal stammers, staring at the impossible sight. He can feel an immense power radiating from the faded golden cup. He realizes he's been completely deceived. The boy said he was going out to play and eat chocolate. It was all a lie to get his hands on this artifact. Larson stares, his heart pounding in his chest. This is the fire chalice. But just as he reaches for it, a notification from his heavenly eye stops him cold. A hidden rule of this world has been discovered. The new rule is devastating. The flaming water inside the chalice can only be consumed by someone who has made a pact with a Firkin. Anyone else who drinks it will suffer a painful death. He stares at the chalice in horror. Wait, so I have to accept the pact of fire to drink this? The system adds another layer of pressure. The water is already beginning to lose its power. If he waits too long, it will become nothing more than plain water. He has to decide right now. He remembers the terrible burden. Accepting the pact means being responsible for Rudia's life. Even the hero Kasin struggled with that. Can he really handle it? But he knows he'll never get another chance like this. He asks himself, what would the author Cha Shungmin do? The author Cha Shungmin would. He makes his choice. Rudia. He turns to her, his face set with resolve. The pact of fire. Let's do it. A warm, golden light envelops them as the pact is sealed, binding their fates together forever. Her face lights up with a bright, genuine smile. Really? She asks, her voice full of hope. Larson just nods, telling her to hurry. They're running out of time. Okay, Rudia says, wasting no time. A warm, pinkish fire mana begins to flow from her palms. As she channels her power, a notification appears. The fire chalice is reacting, recognizing the sacred pact about to be formed. The worn-out ancient chalice begins to pulse with a golden light, growing brighter with each passing second. Watching from the side, Yabal's jaw hangs open. He can't believe what he's seeing. Just moments ago, that cup was a fading relic. But now, it's glowing with an intense, holy light, restoring itself to its former glory. The old cup is reborn, gleaming as if it were brand new. As Japal watches this unfold, a chilling realization hits him. He thinks back to Larson's flimsy excuse for this trip to play and eat chocolates. It was all a lie. Every single move, every calculated word has been part of some terrifying, immaculate plan. Rudia extends her hand, her fire mana swirling around it. Japal has to admit, he's never witnessed fire mana so clean and pure. In his eyes, it's just as potent as the magic of Persia, Larson's monstrously powerful sister. Larson gives Rudia a quiet, knowing look. Everything is going exactly as he planned. Japal's eyes narrow. He's sure of it now. The rumors he heard about the seventh young master being useless and cruel were completely wrong. The information had to have been manipulated. Rudia finishes the ritual, breathing heavily. The pact of fire is complete, she says, exhausted but satisfied. Larson simply replies, I see. A notification confirms it. The pact is complete, and Rudia is now his contractor of fire. But the last line is ominous. A major variable has just been introduced into the story. A blinding flash of light erupts as the pact solidifies, engulfing everything in its fiery glow. As the light fades, Larson puts a hand to his chest, surprised. The intense, burning heat he felt from the chalice just a moment ago is completely gone. He reaches down and grabs the glowing artifact. The system informs him that because the chalice witnessed the sacred pact, it's been upgraded to a pure fire chalice. The liquid inside is no longer flaming water, but pure flaming water. Without a second thought, Larson brings the chalice to his lips and drinks it all down. It just tastes like sparkling water, nothing special. But as soon as he finishes, the system alerts him. To handle the power of the pure flaming water, he'll need to control the intense heat now flooding his system. Instantly, his cultivation technique kicks in to manage the energy. He can feel it. The heat isn't just sitting in his stomach, it's moving, heading straight for his heart. Larson sits down cross-legged. He looks over at his bodyguard and says, "Protector, I entrust my safety to you." He's putting his life in the hands of the man who hates his very existence. Japol watches with a skeptical frown. Mana cultivation? Out here in the open? He knows even the slightest disturbance during this process can be fatal. He can't wrap his head around it. Does the young master really trust him that much, even after everything the original Larson did? As if reading his mind, Larson opens his eyes and gives him a small, confident smile. "I repay trust with trust," he says aloud. With that, Japol raises his arms, creating a protective barrier of mana around them, shielding them from any threats. As Larson cultivates, his self-regeneration ability activates. The pure flaming water isn't just hot. Its energy is making microscopic cuts all over his heart. But just as quickly, his body heals them. His cultivation technique finally brings the chaotic energy under control. His divine eye tries to analyze the water's effects, but a notification pops up. He doesn't have enough mana for a full analysis. He'll have to try again later. Some time passes, and Larson finally opens his eyes. Japol stands over him by the campfire. "Did you finish?" he asks. Larson nods. "Yes. It took longer than I thought." Larson looks up at his protector, his gaze sincere. "Thank you for protecting me." Japol looks away, almost uncomfortable. "It's nothing. I was just doing my job," he grunts. Then he adds, "Congratulations. It looks like you've obtained some new power." Larson just shrugs. Japol then gestures toward the dark woods. "By the way, young master," he says, his tone serious, "this is the entrance to the Dragon Mountain range." Larson calmly replies, "I know, but Japol isn't finished." He can feel a powerful mana signature coming from the mountain, and it's approaching them fast. Whoever it is, they aren't even trying to hide their presence. Larson asks if he's sure. Japol confirms it, guessing the power surge from the fire chalice must have attracted them. Rudia adds that her instincts agree. They're coming quickly. Suddenly, two figures in dark cloaks leap through the trees with incredible speed, their eyes glowing ominously. Japol notes that they're clearly skilled. Larson's mind races. He recalls the world he created. Swordsmen and magicians are natural rivals. He clenches his fists. He can't run away. Running would make him a coward in the eyes of his mother, the person he's fighting to save. Besides, with a master magician like Japol at his side, there's no need. He decides to wait. In a flash, the figures land silently in the clearing before them. "They're here," Japol calls out. Larson's eyes glow blue as he activates his divine eye to get a look at their uninvited guests. His breath catches in his throat. His eyes widen in pure shock as a wave of panic washes over him. A system notification flashes, warning that a major variable has just occurred, one that could shatter the entire plot. Because the person standing before him is the original protagonist of this world. The genius among geniuses, destined for countless lucky encounters. He is the overpowered hero of a classic overpowered novel, a monster created by Larson himself. His name is Kasen Seo, the one person Larson wanted to avoid at all costs. Larson's mind is screaming, "Why is he here?" Chapter 17. The scene is set. Larson, Japol, and Rudia on one side of the clearing, and Kasen with his two cloaked guards on the other. The air is thick with tension. Larson's divine eye gives him the details. Kasen has the blue eagle of the renowned sword clan, Seo, on his chest, and he's the same age as Larson. It's definitely Kasen Seo, accompanied by his guardian spirits. A system window explains something Larson had forgotten he'd written. The three great clans of the world can instinctively recognize each other, like wild animals sensing their own kind. This means one thing. Just as Larson recognized Kasen as a Sayu W, Kasen must have also recognized him as a Maton. Kasen takes a step forward, his footsteps silent on the forest floor. "I came here after feeling a powerful wave of mana," he says, his voice calm and clear. He seems incredibly refined for a 9-year-old. He explains that his guardian spirits told him about the powerful fire mana. He was curious, so he came to investigate. And that's the core of Kasen's character. His insatiable curiosity was the foundation for his incredible growth. He had to investigate anything that piqued his interest. It seems like you know who I am, Larson says, testing the waters. Kassan replies that he guesses he's from the Maiden clan. He initially thought Larson was the sixth young master. But, Kassan continues, I heard the sixth brother learned water magic, and I can't sense any water mana from you at all. Are you the fifth young master? He asks. Larson's mind races. He desperately wants to avoid any connection with Kassan, but he scraps the idea of lying. It's too risky. He recalls that his fifth brother learned earth magic, and that gives him an opening. With a small laugh, Larson asks, Am I that different from the rumors? Kassan's eyes widen in shock. No way, are you the seventh young master? Kassan blurts out. You are completely different from what I've heard. In the background, the guardian spirits are just as stunned. Larson puts on his friendliest act. We're the same age, let's just talk casually. Kassan, who seems completely unused to this, simply agrees. Then I'll speak comfortably. This is where Larson's author knowledge gives him a huge advantage. The system reminds him of Kassan's backstory. He had everything. Love, the best teachers, an elite education, except one thing. Kassan didn't have any friends his own age. And Larson knows exactly how to exploit that. After all, who would dare try to befriend the heir to the most powerful sword clan in the world? Just then, Rudia steps forward. She asks Kassan if he's Larson's friend and introduces herself warmly. My name is Rudia. What's yours? You're very handsome. Kassan seems a bit taken aback by her directness. Kassan, he replies. Rudia smiles, telling him it's a pretty name. Kassan blushes slightly, clearly flustered. Trying to get back on track, he turns to Larson. Larson. About that mana wave earlier, so you had a special opportunity, Kassan concludes, after Larson gives him a vague explanation. Larson confirms, adding internally that it was an opportunity he made for himself. Larson explains that the power protects him from things like poison. Like poison? Kassan asks, intrigued. Yes, Larson replies with a confident smile. Kassan nods, admitting it's a very useful power. One of Kassan's guardians watches the friendly chat, completely bewildered. The Sword Clan is more powerful here. They could easily defeat Larson's group. Yet their young master isn't showing any hostility, he's just chatting. Meanwhile, Rudia has wandered over to Kassan, marveling at his sword. Wow, is this a sword? Can I touch it? She asks innocently. Kassan looks surprised but doesn't seem to mind. Larson sees his chance. He knows they probably won't meet again for a while, so he needs to leave a strong impression. Kassan, he calls out, holding out his hand. It's my first time meeting someone from the Seiyo clan, and we're the same age. Kassan takes his hand, admitting it's his first time meeting someone his age, too. They shake, sealing their newfound friendship. Then, Larson's expression turns serious. I heard that people from the Sword Clan clash with their swords before becoming friends. Kassan fills in the blank for him. It's called a martial arts contest. Larson's eyes light up. Yes, that. Do you want to try it? He pushes further. I heard it's a necessary step before becoming friends. Kassan looks hesitant, saying it's not exactly necessary. But it's better to do it, right? Larson presses, a challenging glint in his eyes. Kassan's expression hardens, a fiery intensity burning in his red eyes as he places a hand on the hilt of his sword. Are you challenging me to a contest right now? A faint blue aura swirls around Larson as he gives a sly smirk. Yes. This is the perfect opportunity, he thinks. A chance to confirm the difference in power between the hero of this world and himself. A boy destined to be a villain has just challenged the world's hero. But this isn't about winning, it's about rewriting his own story. Kassan looks on, his hand on his sword, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Are you challenging me to a martial arts contest right now? A faint blue aura flickers around Larson. He gives Kassan a confident, unblinking smile. Yes, he says. Off to the side, Ja Play is having a silent meltdown. Is he serious? Challenging the heir of the Seiyo clan, right here, right now? He glances around the foggy clearing. They're outnumbered, and the enemy has 2 guardian spirits who could wipe them out in an instant. One of the guardians watches, its glowing eyes narrowed. It knows there's no guarantee of safety here, but it also knows its hands are tied. Japple realizes the same thing. The 7th young master is a member of the Maiden bloodline. A formal duel between 2 clan heirs is sacred. He can't interfere, and with a rival clan watching, stepping in would be a grave insult to the Maitons. He's trapped. All he can do is watch. Cassin looks intrigued. "Did you also train with a sword?" he asks. Larson shakes his head. "No, I train in magic combat." Cassin notes that's a rare technique. Larson just gives a wry smile, saying it happened to be the only thing he was ever good at. This just makes Cassin more confused. Then why request a contest? People from the Magic Clan don't usually like us. Larson's smile fades. He looks Kazan dead in the eye and hits him with a question he knows will land. "You don't have any friends, do you?" Cassin freezes, the question striking a nerve. Cassin's guardians are shocked. How could he say something so blunt, so disrespectful? Japel feels a cold sweat trickle down his back. What is he thinking? He's provoking him. But Larson isn't finished. He throws his hands up in a casual shrug. "I don't have friends either," he says. "We're the same, you and I." Cassin stays silent for a moment before quietly agreeing. "It's because of who they are, the heirs of powerful, competing clans. And for me," Larson continues, his voice laced with a carefully crafted sadness, "making friends is even harder than it is for you." He explains that his clan, the Maitons, forbids them from making friends. The only exception is at high society parties, through family connections. Cassin scoffs. "How is that a friend?" Larson agrees. "It's not." "That is why I have no friends," Larson concludes, laying the final piece of his trap. "But if it's you, I think the clan will give permission. And that," he says, his voice ringing with purpose, "is why I'm challenging you to this contest." As he speaks, his divine eye analyzes the situation, confirming the plausibility of the scenario he's creating. For a renowned sword clan, a contest isn't just a fight, it's a symbol of trust, a sacred bond. Cassin admits that Larson seems to know a lot about his clan's traditions. The system then adds another layer. When a weaker person challenges a stronger one, it's an even greater sign of trust. It means they're putting their complete faith in the stronger person not to harm them. And Larson is definitely the weaker one here. He drops into a fighting stance. "As I said, I use magic combat. You can think of it as a form of martial arts." Cassin draws his sword. He sets the terms. He'll use his right hand and only the basic Sayo sword techniques. "Since you're bare-handed," he adds, "I will concede the first 3 moves to you." He settles into a stance, his form clean and perfect. Cassin asks a simple question. "Once we start, who do you think will win?" Larson doesn't hesitate. "Obviously you will. But why do you think I am challenging you?" Cassin guesses. "Because you want to be my friend?" Larson presses him again. "Then do you think the winner matters?" "No," Larson answers for him, his voice firm. "Who wins is irrelevant. I didn't challenge you because I wanted to win. I did it because I want to be your friend." He looks at Cassin, his gaze steady. "Friends need to be equals, so look at me and treat me as your equal." Cassin is visibly moved. He apologizes, saying he wasn't trying to look down on him. Larson nods. "I know. I will do my absolute best," Larson declares. "Cassin, you should do your best as well." And so it begins. The 7th young master of the Maiten clan versus the 2nd young master of the Sayo clan. They face each other in the center of the clearing, surrounded by their silent protectors. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Cassin makes the first move. "Straight thrust," he yells, lunging forward with blinding speed. Instantly, Larson's perception of time slows to a crawl. But even with his enhanced senses, Larson is stunned. The moment Cassin announced the attack, the tip of his sword was already inches from his face. He's unbelievably fast. Larson barely manages to twist out of the way, using all his skill just to stay on his feet. He thinks if he can just get out of this, he can win. But not the fight. His mind snaps back to reality. He has to win the contest. Cassin attacks again. Larson grits his teeth. So fast. He's not giving him a single inch of breathing room. Larson knows his magic combat is useless if he can't get in close. But Cassin's swordsmanship creates a perfect defensive zone around him. If he rushes in, he'll be cut down. If he stays back, Cassin will pick him apart from a distance. A grim realization dawns on him. This is the true power of a main character. He never had a hope of winning this fight, but thanks to his attribute, he can read the path of Cassin's attacks, and if he can predict them, he can find an opening. Kassan lunges again. Horizontal slash. Larsen's mind analyzes the move instantly. It's a feint. The real attack will be a straight thrust right after. But then he sees it. No! Kassan changed his attack. Because Larsen didn't fall for the feint, Kassan switched to a real slash mid-motion. There's no time to dodge. All he can do is take the hit. In a flash of light, Larsen activates his willpower skill, throwing his arm up to block. The impact is tremendous, sending a shockwave of energy through the air. The force of the blow rattles him to his core, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He stumbles back, coughing. Taking the hit on his arm caused a mana concussion, shaking his entire system. Kassan stops, his sword pointed at Larsen. Kneeling on the ground, clutching his injured arm, Larsen looks up and says it clearly. I lost. Japple lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He's still shaken, but at least it didn't end in disaster. Kassan sheathes his sword, his expression filled with genuine concern. Is your arm all right? Larsen replies through gritted teeth. Yeah, but it feels like it was smashed with a steel pole. It was an impressive defense, Kassan says. Larsen is confused. Even though I didn't block it properly, Kassan insists, mentioning some sudden sparks. Larsen has no idea what he's talking about. Sparks? He glances at Rudia, but knows she couldn't have interfered. Everything happened too fast. Kassan holds up his sword. This sword is an artifact. It can slice through steel, he explains. Larsen's eyes widen in horror. He realizes Kassan just hit him with a weapon that could have easily taken his arm clean off. Kassan quickly adds that he controlled his strength. He sits down next to Larsen, reiterating how impressed he was. Larsen just thanks him, admitting the difference in skill was even bigger than he thought. Kassan offers Larsen a hand. As he pulls him to his feet, Kassan says, all the other people I've faced seem to have an even harder time. Larsen points out that, well, they were all much weaker than him. Then, does that mean you're strange? Larsen asks with a smirk. Kassan shakes his head. No, I just thought if it was you, I could trust you. A bright, genuine smile spreads across Kassan's face. It's my first time meeting someone like you. I'm really glad I met you today, Larsen Maton, he says sincerely. Let's meet again soon. And with that, Kassan and his guardians vanish into the mist. A system notification appears. Another major variable, one that can leave a huge impact on the story, has occurred. Larsen looks off into the woods, his expression grim. He has successfully befriended the protagonist. The story is officially off the rails. Japol approaches him. Seventh young master, may I ask a question? Larsen tells him to go ahead. When did you learn spark attribute magic? The question catches Larsen completely off guard. I did? When? He recalls Kassan's words. I was completely surprised by the sudden sparks. Just then, Larsen stops. Wait, I can feel something. A gentle warmth begins to emanate from his heart, right where the fire chalice's energy had settled. He looks at his hand as a faint blue and red aura begins to swirl around it. It's not powerful, but it's definitely there. Mana, imbued with heat. The gift from the fire chalice has finally awakened. To be sure, Larsen uses his divine eye to replay the duel in his mind, analyzing every last detail. He recalls the crushing impact of Kassan's sword against his arm, oars, and the unexpected burst of sparks that erupted at the point of contact, a detail he missed in the heat of the moment. He even remembers the look of pure shock on Kassan's face. The system confirms it all. The mana from his pact with Rudia merged with the pure flaming waters he drank, creating a brand new elemental ability. Standing in the quiet forest, it all finally clicks. Ah, so that's what happened. He realizes that drinking the pure version of the flaming water, not the diluted kind, was what made this possible. But this is a power far beyond his level. Using attributes in magic is something only masterclass magicians like his sister Persia can do, and even they rarely bother. Japple stares, his mind still reeling from the duel. How did you do that? He asks, his voice low. Larsen just gives a casual shrug. I don't know either, but Japple isn't buying it. He knows that's just Larsen's way of saying, mind your own business. He's now certain that this entire trip, from start to finish, was meticulously planned by the young master. He even wonders if encountering Kassan Sayo was part of the scheme. If a powerhouse like Persia is secretly backing him, Japel knows he has to watch every step he takes from now on. As they start their journey home, Japel speaks up, his tone formal. "I'll guide you to the Maiden clan." Dressed in a new red jacket, Larson simply replies, "Okay." But Rudia suddenly grabs his arm, stopping him in his tracks. "Take it back," she demands. Larson is completely lost. "Take what back?" Flames begin to flicker around her, her anger rising. "If you don't cancel it, I'll burn everything," she yells, leaving Larson utterly confused. His mind flashes back to his conversation with Kassen. "I also have no friends. It's the same for me as it is for you." A wall of fire erupts behind Rudia as she shouts, "I thought you were my friend. That's why I made the pact of fire with you." Larson is stunned. He completely underestimated how much that word meant to her. "You are my friend," he says, trying to calm her down. She glares at him. "Then why did you say you had no friends?" He's completely flustered, stammering for an answer. I take it back." She presses him. "Are you really taking it back?" Larson quickly nods. "I take it back. It was my mistake. I'm sorry." Instantly, her anger vanishes, replaced by a brilliant smile. "Really?" "Yes, Rudia is your friend. That's fine then." She falls into step beside him, adding one last warning. "Remember, I'm your friend. Don't you ever forget it." Larson just sighs. "Of course!" She adds that he's forgiven, but only because it's the first time. Back at the Maiden estate, their return is met with scornful whispers. One magician sneers, "That bastard, he really went out just to eat chocolates." "What a happy life he's leading," another complains. "Why does the patriarch let him do whatever he wants?" One of them points out how strange it is. With countless ways to arrange an accident, the fact that the patriarch only exiled him is deeply suspicious. The sprawling annex comes into view. Larson's gilded cage, separate from the main family. As Japel walks away, Larson's earlier promise echoes in his mind, the promise to help him get revenge on his sister. He clenches his fist, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Maybe he wasn't just bluffing back then. It's midnight on January 1st. The new year has begun. A lavish feast is spread across the table, a grand dinner for two. Larson sits with his mother, Soso. "Thank you, Era," Soso says warmly to the maid serving them. Era just bows. "I'm flattered." As Larson looks at Era, his personal maid with short white hair, his divine eye activates on its own, revealing her primary attribute, assassination. Larson pushes the thought aside, wondering why his ability has been so active lately. He cuts into his steak and asks a question he's never thought to ask before. "Mother, what kind of person is father?" He realizes that even as the author, he barely knew his own father, and as Larson, he was simply terrified of the man. It felt as if any memory of his father had been deliberately wiped from his mind. Soso looks down, her expression full of a deep sadness. He is a lonely man. Larson listens quietly, his face unreadable, and in that moment, the divine eye reveals a truth that shatters everything he thought he knew. Decatra Maiden, the feared patriarch, had only ever truly loved one woman, his mother Soso. Larson is still processing the shock when a deep voice cuts through the silence, calling me a lonely man. Ha! The very air in the room tears open, revealing a massive golden portal of crackling mana. A man steps through, his presence so immense it feels like a physical weight. With slicked-back orange hair and piercing yellow eyes, he radiates absolute authority. Larson's eyes widen in sheer terror. Decatra. His father takes a seat at the head of the table. That's a harsh thing to say, Soso. Both Soso and Larson immediately stand and bow. Greetings to the patriarch. The pressure in the room is suffocating. It feels as if one man's arrival has raised the temperature of the entire hall. Larson can't believe a single person can exude such power. He can barely breathe. Every fiber of his being is screaming that this man is danger incarnate. Decatra's gaze lands on him. "You," he says, his voice like stone. "Yes, patriarch," Larson replies, his heart hammering in his chest. "I heard something unsavory happened with your brother. This is a test." Larson knows he can't show fear. He confirms the fight happened, his mind racing to analyze his father. He has to control this narrative. "He tried to discipline me with his fists, not magic," Larson explains calmly. "And was that why you did that?" his father asks. Larson's voice is firm. "I decided the magician's honor had been disgraced. He used the wrong method, so I responded with the commandments of Mana. Decatra's eyes narrow. So, you're saying you did nothing wrong? Larson meets his gaze. Indeed, I didn't, he continues. As a magician, I wanted to end a meaningless fight quickly. His father presses on. So, you overreacted for that reason? Larson shakes his head. I don't think it was excessive. I inflicted no fatal injuries, he states, recalling how he carefully avoided causing permanent harm. And I used magic combat to teach my brother the importance of vigilance. His father listens, leaning on his hand, his expression unreadable as Larson says he doesn't believe the succession should be a bloody war between siblings. Seeing his opening, Larson's voice rings with passion. Our true enemies aren't each other. The Granzo clan, the Sayo clan, making them kneel before us. That should be our true goal. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Decatra's lips. That's a good thing to say. Larson presses his advantage. The sixth brother should be thanking me. I personally allowed him to experience how crucial distance is when fighting those worm-like martial clans. Decatra looks at his youngest son in a new light. He'd never had expectations for his sixth and seventh sons, but now he thinks, the seventh is far better than the sixth. Larson delivers his final, decisive blow. If he still bears a grudge against me for that, then he isn't qualified to be a maiden. Internally, Larson is trembling. He swallows hard, praying his performance was enough. And then the divine eye gives him the final piece of the puzzle, confirming what it showed him moments ago. Decatra still loves Soso. It reveals a hidden detail from his novel. The reason the pathetic, original Larson was allowed to live until he was 17 was because he was Soso's son. Larson finally understands. It never made sense how the most useless member of the family survived for so long. In the original story, his mother would have died from her illness in just a few years. Her death destroyed the only thing protecting the original Larson, leading to his execution shortly after. He remembers the lore he wrote. Decatra exiled Soso to this annex after Larson was born and never visited again. But it was never about hate. The original Larson was just a bastard son with no power to protect his mother. He was an incompetent child who could never hope to become the patriarch. Decatra treated Soso coldly and sent her away on purpose, to prepare for the inevitable. It was a twisted form of protection. The other wives must have known about his father's true love for Soso, and their jealousy would have made her a target. The distance was meant to keep her safe. Larson's mind is crystal clear. The path forward is simple. If he can live up to the maiden name, if he can become strong enough to truly protect his mother, the entire power dynamic of this family will change forever. With the truth laid bare, Larson's path becomes clear. If he can become strong enough to protect his mother, he can change everything. He looks his father in the eye, his resolve hardening. He knows that deep down, Decatra wants this too. I am thinking I should do my best, Larson says, his voice steady. Decatra scoffs. Weak, he says. Magic combat has its limits. It's hardly a proper technique. He pauses, then adds, however, just because there's a limit doesn't mean you should do nothing. Larson seizes the opening. I can help whoever becomes the next head of the clan. My magic may have limits, but my potential does not. His voice rings with a confidence he's never shown before. Do not forget, father, I have still inherited your blood. Soso watches, her eyes wide with pride and disbelief. In that moment, Larson makes a silent vow. He will grow stronger, he will climb higher, and he will protect his mother. Decatra says nothing, but a thoughtful, almost approving look crosses his face. The boy's words have hit their mark. A few days later, his servant Hampton delivers a handwritten letter from the patriarch himself. It's a simple, direct command. Come to the Maiden Central's main banquet hall. For a formal invitation, it's brutally short, but the message is clear. He is being summoned. It's time for the Maiden clan's 10th birthday banquet, a tradition for every child who comes of age. The imposing main building of the estate looms before him. But this isn't about the party. The true purpose of the banquet is the body-strengthening array. For a magician, this isn't about physical strength. It's a ritual to awaken their primary elemental attribute. Fire, water, metal, earth, light, lightning, or darkness. One of these will become the core of his power. Larson adjusts the bow tie on his sharp new suit. Looking in the mirror, he hardly recognizes the boy staring back. He's changed, not just on the outside, but in his very soul. Escorted by his maid, Era, he arrives at the banquet hall. The grand doors swing open, welcoming him into the lion's den. He can feel the hum of powerful magic in the air the moment he steps inside. His divine eye reveals that the massive table at the center of the room is permanently enchanted. Permanently, he thinks to himself. They really are extravagant with their money. He asks Era where he should sit. She gestures to a seat directly across from the head of the table. "Young master, your seat is here." He then asks about his mother. "From what I know, Madame Soso was not invited," Era replies coolly. Larson nods. "As I thought." A familiar, angry voice cuts through the air. "You!" He turns to see his older brother Rasen pointing his staff right at him. Larson offers a polite, infuriatingly calm smile. "Oh, hello, brother. Is the spot I hit you feeling better now?" Rasen just freezes, stunned by his casual tone. Rasen glares, thinking this punk has gotten bold after landing one lucky hit. "Brother, there's no way that—" Larson cuts him off with a cheerful grin. "You think you only lost because you were caught off guard? Feel free to challenge me any time." He leans in, his voice dropping. "But this time, it will hurt more. I've improved since we last met." Rasen grits his teeth, his face twisting in a snarl. "Soon I will crush you, you insect." Larson just pats him on the shoulder. "Sure, do your best." Internally, he's pleased. A brother seething for revenge is far more useful than one cowering in fear. The sharp click of high heels echoes through the hall. His sadistic third sister, Persia, arrives with a predatory smile. "Oh, it's our cutie youngest. You got here early. Are you enjoying that new toy of yours?" she asks, referring to Rudia. Larson smiles. "Yes, she's quite good with fire." Rasen grumbles nearby, still bitter he didn't get to claim her. "A wager is a wager," Persia says, dismissing him. Rasen looks shocked. Third sister made a wager with that piece of trash? He can't believe it. And that moron actually won? No way. Another set of footsteps approaches, slow and deliberate. Larson looks up, and his playful demeanor vanishes. It's his second sister, Evelia Maiden, the last archmage and the top contender to lead the clan. He knows that beneath her gentle exterior is a will of iron, a woman who would do anything for the honor of the Maiden name, wielding both light and darkness. And he knows a secret from the story he wrote. She is destined to be executed by the hero, Kasen Seo. The tragic irony is that she is also fated to be Kasen's first love. "I see the youngest has changed drastically," Evelia notes, her voice calm and piercing. "I'll take that as a compliment, elder sister." Evelia offers a small, knowing smile. "Of course." Anxiety washes over Larson. Seeing Persia and Evelia, two absolute monsters, in the same room confirms his fears. Simply gathering his own small crew won't be enough. He realizes he was arrogant. To survive in this family, he needs far more power than he ever imagined. The rest of the siblings and their mothers arrive, filling the hall with a suffocating, competitive tension. Finally, Decatra takes his seat at the head of the table. The family is assembled, the patriarch, his 3 wives, and 6 of his children. Decatra begins, his voice devoid of warmth. "The youngest has turned 10. Congratulations." The congratulations that follow are just as cold. Larson just mumbles, "Nah, thank you." Now, the real event begins. Evelia stands to report her progress. "Per your orders, father, I have returned after annihilating the Balrogs from the spring water of chaos. This isn't a party, it's a progress report." His 4th brother, Cain, is next. "I have captured the northern necromancer, Karen, and sealed her in the devil's coffin," he adds with a proud smirk. "We also eliminated her 20 or so followers." Decatra asks about the clan's losses. Cain's smirk widens. "I was the only one there." "Good job," Decatra says flatly. Even Persia offers a rare, genuine nod of approval. "Now it's Persia's turn. I have brought the Sylvia's wings that were enshrined in the abandoned temple." Larson's blood runs cold. He knows exactly what that artifact is. His divine eye confirms his suspicion. She didn't just bring it, she stole it. Sylvia's wings is a divine artifact that massively boosts a magician's wind affinity. And to get it, Persia left a river of blood in her wake. 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 paladins all cut down. Decatra asks if the Holy Kingdom has responded. One of his wives answers, "There's been no announcement yet." Well, Decatra says dismissively, the most they can do is ask for an apology. He asks his wife how they should respond. Her answer is chillingly simple. Ignore them. It's an incredible display of power. The Maton clan is so strong that they can rob a holy site, and the entire kingdom can do nothing about it. A knock sounds at the door. "Enter." Decatra's attendant, Senkan, enters carrying a polished wooden box. He places the box on the table directly in front of Larson. Inside are 7 scrolls, each glowing with a different colored light. The 7 core elements. "Make a choice," Decatra commands. But as Larson looks at them, his divine eye flares to life in a way it never has before. Huh? The streams of mana flowing from the 7 scrolls begin to weave together. They twist and burn, smoke rising as they merge into a single, brilliant scroll. Larson reaches out and takes the newly formed scroll in his hand. Persia's eyes fly open in shock. "What?" the other siblings gasp. "Immediately," one of them exclaims. For the first time, Avelia's calm composure shatters as she stares in utter disbelief. He chose the transcendent attribute. Larson holds the glowing purple scroll aloft, a confident smile spreading across his face. "Choose this scroll." A heavy silence falls over the room. His siblings, his father's wives, they all just stare, shocked by his sheer audacity. Decatra's sharp voice cuts through the quiet. "Avelia," his daughter responds instantly. "Yes, father?" "Did you tell him about this?" he asks, his gaze like daggers. Avelia shakes her head. "No, father." He glances at his other children. Cain and Persia both deny it as well. Decatra leans back, a complex expression on his face. "Are you telling me a 10-year-old analyzed the mana wavelengths on his own? Something even you, Avelia, couldn't do at his age?" He looks at Larson, who sits calmly, observing the chaos he's created. "I think he's got a better eye than I had back then." Persia smirks, her interest clearly piqued. "How interesting. I never would have expected this." Avelia offers her own theory. "He might just be talented in magic combat. Its growth is fastest in the beginning." But Decatra dismisses the idea. "None of us learned magic combat at 10. The conclusion is unavoidable. Larson is an anomaly." Larson stands and walks forward. "Bring me the scroll of transcendent attribute," Decatra commands. The tradition is simple. Maton children are offered 7 scrolls and choose one to gain its elemental power. Red for fire, blue for water, one for each of the 7 attributes. But the system reveals a hidden secret. Combining all 7 creates the legendary transcendent attribute, the power to control them all. Larson looks at the glowing scroll. It's a mixture of everything. He knows being a jack of all trades can mean being a master of none, but it's a risk he has to take. He presents the scroll to his father. "I didn't think you would choose this one," Decatra says, his tone unreadable. Larson answers smoothly, "I'll take that as a compliment." His brother Rayson watches, seething with jealousy. What's with that attitude? Has he lost his fear? Then Decatra makes a decision that throws Larson completely off balance. "Avelia will be in charge of the ritual." "I thought you would be doing it yourself, father," Larson says, his composure finally cracking. Decatra explains that if he did it, Larson might not resist the overwhelming power and could die. Larson's mind races. This changes everything. For a split second, he wonders if he's made a terrible mistake, but he shoves the doubt aside. "No, I can't survive in this insane world without taking risks like this." He turns to his sister. "Older sister, I leave it to you." Avelia looks at him seriously. "Do you trust me?" He nods. "As a mage, I do, but Avelia isn't optimistic. The transcendent attributes involves destructive, heavy mana. The ritual will be just as dangerous." Larson asks for his chances. "At best, 50%, she says bluntly. He places the scroll on the magic circle. "What if you try your hardest?" Her answer is the same. Still 50%. She offers him an out, kneeling to unroll a different scroll. "Do you want me to choose a different attribute for you? Those who walk the path of magic don't force their views on others." Her voice softens slightly. "But I do wish for you to be strong." Larson is silent for a moment, surprised by this flicker of kindness. Then his resolve hardens. "I will stick with this one." Avelia nods. "Take off your clothes." Larson hesitates. "Ma, how much?" Her instruction is blunt. Everything but your underwear. Nervously, Larson begins to unbutton his shirt. As he removes it, he reveals a lean, toned physique that's shockingly well-defined for a 10-year-old. Persia lets out an impressed, "Ooh!" Even Evelia is surprised. Who would think that body belongs to a 10-year-old? And how did he see through the secret of the scroll? Persia's mind buzzes with questions. A muscular body. What other secrets is he hiding? A great body and face, she purrs. He'd make a fine decoration. Larson shivers, standing before his sister, ready for what's to come. Evelia addresses their father. Father. Larson's 10-year ritual, she places her hands on Larson's back as he lies on the cold floor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Just as she's about to start, Larson stops her. Sister, wait. She assumes he's scared, but he shakes his head. No, it's not that. I have something to tell. Father, he says, looking up at Decatra. His other siblings look on, shocked at the interruption. What is it? Decatra asks, his patience wearing thin. Larson makes his move. If I survive this, please do me a favor. Kame scoffs. What an idiot, asking for a favor during his ritual. Evelia explains that it's tradition for the patriarch to perform the ritual. That tradition has been broken, Larson points out. Although you are skilled, sister, you are not father. So, I believe I deserve a special favor for this added risk. Larson glares, a twisted grin on his face as he mutters, I hope father strikes him down for this. What is the favor? Decatra demands. Larson takes a deep breath. From now on, please, allow my mother to come to this hall. The patriarch's wives gasp in outrage. One of them snaps, That inferior thing cannot be allowed here. Larson challenges her instantly. Why is my mother inferior? She scoffs. Her birthright is different from ours. I'm father's son, Larson says, his voice ringing out from the floor, and half my blood is from my mother. Calling my mother inferior is calling me inferior, and calling me inferior is calling father inferior as I carry his blood. The woman flinches, silenced by his perfect logic. Decatra looks down at his son, his face a mask. Why do you want this? Larson delivers the final, perfect blow, playing the one card he knows will work. Because mother wants to see you, father. For a fleeting moment, Decatra's stoic facade cracks. He knows he's just made powerful enemies of the other mothers, but it doesn't matter. His mother is his father's only weakness, and now he's put that weakness on his side. Fine, Decatra's voice booms across the hall. If you survive, I will grant your favor. He gives his son one simple, chilling command. Try to stay alive. Larson meets his gaze. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Now, there's no turning back. As Evelia places her hands on him, she announces, I shall begin the operation. One who walks the path of magic, she chants, following the commandments in the 10-year ritual. I, Evelia, command you. You who shall lead the will of transcendence, be embraced by the fierce and great Mana. A blinding light erupts from his body. An unbearable heat spreads through every inch of him. He screams as magic runes burn themselves onto his skin. It's too hot. It feels like I'm being branded. His world dissolves into white. And then, in the darkness, a quiet voice speaks. I'll help you. Larson finds himself standing in an endless black void. I have all my limbs, but I can't feel any of them. He flexes his hand, and a faint sensation returns. Ah, I remember this feeling. It's just like the anesthesia from his past life. A small ball of fire flickers into existence before him. Hi, it says in a cute voice. Larson stumbles back in shock. What is this? He whispers, staring at the tiny flame floating in the darkness. He looks closer, his eyes widening in recognition. Wait, this is... The ball of fire shifts and transforms into a small, adorable chalice with googly eyes. Image, shaped to 1069. A name flashes through his mind. The Holy Grail of Fire? Trapped in the void of his own mind, Larson stares at the artifact living inside him. A name echoes in his thoughts. The Holy Grail of Fire? The fiery chalice floats before him. Do you remember me? It asks. Larson nods, his head still spinning. He remembers the searing pain of the ritual and asks why it's here. But the creature corrects him. Wrong. I'm not the Holy Grail of fire. Larson is confused. Then what are you? My real name, it declares, is the Holy Grail of transcendence. The words hit Larson like a physical blow. What? He tries to use his heavenly eye, but he's not strong enough. The Grail explains that the Firekin clan had it all wrong, ever since a legendary archmage named Kurtel poured fire mana into it long ago. It gives him a stern look. Oh, right, it says, as if remembering something. You don't need to know who Kurtel is. But Larson's mind is already racing. Kurtel, the legendary archmage. He remembers the lore he wrote for his own novel. While most great mages were just stories, Kurtel was the one many believed to be real. Anyway, I want to help you, Hyung, the Grail says casually. Larson is thrown off. Hyung? A cup has a gender? He pushes the thought aside. How are you going to help me? The Grail explains that Larson has a special body, what the ancients called a heavenly body. It's strong, but not strong enough. The massive wave of mana from the scroll is too much for him. Your circle is saturated, it says simply. His mana core is already full. What do you think happens when that kind of power enters your body now? The Grail asks. Larson knows the answer. A grim smile crosses his face. I die. The Grail nods. Correct. But I don't want you to die, it says, looking away with a bored expression. The reason? It'd be boring. I'd have to go back to sleep for another century. It offers a deal. I'll consume the mana for you. It's a flavor I really like. This is its one chance. For ages, it's been searching for its true owner. It's hard to explain, the Grail continues, but you have the qualifications to be my owner. Larson is confused. Why me? The Grail's answer is deeply unsettling. Your very existence is full of holes. That's what's required to take me in. What does that mean? Larson asks. You'll see in time, it replies. Anyway, let me get to the point. With a burst of imaginary fireworks, the Grail makes its grand proposal. Be my owner. The plan is simple. It has already melted into his heart. It will consume the destructive mana and be reborn into its true form. That scary big sister of yours will take care of the rest, it adds, referring to Avelia. The Grail says it will rest inside his heart, ready to come out when needed, and it gives him a chilling warning. You're going to have to use me a lot, sooner than you think. As he hesitates, he feels a terrifying sensation. His body is literally fading away. If it disappears completely, he'll die. A wave of pure, primal fear washes over him. He clenches his teeth, his voice shaking. I don't want to die. He thinks of his mother, of her gentle smile, and all the things he still has to do to protect her. With everything on the line, he throws his head back and screams his answer into the void. Holy Grail of Transcendence. I'll be your owner. All right, the Grail says, as a brilliant golden light explodes from its core. A massive wave of energy rushes towards Larson, engulfing him completely. His eyes fly open, filled with a power he's never felt before. This is the power of the Holy Grail of Transcendence. Back in the real world, Avelia stands, her expression grim. The ritual is done, Father. Decatra simply replies, Good work. Larson gasps for air, drenched in sweat but miraculously unharmed. I'm alive, he thinks, his mind reeling. Was that a dream? No. Definitely not. He can feel it, a new presence beating in place of his heart. But Avelia's report tells a different story. I finished the operation, but... You mean to say it was not successful? Decatra finishes, his voice like ice. Larson's eyes widen. What? Correct, Father, Avelia says, blaming herself. The mana in the scroll was extinguished. It's because I am not skilled enough. Decatra stands, turning his back on his son. That is simply his fate. Larson Mayton's 10-year ritual is over. Larson lies on the floor, the truth burning inside him. It wasn't extinguished, it was consumed. As his father walks away, Larson calls out, Father, you promised to bring Mother here. Decatra stops, but doesn't turn around. A promise is only for those who deserve it, he says, his words crushing Larson's hope. But as he's left alone on the floor, Larson allows himself a small, knowing smile. As his siblings file out of the room, he thinks to himself, I still made progress. He gets dressed, amazed that no one, not even his father or the Archmage Avelia, has any idea what really happened. I'm glad it's not obvious, he thinks. I've gained a powerful, hidden ally. He adjusts his collar, a look of quiet triumph on his face. The operation was a massive success. He turns to his maid. Let's go back, Era. But as he turns, a sudden, suffocating pressure fills the air. He looks at Era, and it's like staring at the sharpened edge of a blade. A dangerous, bloodthirsty aura is radiating from her. There's something I'd like to ask, she says, her voice cold and unfamiliar. For the first time ever, his heavenly eye fails him. Opponent cannot be analyzed. He realizes she's showing her true self, right here, right now. A notification confirms it. The highest level of security magic has just been activated in the hall. And there's only one person who can use that magic in this building, Dekatra. Are you aware of what I've learned? She asks. Larson plays dumb. Should I be? She notes. His attitude has changed. He just shrugs. I've gotten myself together recently. Era asks a simple, chilling question. Who do you think hired me? Larson doesn't hesitate. I assume Father did. Era asks why. Because you're not hiding your aura while he's still here. Her eyes narrow. How amusing. You can feel my aura. Larson clenches his fist, the pressure starting to get to him. Yeah, he says with a nervous grin. It's sharp and thrilling, kind of scary. She tells him that's just because he's weak. He retorts, I just turned 10, of course I'm weak. True, she concedes, but is that enough reason to assume he hired me? He knows he can't run. She's faster. You're releasing your aura, but no one is coming, he explains. There are powerful mages all over this building who would sense it. Since no one's here, something must be blocking it. Something like security magic. He lays out his final deduction. No one can cast that magic here without Father's permission. You were hired by him. He set up this barrier, and he ordered you to reveal yourself to me. Ira confirms it. You're right. He said I could do whatever I wanted to you if you couldn't figure this out. Larson gives a weary smile. That sounds just like him. Era notes that he doesn't seem disappointed. Oh, I'm disappointed, he says. The question is, why reveal yourself now, after hiding for so long? Era looks away. It's the perfect time. The day you officially came to the main building, and the day you met Father. Larson finishes her thought. The day he cast a secret barrier to isolate us. He drops into a fighting stance, a determined grin on his face. This whole day, Father wanted to test me. A sharp sound echoes as Ira draws a short blade from her sleeve. Correct, she says, her eyes glowing with deadly intent. The real test has just begun. The ritual is over, but the test has just begun. Larson faces his maid, who now radiates a killer's aura. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. I see. Father wants to test me. You're right, Ira says, her voice as cold as the blade in her hand. She admits she's surprised. To be honest, I didn't think you'd figure that part out. Larson asks what she expected. I figured you'd wet yourself the moment I showed my aura, she says with a smirk. Larson scoffs. Aren't you underestimating me a little? Era's entire demeanor shifts, the subservient maid vanishing completely. Then I will introduce myself properly. She gives a formal bow. My name is Discreet Without a Sound, but you may continue to call me Era. Larson's blood runs cold. Discreet Without a Sound? That's a character I made up. He remembers the folklore he wrote, the stories used to scare naughty children. If you misbehave, Discreet Without a Sound will snatch you away. She was an assassin so feared that even the strongest warriors in the world trembled at the mention of her name. The powerful Seo sword clan had hunted for her after she took one of their own, but they never found a single trace. She was a ghost, a legend, and that same legendary assassin is standing right in front of him. He can't wrap his head around it. An assassin that powerful is this young? He mentions the Seo clan. That was 15 years ago, she replies coolly. The timeline makes no sense. He asks if her appearance is a disguise, but she refuses to answer. Larson changes tactics. All right, so how will you test me? With a pop quiz? Era's eyes glow. My specialty is assassination. Deflect one of my attacks, and you win. A wave of energy pulses from her, and in the blink of an eye, she's gone. Larson's heavenly eye flares, but the result is terrifying. No presence detected. Even his ultimate sensory skill can't find her. He clenches his fists, his father's words echoing in his mind. He remembers Dekatra ordering Aira to get rid of him if he was too weak. The stakes are real. Get rid of me? Wait! Larson calls out into the empty room. He raises his voice, making his demand clear. What's in it for me if I win? Her voice suddenly materializes right behind him. I didn't think you'd ask for a reward. He whips around, but she's not there. A second ago, he could have sworn she was in front of him. What would you like? She asks. Larson makes his demand. Stay with me, not as a servant, as my protector? He flashes a confident smile. You said it yourself. I'm weak. His expression becomes resolute. So, until I'm strong enough, you will protect me. Aira is silent for a long moment. Then her voice answers with a single, curt word. All right. Great, Larson thinks, a sly look in his eyes. That's all I needed to hear. He drops back into his stance. The test begins now. Internally, his confidence is a bluff. He thought he could handle this, but he can't sense her at all. Even with his heavenly eye, she's completely invisible. He can't read her movements, so he can't dodge. But he's betting on one thing. His father wouldn't actually order her to kill him. Not after everything. That means she won't aim for his heart or his neck. If he can't find her, then his only option is to let her attack and defend at the last possible second. He settles on a new, incredibly risky strategy. I'll just get hit. She's limited in where she can strike, and the moment she moves, he'll know her location. He focuses, scanning the empty room. Besides, I have flow slowly and heavenly eye. Suddenly, the very air around him begins to warp and shimmer. Huh? He realizes his flow slowly skill isn't just slowing his perception of time, it's letting him see the flow of mana itself. A purple and pink aura swirls around his hand. The very quality of his mana has changed. A notification appears. The Holy Grail in his heart is reacting to Aira's killing intent, upgrading his Iron Will skill to something new, advanced self-defense. The Holy Grail of Transcendence has awakened, supercharging all of his abilities as a brilliant purple aura erupts around him. In the distorted flow of mana, he sees it. A flash of movement, a blade slicing through the air. I can see her attack. The trajectory is crystal clear. She's aiming for his leg. He could dodge, but that's not enough. He has to deflect. His new self-defense skill instinctively kicks in. With a burst of resolve, he lunges forward. I'll take the hit. He twists his body, using every ounce of his skill to meet her attack head-on. His hand crackles with vibrant purple energy. He thrusts his open palm forward, catching her blade in a shower of sparks. Aira freezes mid-strike, her eyes wide with shock as his fingers stop her attack just inches from her face. You almost got my chin, she says, stunned. Larson keeps his hand clamped on her arm. How about that? Counts as a deflection, right? Aira is silent for a moment, then she concedes. Yes, it does. She sheaths her blade. I will keep my promise. With another formal bow, she makes a new vow. From this day forward, I swear to protect you, young Master Larson, with everything I have. Then, just as before, she vanishes into thin air. Larson looks down at his hand. Blood drips from a deep gash on his palm, but he doesn't feel the pain. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. I passed the test. Elsewhere, in a large shadowed study, a heavy wooden door creaks open. It shuts with a soft thud. Aira stands in the center of the room. I will begin my report. She speaks to an unseen figure. The seventh young master appears to have predicted my attack route. I see no other explanation for how he deflected it. I also believe he deliberately chose not to dodge. He must have predicted that I would not attempt a fatal strike. She calls his decision wise, but notes something was different. My dagger was coated in Melia poison, she explains, yet he grabbed the blade with his bare hand. The dagger cut his flesh, the poison entered his body, and yet he was fine. She speculates his mana must have neutralized it. The question is whether that was intentional or simply luck. I will observe him further to find out, she concludes before vanishing from the room. She reappears outside the door, her thoughts focused on Larson. I knew he'd changed, but I never imagined he could deflect my attack and neutralize Melia poison. As she closes the door, she comes to a final, crucial conclusion. He has changed so much. At this point, I believe he is worth protecting. After a day of rituals, duels, and near-death experiences, Larson finally gets a moment to himself, letting out a long sigh under the cloudy night sky. Today was exhausting, he thinks, walking through the quiet courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of freedom. Just as he's savoring his victory, a familiar googly-eyed chalice pops into existence beside him. "I did good, right?" it asks. Larson leaps back in shock. "What the heck? I didn't know you could take physical form." He frantically looks around, but the Grail isn't worried. "You can't just pop out like that," Larson scolds. "Why not? You're the only one who can see me." "Praise me," the Grail demands. Larson is confused. "For what?" the Grail explains. "That pretty big sister from earlier had Melia on her dagger. The name sounds familiar." "Melia?" His heavenly eye instantly supplies the horrifying details. "Melia is a deadly poison. Most victims don't survive more than 5 minutes. A chill runs down his spine. Deadly poison? That was on her dagger? Did you get rid of it?" he stammers. The Grail lets out a puff of smoke. "Nope, it's in my tummy. Poison is an attribute. It'd be a waste to just get rid of it." Then it drops a terrifying bombshell. "But if I get a big shock and throw it up, your whole body will melt." Panic sets in. Larson immediately starts screaming, "Hampton! Hampton!" Down the hall, his loyal servant comes running, a massive backpack bouncing on his shoulders. "Yes, I'm coming, young master." Hampton arrives, panting for breath. Larson gets straight to the point. "You know what Melia is, right?" Hampton's eyes light up with a disturbing excitement. "Yes, a rare find. Is this for a poisoning mission?" Larson quickly shuts him down. "No! Stop thinking such weird things." "What about an antidote?" Larson asks. Hampton explains that's much easier to acquire. "Get some," Larson orders. Hampton takes off at a full sprint, promising to be right back. Larson sighs. His maid is an assassin, and his shadow is a poison master. What a team. Suddenly, he senses a presence behind him and whips around, startled. It's Era, but her maid uniform is gone, replaced by a sharp, formal black suit. "You changed clothes?" he asks. She explains, "To better assist you, I have been assigned to a shadow's position. A new maid will be taking her place." "So I'll have 2 shadows?" he asks. She confirms it. He notes her entire demeanor has changed. "I have no need for a mask anymore," she says flatly. "You're a really good actor, you know," he remarks. "Acting is a requirement for an assassin," she replies. He gets serious. "You put a deadly poison on your dagger, didn't you?" she asks if he knew. "Yeah," he says, annoyed. "I pretended not to know, but now that I think about it, I'm getting angry. You weren't trying to kill me, so why the poison?" Her logic is cold. "To prove I could get an antidote, so you wouldn't underestimate me." She then tests him. "Melia is a deadly poison," he responds instantly. "I know. From the poison-horned starfish in the Southern Sea." Era is visibly shocked, realizing she has misjudged him again. "You must become stronger," she tells him. "I've promised to protect you. But," she sets her terms, "the time limit is until you are strong enough. You must become strong, so I can be free of this duty." "All right, I'll do my best," he agrees. "And I will help you," she says. "But how are you going to help?" he asks. She looks away. "I will think on that. As your shadow, I will protect you no matter what it takes." Larson just sighs. Please try to have some morals. A strange feeling suddenly washes over him. "Era, can you get me some Eastern prickly pear powder?" As she turns to go, he clutches his throat. "Why am I so thirsty?" The thirst becomes an agonizing need. "Era! With water, too!" he yells, his voice cracking. He doesn't know why, but he desperately craves the bitter powder. Ira suggests a doctor, but he collapses, grabbing the bag from her hands. "There's no time!" He shoves a handful of the green powder into his mouth. Not enough. More. She brings him a glass of water, and he chugs it down like a man dying of thirst. What is happening, he wonders, as a strange energy spreads through him. Ira watches, alarmed. Something's changing. A brilliant blue aura explodes from his body. A notification appears. The powder contained a substance called ether, which is now reacting violently with the Melia poison inside him. In his mind, the Holy Grail is spinning, its eyes swirling. "Oh, I'm getting drunk. I feel sick. I'm gonna hurl," it groans, before letting out a wet retch. In the real world, the Grail's invisible form seems to shatter. Larson clutches his chest as crackling blue energy surges around him. "My heart! It's expanding!" Mana expansion, Era realizes, her mind racing. If she moves him, he'll die. I have to protect him. This is my duty. She stands guard, ready to defend him at all costs. As a non-mage, she can't control the mana. There's only one solution then. Her eyes glow with grim determination. I will have to take that mana into my own body and die in his place. But the system reveals a hidden truth. Only someone with transcendent mana can handle this reaction. Larson grits his teeth, the chaotic energy tearing him apart from the inside. "Why do I keep having near-death experiences?" he screams internally. He focuses, knowing his new mana is the key. The pressure is immense. My rib just cracked. Even with his unique power, he can't fully control it. The system reveals another requirement, a blessed body from a martial arts family. The realization hits him. Without that, I'm going to die. But then, an alternative appears. A very special body can also withstand the expansion. A body like a heavenly body's. Hope surges through him. "Heavenly body, I can withstand this!" The Grail's voice, now sober and confident, rings in his mind. "I feel better now. Young, just trust me." He thrusts his hands forward, forcing the wild energy into a concentrated sphere of brilliant blue light. The Grail is impressed. "Your weird cultivation technique is really helping." The energy stabilizes, the chaotic aura shrinking and solidifying around him. Era stares in disbelief as the dust settles. His chest. It's going back to normal." He stopped the mana expansion all by himself. But then a new wave of energy erupts from him, this time pure, blazing fire. The fiery blast sends her stumbling back. Something's changed, she thinks, her professional composure completely gone. She stares, her mouth hanging open. "How?" Brilliant blue mana forms two distinct, glowing rings that circle his hand. This shouldn't be possible. How did he suddenly become a second circle mage? The legendary assassin can only stare, her mind struggling to process what she's seeing. Two brilliant blue rings of mana circle the hand of a 10-year-old boy. How, she whispers, did he suddenly become a second circle? She's never even heard of such a thing. It's supposed to be impossible, but the evidence is right there, glowing in the dark. Larson snaps her out of it. "Are you just gonna stare?" Era quickly apologizes, then offers a rare, genuine compliment. "Congratulations." "Huh? You concede him?" he asks, surprised. She nods. "Yes, you've achieved second circle." Larson just lets out a weary sigh. "Yeah, and I almost died doing it." She asks if he really stopped the mana expansion on his own. Larson puffs out his chest with a proud smirk. "Yeah, pretty great, huh?" Ira is completely unimpressed. "No, you were born a maiden with a blessed body. It's to be expected." Larson deflates. She never gives any praise, he thinks, a little disappointed. He thinks back on the sheer, insane luck of it all. The poison, the powder, his unique mana, his heavenly body, his cultivation technique, and the Holy Grail. All 6 requirements met by pure coincidence. It was a 1-in-a-million shot, and it paid off big time. He looks over at his new protector. "Ira." She answers, "Yes, young master." "Want a rematch?" he asks with a challenging grin. She looks at him, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "A rematch?" Later that night, at a facility known as the Leaf Building, a man in glasses is dozing off in his chair. "Noah." The man jolts awake with a start. "Yes, I was just thinking." He sees Larson and Ira standing before him. "Young master, what brings you here so late?" Noah adjusts his glasses, his eyes widening as he takes in the sight. "Second circle? Am I seeing that right?" he thinks, staring at the mana around Larson. A month ago, the boy was just a first circle. And the woman next to him, she has the unmistakable aura of an assassin. He remembers Japel's warning. "I think there's some great plan. We better prepare." A chill runs down Noah's spine. He was right. Something big is happening with the 7th young master. And Larson is perfectly calm, which is completely unnatural for a 10-year-old who just broke the laws of magic. Noah decides this is far too dangerous to get involved in. "How can I help you?" he asks, trying to sound professional. "I'm having a duel with my shadow," Larson says casually. Noah is completely lost. Shadow? Since when was his maid a shadow? "All right," Noah says quickly, just wanting them to leave. "Would a wide, open space work?" Larson nods and they walk off, leaving the terrified man behind. As they go, Era gives Noah one last glance, her eyes glowing with a silent, deadly warning. Noah gets the message. "Play dumb!" "I saw nothing." They arrive at a vast, empty training center. "Era, you got a feel for my skills last time, right?" he asks, drawing a short blade. She nods. "Then fight me at that level," he says. "Ignore the fact that I'm a second circle. I'm trying something new. Just attack a little slower and don't kill me." Her eyes narrow. "An enemy won't be that kind." Larson's expression softens. "You're not my enemy. You're my shadow." Ira is visibly taken aback, her stoic mask cracking for just a moment. She grips the hilt of her sword. All right." Larson readies himself, 2 rings of mana swirling around his fists. The amount of power he can now control is staggering. A look of intense concentration crosses his face. "I get it. I can move mana however I want. I'll spread it all over my body." A wave of blue energy washes over him as his beginner magic combat skill levels up. It evolves into skilled beginner magic combat. A confident grin spreads across his face. "All right, let's go." Era makes the first move, her slash tearing a gash in the ground. The attack misses, the floor groaning from the impact. Larson stands ready, his eyes focused. Same pattern as last time. When she moves, she's still a blur to his naked eye. He waits, his stance firm. But this time is different. His heavenly eye, now fueled by second circle mana, can clearly trace her movements through the air. That's the difference. His flow. Slowly skill is stronger now too. He activates it and sees her trajectory. She's going for the leg again. "This time I'll dodge." He ducks as her blade slices through the air just over his head. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the follow-up strike. Ira is stunned. He dodged it. "He can see my movements?" But Larson isn't just defending anymore. He uses his momentum to launch himself into a flip over her head. He charges his fist with crackling blue energy and brings it down towards her head. She twists away at the last second. He instantly redirects, grabbing her collar and pulling her off balance. He spins with her, a whirlwind of motion and blue light. And in a split second, the duel is over. The tip of his blade is pressed against her neck. She's strong, he thinks, breathing heavily. "I couldn't even detect that last move with my heavenly eye." He takes a deep breath. "I lose," he declares. "I broke my promise to use the same skills." Era just looks at him. "You've gotten a bit better." He reminds her he's a second circle now. "I didn't realize there'd be this much of a difference." He gives a small smile. "Are you complimenting me?" "Not at all." "You're still weak," she says bluntly. "Can't you just compliment me?" he whines. "Empty praise is poison." Meanwhile, Noah is watching the entire fight on a monitor, his hands shaking. "What am I seeing?" he gasps. "That's a 10-year-old? A mage shouldn't be able to move like that." He marvels at Era's speed, movements so fast they're almost invisible even with magic, and Larson's power is on a completely different level than it was just a month ago. What's scarier is her last move, Larson says, back in the training room. "I've never seen anything like it." They leave the training hall, with Larson apologizing to Noah for the late hour. "I saw nothing. I know nothing," Noah thinks frantically. As they leave, Noah is still trembling. Suddenly, Era is right beside him, a blade pressed to his throat. "Forget everything you saw today," Noah stammers. I didn't see anything. I was in the bathroom. Did something happen?" Her glowing eyes narrow. Young Master Larson has reached second circle, but he can't control it well yet. Understand? Noah understands perfectly. Second circle at 10 years old. That's a first. "I'm glad you're not stupid," she says before vanishing. A portal of green light whisks Noah away. He finds himself back in his office, completely bewildered. What is happening? Days turn into weeks. Larson dedicates himself to training, day in and day out, as Hampton and Ira watch over him. "Young Master, a letter's arrived," Hampton says. "A letter? For me?" Larson asks, still hanging from the pull-up bar. He takes the letter and begins to read, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, his grip loosens and he falls to the ground with a loud thud. Hampton rushes over in a panic. "Young master, are you all right?" Larson just sits there, his eyes wide with disbelief. The renowned Seiyu swordsmanship family sent me an invitation?" he exclaims, holding up the letter. A horrifying realization dawns on him. "I never wrote this. This is a variable. An unexpected invitation has arrived, and now Larson must answer to the one person he truly fears." His footsteps echo in the silent halls as he walks to meet his father. His expression is grim. He knows exactly why he's been summoned. It's about the Sayo family. But Larson isn't walking in blind. He's already told his followers, Era and Hampton, to let the main residents know what's happening. He explained that with his ritual complete, he's now officially in the succession war. To kill the tiger, you have to enter its den. Rudia, listening from a tree, gets excited about killing a real tiger, but Larson clarifies she's needed for a different reason. He tells her that Cassin wants to be her friend too. Her face lights up with a pure, happy smile, completely unaware of the dangerous games being played around her. Back in the present, Larson stands before the grand doors. An invitation from their greatest rival could mean anything. He steps inside the vast, cold hall. Just as he expected, his father, Takatra, and his powerful sister, Evelia, are waiting for him. He looks at his father's back, a sense of grim certainty washing over him. He knew this was coming. This world may be his creation, but the story is now being rewritten, and a major unknown variable has just appeared. "I heard you called for me," Larson says, his voice steady. His father gets straight to the point. "You should know why you are here." Takatra turns, his gaze sharp enough to cut stone. Larson doesn't flinch. Is it because of the invitation from the Sayo family? Without a word, his father's pipe flares to life. A crushing wave of pure, killing intent, a raw blast of blue energy hurtles straight towards Larson. He throws up a hand, his eyes wide with shock, but not fear. "Why are you creating a situation like this on purpose?" he asks, the residual energy crackling around him. Takatra looks at him with a cold, almost amused expression. "On purpose? What makes you think that?" Larson's reply is flawless. "Because if you were actually trying to kill me, I would already be dead." "But you didn't kill me," he finishes, standing his ground. Takatra tests him, declaring the Sayo clan should crawl at their feet like insects. Larson agrees, saying they should lick the floor. But his father calls him out. "Your actions say otherwise." Larson begins his masterful performance. "As you said, father, I met Cassin in Hiren." He explains that he requested a duel, knowing that for the Sayo clan, it's a sacred ritual for becoming friends. Takatra asks how he knew Cassin would be there. Larson lies without missing a beat. "A coincidence. I saw it as a God-given opportunity to spit on the Sayo family." He continues, saying that hidden schemes are far more terrifying than open attacks. Watching from the side, Evelia's mind is racing. She felt it during the ritual. This child has changed. How could the rumors ever have called him useless? Then, a chilling thought occurs to her. He hasn't changed. A person's core doesn't change, which means someone has been deliberately twisting the information about him. Someone with the power to control what everyone in the family thought. Her eyes drift towards the man on the dais. "Father?" Then Larson drops his bombshell. "I am now a proper member of this family. I intend to take part in the succession war." Evelia is stunned. He knows his siblings already have factions and territories. Larson argues that being born late has put him at a disadvantage. To grow stronger, he must look for power outside the family. His father challenges him. "You would bring outsiders into a war between siblings?" "It's the only choice I have," Larson declares, his voice ringing with conviction. "Are you aware of what you're saying?" his father asks, his voice a low warning. "I am," Larson says, clenching his fist. "I became friends with Cassin Sayo so that one day I could make him my dog. A well-trained wolf can even hunt a tiger," Takatra adds. "What? And sometimes they eat their own masters," Larson smiles. "If that happens, it is simply fate. I will train him not as a swordsman, but as a sword dog, who who will bark, crawl, and lick the ground when I command it. Later, after the meeting, Evelia approaches him. Larson. Yes, sister. She asks if he expected things to turn out this way. He says yes, though he wasn't sure who else would be summoned. He had already deduced that his father wouldn't send him to the Seao clan alone. He would need a guardian, someone powerful and trustworthy. Evelia was the only logical choice. She notes that he spoke as if he'd rehearsed the entire conversation. Larson gives a sheepish laugh. Yeah, my brain freezes up if I don't practice. Evelia looks at her little brother, truly impressed. She admits that, at his age, she could never have spoken to their father with such confidence. Larson, she says, her tone serious, let me ask you one more thing. He straightens his posture, his expression turning sharp. The physical strengthening ritual, she asks, her eyes locked on his. Did it really fail? Larson looks her right in the eye. No, she presses him, asking what happened to the mana. Sorry, he says simply. I can't tell you. She asks why. He masterfully uses their father as a shield. Father told me not to reveal it. Evelia's eyes narrow as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. I see. It's certain now. Larson is a variable, and father has assigned him to me. She realizes he would never speak about their father so confidently otherwise. A new determination fills her. If she can't use this variable effectively, her father will simply give him to one of her siblings. This is her opportunity. Her mission is clear. What I must do now is raise him. To seal their new, unspoken alliance, Larson tells her there's something he wants to show her. What is it? She asks. He holds out his hand, a confident smile on his face. A swirling vortex of brilliant purple energy bursts to life in his palm. The raw, untamed power crackles and sparks, a mixture of every element imaginable. Evelia's eyes fly open, her professional calm completely shattered. A single, impossible thought flashes through her mind as she stares at the legendary power in her little brother's hand. No way. He's realized transcendent mana? Evelia's eyes fly open, her usual calm completely shattered by the sight of this legendary mana. He asks if she can see it. The raw power crackles in his palm, and she can feel every component, but she recognizes its core. It's the mana of fire. He knows she's right. She's seeing straight to the heart of his power. Larson? She says, her voice low. He calmly replies, yes, sister. But she tells him not to push himself, saying she's already seen his potential. As the purple energy in his hand vanishes, Larson is left confused. Try too hard? She explains that giving mana a physical form is incredibly taxing on the heart. Larson just blinks, admitting, I didn't know. With genuine concern in her voice, Evelia tells him his heart is already under strain from becoming a second circle mage so young. If he pushes his body like this, he'll never reach his full potential, she adds. I would like to see you thrive a bit longer. Larson is completely caught off guard. He can't help but wonder why she's suddenly being so kind. He remembers his father didn't seem to care that he was a second circle. Shaking the thought off, he shifts his focus back to their mission and asks Evelia for her plan. She explains that the Seao family wouldn't have invited just them. Their other great rival, the Grandel martial arts clan, must have also received an invitation. An alliance between any two of the families could reshape the world. That means someone from the Grandels, likely his age, will be coming too. A grand, traditional building appears in his mind. He knows exactly who it will be, the renowned martial arts family's only daughter, Rosalind. Larson lays out his plan. He knows the Grandels will use a specific gateway for their journey. I'm going to get there first and wait for them, he declares. When Evelia asks why, he admits he was rude to their family in the past. A brutal memory surfaces, the original Larson, standing over a beaten Rosalind, taunting her cruelly with a wooden sword in hand. You look like a fish, he had sneered at her, his face a mask of cruel delight, asking if she wanted to be beaten to death. He confesses to Evelia that the real reason he was exiled from the main family was because he assaulted Rosalind. Now, he says, he intends to apologize. He presents a careful argument. A mage should never bow their head when their honor is intact. But when their honor is lost, it's a different story entirely. I hit Rosalind, he repeats. A mage acted improperly, so it's only right to apologize. But as he says it, a chilling thought strikes him. How was the original Larson, who had no talent, able to overpower someone from the physically strongest family? A notification from his heavenly eye provides the answer. Rosalind had always been kind and hated violence. But in the future, she becomes an entirely different person, aggressive and hardened. He finally understands what caused the change. The answer is devastating. The incident had shattered Rosalind's gentle nature. For the first time, she truly understood the pain of being powerless. Driven by that humiliation, she began to train relentlessly. Her father, the patriarch, personally taught her everything he knew, and it was all because of him. She was a prodigy who simply had no interest in martial arts. But after that day, her growth was explosive, and the Grandel family celebrated her transformation. Larson finally gets it. This is the butterfly effect. An extra character like him completely changed the life of one of the story's main heroes. Back in the present, Evelia agrees to his plan. She acknowledges that he's the one who was invited, and this is his event to lead. "Do whatever you want," she says, turning to leave. "I'll support you from the side." He follows her, his mind now set. "Yes, sister." And so their journey begins. Larson, Evelia, and his 3 followers, Ira, Hampton, and Rudia, ascend a massive staircase towards a glowing gateway. Rudia is practically vibrating with excitement, already dreaming of all the delicious food she's going to eat. Behind them, Hampton worries about the Seo clan, but his faith in his master's grand plan is absolute. Tears of devotion well up in his eyes. He's just grateful to be part of his master's journey. Ira, meanwhile, is just trying not to get sick from the dimensional travel. Their journey takes them through the vast sunflower field, the dark forests of midnight, and across the eerie Black Sea. Finally, they arrive at their destination, the Grave of Swords, the central gateway. It took them 22 gateways to get here. Hampton is so sick from the travel that Ira has to carry him, but Larson reassures him that no one enjoys gateway travel. Larson looks out over a massive, bustling city. The Grave of Swords is one of the largest gateways near the Seo family's territory. Despite its ominous name, it's a lively and active place. Evelia confirms their timing. The Grandels should arrive in about 4 hours. Larson decides to train while they wait, sending the others ahead to find a hotel. He sits cross-legged and begins to meditate, focusing on his mana breathing as Evelia watches from a distance. She's completely invested now, wondering to herself, "Larson, what are you going to show us next?" Meanwhile, back at the Maiden estate, Patriarch Decatra sits on his throne. Senkan. His royal attendant reports seeing the youngest lord earlier. Decatra clarifies, "You mean Lord Larson?" Senkan confirms. When asked if the ritual failed, Senkan's answer is shocking. "No, sir, it was a success." Though he admits it certainly looked like a failure. He explains that something has taken root in Larson's heart, a power he's never felt before. Decatra reveals the incredible truth. The artifact has melted into Larson's heart, and he believes it's the legendary Holy Grail of transcendence. He tells a story of the legendary Archmage Kirtel, who traveled the world with the famous chalice. But before Kirtel died, he realized the artifact he carried his whole life wasn't the real Grail. This is a secret known only to the Maiden family. The first matriarch of the Maidens was close with Kirtel, and after his death, the true Grail was lost to history. Decatra put the pieces together. He knows Rudia is from the Fire clan, which allowed Larson to absorb the fire-aspected artifact into his very heart. He asks Senkan if he knows what the first matriarch called the Grail. Senkan does not, a supporting circle. Kirtel, however, called it something else entirely, a portable charger. Decatra simplifies it even further, a battery. When Senkan questions his certainty, Decatra simply says there's no other way to explain the current situation. "What situation?" Senkan asks, confused. Decatra lays it all out. Right now, he is a second circle, and he can also manage a bit of elemental mana. Senkan is utterly stunned. Decatra recalls their own youth when they were both called prodigies, one for mana, the other for strength. He asks Senkan if he could have become a second circle at 10 years old. Senkan hesitates. "Maybe. But you'd die from the side effects," Decatra states calmly. Senkan has to agree he wouldn't have lived to see 20, but the youngest is doing it right now without a problem, that stupid little brat. The scene flashes to Larson, meditating peacefully, his mana swirling around him with impossible stability. Dekatra is deeply impressed, but also suspicious. Why now? Why did this talent only appear after he turned 10? He turns to his most trusted man. Senkan, he's hiding something. I have a mission for you. Senkan immediately snaps to attention. Just tell me what to do. Dekatra's order is simple. Watch Larson, make sure he doesn't die. Until when? Senkan asks. Dekatra's answer is a vow that will last a lifetime. Until I die. Back at the Grave of Swords, Larson's meditation is broken. His eyes snap open. The renowned martial arts family is here. At the top of the grand staircase, two figures emerge from the glowing gateway. He can feel their aura, a powerful, dense energy completely different from that of a swordsman. He stands, his cloak billowing in the wind, and speaks to the girl he once destroyed. Long time no see, Rosalind. And there she is. Not the gentle girl from his memories, but a hardened warrior. Her eyes glow with resentment as she stands beside her immense, powerful father. The real battle is about to begin. She looks down at the boy in the black cloak, her expression a storm of confusion and rising anger. "Who are you?" she asks, not recognizing him at first. But as he lowers his hood, a flicker of memory ignites in her mind. The face of the boy who beat her without mercy, his cruel words echoing in her ears. "You look like a fish." Her eyes fly open, consumed by pure shock and untamed rage. Without a single word, she explodes from the top of the stairs. She's a blur of motion, a pink-haired missile fueled by years of resentment. She lands in front of him with a ground-shaking crash. Larson is stunned by her agility. "Why are you here?" she demands, her voice tight with fury. He offers a nervous but sincere smile. "I wanted to apologize to you." Rosalind just throws her head back and lets out a wild, disbelieving laugh. "Apologize?" she repeats, her voice dripping with venom. Larson realizes he might have underestimated just how much she hates him. Just then, the heavy slap of bare feet echoes on the stone steps. A grizzled, powerful man with long gray hair descends towards them, arms crossed. "Shouldn't you greet your elders first?" Rosalind addresses him respectfully. "Uncle." The man's sharp gaze falls on Larson. "Hello. And do you know who I am?" Larson bows his head slightly. "Yes, I do. The pillar who supports the Grandel family. Combat King Magner, right?" The man's eyes narrow. "That's right. A system window confirms it. Combat King Magner, second in command of the Grandels. In terms of pure skill, some say he's even stronger than the Patriarch. I was planning on giving you a good scolding when I saw you," Magner says, his voice like grinding stone. Larson finishes the thought for him. "But that is not the way of the renowned martial arts family." Magner seems genuinely surprised, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He's not intimidated at all. Larson continues, "I was in the wrong, so I'll apologize the Grandel family way." Rosalind smirks. "You want to be forgiven our way?" "Fine," she says, her eyes glowing with malice as she lunges forward. "Then I'll just kill you." She throws a punch aimed directly at his face, but Larson doesn't even flinch. Her fist stops just an inch from his nose. Magner's eye widens. Impressive. He didn't even blink, Magner thinks, as Rosalind lands gracefully beside the boy. "Ha," she says, a little disappointed. "I thought you'd at least look scared." "All right then," she challenges, "try blocking this." She unleashes a powerful, spinning kick. Time seems to slow as Larson's self-defense attributes kick in automatically. He raises his arms, swirling mana forming a hasty shield to block the blow. The impact is immense, rattling his entire body as he grunts in pain. The force of the kick sends him flying, and he crashes hard onto the stone ground. He lies there, winded, as Rosalind stands over him, victorious. Magner watches thoughtfully. He recognizes the technique, martial arts magic. The Maitons called it the magic combat technique. He's impressed. The boy reacted perfectly and took the hit with only defensive magic. Rosalind yells down at him. "What are you doing? Why are you just lying there?" Larson pushes himself up slowly. "Sorry, I was wrong 2 years ago," he says calmly, "and I truly mean my apology." Rosalind is furious. "What kind of nonsense is that?" But Larson delivers his final, masterfully crafted line. "You were just too pretty." She freezes. Her rage is momentarily extinguished, replaced by stunned silence. "What?" he continues smoothly. "You know how boys are. I wanted to get your attention, so I bullied you." Rosalind just scoffs, completely thrown off by his ridiculous excuse. She walks over and delivers a vicious kick to his knee, sending a shockwave of pain through him. He yells, clutching his leg as his self-defense magic activates once more to dull the pain. "Boring," she says, turning away. Larson looks up, confused. "What? It's boring to hit someone who doesn't fight back," she yells, pointing at him. "You fight too." "That's the only way I'll feel better." "All right," he says, getting to his feet. "But not now." He claps his hands together, the sharp sound echoing through the public square. "Right, this isn't the place," Magner says, finally stepping in. But Rosalind is still fuming. "Why not? I want to take this guy down right now." "Look around you," Larson says calmly. A crowd has gathered, whispering and pointing. They've been watching the whole time. "This isn't a good place to fight," he explains patiently. "If we do, everyone will talk." Rosalind snaps back. "Who cares? People will get hurt if we fight here," he says, his voice steady and reasonable. His words finally seem to get through to her. She looks at him, and for the first time, there's a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Magner watches, a small smile playing on his lips. He's pretty wise for a kid. "So, you said you were going to apologize," he says. Larson agrees. "I will, but somewhere more appropriate." Magner tells him they need to get going to the Sayu residence, patting his niece on the head. "Uncle, let's take care of this at the Sayu estate." Suddenly, a voice echoes directly inside Larson's mind. "You're good with the staging. It's Magner. Pretend to be friendly for now," the voice continues, using some form of telepathy. "If you don't want rumors spreading about a fight between our families, that is." A notification appears. Combat King Magner has taken an interest in him. From now on, he will analyze all of Larson's actions. A new variable has entered the story. Larson knows exactly what that means. He's succeeded. Just then, a far more powerful notification appears. The Mage of the Heavens, his own father, has begun to doubt the fundamental probability of the world. The Mage of the Heavens and the Combat King, two of the most powerful people in existence, are now questioning the very fabric of reality, all because of a 10-year-old boy. The requirements have been met. He succeeded in influencing a major character's thoughts through intentional acting. A new probability is being created, and Larson Mayton is about to be granted a creator's privilege. A divine golden light envelops him as the world itself seems to freeze in time. This is, a new power awakens within him. The system confirms it. He has received creator's privilege and will now be given the world's hidden setups. A burst of information floods his vision, a single file materializing from thin air. He takes it, his eyes widening as he reads the text. It's a character sheet, Larvian. Age 27, an ice witch, personality innocent but sometimes cruel, and at the bottom, a simple note written with a heart. "Chocolate is the best." His mind reels. This is it, the original, unchangeable character file he wrote in his past life. He now holds the power to see the core truth of everyone in this world. What if you could suddenly see the secret source code of everyone around you? For Larson, that power has just become real. As he stares at the glowing text, he can hardly believe it. This is the setup I made. It's all there, the hidden traits he wrote for every character. For Larvian, the ice witch, a secret obsession, chocolate is the best. For his cruel sister Persia, a chilling hobby, cutting people up. And for his protector, Era, a terrifying reputation, an assassin feared by even the strongest in the world. But as Larson looks closer, he notices something strange. The file is mostly empty space. He realizes the setup is incomplete. It's a powerful tool, but a flawed one. His mind races, trying to connect the dots. The world's probability being questioned, his sudden arrival in this body, the plot points that keep appearing, it all feels connected, but the full picture is just out of his grasp. Before he can process it all, a system message flashes before his eyes. The time limit for using the setup has been reached. The glowing information shatters and fades into nothing. The power is gone. Larson figures it must have a time limit of about a minute and probably a cooldown before he can use it again. He snaps back to reality, standing on the stone pavement with Magnar and Rosalind. Magnar suggests they meet Evelia at a nearby restaurant, and as they walk, Larson wonders how this new power will change everything. They arrive at a cozy-looking restaurant, warm light spilling out onto the street. Inside, Magnar greets Evelia with a booming voice. She calmly replies, "Long time no see. It's clear these two have a long history." Magnar laughs, crossing his arms as he sizes her up. "Seems you've gotten stronger since I last saw you." Beside him, Larson and Rosalind quietly watch the two legends interact. Evelia smirks, completely unfazed. "I think I'll be able to beat you in about 5 years," she declares. Magnar just laughs again, telling her he'll accept her challenge any time. But Evelia shakes her head, a hint of regret in her eyes. When she was younger, she could challenge him whenever she wanted. Now, as a leader of the Maiden clan, she has responsibilities that prevent her from picking casual fights. Magnar looks at her with a knowing, almost fatherly smile. "You've lost your childish cuteness," he says wistfully. He remembers when she was just a fiery kid, always ready for a fight, and even ruffles her hair in a fond memory. He even recalls a time she tried to burn off all his hair while he was sleeping, a small smile playing on his lips. Evelia laughs lightly. "I was trying to burn your whole head, but I failed," she admits playfully. As Magnar erupts in laughter, Larson just thinks it's hard to keep up with their strange friendship. Just then, Rosalind steps forward shyly and turns to Larson to greet him. Her face is flushed as she properly introduces herself. "I'm Rosalind Grandel. We met once, 2 years ago. Do you remember me?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken history. Larson's mind flashes back to her explosive rage just moments ago. He can't believe this polite, composed girl is the same person. The difference is night and day. Rosalind stands tall, her fists clenched, declaring her ambition to become strong. Evelia calmly observes that she can't use her fighting spirit yet. While swordsmen use swords and mages use magic, martial artists have their own unique power source: fighting spirit. It's an internal energy that flows through their body, enhancing their physical abilities far beyond human limits. This energy allows them to harness their physical potential to an extreme degree, pulling off incredible feats of strength and speed. While the human body has its limits, fighting spirit lets martial artists defy those limits and do the impossible. Rosalind looks at Evelia, determination burning in her eyes. "I'm going to train my fighting spirit and become as strong as you," she vows. Evelia just smiles. "I'll be waiting." Later, the meal is over, with stacks of empty plates piled high on the table. Evelia mentions the portal home will reactivate at 7:17 p.m. She offers to operate it herself and invites the Grandels to join them. As Magnar agrees, her eyes widen at the mountain of plates, shocked the two people ate so much. Turning to Larson, she notes they still have an hour. Then she asks Magnar, "I have something to discuss with the youngest. May we be excused?" Magnar agrees to meet them at the portal. As Rosalind eagerly finishes the last of the food, the two siblings get up to leave. Evelia leads Larson away, and the world around them seems to shift into a golden, dreamlike landscape. She calls him "my cute little brother." Then her tone turns serious. "Now, shall we talk about what happened earlier?" As they walk, she gets straight to the point. "Do you mean what happened at the portal gates?" Larson asks. "Yes," she confirms, turning to face him. "Did you plan all of that? Did you know she was going to attack you?" Larson doesn't hesitate. "Yes, that's why I went." Evelia presses on, pointing out that if he just wanted to settle the grudge, he could have used a formal arena and handled it privately without making a public scene. She asks him directly, why did he use the magic combat technique out in the open? Larson looks up at her, his expression calm and calculating. His answer is simple and strategic, because Combat King Magnar was there. He explains that a man like Magnar, the second most powerful person in the Grandel family, would be analyzing everything he saw. It all comes down to two things: the technique and Magnar himself. Larson knew a seasoned warrior like Magnar wouldn't miss a single detail. He would have noticed that Larson's skill was far too advanced for a 10-year-old, and he would have sensed the sheer amount of mana Larson possessed. Knowing that Magnar is famous for his logical mind, Larson predicted he would come to one of two conclusions. Either Larson had changed completely, or he was intentionally raised to be a variable, a wild card. Larsen's entire plan was to plant that exact seed of doubt in Magnur's mind. By showing off his unexpected power and composure, he forced Magnur to reconsider everything he thought he knew about the useless son of the Maton family. Avelia is stunned. Larsen shouldn't know Magnur that well, yet he predicted his thoughts perfectly and engineered the entire situation. It's incredibly impressive. Larsen continues, a confident look on his face. He knows what Magnur will be thinking next. He'll think, I am a variable that the Maton family secretly developed. And once that idea takes root, Magnur will become obsessed. He'll need to know everything about Larsen. This was his true goal, to make it painfully obvious that he is a variable, a player to be watched. Avelia reflects on his plan. She knows the magic combat technique has its limits, but Larsen's ability to strategize, considering every possible outcome, is nothing short of brilliant. But the most terrifying part is that he's only 10 years old. At this age, with this mind, his potential is greater than anyone she has ever known. She looks at her little brother, a new determination forming in her heart. Regardless of father's orders, she says firmly, I want to make this child one of my own. She then tells Larsen she first met Magnur when she was 14 during a trial for Maton's successors. She admits she didn't even know who he was back then. If I had known, she says with a warm smile that doesn't match her brutal words, I'd have tried harder to kill him. A flashback shows a younger, battered Avelia, panting heavily from their fight. In the memory, Magnur stood over her on a frozen battlefield, telling her to kill him if she was upset, and that he'd give her 3 chances. Listening to her story, Larsen realizes they share a long, complicated history, filled with surprisingly fond memories of trying to destroy each other. Avelia explains that Magnur is the kind of person who has to investigate anything he finds suspicious, even a teenage mage trying to kill him. Larsen agrees. His whole plan depends on it. If Magnur is curious enough, he'll approach Larsen himself. I think I'll learn a lot from him, he adds. Avelia notes they still have 30 minutes. She turns to him with a gentle smile and asks, why don't we go on a little sibling date? She suggests that since they're in a commercial city, there should be plenty of interesting things to see. Larsen looks at her, a little surprised. You've been to commercial cities many times, he points out. Avelia turns away, her back to him, as she simply replies, yes. Then, her voice takes on a heavier tone, remembering cities in ruins. Most of the commercial cities I went to were destroyed, she says softly, because of me. Without another word, she begins to walk, and Larsen follows without hesitation. As they walk, she reaches back and gently takes his hand. Larsen looks up at her, a small, genuine smile on his face for the first time. I'll lead the way, he says. Avelia gives a small, warm smile in return, a silent acknowledgement of the bond solidifying between them. The two siblings walk side by side through the golden landscape, their alliance stronger than ever. Meanwhile, back in the bustling city, Magnur and Rosalind are waiting. Magnur is lost in thought. 2 years ago, the 8-year-old Larsen was an extreme troublemaker, a violent little menace. He recalls Larsen's words about not wanting to hurt innocent people. Now, he's a completely different person, calm, strategic, and impossibly mature. Magnur clenches his jaw. To him, a person changing that much is impossible. He comes to a chilling conclusion: people don't change. That means his previous, monstrous image was a lie all along. The only explanation is that his public image was intentionally crafted. As Rosalind enjoys some ice cream nearby, Magnur wonders what the Matons could possibly gain from such an elaborate, long-term deception. He starts piecing together the political landscape. The Sadies invited them, but they're just pawns. The real goal is an alliance between the Sades and the Matons. Magnur senses that something big is happening. The Grandals are weaker than the other 2 families. If an unpredictable variable appears, they could be swallowed whole, and he suspects Larsen is at the very center of it all. Image, ASCL, Faginin 079. A determined smirk forms on his face. He's not going to just sit back and be a pawn in their game. I'll find out what that plan is, he vows to himself. The game has just begun. This isn't just a trip, it's a debut. For Larsen, this glowing portal is his one chance to step out of the shadows and onto the world stage. Magnur gives Avelia a sideways glance, a smirk on his face. What an honor, he says sarcastically, to use a portal operated by you. Avelia simply tells him to be careful, but then she leans in, a sly smile on her face. "You do recall I still have one chance left, right?" Magner breaks into a cold sweat, remembering their past duels, and nervously agrees to be careful. Together, the group steps into the blinding light, transported to the territory of the powerful Sade family. The teleportation hits Rosalind hard, leaving her nauseous and disoriented. Rudia, however, seems completely fine, watching her with a curious look. In an instant, the feeling vanishes. The world solidifies around them, and a voice announces their arrival. Larson finds himself on a balcony, overlooking a vast, lush landscape under a bright blue sky. Magner turns to Avelia, slightly relieved. "You didn't try anything?" She plays it cool, saying she was on her best behavior since a child was with them. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts their names, full of excitement. "Larson! Rudia!" It's Kasenseo, waving eagerly. He welcomes them, saying they must be tired from the long trip. Magner and Avelia are both taken aback. This is Kasen Sade, the heir to the entire Sade family. For him to greet them personally is a massive, unprecedented honor. Larson walks up to his friend. "Long time no see, Kasen." Kasen playfully pats his head, noting how much he's grown. Larson coolly replies, "It's magic." But before they can say more, Rudia shoves her way between them with a sharp "Hiya!" glaring protectively at Kasen. She throws her arms out, shielding Larson as if from a threat. "I'm the one who's closest to Larson. Me, Rudia, get away!" Kasen just gives a gentle, warm smile, completely unfazed. He calmly says he doesn't think friendship has ranks, and that he and Larson just connected, so they decided to be friends. Rudia is left utterly confused, mumbling to Larson about what mind and intent even means, while Kasen just stands there smiling. She's not giving up. "Anyway, I'm the closest," she insists, though her argument falls apart when Kasen points out they were going to be friends too. Seeing her flustered, Kasen kindly extends his hand and says, "I'll be your friend too." Rudia reluctantly shakes on it as Larson watches the sweet, awkward exchange. Just then, footsteps approach, and a voice calls out to, "Young Master Kasen." It's Rosalind, reminding them that she was invited too. Kasen, ever the gentleman, immediately apologizes for getting carried away and gives her a respectful bow. Rosalind smiles, telling him it's an honor, but he insists on showing proper respect. She can't understand why Kasen is so casual with Larson and Rudia, but so formal with her. From the sidelines, Magner observes keenly, realizing the shrewd little kid Larson intentionally created this exact dynamic. Magner knows this is no ordinary 10-year-old. It's as if a 100-year-old snake is pulling the strings from inside that small body. Larson sees his opening. He turns to Kasen with a friendly smile, saying he has a favor to ask. He was planning to have a duel with Rosalind. "A duel?" Kasen asks, surprised. Larson nods, asking if Kasen could provide them with a proper place for it. The stage is set. The daughter of the martial arts family versus the infamous troublemaker of the magic family. With powerful figures from all three great houses watching, this is Larson Mayton's official debut. This is a promotional image for the series. Elsewhere, servants are already gossiping about the duel, wondering who will win. One of them scoffs, saying, "Larson is just a foolish kid, and Rosalind will obviously win." Another points out that without her fighting spirit, the match will be decided by pure physical skill. "So Rosalind will win then?" the first servant retorts. But the other brings up a good point. Larson's main skill is magic combat technique, a style designed for exactly this kind of fight. In a quiet, elegant room, a man with sharp red eyes looks at his son. This is Garcia Sade, the patriarch. He asks Kasen for his thoughts on the duel. Kasen replies that he's envious, because a duel with a friend sounds like a lot of fun. He continues, saying that while the world thinks Larson is a foolish troublemaker, he knows the truth. "He's a good guy," Kasen says with absolute certainty, "and I think he'd make a great rival." Garcia looks surprised, asking if his son really has a rival already. "Yes," Kasen confirms. "I'm stronger at the moment." Garcia's eyes narrow, catching the nuance. "At the moment, I see. In that single instant, everything clicks." Garcia realizes the rumors about Larson must have been intentionally distorted, and that means only one thing. Larson is the Maton family's hidden variable, and this entire event was orchestrated by the calculating mind of his father, Decatra. Garcia asks again, "Who do you think will win?" Kassan replies without hesitation, "I think Larson will win." But then he adds a strange contradiction. "But I also think Larson will lose," Garcia asks him to explain. Kassan looks at his father, his expression serious. "Larson," he says, "has a soft heart. He believes Larson is stronger, but his kindness will keep him from finishing the fight." Garcia stands, his interest thoroughly piqued. He decides he must attend the duel and meet his son's friends. A rare, genuine smile appears on Garcia's face. "My son's friends," he thinks. "I'm excited." The next day, the sun beats down on the firmament sword stage. It's a large, open-air arena, with spectators gathered on a raised platform. Rosalind stands on the dusty ground, her eyes burning with intensity. "I've been waiting for this." She drops into a fighting stance, every muscle tensed and ready for action. Across from her, Larson gets into his own stance. He knows he has to play this perfectly. The patriarchs of the three families are watching his every move. From the viewing platform, Garcia Sade watches intently. Larson knows he has to live up to the hype. This is his debut. A fierce aura, like a phantom tiger, flares to life behind Rosalind. Her eyes glow as she growls, "Here I come." She lunges forward in a blur of motion, her fist aimed straight for Larson's face. The attack is incredibly fast, closing the distance in a split second. But for Larson, time itself seems to bend as his flows slowly talent activates. His eyes glow with a cool blue light. He has the advantage here, especially since Rosalind can't use her fighting spirit yet, leaving her reliant on pure, predictable physical attacks. With a slight tilt of his head, Larson dodges her punch effortlessly, countering with a kick that she twists away from just in time. They exchange a rapid series of blows and dodges, moving like phantoms across the stage. Rosalind sees an opening and unleashes a powerful kick, but just as it's about to connect, Larson's self-defense activates, his arm moving on instinct to perfectly block the blow. Rosalind is shocked. She put enough power into that kick to break bones, but it felt like hitting water. Her attack was completely neutralized. In the stands, Magner and Avelia are stunned into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Don't get arrogant because you blocked one hit," Rosalind yells, unleashing another glowing punch. Larson calmly blocks her attack with one hand, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. "You've got a long way to go," she shouts. With a fierce battle cry, Rosalind unleashes her full fury. She throws a furious combination of punches, but Larson deflects and blocks every single one. He moves with a supernatural grace, flowing around her attacks like water. She tries a low sweep, but he leaps back, easily dodging the arcs of energy. Rosalind comes to a stop, panting heavily, sweat dripping from her face. She's thrown everything she has at him and hasn't landed a single clean hit. Larson, on the other hand, stands perfectly still, not a single drop of sweat on him. He is calm, composed, and completely untouched. The onlookers are speechless. Garcia, Kassan, Magner, and Avelia can only stare in utter shock. Magner's eyes are narrowed. As a master, he sees exactly what's happening. He's reading her attacks at least one step, no, 2 steps ahead. A small, knowing smile plays on Avelia's lips. An apple doesn't fall far from the tree, she thinks. Magner comes to a firm conclusion. The rumors about Larson were definitely a lie. He stares at the small boy standing confidently in the arena. There is no doubt in his mind anymore. That boy has received brutal, secret training. The hidden variable has finally shown his true colors. The fight has taken its toll. Rosalind is on her hands and knees, panting for breath, her body screaming with exhaustion. Across from her, Larson stands perfectly calm, a slight smirk on his face. He hasn't even broken a sweat, a blue aura of mana swirling gently around his feet. Rosalind grits her teeth in frustration. He's only defending, never once going on the attack. She can't understand his strategy. From the viewing platform, the patriarchs see it clearly. Larson is simply waiting. As time passes, Rosalind gets more frustrated, and her frustration is making her sloppy. He's even taking hits, but only in non-critical places. This level of control is impossible unless you are overwhelmingly more skilled than your opponent. Magner watches with a grim expression. Larson is showing off. This is the Maton family's secret weapon in action. He can see that while they may be kids, their potential is enormous. Larson knows he's fighting this way for two reasons. First, to prove that the so-called inferior magic combat technique can surpass traditional martial arts. And second, to display the might of the Maitons in front of the other two great families. Magner turns to Garcia Sade with a knowing look. "It seems you and I are having similar thoughts." Garcia nods. "Yes, it would seem so." Garcia states his conclusion plainly. Larson was raised in secret as a mage who specializes in magic combat techniques. Magner agrees completely. Magner then poses the critical question, why reveal that power now? The answer is clear. He's developed his skills in secret and now wants to test them in real combat to prove himself. Magner grins. "And I'm sure he knew we would notice." Garcia smirks back. "A provocation." "Yes," Magner confirms, "it is." Evelia watches her brother, a proud smile on her face. "So, this is what you were planning, Larson?" Next to her, Kasem can only say, "Wow," completely in awe of his friend. Down in the arena, Rosalind's patience has worn thin. "How long are you just going to be on the defensive?" she shouts. Larson's reply is simple and cuts deep. "Until you're not mad anymore. That's the last straw." If that's his plan, she's going to make him take this seriously. "At least act tired," she screams, her frustration boiling over as her fighting spirit finally awakens. Her fist glows with an intense red energy. She puts all of her power into a single punch, and this time, Larson doesn't dodge. He takes the hit head on, the force slamming into him. He stumbles back as Rosalind stares in horror. "What? Why didn't you dodge?" she cries out, shocked. Larson wipes the blood from his mouth, a pained smile on his face. "It seemed like you wanted me to take at least one hit," he says, his voice raspy. Rosalind is completely flustered, her anger instantly replaced by guilt. "What kind of duel is this?" she shouts. She rushes over to him, pulling out a potion. "Drink this," she insists, pressing it into his hand. She turns away, her shoulders slumped. "I lose," she says quietly, leaving Larson confused by her sudden surrender. "You're annoying," she mutters. She admits she even used her fighting spirit in that last punch. "I don't even want to be mad anymore because you keep being kind." Larson looks at her and simply says that since his rib is cracked, they're even. "Thanks." Before the moment can settle, Casson comes running down from the stands, shouting Larson's name. Larson's creator's privilege activates. He sees Kazin's character setup, a boy who loves stories about heroes and sees the world through optimistic eyes. Another part of the setup flashes. Lonely without any friends, he was very inspired by things like trust and camaraderie between allies. Kazan excitedly tells Larson he feels like he's improved just from watching. He's been inspired. As Larson feels genuinely happy for his friend, a dreadful thought crosses his mind. Wait, could it be? Kazan beams, his face flushed with excitement. "I officially request a duel with you, my friend, Larson Mayton." Larson sighs. He was right. He tries to get out of it, saying he's tired and low on mana, but Kazan is persistent. His earnest, hero-like personality won't take no for an answer. He wants to duel Larson at his best. Internally, Larson is screaming, "Darn protagonist!" He knows he can't escape this. Larson takes a swig of the potion. Kazan asks if they can duel tomorrow, making it clear he won't give up. Larson agrees. As he does, a blue light heals his injuries completely. Larson then walks over to Rosalind. He tells her he has a favor to ask. "You hit me earlier using your fighting spirit," he says. "Are you going to humiliate me?" she asks, her defenses immediately going up. But he reassures her he wouldn't do that. He explains that when she hit him, he felt something, a strange sensation, like a realization he can almost grasp, but not quite. Rosalind just stares at him, bewildered. He looks at her directly. "Please, help me. I think your technique will help me become stronger." "Why should I help you?" she asks. Larson offers a simple deal. "Think of it as a debt I'll repay later." Rosalind looks down, conflicted. For years, she dreamed of revenge, but now all of that has been undone by this confusing new Larson. From the stands, Magner calls down with a laugh. "Rosalind, give it a try," she protests, but her uncle has made up his mind. Magner knows that doing a favor for the Mayton heir, especially in public, is a politically smart move. Rosalind reluctantly agrees with a stiff bow. "I'll help you once. Make sure you repay the debt." Avelia watches, her eyes sharp. Larson had promised to repay the debt on the name of a future mage. He's making a bold declaration of his ambition, and he's saying it right in front of the patriarchs of the other two great families. This is a power move. Back on the stage, Rosalind asks if she should just hit him like before. Larson readies his self-defense technique. Rosalind thinks to herself that what he's doing isn't even martial arts. "It's not my fault if you get hurt," she warns and throws another punch. A shimmering magic circle appears, blocking her attack. But he feels it again, a definite reaction. His eyes glow as the mana in his heart reacts with her incomplete fighting spirit. "Is that all?" she asks, surprised. "One more time," he says, determined. "For real," she yells, annoyed but complying, striking him again. The onlookers are completely confused. Garcia asks Avelia what's happening, and she explains that Larson's mana seems to be reacting with Rosalind's fighting spirit. Even Avelia doesn't understand it, but she can tell something profound is happening as Rosalind strikes again. Larson stumbles back, but his mind is racing. I'm certain. His transcendent mana is reacting to her fighting spirit, but that's impossible. As he wrote it, fighting spirit and mana should never mix. And that means the world's fundamental probability is breaking down. He's shattering the rules of his own creation. A massive system notification appears. He's discovered a lacking probabilities and has been given the chance to fill in the blank. In that moment, a profound realization dawns on him. His purpose here isn't just to survive. The setup book materializes in his hands. As he opens it, the world around him freezes. Everyone, Rosalind, Magner, Avelia, Garcia, is frozen in place. Time itself has stopped. He is the only one who can move. He realizes that time stops in this world whenever a new setup is being created. He opens the book to the relevant page. It reads, "The renowned martial arts family's fighting spirit. The renowned magic family's mana. The two are separate things that don't mix." This is the rule he wrote. The rule he just broke. The book continues, describing the event that just happened, but then there's a blank space. The reason is, he has to fill in the blank. He has to write the reason himself. But a single wrong word could have disastrous consequences, potentially destroying the very world he's trying to save. He needs a sensible reason, one that won't interfere with any other setups. With a deep breath, he channels his author's mind, a glowing pen of light forming in his hand. With the fate of the world hanging on his next words, he begins to write. The reason is this. With the weight of an entire world on his shoulders, Larson writes a new rule into existence. The reason his mana and her fighting spirit could mix is simple. The character, Larson Mayton, doesn't abide by the rules of this world. As an author, he had considered other, more logical reasons for this. Maybe it was his holy grail of transcendence, his unique mana, or even his heavenly body. Any of those could have worked. But in this frozen moment, looking at the world he now lives in, he decided it was better to make himself the exception, rather than relying on an external factor. By setting himself up as a character who doesn't follow the rules, he becomes the ultimate wild card. It means he's now free from the world's established logic. He won't conflict with any other preset rules. Larson Mayton is officially an irregular. As the new rule solidifies, another notification appears. Because he discovered the flaw, he's earned the privilege of adding another line. He has 10 seconds to use it. Larson lets out a sharp breath. A chance to add another line to the world's code? The possibilities are endless. Later that night, in the quiet, snow-dusted Sade estate, a knock echoes through the halls. Inside, Rudia is fast asleep, completely worn out from the day's excitement. The persistent knocking finally rouses her. She groggily opens her eyes, annoyed at the interruption. She swings the door open and is met with the imposing figure of Magner Grandel. "Who are you?" she asks, still half asleep. Magner introduces himself as Rosalind's uncle and gets straight to the point. "Where's Larson Mayton?" Rudia's sleepiness vanishes, replaced by suspicion. She throws her arms out defensively. "Are you here to harass him?" Magner just sighs. "Do I look like a bad person to you?" Just then, Larson appears from the back of the room, wearing only a towel. Rudia immediately points him out. Magnar's sharp eyes size up the 10-year-old boy, immediately noting that his body is incredibly well trained for his age. He can sense a powerful mana, different from fighting spirit, flowing all over his body. This is highly unusual for a mage. Larson is unique, almost a mutation. Magnar knows a mage's body isn't suited for the intense training of martial artists, as it would disrupt their mana. He watches Larson's calm and composed posture. This confirms it. The boy's body has been trained specifically for magic combat techniques. Meanwhile, Rudia is more focused on his physique, calling his abs dumplings and asking if she can touch them. Larson flatly tells her, no. Just as things get awkward, Era appears out of nowhere with fresh clothes. Magnar is shocked. The maid's movements are on another level. He can't believe Larson is using someone this powerful as a simple attendant. A few moments later, Larson and Magnar are sitting across from each other. Larson gets right to it, assuming Magnar came because he's curious about his techniques. Magnar confirms it, admitting Larson has provoked his curiosity. Larson then turns the tables, saying he too is curious about martial arts. Magnar is so surprised he nearly drops his fork. Magnar scoffs, but Larson presses on, reminding him that this meeting is exactly what the Sadesies wanted when they brought them all here. Larson explains that, ironically, this is the one place his father's watchful eyes can't reach. Not even the great Dekatra Maton can place spies within the Sile family's domain. The strongest enemy's lair is also the safest place for him to act freely. Magnar is stunned. Why is a boy trained by the Matons acting like he's hiding from them? Magnar decides to test him. Then, I'll take a look at your body. Take off your top and turn around. Larson agrees without hesitation. Magnar examines Larson's back. This isn't the result of a few days of training. He tells Larson his fighting spirit will flow through him and to just accept it. When Larson questions the side effects, Magnar simply says, "Trust me." Larson looks back at him, his expression sharp. "What can you do if I don't trust you?" he asks, then immediately follows up with, "I'll trust you." Magnar can only think what a cunning little kid he is. He's created a situation where Magnar can't refuse, acting as if he's risking his own safety to build trust. It's an incredibly clever move. A sly smile spreads across Larson's face. He knew exactly what he was doing. Larson recalls the moment time froze, when he had the power to add one more line to the world's code. He had thought about what an author would give their main character in a situation like this. If I were the author. And so he wrote the new rule. The Grandel's fighting spirit reacts with Larson Maton's mana and helps him grow without any side effects. Back in the present, a red aura flares around Larson as Magnar's fighting spirit enters his body. Magnar is astonished. He feels his own power being absorbed. A mage who can take in fighting spirit. Magnar's expression hardens. This isn't just a display of power. This is a declaration of war from the Matons. Magnar asks Larson who he's learning from. "I'm learning on my own," Larson replies, confirming his body can absorb fighting spirit, something Magnar has never seen before. Magnar pushes further, asking if a Maton is really willing to grow by using martial arts. Larson's answer is simple and profound. I should learn what can be learned. This is a shocking statement. The Matons are known to consider martial arts something for losers. They look down on everyone who isn't a mage. So for a Maton to willingly learn martial arts in order to grow is completely unheard of. "Are you sure you're a pure-blood Maton?" Magnar asks, half-jokingly. Larson confirms his father is indeed Dekatra Maton. Magnar bursts out laughing. He's never met anyone like this kid. "Just spit it out," he says. "What do you want?" Larson looks at him with a steady, determined gaze. "Please be my mentor." Magnar is silent. Larson explains his theory. Magic combat techniques become perfect when combined with the fighting spirit of martial arts. That was the missing piece. Magnar is incredulous. Does Larson really think the Matons would allow this? Larson's response is pure confidence. "I'll make them allow it." Magnar grits his teeth. "What in the world are you?" he tells Larson. That's not what he's asking. For a mage to want to learn martial arts, is the craziest thing he's ever heard. But Larson lands the final blow. "But, Combat King, if you were going to reject my offer, you would have done it already. Magnar is caught. The kid has created a situation where he can't refuse. He made him curious. even let him examine his body. By not rejecting the offer immediately, Magner realizes he already lost this battle of wits. Larson knows he has him. He explains that his techniques will be most efficient when combined with martial arts. It'll be his own new martial art. Magner starts to laugh, a wild, excited energy building inside him. He realizes that Larson showed him his power for this very purpose, right from the start. Larson confirms it. Yes, I saw you were paying attention to me. The duel was never just about Rosalind. It was about him. He admits he wanted Rosalind to stop being mad at him, but the larger plan was always in motion. He looks at Magner, his eyes glowing with power. Combat King, don't you want to see the creation of a new martial art? The offer is on the table, an offer that a true martial artist like Magner Grandel could never possibly refuse. The question hangs in the air, an irresistible hook. For a man who has dedicated his life to combat, Larson's offer is impossible to ignore. Magner scoffs, pointing out the political risk. If he takes Larson in, the other families might think he's a hostage. But Larson just smiles. He knows he's just a kid in their eyes, and his father will get other benefits in exchange for letting him stay. The real reason Magner will take care of him is simple. This is the safest place to be. Magner leans forward, a bead of sweat on his brow. He has to admit, the kid is right. This is insane, Magner says, shaking his head. I can't tell if it's the Maitons who raised you or if you're just some kind of monster. Larson takes it as a compliment. Magner realizes this was a plan that has been in the works for a long, long time. I'll find that out for myself, Magner declares, standing up. He's made his decision. Does that mean? Larson asks, a hint of a smile on his face. Magner confirms it. That's right. You can try being my apprentice, he says, his gaze sharp. He makes his terms clear. He'll analyze Larson's techniques and watch his body and mana like a hawk. I'll discover everything the Maitons have prepared, Magner vows. In that time, you should take everything possible from me. It's a deal, a master and an apprentice, each trying to get what they want from the other. Larson's face breaks into a wide, triumphant grin. That's just what I wanted. Elsewhere, Hampton stands on a balcony, having heard the entire conversation. He's in awe. Young Master is envisioning something so grand that I cannot possibly understand it. He understands now. Larson let him listen, because he trusts him completely. He imagines the world his master dreams of, a world where the three families are united. The sheer scale of it brings him to tears. Suddenly, a handkerchief is offered to him. It's Era. Hampton yelps in surprise, startled by her silent appearance. Don't cry, she says, her voice flat. Hampton is still getting used to Era being his fellow shadow. Era coldly replies that if he's going to die so easily, he isn't qualified to serve their master. She confirms Larson has decided to remain here and that they must risk their lives to protect him. But Era is resolute. It is their duty as shadows. Even if the Patriarch himself came for him, she would protect Larson. Because, for her, young Master Larson is my light. Hampton looks out over the railing, still processing the immense weight of their mission. Later that night, Larson meets Avelia by a field of glowing blue tulips. She can tell he has something important to say. Why don't you say it in a bit? She asks softly. Larson replies, I feel like these trivial minutes are too precious, gifty, to say something important. Do you like tulips? He asks. Avelia explains that for a long time, magic was the most beautiful thing to her. A dark memory flashes in her mind, a group of men, chained and powerless, caught in her spell. With a single word, disappear. She unleashed a torrent of golden energy, erasing them from existence. But it also became the most brutal thing to me, she finishes, the memory still haunting her. Larson looks at the glowing flowers. At least flowers don't harm people. He promises to gift her a bouquet another time. Avelia's heart flutters. His simple, kind words touch a part of her she thought was long gone. She smiles warmly. Then, shall I hear what my youngest sibling has to say? Larson gets straight to the point. I would like to remain here. Avelia asks him the most important question in their world. Larson, do you want to become the Patriarch? He answers immediately, not in the slightest. He even tells her to use her ability to check for herself. All right, it's better to be certain, she says, activating her skill, the Eye of Truth. A glowing golden sigil appears as she places her hand on his head, peering into his very soul. "You're sincere," she confirms. But that only raises another question. What's made you so eager then? Larsen's answer is raw and simple. I want to live. He explains that even their older brother is dying to take him out of the succession race right now. He has to get stronger just to survive. Evelia argues their siblings wouldn't actually kill each other, but Larsen reminds her of their family's bloody history. "No, sister, even our father eliminated his own brothers to claim his position." She accepts his logic, but she knows there's more. "Why do you want to become stronger?" she presses. "Because I want to live," he repeats, but she cuts him off. Larsen finally reveals his true heart. "I want to protect my mother and myself." Evelia stares at him, her expression unreadable. Larsen uses his knowledge as the author, knowing exactly what drives his sister. The system text flashes in his mind. Evelia loved the Maton family unconditionally, but that love came with a heavy price. For the sake of the family, she could be evil, and for the family, she could also be good. He knows of the darkness in her past, the times she was forced to be cruel, the times she had to kill, the times she had to chain up a boy who cried and begged, telling her, "I don't want to kill you, I want to let you live," he had pleaded, surrounded by the bones of those who failed before him. But time, for the family, a single tear falls from her eye in the memory. This is what's right. She loved everything about the Maton family, their beautiful home, their power, their legacy. But she despised the succession war, hated that her beloved family tore itself apart. So she decided to become the matriarch herself, to stop the bloodshed. To do that, she needed overwhelming power. The power to achieve peace, even if it meant becoming a monster. She was a sorcerer who longed for it. That was why she chose the most difficult trial during her ritual, hunting a monster instead of humans like her siblings did. Larsen thinks about the stories he wrote without much thought. For the characters living in this world, those stories were reality. It wasn't difficult to write that someone was killed, because they were just words. But seeing the pain it caused, he understands the true weight of his creation. He turns back to his sister, his voice full of a newfound resolve. "I told you I want to become stronger," he says, his gaze unwavering, "so I can protect even you." Evelia turns and starts to walk away. "Would you consider that pride?" she asks. But Larsen knows it's more than that. It's a promise. A bond forged not in politics, but in a shared desire to protect what they love. Evelia is completely stunned. Her, one of the most powerful mages in the family, being protected by her 10-year-old brother? The thought is so unexpected, she can't even process it. And then, something incredible happens. A genuine, hearty laugh escapes her. It's the most honest laugh Larsen has ever heard from her. She wipes a tear from her eye, telling him it's the first time anyone has ever said they wanted to protect her. Now that he has her full trust, Larsen gets to the real point. He needs her help getting permission from their father, though he knows it's a long shot. But Evelia's expression is firm, full of a new resolve. With absolute confidence, she looks at her little brother and makes a simple promise. "I'll convince him." Standing on the grand staircase, Evelia reaffirms her vow. No matter what it takes, she will convince their father. Their alliance is now stronger than ever. The scene shifts to a beautiful pavilion surrounded by water, music floating through the air. But the mood is a little off. Inside, Rosalind and Larsen sit stiffly, clearly uncomfortable with the formal classical music. Ludia pops up, full of excitement, grabbing Larsen and pointing out the ridiculously huge 4-tiered cake and his fancy new outfit. She's completely mesmerized by the giant cake as the group shouts in unison, wishing a happy birthday to their friend, Kassen. Kassen, dressed in a sharp tuxedo, thanks everyone with a bright, happy smile. Ludia excitedly presents her gift first, a small, lucky pebble from her father. Kassen accepts it with a smile. Next, Rosalind presents her gift, a neatly wrapped box carrying the sincerity of her family. Kassen thanks her, and Rosalind is flustered for a moment, realizing he's speaking to her so informally now. Then all eyes turn to Larsen. He looks down, quietly admitting that he didn't prepare a gift. Kassen just looks at him with a slight smile, completely unfazed, simply saying, "Okay." He doesn't seem to mind at all. For a moment, there's just an awkward silence, while Lydia happily stuffs her face with cake in the background. Larson looks up, his expression serious. Instead of a gift, he says, he has a request. He'd like to stay at Cassin's house and continue sparring with him. Cassin's eyes widen in shock. Here? At my house? Larson confirms it. Really? The idea of his friends staying with him is the best gift he could have imagined. Rosalind comments on the unexpected gift, and Larson agrees it's always good to spend time with friends. From the sidelines, his protector, Era, tells Cassin to inform his family's patriarch. With a determined look, Era declares that she will handle getting permission from the Maton family. This was all part of Larson's plan. As they leave, Larson thinks back on his objectives for this trip. He had two main goals. First, to secure Cassin as a loyal ally, and second, to use the martial arts master Magner to his own advantage. With this gift, he's setting the stage for both. Cassin waves goodbye enthusiastically, yelling for Larson to come back quickly. Larson gives a friendly smile, promising he'll be back shortly. A perfect picture of two friends parting ways. Watching him leave, Rosalind can't help but think, he is definitely not the cruel Larson she used to know. She looks off into the distance, hoping that the next time they meet, they can greet each other with smiles. A thought that surprises even herself. Back with Avelia, she warns Larson of the danger ahead. If their father gets angry, no one can withstand his wrath. But Larson just looks ahead, unwavering. I'm confident. They arrive at the main Maton estate, a massive Gothic castle looming under a stormy sky. The atmosphere is heavy and oppressive. As Larson walks toward his father's audience chamber, he can feel the piercing cold. His father, Decatra, stands waiting, his expression like stone. The massive doors swing open. Decatra's voice echoes, telling Larson he's already heard the report and coldly asking if he's aware of how this request looks to outsiders. Decatra's eyes glow with immense pressure. He warns Larson that if he can't make him understand, he will take this as a direct insult to the family. The word insult hangs in the air. Larson feels a surge of magical energy. An instant death dagger materializes in his father's hand, a terrifying weapon that means instant death for any mage below the third circle. Larson understands immediately. The punishment for insulting the family is death. He stands his ground, looks his father in the eye, and calmly begins to speak. He starts by reminding his father of the Sayol clan. Decatra confirms they're a useful pawn. Larson then explains that he's met Cassin. A flashback of Cassin's innocent, friendly smile crosses his mind. Larson explains that Cassin is especially weak when it comes to human relationships. So, Decatra asks. Larson smirks, his confidence unwavering. He declares that if he stays with Cassin, he can make the boy his loyal ally. But his father sees through it, asking if that's the only reason. Larson continues, shifting to his second point, magic combat techniques. He has seen their true potential. Decatra simply says, "Go on." Larson reminds his father of his second magic circle and the special power concealed within his body. Decatra cuts him off, asking if he's referring to the Holy Grail of Transcendence. Larson is shocked. His father already knew. The aura of the Grail flares around him. He was trying to use it as a trump card, but his father was one step ahead. Composing himself, Larson explains his theory. The Grail's mana has reacted to the fighting spirit he absorbed, which is slowly building inside him. To prove his influence, he pulls out an invitation he received from the powerful Sade clan. He argues that this invitation already proves his new relationships are bearing fruit. He's building connections, all for the betterment of the world. Larson asks his father a simple question. Does that really seem like defeat? Then he plays his riskiest card. He holds the instant death dagger to his own throat. With utter conviction, he declares that if the Sayol family were to start a rumor that the Matons bent to their will, he would take full responsibility and end his own life. Decatra remarks on his confidence. Larson simply replies, yes. His father then asks the crucial question, and what's next? The question hangs in the air. What is the endgame of all this? Larson kneels, presenting the dagger back to his father. He explains that they have offered their hand first to achieve unity, and that his father can figure out how the world will view this move. He acknowledges his father's way of ruling through absolute force. But then, he counters, arguing that a warm embrace is what makes a true ruler. It's a direct challenge to his father's entire philosophy. The air grows heavy again. Decatra tells him that if he had said those words before showing his new potential, he wouldn't still be breathing. But the test is over. Decatra tells him to go, saying he will observe. Relieved, Larson thanks him, promising to meet his expectations. Just as he's about to leave, Larson adds one more thing, reminding his father that he's still only 10. Decatra's eyes narrow. "Are you whining right now?" A sly smile appears on Larson's face as he delivers the final part of his master plan. "So, I need the warm care of my mother." He asks his father to please send his mother, Soso, to the Sade family with him. A genius move to get her out of this dangerous estate. A booming laugh echoes from the top of the stairs. Decatra is thoroughly amused. He looks down at his son, impressed, remarking on how well Larson knows how to move people. How fascinating, he thinks. A boy like this was considered a loser. Still, he wonders how nobody recognized this boy's potential sooner. But as he thinks this, his eyes flash wide. Something is wrong. A system notice appears, visible only to them. The Mage of the Heavens is suspicious of the world's lacking probabilities. Because of this, the world's probability has partially collapsed. Larson feels it instantly. His eyes glow as the world around him seems to fracture. The very foundation of reality is shaking. The probability has collapsed? A terrifying realization hits him. If the world he created collapses, he'll be obliterated along with it. Meanwhile, in a quiet study, Evelia sits at her desk, engrossed in a book. The book is titled Mana Cultivation, That's Easy to Learn. A sudden knock at the door breaks her concentration. She calls out the visitor's name, surprised. Persia. Her sister, Persia, enters with a smirk, questioning why Evelia is reading such a basic magic text. Evelia closes the book, noticing Persia's comment that Larson was reading the same thing. She gets straight to the point. "Persia, there's something I have to tell you." But Persia cuts her off, saying she wanted to tell her something too. The two sisters face each other. Evelia's eyes glow with golden light as she makes a powerful declaration, "I'm going to take care of our little brother." But Persia just scoffs. A fiery aura erupts around Persia, her smile turning into a dangerous grin. "I came here to say the exact same thing. The battle for Larson has just begun." The air crackles, thick with unspoken threats. Evelia understands now. Their father didn't just give Larson permission. He made him a prize, setting his daughters against each other in another one of his twisted games. Evelia tries to dismiss her, but Persia leans closer, her voice a low, taunting whisper. "Actually, this has nothing to do with you. I've had my eye on him for a while now," Persia sneers, hinting that if Evelia doesn't cooperate, things will get ugly. She reminds her sister of all the times she could have been hurt, but Evelia always hesitated. The memory is sharp and cold, a moment from their past beneath an ominous sky. Persia remembers them standing at the edge of the Nupia Canyons. It was the perfect chance for Evelia to get rid of her for good. In her mind's eye, she's on the ground, battered and bleeding, looking up at her sister. She remembers saying that if their roles were reversed, she would have already been crippled. But Evelia just stood over her, holding back. She didn't do it then, and Persia knows she won't do it now. She's always been too soft. Back in the present, Evelia's magic flares. She denies it, claiming it's just a misunderstanding. "Is it?" Persia retorts, her own fiery power erupting as her smile widens. She's enjoying this, pushing every single one of Evelia's buttons. In a blinding flash, their powers collide. A sharp impact and a spray of red stains the carpet. Persia stumbles to her knees, wiping a trickle of blood from her lip. But she looks up with a crazed, triumphant grin. "See? You're soft," she proved her point. Evelia held back again. But Evelia has had enough. In a blur of motion, she closes the distance, her hand striking Persia's shoulder. She pins her sister to the floor with her foot, her voice as cold as ice. "Why are you so interested in him?" Persia just glares back, refusing to explain herself. With blood still on her lips, Persia's expression twists into a wicked grin. She tells Evelia that this fierce, protective reaction is only making her want him more. Evelia leans down, her patience completely gone. "Why do you want him?" Persia's answer is designed to provoke, a simple, dismissive lie. "He's cute." Stop playing games. Evelia slams her foot down harder, beams of pure mana pinning Persia to the floor. Finally, Persia drops the act. She admits she heard Larson reach the second circle. For a 10-year-old with his strangely muscular body and magical talent, it was too perfect to be natural. It was too interesting to ignore. She confesses that she even hired a shadow assassin to follow him. But that shadow simply vanished. A lone, hooded figure stands in the darkness, the assassin she sent after Larson. The fact that her agent disappeared without a trace, combined with Evelia's sudden obsession, proved it. Larson was far more valuable than anyone realized, and this whole fight was just a test to confirm it. Evelia releases her, warning her to get up before the elders sense their magic. As Persia slowly rises, she lets out a low, satisfied chuckle. She glances back, her eyes gleaming with newfound purpose. Seeing Evelia like this has sealed the deal. Now, she wants their little brother more than ever. Miles away, Larson feels a sudden bone-deep chill. He doesn't know why, but he has a terrible feeling his sisters are fighting over him right now. His mother, So-So, notices his shiver and asks if he's all right. Larson just forces a nervous laugh and brushes it off. Just then, Hampton arrives with dinner, placing a steaming plate of spaghetti in front of Larson. Larson sits at the table with his mother and Hampton, while Era stands guard nearby. He feels a wave of relief having a legendary assassin by his side and silently thanks her. Hampton chimes in with an overly enthusiastic smile, telling him he needs to eat well to grow big and strong. Larson eyes him with suspicion. Hampton is acting far too kind, and it immediately sets off alarm bells in his head. His senses screaming at him, Larson activates the Heavenly Eye. A window of text only he can see confirms his suspicion. The food contains saken, a poison. It's lethal to most, but for a mana user, it's a tool for building resistance. This has Era's training methods written all over it. He calmly says her name. "What is it?" she asks. Larson probes gently, asking if there's anything special in the food. She replies with a flat, "Not really." A brief, harsh memory flashes through his mind, a young Era curled on the ground, being forced to consume that very same poison. It's revealed that her brutal training began at just 3 years old. She was raised on saken. She sits alone, surrounded by those who couldn't survive the training. To her, this isn't cruelty, it's simply a necessary step to becoming strong. Back in the dining room, Larson cuts to the chase, asking if there's poison in his food. At the word "poison," Hampton shrieks. The young servant throws himself to the floor, begging for forgiveness and asking to be killed for his failure to warn him. Larson just sighs and tells him to get up and explain. After Hampton explains Era's methods, Larson simply nods. "I see. Era is stunned. How did you know?" The room falls silent, everyone staring. Larson just offers a weak, unconvincing excuse. Intuition? And somehow Era buys it completely. Pushing up her glasses, she misinterprets his lie as genius-level observation, assuming he must have detected the saken's faint scent. She thinks to herself that he continues to shatter her expectations. She silently renews her vow. As his shadow, she will do whatever it takes to forge him into something powerful. Then she adds one more thing. With a rare, gentle smile, she turns to So-So and assures her that her own meal was prepared separately and is perfectly safe. So-So beams, thanking Era for her thoughtfulness. It's a surprisingly warm and gentle moment between them. Later that night, Larson lies in bed, feeling the poison's effects. It isn't deadly, but his head is spinning. He tries to ignore it, but he's clearly struggling to focus. Suddenly, his door creaks open. Ludia peeks her head in, whispering his name. She eagerly asks when they're leaving for Cassian's home. When he tells her 8 in the morning, she whines, wanting to go right now so she can eat more cake. Larson explains that the teleportation gates are closed for the night. Ludia pouts for a moment before making a run for his bed. She dives under the covers, declaring that if she falls asleep now, tomorrow will come much faster. Larson is left completely speechless. Within seconds, she's snoring soundly. Baffled, Larson sits up and calls out for Era. In a silent flash, Era appears right beside the bed, startling him. He wonders how long she was standing there, watching. He asks her to move Ludia back to her own room without waking her up. Era simply closes her eyes and says, "Understood." A faint blue aura surrounds Ludia, and she begins to float gently out of the bed. Larson watches, amazed. As the sleeping girl is carried away by an invisible force, he can't help but be impressed. That's Era for you. The next morning, the group is ready to leave. So apologizes that they have to travel by a simple carriage. Larson knows that in this world, mana-driven cars are an incredible luxury, reserved only for the absolute wealthiest. He pats one of the horses, making a silent promise to himself. One day, he'll get his mother a car that will make everyone jealous. But for now, he's ready for the next step. The carriage sets off, the sound of hooves echoing as it moves from the countryside onto the paved city roads. Finally, they pull up to a grand, traditional estate. The driver announces their arrival at the Sayo residence. As Larson steps out of the carriage, a familiar voice calls his name. It's Kassen, waiting for him at the entrance with a welcoming smile. He knew his friend would be back soon. Larson returns the smile. "I'm here, Kassen. It's time to keep my promise." He looks his friend straight in the eye, his friendly expression hardening into one of serious intent. "Let's duel." A confident smirk spreads across Larson's face. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. Magic begins to crackle around him as he settles into a fighting stance. He warns Kassen that it won't be so easy this time, making a bold declaration. "I will show you my true power." The stage is set. But for Larson, this is more than a friendly duel. He thinks back to the first time he met Kassen and how much has changed. He's a second circle mage now, his body and magic honed into a weapon. And that's not all. The holy grail of transcendence is fused with his very soul, granting him immense physical power and a unique blend of mana. This is his chance to measure his growth against a true, untouchable prodigy. He takes his stance, energy crackling around him. But a single, cold truth hangs over him. He knows with absolute certainty that he can't win. Kassen just offers a calm, confident smile, completely unaware of the impossible wall he represents. Because that's how Larson wrote him. As the author, he remembers the unbreakable rule he coded into Kassen's very existence: no one his age can ever defeat him. Period. He recalls the character settings perfectly. Kassen was designed as a genius among geniuses, a talent so overwhelming it made other prodigies look average. And on top of that, he trained harder than anyone. He was meant to be the perfect hero, the pinnacle of talent and hard work, destined to become the best. Larson created an unbeatable character, and now he has to find a way to fight him. But he isn't discouraged. He knows he's grown, and he's sure Kassen has too. This is a chance to see just how wide the gap truly is. The duel begins. Kassen attacks first with his signature move. To Larson, it's like a single, impossibly fast point of light hurtling straight for him. But Larson is ready. He sidesteps in a blur of motion, his innate talent for slowing time giving him a precious split-second edge. He can already tell Kassen's movements are far sharper than before. He notices a tiny detail, the slight turn of Kassen's heel. As the author, he knows exactly what that means. The thrust was just a feint. Kassen is setting up his real attack. Larson braces himself, anticipating the follow-up. He knows if he simply dodges, Kassen will instantly close the distance and overwhelm him. As predicted, Kassen leaps into the air, sword poised to strike. He's moving so fast that Larson's time-slowing ability is almost useless. He unleashes a devastating downward slash. But as the blade slices through the air, Larson sees it, a faint red aura. Sword Chi. It's an advanced technique, one Kassen just used by accident. A small smile touches Larson's lips. That mistake. That's the opening he needed. Kassen's eyes widen in shock as he realizes his own error. A momentary loss of control. And Larson pounces. He knows using Sword Chi in a friendly match is a serious breach of etiquette. That brief moment of hesitation is all he needs. Channeling magic into his fists, he charges forward. Kassen grunts, forced onto the defensive as Larson closes in. He twists his body, narrowly avoiding the flurry of magic-infused strikes. But Larson presses the attack relentlessly. Kassen thinks to himself that Larson's desperate charge will throw him off balance. He plans to wait for the opening, then counter. But Larson isn't charging blindly. A system notification flashes as he activates a new technique. He grits his teeth, channeling a storm of blue energy into his fist. In a split second, Cassin's eyes widen. He sees that Larson has instantly regained his balance. He's perfectly grounded, ready to unleash his full power. Larson throws the punch, his fist glowing with overwhelming energy. The impact explodes in a massive shockwave of blue mana, blasting across the training ground. From the sidelines, Magner and Cassin's father can only watch in utter disbelief. Cassin skids across the dirt, clutching his arm. He took damage. He realizes Larson's fighting style is completely alien, and if he lets his guard down for even a second, he'll lose. He looks at Larson, amazed. "How did you get so strong, so fast?" Larson just smirks. "That's just how fast magic combat grows." "Still, you're a completely different person," Cassin says, still in awe. Larson smiles. "I have a lot more to show you." Watching from the platform, Magner is blown away. "That kid is really something," he mutters. He thinks that if it had been his own student fighting, the duel would have ended after Cassin's first attack. She would have been on the ground instantly. For a fleeting moment, a thought crosses his mind. What if Larson had been born into his family? He quickly shakes it off. Analyzing the fight, he knows that if Cassin had been fighting to kill, Larson wouldn't have stood a chance. But Larson's reaction to the sword chi was astonishing. He didn't hesitate. He charged right in, smiling. It wasn't a desperate gamble. It was a calculated move to seize the mental advantage. Nearby, Cassin's father, the patriarch of the Sayo clan, watches with a deadly, serious expression, his red eyes narrowed in thought. He thinks to himself, "Decatra Maton, what message are you trying to send with this child? This isn't just a friendly duel, it's a political statement. The duel is over." Both boys are completely exhausted, gasping for breath on the training ground. They collapse onto the ground, sitting back to back, too tired to even stand. Cassin catches his breath. "I knew magic combat was fast, but I never imagined it was this fast." Larson lets out a frustrated sigh. "I still lost." But Cassin insists, winning or losing doesn't matter in a friendly match. With a huge, genuine smile, he says he's just happy that his friend got so much stronger. But Larson knows the truth. That rule he wrote means that no matter how fast he grows, the world will ensure Cassin grows faster. He can never win. Not as things are now. He gets to his feet. "Don't be too happy," he says, his back still to Cassin, who looks up confused. "Why not?" Larson's voice is grim. "Because we might be enemies one day." Cassin is shocked. "What are you talking about?" Larson replies simply, "That's our fate." He lays out the harsh reality of their world. "I am a Maton. You are a Sayo." Cassin leaps to his feet, protesting. "What does that matter? We're friends." He insists he will always see Larson as his friend. He knows they can't escape the world of power, but he refuses to let it break their bond. Just then, his father clears his throat, praising them both for an impressive performance. Magner joins them, agreeing it was an excellent duel. He says he's proud of them both, and is now a firm believer in magic combat's potential. Larson turns to Cassin's father and makes a declaration. "I wish to become stronger." The patriarch smiles, saying it's a worthy goal. But Larson clarifies, he doesn't just want to be strong. His eyes burn with fiery determination as he declares, "I want to become stronger than Cassin." The words hang in the air, stunning everyone. Cassin can only stare at him. "Stronger than me." The Sayo patriarch sees the look in Larson's eyes. "It's not a wish, it's a vow." He smiles. "Excellent, you'll make a worthy rival for my son." He then asks the crucial question. "So, how do you intend to achieve that?" Larson slowly turns his gaze towards Magner. "I plan to learn martial arts from the Combat King." The bombshell drops. Magner and Cassin's father are completely floored. Magner grits his teeth. He's been played. This is why Larson sent his student away. To declare this in front of the head of the Sayo clan, the boy is a genius manipulator. It's a perfect trap. As a guest on Sayo territory, Magner can't refuse without causing a political incident. For a mage to learn the secrets of a martial arts family could be seen as an act of espionage. But Larson announced it publicly, forcing his hand. Defeated, Magner gives in. "All right. As promised, I'll teach you." But he has one condition. He asks if Larson has his family's permission. Larson confidently replies that his father agreed to a sharing of knowledge. Cassin's father is stunned. Decatra actually permitted this? It makes absolutely no sense to him. The ruthless Decatramaton would never allow such a thing. Magner just smirks, playing his last card. He informs Larson there's a traditional test for all who wish to learn their martial arts. A notification appears in Larson's vision, confirming what he already knows. All potential successors must pass a test. The test must be taken before the age of 10. The task: hunt a red tiger or a white tiger with no help from adults. Larson pictures the two fearsome beasts. He wrote about this test. He knows everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he declares, "I'll hunt a white tiger." Magner is surprised, noting that he's clearly done his homework on their family traditions. Larson then turns to Kassan with a sly grin, asking if he wants to come along. After all, the rule only says no adults. Kassan just looks confused, asking if white tigers are strong. Larson tells him they're gigantic and powerful. Kassan is just shocked that a tiger can even get that big. Magner smirks, thinking he has him now. He tells Larson there's one thing he's misunderstanding. "I never said you get to choose." His eyes glint. "I'm ordering you to kill a red tiger." Larson's response is immediate, accompanied by a smug, all-knowing grin. "All right." Magner's eyes widen in horror. This little monster, he wanted the red tiger from the very beginning. As they walk away, Kassan asks how Larson knows so much. Larson gives a simple, believable lie. "I read about it in the family library." Magner finally understands. Hunting a white tiger is a huge public event, impossible to do secretly. Larson never wanted that. This entire performance was just to trick him into thinking he'd won. Magner sighs, a bead of sweat on his brow. "You are very clever," he admits, telling Larson that he has a lot to learn from him. He looks at the small boy walking beside him, a sense of awe and maybe a little fear dawning in his eyes. He had just taken on a student, and he was far more brilliant and far more dangerous than he could have ever imagined. Back in their room, Kassan is munching on chips as Larson explains their plan. "So it's like camping then," Kassan says, trying to get a handle on it. "Yeah, basically camping," Larson confirms. The three of them are gathered together, planning their hunt. Larson mentions he's excited to see the mountain ranges near Garon, which are supposed to be incredible. The city of Garon is shown sprawling across the cliffs at the far eastern edge of the continent. The text explains that the fearsome red tigers live in the Terran mountain range, right next to the city. Even from Garon, the hunt is a 4-day walk into a dangerous but peaceful wilderness. There aren't many monsters, but the ones that do live there are the deadly red tigers. Lydia pops up, tugging on Larson's sleeve with a hopeful look. "Can I come play with you?" she asks. Larson sighs. "Lydia, I'm not going there to play." "But you said you were camping," she protests, adding that she loves camping with her dad. Larson caves a little, telling her she can come if her teacher says yes, probably hoping that would be the end of it. Sometime later, Kassan holds a glowing blue pouch, a magical spatial bag. "Whoa," he says, completely amazed. "Magic is really cool." Larson offers to pack Kassan's gear too, but his friend politely declines, wanting to carry his own things. He's clearly fascinated by all the magical equipment. With a bright flash of light from a teleportation gate, they arrive. "We're here." Garon. Larson suggests they find an inn to rest. Jumping through multiple gateways is more exhausting than it looks. But Lydia is already on the floor, clutching her stomach. "Larson, I'm so hungry," she whines. He tells her to hang in there. There should be a restaurant nearby. As they walk up the stairs and into the city, Larson takes in the view. So, this is Garon? But as he looks around, a deep sense of unease begins to creep in. The city is completely silent. There are no people, no voices, no sounds of life. Just an eerie wind blowing through the empty streets. Kassan spots a man frantically packing a bag. "Excuse me," he starts, but the man flinches in terror. He stammers for them to find shelter and get out of the city as fast as they can. "Evacuate?" Kassan repeats, confused. "This is when the bandits show up," the man warns before running off. At the same time, Lydia's stomach rumbles loudly again. Larson just tells her to hold on. They approach what looks like an inn. Kassan knocks on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there?" There's no answer. Larson finds it deeply strange. What kind of bandits could bring a well-defended city like this to a complete standstill? Suddenly, Larson's eyes flash red. He senses a threat. He grabs Kassan and shoves him back just as Ludia looks on in shock. The source of the danger reveals itself. A pair of glowing, predatory eyes in the shadows. A colossal red tiger lands in the square, its sheer weight shaking the ground. It's the very beast they came all this way to hunt. But something is wrong. This isn't a wild animal. Someone is riding it. Larson immediately activates his heavenly eye. His eyes narrow in disbelief. Why, this guy here? Sitting casually on the tiger's back is a young man with long brown hair and a smug grin. The system identifies him as Caden, a beast tamer with a hunting instinct. Larson remembers him from his novel. Caden wasn't a main villain, but he was part of a powerful bandit group that operated outside the influence of the great clans. A brief memory flashes in his mind, Caden leading a menacing group of bandits through a dark forest. Larson remembers it clearly. Caden is the future leader of the notorious group known as the Scent of Pine Trees. He can't believe it. An entire city is paralyzed because of this one guy? From his perch, Caden scoffs at them. You're all just kids. Kassan steps forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Are you the one who's been terrorizing this city? He demands. Caden just looks at him, feigning surprise. Me? A bandit? Then he bursts out laughing. Kassan is taken aback. What's so funny? Caden's expression twists into something sinister. I'm not a bandit, he says, his voice dripping with malice. I just enjoy hunting humans. Larson knows they're in trouble. Even with Kassan, fighting him here is a terrible idea. So you're hunting us? He asks. Caden just shrugs. Who gave you kids permission to hunt here? With a chilling smile, Caden states, a hunter doesn't need anyone's permission to hunt. Larson pushes back, pointing out that a city like Garen should have 7 high-ranking swordsmen on duty. How could they let one man run wild like this? He knows it can only be one of two things. Either the city's knights made a secret deal with him, or this is all happening because of the flawed, incomplete world he created as the author. As the tiger lunges, a system notification pops up. Larson has understood the unlikely probabilities. The giant beast leaps from a rooftop, descending on them like a red meteor, and just then, another notice appears. Creator's privilege has been granted. A glowing pen materializes in Larson's hand. It's time to rewrite the story. The original narrative appears before him, full of blank spaces. It confirms the citizens were suspicious. The reason Caden could hunt freely was an empty line waiting to be filled. With the pen of the creator in his hand, Larson thinks, I can make this perfect. He begins to write, filling in the gaps in his own world. As he writes, reality itself begins to shift. A white circle of energy expands from him, pushing the massive tiger back. The beast lets out a ferocious growl, its fangs bared. A monstrous roar rips through the air as it prepares to attack again. The kids brace for impact. The tiger's paw slams into the ground, sending stone flying everywhere and knocking Larson off his feet. He looks up, realizing the tiger is much faster than he ever anticipated. Thankfully, Kassan and Ludia manage to dodge the attack. They're both unharmed. Larson calls out to them, quickly forming a plan. He explains that the red tiger is a simple, direct attacker. A head-on hit would be fatal. However, he continues, it has one special trait. But before he can finish, Ludia interrupts, her face flushed with a mix of hunger and rage. I'm starving. Ignoring him completely, she yells, Fireball! And launches a massive stream of fire directly at the tiger. Kassan shouts her name in alarm, but Ludia's eyes are blazing. All she can think is, if I get rid of this thing, I can finally eat. Eat this, she screams, as a massive explosion of fire engulfs the red tiger. For a second, she thinks it's over. But Caden just smirks, completely unfazed by the inferno. The tiger emerges from the flames and eats the fireball, absorbing the magic completely. Ludia stares in horror. Caden laughs, impressed by her power. He makes them an offer, join his bandit group, and he'll let them live. Kassan demands to know who the Scent of Pine Trees are. Larson explains they're the self-proclaimed owners of this mountain range. So, they're bandits, Kassan concludes. Caden just grins. Bandits sound so crude. He asks them to think about his offer. But Kassan has heard enough. His sword glows with red energy. I have no intention of joining criminals. He vows to take the head of anyone who preys on the innocent. Caden's expression darkens. "Are you sure about that?" he asks, his voice low and threatening. "Are you really ready to die here?" But Kassen hesitates, noticing something odd. He asks the critical question, "Why haven't you asked who we are?" It's a strange oversight for a supposedly cunning bandit. Caden just smirks. Larson realizes his rewrite of the world is taking effect. This is the result of the creator's privilege he used moments ago. He filled in the blanks. Caden wasn't just hunting for sport. He was following orders from someone else to create a test. This entire scenario was staged from the very beginning. They were never in any real danger. A memory of another student hunting a white tiger confirms it. Her test was also a setup. Larson glares at Caden. "That means you already know who we are. And the reason you're spouting all this nonsense, even though you know, is because you have faith in something." Caden's smug expression finally falters. Larson is seeing right through his act. And that thing you trust, a bright, golden portal of pure energy, begins to form in the sky above Caden. The portal expands, swirling with immense, overwhelming magical power. A figure descends from the light, wrapped in a golden aura. Cassine looks up, a name on his lips. Could it be? The figure is revealed. It's Evalia, her eyes glowing with power. Sister Evalia, the mastermind behind this entire deadly charade, is none other than Larson's own sister. A golden light descends, and the true mastermind appears. Kassen looks up, his voice a disbelieving whisper. "Is that Sister Evalia?" He's completely shocked, but a small part of him isn't. He thinks to himself, "So I was right." He can feel a slight blush on his cheeks, completely flustered by the sudden appearance of the beautiful and powerful Archmage. Larson, however, isn't surprised at all. He knew something was off from the very beginning. The whole situation was just a little too perfect to be real. He runs through the facts in his mind. The mages guarding the teleportation gates are powerful. There was no way a simple group of bandits could disrupt a major Maton business like that. And it was even stranger that an entire city would just walk down over a simple hunting notice. The response was far too extreme. On top of that, he knows from his own story that Caden isn't a famous villain yet. In this timeline, the guy has probably never even hunted a person before. The idea that he could shut down a well-defended city like Garin was impossible, even for a test. The red tiger leaps through the air, a truly terrifying sight. All the clues pointed to one logical conclusion. This isn't the real Garin, it's an artificial space, a magical illusion, and Larson knows only one person capable of pulling this off. Evalia. She looks down, a hint of a smile on her face, clearly impressed. "How clever," she says. "When did you figure it out?" Larson answers coolly that he knew from the moment everyone started hiding. She asks if his fight was just for show, and he admits it was. He figured he should at least look like he was trying. Evalia lands gracefully, and the kids can only watch with a mix of awe and confusion. She looks at Larson, a silent question in her eyes. "So, what did you think?" Just then, another figure steps out from the woods. It's Magnar, the combat king. He clears his throat, making it official. "You've passed the exam." The once fearsome red tiger now whimpers and backs away. Magnar compliments them on their courage, impressed by their calm. The bandit, Caden, hops off the tiger and bows deeply, apologizing for his rude behavior. Larson tells him not to worry about it, since it was all just a performance orchestrated by his sister and the combat king. Watching from the side, Magnar notes that Larson is clearly the leader of this group, not Kassen. He finds the boy fascinating. Meanwhile, Evalia clarifies that the test was never about defeating the tiger. Kassen, still a bit confused, asks if the point was just to test their courage. Evalia confirms it. Yes. But Larson adds another layer. He points out that their guardians must have been hiding nearby the whole time. The others are shocked. What? Larson activates his heavenly eye, and sure enough, he sees them faint spirits hovering in the trees. He reflects that if he wasn't the author, he never would have seen through this elaborate lie. He admits to himself he probably would have just fainted the moment the tiger appeared. Ludia, meanwhile, is happily petting the now docile beast. Magnar asks Kassen why he attacked if he trusted the guardians were there. Kassen's answer is simple and pure. He says a wise person isn't someone who's just strong on their own. He explains that even if he has weaknesses, he can rely on trustworthy people to make up for them. To him, a life surrounded by people you can trust is what's truly meaningful. He's a little embarrassed, thinking he's just admitting to being weak. But Larson knows better. Kassan wasn't being weak. He figured out the Guardians were there, and he chose to trust them completely. Avelia is taken aback. It's not a response she'd ever expect from the heir of a great family. It's a way of thinking that has never even occurred to her. And for some reason, hearing those pure-hearted words from this boy, it makes her heart ache. A system notification flashes, unseen by anyone but Larson. Another variable has affected the plot, but his heavenly eye isn't strong enough to see the details. Magner praises Kassan's answer, admitting that the Guardians are indeed a part of his strength, even if it's not the kind of answer he's used to hearing. Then Avelia turns to Larson, asking if he also knew about the Guardians. Larson's reply is chillingly logical. Of course, not because of Kassan, but because of myself. He explains the cold, political math. As an official guest of the Sayo clan and a potential successor to the Maidens, he couldn't be allowed to get hurt. It would be a massive diplomatic incident, and, more than that, it would give the Maiden family a golden opportunity. Avelia looks at him, confused. An opportunity, Larson confirms. Yes, sister, she's shocked. How would you being in danger be an opportunity for us? It would be an insult. Larson's answer is dark. That's because I'm not you. He reminds her that he holds no real importance in the family, unlike her. Just recently, he says, his voice completely flat, I was a living piece of garbage. He lays out the brutal truth. If a weakling like him were to have an unfortunate accident, the Maidens could use his death as a political weapon to threaten and manipulate the Sayo clan. It would be a victory born from his own sacrifice. Avelia is stunned into silence. He's so calm as he says it. Is that really how a 10-year-old should view his own family? Larson quickly backpedals, telling her not to misunderstand. He doesn't hate the family, he's just speaking logically. But Avelia has heard enough. In one swift motion, she pulls him into a hug. Her voice is soft, filled with a sorrow he's never heard from her before. Larson, you still have Maiden blood in you. She tells him it breaks her heart to hear such cynical words from a child. She holds him close, wishing the family name didn't weigh so heavily on his small shoulders. For a moment, Larson seems genuinely touched. Thanks, sister. But as Avelia holds him, Kassan starts trembling with a strange intensity. Larson has no idea what's gotten into him. Kassan looks at Larson with a fierce, almost possessive gaze. Larson, I'll be your family, he declares. Larson is just speechless. Huh? He insists he can be much warmer and more caring. The atmosphere becomes incredibly awkward. What is he even talking about? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Just as Larson is trying to figure out what to do, a familiar voice cuts through the drama. Larson, it's Ludia, and she has only one thing on her mind. I'm hungry. With a bright, happy smile, she declares that since the exam is over, it's finally time to eat. Larson, completely relieved by the interruption, smiles back. Yeah, Ludia, let's go. A few days pass. The sound of knocking is heard at a door. Inside, rose petals float in a large bath. A relaxed voice calls out, Come in! Larson enters to find Magner soaking. Magner asks what he wants, and Larson gets straight to the point. He wants to go to the Tiran mountain range. Magner is surprised. To Terran? Larson offers a casual excuse, saying he's heard the views are amazing. He says he wants to see the real thing, not the fake one his sister created. The real mountains are vast and beautiful. Magner asks if he's planning a vacation. No, Larson says firmly. Then what? Larson begins his lie. He explains that he found something in the artificial space, a little something his sister prepared just for him. Of course, he's actually talking about something he arranged as the author. Magner asks what it is, and Larson claims he was only told it was something in the mountains. He tells Magner that even in the fake space, he could feel a strange flow of mana, like a glowing blue orb hidden deep in the forest. He claims it was his sister's way of sending him a secret message, a unique method of communication used by the Maiden family. Magner is completely bewildered. A small cartoon thought bubble shows another character thinking the Maidens are just plain weird. Magner asks if it's okay for Larson to share something so important. Larson just says, You're my teacher. Magner has to admit that's true. Larson explains that Avelia sent the message this way for two reasons. First, to keep it a secret from Kassen, who could be seen as his rival. Magner agrees that sounds exactly like something Avelia would do. And second, it was a test of Larson's own cleverness. His sister hit two birds with one stone. Magner asks what's waiting in the mountains. Larson says he'll know when he sees it, but that she did give him the general location. But inside, he knows the truth. He knows the exact location. It's a hidden opportunity he wrote into the story for Kassen, a deep canyon where a beam of light shines down. It's the location of the 1,000-year dragon's chest plate, and he knows that if he brings Magner along, getting it will be far less dangerous. He gives Magner the location. It's near Mount Dragonhead, one of the 108 summits. Magner's eyes snap open in shock. "Mount Dragonhead?" Larson asks. "What's wrong?" Magner just brushes it off. "Ah, it's nothing." But as he leans back, a thoughtful, almost nostalgic smile plays on his lips. "I just have a fond memory of that place." The journey has barely begun, and Larson's already green around the gills from all the portal hopping. He begs his new teacher for just one day of rest, but Magner isn't having it, bluntly telling him that time is money. Larson tries to reason with him, pointing out that the walk to Mount Dragonhead is supposed to take 3 days. Magner just scoffs at the idea. "1 day is more than enough," he declares, already turning to leave. A 3-day hike in a single day? Larson knows that's a pace only a monster like the Combat King could manage. Glancing back with a taunting smile, Magner warns that he'll be left behind if he doesn't hurry. He challenges the boy, asking how he expects to accomplish anything if he can't even keep up with an old man. Larson has no choice but to yell for him to wait. "I'm a mage," Larson protests, his body just not built for this kind of travel. Magner dryly suggests he use warps then, fully aware that a second circle mage can't possibly use a spell of that level. Without even looking back, Magner tells him he'll just have to work harder. All Larson can do is scream his teacher's name in pure frustration. A little while later, Larson is gasping for breath, a faint blue mana flickering around him as he pushes his small body to its absolute limit. He realizes this isn't training, it's a death march. At this rate, he's going to collapse from exhaustion long before they ever see the mountain. And then, it happens. He can't take another step. His legs give out, and he crumples to the dusty ground, gasping that he can't go on. A wave of nausea hits him hard. The world spins around him as the physical strain becomes too much to bear. He throws up right there on the road. Magner just looks down, unimpressed, wondering why a kid his age is so weak. But inwardly, he's surprised. The boy made it a lot farther than he expected. He was sure he would have passed out ages ago. He knows his own niece Rosalind couldn't have lasted this long. Just as Magner acknowledges the kid's impressive mana, Larson pushes himself back up with a defiant smirk, asking if Magner plans on taking back the public declaration he made to the Said Patriarch. Magner's eye twitches. The kid's got him cornered, and he knows it. He's been completely outplayed. He quickly brushes it off, but there's no denying the boy's sharp mind. Magner watches, amazed, as Larson's breathing already returns to normal. He thinks to himself how terrifying this kid would be with a true warrior's spirit. He tells him to get up. They still have a long way to go. Larson points out the 3-day travel time again. Magner just scoffs. Is that the standard for the Maitons? Defeated, Larson just sighs and gets back to his feet, muttering that he guesses so. We see Magner's bare feet moving effortlessly across the gravel path. He moves at an incredible speed, yet so lightly that he doesn't even kick up dust. Larson watches in awe. It's like he's running with the wind itself. Wind! The word sparks an idea in Larson's mind. He realizes there's a steady breeze blowing from behind him. A thought clicks into place. He'd been circulating mana inside his body to strengthen it. But what if, instead, he used his mana to channel the wind outside his body, letting it push him forward? A massive surge of blue mana erupts around him as he puts his new theory to the test. It works. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he feels his body become impossibly light. A system window pops up, confirming his breakthrough. He's just awakened a new skill, Beginner Magic Combat Attribute. Utilization for the Wind Attribute. Attribute Utilization. A vortex of energy swirls at his feet as he begins to run, now moving at a speed he never thought possible. He can't create elements out of nothing like some mages, but his transcendent mana lets him control the elements that are already there. This is his true path. Magnar glances back, a small, knowing smile on his face. He sees the boy keeping pace effortlessly and understands. That kid just unlocked something incredible. But even a genius has his limits. In a forest clearing, Larson finally collapses, completely out of mana. He gasps for air, complaining that he's going to starve to death and can't walk another step. He tries to call out to his teacher, but his body is shaking uncontrollably, totally spent. The Holy Grail pops out from his shirt, trying to wake him as Magnar calls his name, but it's no use. He's completely unconscious. Magnar stares down at the boy, completely stunned. "You little monster," he mutters. 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. For a mage, that's simply unheard of. He sighs, knowing that they just have to keep moving forward. He tells the unconscious boy that if he can't make it, he should just blame his own lack of talent. That's how he and his brother were trained. Magnar thinks back to himself at 10 years old. 100 kilometers in 50 minutes, it would have been impossible even for him, even for his brother, the current head of their family. He tells Larson that the more he pushes himself, the lighter his body will become. Suddenly, Larson grunts in his sleep. He wakes with a jolt, screaming as he finds himself being dragged along by the collar of his shirt. "What are you doing?" he yells at his teacher. Magnar casually explains that he dragged him the rest of the way. He complains that his old, fragile body is tired now, so it's all up to Larson from here. Larson gets to his feet, remembering he's the one leading this expedition. He looks up and finally sees it, the majestic, towering peak of Mount Dragonhead. They stand at the edge of an abandoned town that looks like an old farming village. Larson plans to pretend to look for clues while he searches for the real prize. He asks Magnar about the significant memory he mentioned earlier. The old master shuts him down immediately, saying it's not something he needs to know. Magnar tells him to do whatever he came here to do. He's just going to look around for a bit. The moment Magnar's back is turned, Larson activates his heavenly eye. He learns this place was a bandit hideout 30 years ago, and Magnar stumbled upon it by chance. A grim flashback shows a younger Magnar surrounded by fallen enemies, holding a bandit up by the throat. He took down more than 10 of them all by himself, without a weapon, and the entire incident was covered up. But Larson knows there must be more to the story. Killing a few bandits isn't a memory Magnar would hold on to so dearly. The heavenly eye reveals the rest of the tragic tale. This is where Magnar met a woman named Mai. She'd been kidnapped by the bandits. Magnar fell for her the moment he saw her and wiped out her captors to save her. We see him carrying her through the pouring rain, his face filled with desperate hope. But it was already too late. Mai had been poisoned by the bandits. She died in his arms before he could get her out of the mountains. A heartbroken scream echoes through the downpour as he clutches her lifeless body. Larson finally understands. This is why Magnar never married, why he lives alone. He could never forget his first love. Back in the present, Larson probes, asking if there's anything special here. Magnar just tells him that's for him to discover. Larson says he'll look for clues. Waving him off, Magnar claims his old, fragile body needs a break. Larson walks over to an old stone well in the center of town. He thinks to himself that, in an abandoned place like this, no one would ever pay attention to an old well. He realizes this must be it. Magnar's voice suddenly comes from behind. He confirms that this is where he threw the bodies of the men he killed. Larson's hand glows with red energy as he prepares to investigate inside. But something's wrong. There should be a pile of bones at the bottom, but the well is completely empty. He wonders if someone moved them. But why? And if they did, they'd likely put up some kind of barrier. Just then, a faint purple energy shimmers into view. He understands. A sly grin spreads across his face. As he reaches his hand toward the opening, sparks of dark energy crackle in the air. His hand hits an invisible wall. Larson's expression turns serious. There's a barrier on the well. A dark, thorny barrier of purple energy crackles around the old well. Magnar sees it and knows instantly the bodies he threw in here 30 years ago are gone. He wonders if this sinister magic is meant to seal the souls of the dead. Whatever it is, it's powerful. A red aura flares around his clenched fist. He doesn't know what the barrier is, and he doesn't care. He'll just smash it to pieces. But just as he's about to strike, Larson calls out, asking if he sees something. Magnar quickly composes himself, playing it cool. Larson isn't fooled. A triumphant glint flashes in his eyes as he thinks to himself that he's found it. This is the bloodied well, the exact spot where the treasure is hidden. His heavenly eye reveals more. The bloodied well setting is being activated by a barrier arts expert. But that doesn't make sense. Larson never wrote a character like that into this part of the story. He turns to Magner, asking if he knows anything about barrier arts. Magner is immediately suspicious. Why? With a sly smile, Larson points to the well. Because you must already know there's a barrier here. Magner is caught, thinking to himself what a little devil this kid is. Magner tries to deflect, questioning why a martial artist would know about magic. But Larson presses on, pointing out how strange it is for a barrier to be on a forgotten well in the middle of nowhere. He explains that hiring an expert to create something like this would cost a fortune. Magner just dismisses it, saying the world is full of crazy people. Magner notes the barrier looks at least 10 years old, which shouldn't be possible. He admits the kid is sharp for his age and finally asks what he's getting at. Larson drops his shocking theory. I think the well made the barrier itself. Magner scoffs at the absurd idea. A well gaining consciousness and creating its own magic? But the thought plants a seed of doubt in his mind. This well is... Wait, a memory flashes through his mind, the day he wiped out the bandits, and it was right beside this well that he met Mai. He remembers the scene perfectly. The bodies of his enemies scattered on the ground, and Mai standing there watching him. She was already incredibly weak from the poison the bandits had given her. On the way down the mountain, she died in his arms. The image of his anguished cry as he held her in the rain is burned into his memory. The pieces are clicking into place, and the implication is horrifying. Mai was on the brink of death. How was she able to walk around so freely right next to the well? It shouldn't have been possible. Larson explains that for an object to gain its own will, a special setting has to be involved. Magner asks if that's just some term mages use. Deciding he can reveal this much, Larson leans in. Yes, and there's a secret I can only tell you. Magner looks at him, intrigued. A secret? Larson's eyes faintly glow. I have eyes that can read these settings, and as proof, I sense a name coming from this well. The name is Mai's. Magner is completely thunderstruck. He can barely get the word out. What? Larson lands the final blow of his carefully crafted lie. This well's name is the Bloodied Well. It's what my sister wanted me to see. Magner's mind is reeling. That was 30 years ago. This boy wasn't even born. How could he possibly know her name? He concludes that the boy's special eyes must be real. Larson touches the well, casually noting the lack of blood, which is strange for a so-called bloodied well. Magner's voice is flat, intense. How much do you know? That's all I can see for now. Larson lies smoothly. Suddenly, a thick purple smoke erupts from the well, engulfing Larson and throwing him back with a scream. What is this smoke? Magner shouts. Caught in the thick of it, all Larson can yell back is, how should I know? A figure begins to form in the smoke, its eyes glowing an eerie white. The silhouette sharpens, revealing a woman with short, dark hair. Magner and Larson can only stare, completely frozen in shock. Magner sees her face, the same face that has haunted his dreams for 3 decades. The face of the woman he loved and the woman he lost. He can barely breathe her name. Mai? The woman smiles gently, a purple aura and floating red flowers surrounding her. It's been a long time, Magner. The grim town fades away, replaced by a serene green field. It's a beautiful, peaceful illusion. But Larson knows the truth. This may look like Magner's first love, but she is definitely not human. She's a yokai, he realizes, a spirit. And the smoke wasn't smoke at all. It was a pheromone designed to seduce and ensnare its victims. The yokai speaks, her voice sweet and alluring. You've grown so much. Did you come back for me? Because you couldn't forget? Magner's expression is filled with painful memories. I haven't forgotten. You're old now, she says with a seductive smile. But I'm even more beautiful than before, don't you think? Larson watches, knowing how significant a first love can be. I'm still glad, Magner says, surprising her. He explains that for 30 years, the memory of her death has been a heavy burden on his soul. But now, he says, his eyes filled with a new resolve, seeing you here, I can finally let that burden go. The yokai's seductive expression darkens. Magner. In an instant, she appears behind him, whispering in his ear. It's been such a long time. She wraps her arms around him, pulling him into an illusionary field of red flowers. Why don't we share a passionate moment together? You were just a boy back then, she coos, her hand caressing his neck. But now, you're a real man. She moves in closer, her lips almost touching his. I'm so tempted to have you. Let's spend an eternity together. But just as she's about to kiss him, Magner's voice cuts through the illusion, sharp as a blade. Larson. Startled, Larson yelps, "Yes, teacher!" In a flash, Magner's hand clamps around the yokai's throat. She lets out a piercing shriek as he tells Larson, "Watch closely." "What are you doing?" she gasps, struggling against his iron grip. Magner's face is cold as ice. "This is the first lesson I have for you." He explains that there are two ways to hunt a spirit like her. Overwhelm it with raw power, or destroy it with an opposing energy, like fighting spirit. The yokai stammers, trying to regain control. "Magner, I'm surprised. I didn't know you liked it rough." He ignores her completely. "What I'm about to show you." A massive wave of red fighting spirit erupts from his body. Is one of the Grandel family's basic martial arts, one of the 4 volitions. Breakage. Larson is completely overwhelmed. The sheer pressure of the fighting spirit is immense, pressing down on him from all sides. Magner pulls his arm back, the red energy coalescing into a devastating force. He unleashes his strike, not at the yokai herself, but at the empty space around her. The yokai cries out as the attack connects, a glowing wound appearing on her chest. "What have you done to me?" Larson realizes with dawning horror, Magner didn't just hit her. This is impossible. He broke the space she was in. Magner's attack didn't just injure her, it shattered the very fabric of reality itself. The yokai clutches the glowing wound on her chest, unable to comprehend what just happened. The space itself had been broken. As Magner stands firm, his fighting spirit blazing, the yokai screams at him. "Magner, are you really trying to kill me?" "But you love me," she cries, her voice filled with disbelief. "How can you do this?" Magner's voice is cold, like a teacher giving a lesson. He tells Larson to watch closely, explaining that this is the first method for killing a yokai, breaking space with overwhelming power to strike the spirit's true form. Larson sees it, and he understands. "Right now!" Larson shouts, and in a blur of motion, he leaps toward the stunned yokai. He channels a blast of pure, concentrated mana into his fist and strikes her with every ounce of his strength. The yokai recoils, furious. "How could you do this to someone as beautiful as me? What is wrong with you two?" Larson lands, feeling a tightness in his chest from exerting so much mana at once, but he brushes it off. She laughs, a twisted smile on her face, believing this is some kind of sick competition between them. With that, she dissolves into a cloud of purple smoke to make her escape. But the damage is done. The smoke dissipates, leaving behind only a severed hand that quickly fades into nothing. "Well done," Magner says, genuinely impressed. Larson, still catching his breath, humbly replies, "It's all thanks to my great teacher." But Magner's gaze is sharp. He asks why Larson didn't finish her off in one go. Larson just gives him a sly, knowing smile in return. With a mischievous look, he holds up a small heart made of mana. "I bet you didn't destroy her because a part of you still loved her." In the next instant, Magner's fist connects squarely with Larson's head, sending the boy flying with a scream of pain. Magner stands with his arms crossed, a vein throbbing on his forehead. This little brat is too sharp for his own good, he thinks, as Larson writhes on the ground. But even as he's annoyed, his mind is already analyzing what just happened. The way Larson attacked was not how a mage fights, it was pure martial arts. He had concentrated all his mana into his fist and made it explode on impact. An attack like that would have torn a normal mage's arm clean off. Magner truly can't understand how the kid's body can withstand that kind of power. He's completely lost in thought. "I'll teach you something else next," Magner says. Still nursing his head, Larson replies, "Can I guess what it is?" Magner is intrigued. "Oh, go ahead." Larson looks at him, his gaze serious and direct. "You're going to teach me how to hide my eyes, aren't you?" Magner asks why. Larson's answer is simple, "Because my siblings might get envious." Magner is baffled. He doesn't understand why this kid trusts him so completely, but he has to admit he doesn't hate it. He wonders how a mutant like this ever came from the Maton family. With the yokai gone, Larson turns his attention back to the well, the real reason they came here. Peering into the darkness, he sees a faint light. Magner asks if this is what Avelia prepared. Exactly. Larson lies smoothly, pretending it's an artificial dungeon his sister made. An artificial dungeon is a virtual space, created by powerful mages for a specific purpose. Larson adds to his lie, saying he thinks it's a natural dungeon that his sister simply modified. Magner just yawns, complaining about how complicated mages are. Larson smiles. He knows there's a guardian waiting for him down there. Magner just waves him off. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Without a moment of hesitation, Larson leaps into the well, plunging into the darkness below. As he falls, Magner is still above, thinking. He realizes the entire memory. The bandits, Mai's rescue it, was all a manipulated illusion created by the yokai. How could he have been so blind? He wonders how a yokai that powerful was never discovered. If someone like Avelia had found this place, she would have dealt with it. The story isn't adding up. Down below, a system notification appears before Larson. A character known as the Settings Destroyer is starting to doubt the world's probability. Larson's eyes widen. He realizes instantly. It's Magner. The system confirms it. The Settings Destroyers is questioning the plot holes in the world. And because of that, the world's internal logic has been partially degraded. Degraded, Larson thinks, a sense of alarm rising. Is it the setup again, he wonders, as a familiar blank text box appears. He sees the original, flawed setting. After Magner's visit 30 years ago, no one ever rediscovered the well. The reason why no one could find it was left blank, a plot hole he now has to fill. He remembers that in his original story, only Kassen found it. He needs to write a rule that fits that narrative. He quickly types a new rule into existence. Only those with the heavenly eye can sense the disguised well. The system confirms the plot hole has been patched. He waits, wondering if he'll get a reward for fixing it. But this time, nothing happens. He's confused. Wasn't that a perfect answer? A look of deep concentration crosses his face. He realizes the danger. If these plot holes keep appearing, the entire world could break down. He has to be more careful. With the world's logic stabilized for now, he lands softly at the bottom. He has arrived. This is the forgotten thousand-year dragon's nest. Magner lands behind him. Student, he asks, why don't you use magic? Larson is caught off guard. Magner clarifies, asking if he can use basic spells like explores or investigate. Larson admits he's only a second circle mage. Magner correctly guesses those are third circle spells, but he knows the truth. The amount of mana Larson has is easily at the third circle level. He still can't figure this strange kid out. Larson suggests they check for threats, but Magner presses him, asking if he can at least light a simple fire. Larson just gives him a thumbs up, explaining that wasting mana in a dungeon is a bad idea. Magner can only think, what an odd guy. They walk deeper into the darkness of the cave. The air is heavy and humid. Larson stops, feeling the ground change beneath his feet. It should be around here! They've reached a large underground pond. Just as Larson confirms this is the place, a deep voice echoes through the cavern. Go back! A bright purple light flashes in the darkness. Larson stands his ground, facing the unseen threat. Magner dryly remarks on Avelia's weird taste in toys. Larson plays along, saying he heard she picked up something that emits a purple light. From the depths of the pond, a massive figure rises. Larson identifies it, the bronze giant. He clarifies that it's not a real giant, just modeled after one. The giant's voice booms again, ordering them to leave as the protector of the treasure. Larson knows this won't be easy. The giant warns that he will lose if he fights. Of course, Larson replies calmly, but I can't just give up here. He knows the stakes are impossibly high. One mistake, and it's over. He has just one chance. A purple light begins to glow from the giant's chest. He remembers his original story. Kassen, the hero, was nearly killed by the giant's single fire strike. A massive beam of energy shoots from the giant, aimed directly at him. But Larson is smiling. I won't get hit by it. All right, he says, stepping into the shallow water of the pond. Let's do this. Mana crackles around his fist as he makes a bold declaration. I'll bring you down with a single strike of my own. Blue and purple lightning arcs through the water around him, his power building to a critical point. The battle is about to begin. The bronze giant raises its massive, glowing sword, the air itself crackling with raw energy. Larson feels a thrill run through him. He has a feeling that something fun is about to happen. A massive wave of fire erupts from the giant's sword, screaming directly towards him. The blast hits him head-on. He grits his teeth, taking the full force of the attack as planned. He stumbles back, his shirt singed, yelling about how hot it is. But he knows this is nothing compared to the damage Kassan took in the original story. The giant readies its sword for another swing. Larson recalls the text from his novel. Even grievously injured, Kassan still managed to fight back. And this is his opening. With mana swirling around him, he sees it. This is his one and only opportunity. He remembers how Kassan charged the giant head-on. But Larson knows he can't win with brute force. He has to be smarter. He activates his self-defense skill. As the giant's fiery sword swings down, Larson leaps not away, but directly onto the flat of the blade. The heat is intense, but he knows he only needs a few seconds. Now, all he has to do is get to the giant's shoulder joint. He pushes off the blade, launching himself towards the automaton, yelling that they're about to hit the wall. He lands with a massive crash, sending dust and debris flying. Magner watches from the side, a simple "ooh" escaping his lips. The giant's light flickers for a moment from the impact. Not bad, Magner thinks to himself. Larson lands on the giant's shoulder, sighing in relief. He barely made it. He remembers the original plot again. Kassan had to cut deep into the giant's joint with his sword. Rusted joints, that's the bronze giant's fatal weakness. With his fist crackling with purple mana, Larson prepares to use the technique Magner taught him to strike that one weak point. But just as he's about to attack, a glint of light from the ceiling catches his eye. A green arrow whistles through the air and sinks into his shoulder. A poison arrow! He'd completely forgotten about this trap. It was in his setup notes, but never made it into the final novel. He'd focused too much on the Guardian. The poison sends him flying, knocking him completely off balance. Another blast of energy from the giant's chest sends him hurtling through the air. He lands hard, gritting his teeth. This isn't as easy as I thought it would be. Magner watches, a single thought in his mind. This kid. With Larson down, the giant raises its sword for the final blow. But Larson isn't finished. Using the water below, he launches himself forward in a blur of blue energy. He flies through the air, aimed directly at the giant's arm. And with a devastating impact, he completely blows the Guardian's arm off. Magner is amazed. In that split second, Larson had concentrated all of his mana and fighting spirit into his fist, channeling it into a single, explosive strike, and used it to deflect the Guardian's sword. The overwhelming force sends him flying once more. He lands in a heap and finally calls out to his teacher for help, admitting he was just testing a new skill. Magner just scoffs, calling him a weakling. He knows the only reason Larson is out of mana is because of that unexpected poison arrow. Well, fine, Magner says, a dangerous glint in his eye. You gave me a good show. A massive wave of golden fighting spirit erupts around him. So, I'll give you one, too. Larson's eyes go wide in shock. That power. It's Magner's fighting spirit, but now it's 100 times more powerful than before. The bronze giant doesn't stand a chance. Magner gives a single, simple command. Fall apart. His eyes glow with absolute authority. A shockwave of pure power expands from him. It hits the giant, and the massive automaton is instantly and utterly obliterated. The entire cavern is rocked by the explosion, leaving nothing but dust where the Guardian once stood. Larson is speechless. This is the peak level of verbal commands, a supreme being whose very words carry the weight of reality. He wonders how he's supposed to survive in a world with monsters like this. With the Guardian defeated, Magner tells him to hurry up. The scene shifts to the moonlit night sky outside. Two figures are racing through the forest. It's Era and Hampton, Larson's loyal followers. They move with incredible speed. Hampton is already out of breath, begging for a break. Era just shoots back. How can you call yourself the young master's shadow when you're so weak? I'm not weak, you're just a monster, he protests. She tells him if he can still talk, he's fine, then stops so suddenly he bumps right into her. We flash back 2 nights ago. Larson had given Era her orders, leave 2 days after him, go to Mount Dragonhead, and find the well. His final command was simple: find me. Back in the present, Era stands before the well. Seeing the signs of battle, she knows this is the place. This is the dungeon entrance. Inside, Larson is on his knees, clutching his poisoned shoulder. Even with his poison resistance, it still stings. He complains that Magner should have stepped in sooner. Magner just replies that he's old and weak, so it's hard for him too. Larson is baffled by the excuse. He gets to the point, if there's a guardian, there must be a treasure. He stands up, ready to move on. By the way, he says, isn't something weird? He explains that the giant was protected by a special oil. Magner smirks, impressed that the kid noticed. The oil, called letin, has no smell. He must have realized it when he was on top of the giant. Letin is a special oil used to protect metal from rust. Larson points out the contradiction. The giant was covered in rust-proofing oil, yet it was incredibly rusted. Magner adds that letin is also extremely weak to certain poisons. We see a flashback of another adventurer getting hit by the same poison arrow trap and failing the dungeon. Larson puts it all together. The oil, the rust, the poison trap. It all means the path forward must be filled with a poisonous gas. Magner thinks to himself, he really is Avelia's brother. As if on cue, a path of shimmering green energy appears before them. Right, Larson says calmly. That path is indeed full of poison. A noxious green gas rises from the path. Magner warns him that this is a paralytic poison. A single breath could leave him unable to move his arms or legs for life. A strange, excited look appears on Magner's face as he says he can't help, since he's not a mage. Larson wonders why he looks so thrilled about it. I prepared something, just in case, Larson says coolly. Just then, a voice calls down from the well entrance. Hey! Are you sure this is the right place? It's Hampton, peering down nervously. Behind him, Era wonders aloud what the safest way down would be. And then she just unceremoniously kicks him in. He lets out a terrified scream as he plummets down the shaft. No! He yells, landing in a heap at their feet. Era just calls down calmly. Sorry, Hampton. We see a quick flashback of her thinking they've wasted enough time. With their poison expert now on site, Larson smiles. If there's a poison, there must be an antidote. Era and Hampton have arrived, but keeping up with a legendary assassin has taken its toll. Hampton is completely exhausted, collapsed on the ground while Era stands over him without a single bead of sweat. Hampton looks up, panicked. Era, he yells, are you trying to kill me? A dangerous aura flares around her as she looks down, her voice cold as ice. She tells him he's really going to die if he doesn't get up right now. Hampton scrambles away in terror, realizing she was actually serious. He remembers when she gave him candy 2 years ago and now understands it was all an act. Era simply turns and continues on as if nothing happened. They finally reach their destination. Magner is surprised to see them, but Larson just smirks. He knew they'd make it. They're here, he says casually. Without hesitation, both Era and Hampton bow deeply before the legendary combat king, offering a respectful greeting. Magner just looks between them and Larson, clearly waiting for an explanation. He recognizes Ira as the maid he saw before. Larson lies with a straight face that his father assigned them to him because he was lacking. Magner just bursts out laughing, not believing for a second that Larson's ruthless father would do something so caring. His attention then turns to Era, his expression becoming serious. He explains that a person with a strong aura isn't what's truly scary. What's truly terrifying, he says, is a person with no aura at all. He stares at Era, whose calm, piercing gaze meets his. Her unnerving stillness speaks volumes. Magner acknowledges her skill, stating that erasing one's presence is a sign of a true master. He tells her she's the best assassin he's ever seen. Era replies with a hint of dark humor, saying that since the others he met are probably dead, she must be. She coolly accepts his words as a caution, stating that an assassin with an ego is bound to die. Magner then turns to Hampton and asks if he has the poison antidote. He bluntly asks the trembling boy how he plans to protect his master when he's such a scaredy cat. Hampton is left completely speechless. Magner finally understands. "So this was your plan," he says to Larson. He now sees why the boy was so confident. He turns back to Hampton, asking if this little kid can really handle the poison. While grinding herbs, Hampton explains that he can't get rid of the poison, but he can make a temporary antidote that will protect them as they pass through. Larson walks over and places a gentle hand on Hampton's head. The young boy looks up, surprised and touched. With a warm, genuine smile, Larson thanks him. "You did well coming all this way." For Hampton, those simple words are everything. His eyes light up with pure adoration. He declares that he's not afraid of anything, as long as he's with his young master. All his fear and exhaustion are gone. Hampton presents a small pill, explaining that if Larson holds it in his mouth, he'll be able to resist the poison. Larson asks if it would be ineffective if he swallowed it. Hampton immediately panics, insisting that he absolutely cannot swallow it. As he holds the antidote, Larson remembers that this very poison made the original hero, Casson, sick for 3 days. But since he's the one who wrote the story, he already knows the solution. He tells Era and Hampton to wait there. As they leave, Magner mutters about all the hassle for such a weak poison. Larson wisely chooses to ignore him. With the antidote in his mouth, he and Magner walk confidently into the thick green poison mist. They emerge on the other side into a vast chamber. "We're here," Larson says. This is the place he wrote about. Inside the cavern, a single monolith glows with a holy light, a majestic dragon carved into its surface. This is it. Suddenly, a wave of energy pulses through the room, catching them both by surprise. Larson's heavenly eye activates. He knows exactly where the treasure is. As if responding to his gaze, beams of light swirl together in the center of the room. A system message confirms it, the 1,000-year dragon's chest plate. The light solidifies, revealing a beautiful golden artifact. Magner explains that this single piece of enchanted cloth acts as an armor that can protect its wearer's heart once, essentially granting an extra life. But as the light fades, something strange happens. Glowing particles rise from the floor beneath the artifact. Larson sees glowing blue text forming on the ground, text that only he can see. Only those who qualify as the successor will be able to read this. He stares at the glowing script, a sense of unease creeping in. This was not part of the story he wrote. Magner asks if this is the treasure his sister wanted him to have, but Larson is distracted, thinking, "I didn't write this." A chilling thought crosses his mind. For the first time, he has undeniable proof that there are things in this world that even he, the author, doesn't know. Shaking it off, he decides to focus on the mission. Anyway, he thinks, I just need to take this for now. The moment his hand touches the chest plate, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts, engulfing him completely. The artifact dissolves into pure mana, flowing into his body and settling over his chest. An invisible shield that will protect his life. With the treasure secured, he turns to his teacher. "Then let's get back." "Thanks, teacher." Magner just grins, rubbing his fingers together. "If you want to thank me," he says cheerfully, "pay me." Sometime later, back at the Seo estate, Larson is relaxing in a bath with his friend Casson, who asks if that's the artifact on his chest. Casson is confused. "Armor? But you're not wearing anything." Larson explains that it changed form and he's actually wearing it right now. Casson's eyes go wide. "Really? That's super cool," he exclaims, completely amazed. Larson chuckles, thinking Casson really is just a kid. He makes an offer. "Want to try punching me in the heart?" Casson's expression turns serious before breaking into a wide grin. "Wouldn't it be better to test it with a sword?" Before Larson can react, Casson summons his sword, its blade glowing red. Larson panics, but it's too late. With a swift strike, Casson stabs him right in the chest. A loud clang echoes as the sword hits the invisible armor. "Wow," Casson shouts, "you really are wearing armor." The commotion attracts another kid, but Ira is already there, appearing from nowhere to calmly state, "That's not allowed." A notification shows the chest plate's durability is down to 32%. Larson sighs, realizing it dropped because Casson got a little too excited with his testing. Later, he asks Casson to stand guard while he uses mana to repair the armor. Casson immediately agrees. As he stands watch, Casson smiles to himself. He thinks, "I stabbed my friend in the heart with a sword." He remembers his father talking about heroes' friendship and, in his innocent mind, believes this is what it must feel like. Larson meditates, a blue aura surrounding him. After about an hour, a notification confirms the durability is back to 100%. He thanks Casson, who just smiles and says it was nothing before heading off for the night. Larson watches him go, thinking about the protagonist he wrote. Their bond is one of the biggest changes he's made to this world. He smiles softly, already looking forward to their next meeting. Now alone, Larson walks through the quiet, moonlit courtyard. He stops and speaks into the empty night air. "Aira!" Instantly, she appears before him. "Yes, young master." Larson turns to face her and says 2 words, "My heart." His expression is dead serious, his eyes glowing. He asks her a terrifying question. "Do you want to try stabbing it for real?" Aira's eyes narrow, a dark, murderous aura flaring around her. Her voice is ice cold as she warns him. "If I stab you with my power, you will definitely die. Is that okay?" Larson immediately breaks out in a cold sweat, his bravado gone. "No, it's fine," he stammers, completely terrified. Aira's expression softens just a fraction. "You must become strong," she says, her voice filled with a rare intensity. "You absolutely must." Larson looks down, a single tear in his eye as her words sink in. He looks up, his fear replaced by quiet resolve. "You're right, Aira." His eyes shine with newfound determination as he makes a promise, both to her and to himself. "I will." And with that promise, a year passes. In the mountains behind the Sade family mansion, Magner declares that Larson's basic training is over. A slightly older, 11-year-old Larson is panting, drenched in sweat from his weighted clothes. Just then, he senses a familiar presence. "Sister?" We see a quick glimpse of a familiar argument between Magner and Larson, a snapshot of their chaotic year of training. Magner stops, looking past him. A beautiful woman with long blonde hair stands there. His sister, Avelia Mayton. She smiles warmly. "Long time no see, Larson." The 3 of them stand in the tranquil forest. "Yeah, it's been a while," Larson replies, catching his breath. He looks at his older sister, a genuine warmth in his eyes. "I missed you," he tells her. With his training complete and his powerful sister back, Larson Mayton's 11-year-old life begins now. End of chapter card. A year of brutal training is over. But for Larson, the real test is just beginning. As his sister Avelia thinks back on the formal letter he sent her, she can't help but wish it wasn't just respect he offered, but genuine affection. She teases him about it, saying that even love would have been a better word. Underneath the playful jab, there's a real desire for a closer family bond. Larson plays it off with a sly smile and gets right to business, asking if she's willing to help him with his plan for Ludia. Her answer is a simple, immediate yes. We see a quick flashback of Ludia, a small, monkey-like creature screeching with rage and terror. Larson explains that Ludia can't grow where she is now. Avelia cuts straight to the point. Why should she raise a girl with no Mayton blood? Larson's reply is sharp and confident. "You won't have to." He clarifies that Ludia isn't just some girl, she's bound to him by a contract of absolute obedience. Then he delivers his masterstroke, looking her dead in the eye. "And I," he says, "obey you just as well." This is no longer a simple favor, it's a formal declaration of allegiance. A faint blush appears on Avelia's cheeks, a soft, pleased smile on her lips. His words hit their mark. He humbly offers to work under her if she'll have him. With their new alliance set, her demeanor shifts. She has a question for him. Her question is direct. "What have you been doing for the past year?" Larson is stunned. He knows exactly what she's implying, that as a mage, he hasn't grown at all. He admits to himself that it's true. The quality and quantity of his mana are exactly the same as they were a year ago. "But," he begins, a faint blue aura glowing around him. He explains that he was focused on something else. His aura intensifies. "I focused on making myself a better vessel to take in purer mana." He explains that his unique abilities put immense pressure on his body. Blue lightning crackles around him as he tells her he spent the year forging a body that could withstand that pressure. But before he can ask for her trust, she cuts him off. She reminds him who she is, a pure-blooded Mayton, a top candidate for Patriarch, and the one who guided him into magic. She tells him she isn't talking about his mana. With a gentle smile, she clarifies, "I was just asking how you were. It was a personal question, not a performance review." And in that moment, Larson realizes he misjudged her completely. He understands now. Evelia, just like his friend Kaysen, is starved for affection. He might be the first family member to ever send her a personal letter. Seizing the opportunity, Larson's expression softens. "Sister," he asks, "do you want to have dinner with me? As a family?" The word hangs in the air, and Evelia's eyes light up. "Family," she repeats. "That's a nice word." She promises to get him flowers from the garden. Their new alliance is sealed, not with a contract, but with a simple promise of connection. That night, Larson recalls her parting words. She remembers how he was a year ago, and now he has to prove he's grown stronger. The test is still on. He sits up, determined. He calls out for Era, who appears instantly. He asks if she heard their conversation. From the shadows, she confirms that she did. She reports that she has already prepared everything for an early departure. Larson then asks for her opinion on the test, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He's ready to show his sister the changed Larson. End of chapter card. The next morning dawns bright and clear. Larson yawns as he meets Evelia. She notes his good mood and asks if he's figured out her test. He confirms that figuring it out was part of the test itself. He knows he has to prove his strength without any increase in mana. He explains his deduction. The test has to be quick and can't disturb the Sade family. With those constraints, there's only one possibility. "So," Evelia asks, a slight smile on her face, "what's the test?" Larson looks towards a vision of a fiery, dangerous mountain. He gives his answer: to hunt the poison goblins in the Byron Stone Mountain. "Yes, that's right," she confirms, a brilliant golden aura flaring around her. She extends her hand. "Then, shall we get going?" Larson agrees and takes his sister's hand. Just as the teleportation magic swirls, he quickly adds, "Ah, right, can I take Hampton?" In a flash of light, they arrive. The sudden warp is too much for Hampton, who collapses to the ground, gasping. Larson looks down at his struggling servant. "Ah, sorry, Hampton," he says sheepishly. They find themselves under a blazing, unfamiliar sun. A system window confirms their location. Byron Stone Mountain, surrounded by a forest of ominous red pine trees. Larson recalls writing this place into his novel. It's one of the most dangerous locations in the world, and the red pines always symbolized danger. He asks Evelia if she's just going to watch. She confirms she will. Unless he's about to die, he knows she's serious. Hampton points out an old signpost nearby, covered in what looks like dried blood. It's a stark warning. Poison Goblin Tribe Habitat. Danger. Do not approach. Larson simply says, "This way," and leads them deeper into the terrifying forest. Hampton struggles to keep up, breathing heavily. "We're almost there," Larson replies coolly. Hampton mutters that he said the same thing an hour ago. Finally, they reach a clearing. Larson gives Hampton the order to spread the supplies he had prepared. Watching from a distance, Evelia analyzes his strategy. She wonders if he brought Hampton just because he was scared of the poison, but soon realizes there's more to his plan. She knows Larson could never win against a horde of goblins in a direct fight. Her original plan was to let him kill a few, then she would step in. But now, a smirk appears on her face. It seems her little brother has planned something much more interesting. Hampton finishes his task. "All right," Larson says, "that should be enough." He then asks Hampton if he can climb trees. The boy turns red, stammering that he could maybe try. "Never mind," Larson sighs. "Just climb on my back." Before Hampton can react, Larson uses his wind ability to launch them both high into the red pines with incredible agility. Watching from the ground, Evelia is genuinely surprised. His movements are much lighter than they were a year ago. She realizes he's moving like an assassin, not a mage. The rustling in the undergrowth grows louder. The goblins are here. A horrifying screech rips through the air as a horde of grotesque poison goblins emerges. Larson watches from his perch, completely unfazed. As the goblins rush into the clearing, they suddenly begin to choke and collapse, clawing at their throats as the powder Hampton spread takes effect. It's a silent, deadly trap. Evelia watches, thinking that no mage would ever use such a crude, yet undeniably effective method. From his hiding spot in the tree, Larson replies as if he heard her thoughts. "I know. He looks down from the branch, his voice carrying a new weight. "I don't want to work for you as a mage," he declares. "I want to be someone more special." His eyes gleam with intelligence. He's proving himself to be a unique and indispensable asset. Hampton looks up at his master, completely in awe, witnessing firsthand the brilliant, terrifying mind of Larson Mayton. The chapter ends here, with a quick note from the author announcing a short break for health reasons. We wish them a speedy recovery and can't wait to see what happens next. Perched high in the trees, Larson and Hampton watch the chaos unfold. Below, rival goblin packs are tearing each other apart. Watching from a distance, Avelia finally understands. "I see," she thinks. "I get it now." She projects her thoughts to Larson, asking if this was his plan all along. He confirms it, explaining the crucial detail. Poison goblins are fiercely territorial. His strategy was simple, but brilliant. By luring them with bait that Hampton prepared, he knew another pack would get envious and start a fight over the food and the territory. He turned their own nature against them. A new horde of goblins storms into the clearing, their screeches echoing through the forest. The battlefield descends into pure carnage. A monstrous roar rips through the air as one of the goblin leaders lets out a furious cry. The leaders clash, weapons swinging wildly. The plan is working perfectly. Larson's eyes glow with intensity. His plan is unfolding exactly as he envisioned. He settles in on the branch, a satisfied smile on his face. Now, he just has to watch. The battle is a whirlwind of savage blows as the goblins fight without restraint. The sounds of their brutal combat fill the air. They hack and slash, their toxic green blood splattering across the crimson landscape. The violence is relentless as they tear each other to pieces. The ground is quickly littered with bodies as the goblin packs annihilate one another. Avelia calmly watches the massacre, counting the remaining fighters. The sounds of battle finally begin to fade. Soon, the forest floor is a gruesome sea of bodies. A single wounded goblin stands panting. "This is the last one," Avelia notes. The lone survivor lets out a weak growl, but its defiance is short-lived. It lets out a final, agonizing scream as it succumbs to its wounds. Larson's eyes narrow. The grunts are dealt with. Now for the real target. From the shadows of a nearby cave, a new figure emerges, larger and more cunning. Its single, massive eye glows with an eerie purple light, crackling with raw magic. This is the leader. Larson doesn't hesitate. He gathers his own transcendent mana into his fist. He unleashes a powerful blast of magic that cuts through the air like a blade. The beam strikes the goblin leader dead on, obliterating it in an instant. The shockwave is so strong that Hampton has to cling to the tree for dear life, screaming his young master's name. Hampton scrambles down, looking at the carnage in disbelief. "How many are there?" he asks, still shaken. 24 in total, Avelia answers from the ground. She looks at the scene, then at Larson, and admits, "I'm surprised." She wonders what their ruthless father would have thought. Would he be mad at the unconventional tactics, or happy with the efficient result? She also notes the special artifact he's wearing, adding 300 kilograms to his weight. He's been moving with that kind of speed while carrying a massive burden. He lands beside her. He explains that if a tribe has more than 10 members, there must be a leader. He marked all the caves they passed, and now he'll show her his path of magic. Hampton looks around nervously at the bodies, trembling as he asks, "More goblins?" They arrive at a dark cave. Larson explains that if the leader was a warrior, it would have already shown itself. However, he continues, if it's a witch doctor, it's a different story. Inside, a large goblin shaman sits on a throne of skulls, trembling in fear. Bingo, Larson thinks. It's the goblin witch doctor. It can feel the overwhelming presence of an archmage like Avelia. Her aura alone is enough to terrify the creature into paralysis. Hampton, however, is completely terrified, his mouth wide open in shock. Larson dryly observes that Hampton seems more scared than the goblin. He dismisses the pile of human bones next to the throne with a cold, "Well, whatever." Without ceremony, purple lightning crackles around his hand. "Farewell," he says, unleashing a devastating blast. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. A loud boom echoes from the cave. Larson explains that this is the magic combat technique he's learned. "I see," Avelia says, a hint of approval in her voice. You've tried hard. She then asks a pointed question. Were you so confident because I was here? Larson doesn't lie. Yes, he admits. I believed you'd protect me, she chides him, saying that such a weak will isn't a good thing. Larson is taken aback. But, she adds, a genuine, radiant smile breaking across her face. I don't mind that answer. His trust in her is exactly what she wanted. She tells him that next time she'll be the one to bring him presents, calling him brother as she prepares to teleport away. As she disappears, Larson smiles. She seemed like she was in a good mood. Hampton timidly asks the question that's been weighing on him. Do we have to walk back home? Larson's eye twitches. In all his planning, he completely forgot their return trip. He quickly recovers, informing Hampton they'll stay here for a few days, correctly guessing that Hampton is really just wondering why they aren't leaving. Larson explains that his assassin, Era, will realize he's gone and come looking for them. Hampton finally understands. Larson wants to go back with Era. He beams, realizing the genius of the plan. With the goblins gone, all they have to do is wait. As they wait, Hampton approaches his master. He asks if the reason Larson did all this was to save the people living in the unprotected regions nearby. He explains that most humans live in these dangerous areas, constantly at risk from monsters. His voice trembles as he recalls a painful memory. His own parents, a flash of fire, chaos, and a terrified scream. All also passed away in the unprotected region, he finishes, a tear rolling down his cheek. With tears of admiration, he says, I'm so proud that I'm your shadow, young master. Larson just pats his head and agrees, but as Hampton celebrates, a thought strikes Larson. Wait, if I were my sister, would I have been satisfied with that? His eyes flash with sudden realization. The Avelia from his story would never be satisfied with something so simple. He understands. There's a real test remaining. He immediately activates his heavenly eye. He whips around. Hampton, on the count of 3, run to the cave without looking up. The sheer terror on Hampton's face tells him something is terribly wrong. Perched on the cliff above is a massive, ferocious white tiger, its eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light. It lets out a ground-shaking roar as a massive energy blast tears the landscape apart. It's the ferocious white tiger of the wilderness. As Hampton screams, Larson begins his countdown. 1. Hampton takes off, running for his life. The tiger charges up another blast, its eyes locked on its prey. 2. Tree! Larson yells, and Hampton dives for the cave. But as he runs, he realizes his master isn't coming with him. He wonders if Larson intends to be the bait, but he pushes the thought aside, trusting his master's plan. Larson stands his ground, facing the beast alone. Hey, he calls out. The tiger's glowing blue eyes lock onto him. It's not wild, it's being controlled. It's the familiar of an archmage. Larson understands everything. His sister was disappointed he handled the goblins too easily. The white tiger roars, ready to attack. He realizes what she really wanted to see was his limit. A vibrant green aura flares to life around him. He thinks to himself, this wouldn't have been possible a year ago. He's using his wind attribute utilization. This is the real test. A ball of wind energy forms in his hand. He can feel the power coursing through him. The wind feels nice, he says. He clenches his fist, the wind magic solidifying around it. He looks at the tiger, its eyes now burning with blue flames. Your test, he thinks. A brilliant cyan aura explodes around him. A confident declaration echoes in his mind. I'll pass it with ease. The real test has begun. The ferocious white tiger, its eyes burning with blue fire, glares down at the lone boy before it. Larson stares back, his mind fixed on one thought, your test. A brilliant cyan aura erupts around him. With unshakable confidence he declares, I'll pass it with ease. He smirks, his own aura flaring to life as he taunts the beast. Confident in your speed, are you? The tiger lets out a furious roar as a ring of destructive energy forms before it. Try to keep up, Larson yells, launching himself through the forest. He moves like a blur of cyan light, shattering trees in his wake. He's a comet of pure energy, weaving through the woods at impossible speeds. With a burst of power, he shoots into the sky, positioning himself directly above the full moon. The tiger lets out another earth-shaking roar. It unleashes a massive beam of destructive red energy, aimed directly at him. The blast rips through the air. But Larson is ready, meeting the blast head-on with his own concentrated mana. Riding the shockwave with his wind magic, he lands directly on the tiger's back. "Sorry," he says, cyan lightning crackling around him, "but this is the end for you." Using proficient weight utilization, a massive surge of purple energy envelops him as he pours all his power, and the 300-kilogram weight of his armor into a single point. The resulting explosion is immense, a colossal blast of energy that rocks the entire mountain. Larson lands gracefully, a smug grin on his face. "Pretty spicy, huh?" But the tiger retaliates with a point-blank energy blast, so fast and powerful he has no time to dodge. "I'm gonna get hit," he thinks, throwing his arms up in a desperate attempt to defend himself as his self-defense skill activates. The blast hits him with the force of a meteor. The world explodes in a storm of red and black energy, the very ground shattering under the immense power. A notification confirms the 1,000-year dragon's chestplate is blocking the attack, but its durability has plummeted. Larson is thrown back, battered and bleeding. He defended as best he could, but the force still broke his left arm and a rib. If it weren't for the chestplate, he would have died instantly. He quickly activates self-recovery, a green light glowing around his hand as he begins to heal. He analyzes the situation. He's faster, but the tiger is far stronger. He decides to retreat to the cave and come up with a new plan. He makes it back to Hampton, who is in tears. "I'm sorry, young master. Please, kill me," he cries, blaming himself for Larson's injuries. "Why would I kill you?" Larson asks, exhausted. Hampton wails that Larson wouldn't have been hurt if he had just used him as bait and run away. He tearfully declares that, for a shadow, dying for one's owner is not a bad death. "Shut up," Larson says sharply. He glares at Hampton. "How would you know when you've never died?" His expression softens. He turns away and asks, "But how would I live if my shadow's dead?" He looks back over his shoulder, his voice firm. "I would never let you die like that." Hampton is left speechless, completely stunned. In that moment, he realizes he likes his young master a lot more than he thought. Just then, the tiger's furious roar echoes from outside. It claws at the cave entrance, but it can't get in. Larson realizes it can't come near the cave. Hampton asks what's going on. Larson explains that the goblins were trapped inside the cave, unable to leave. He glances back at the magic circle Avelia left behind. It wasn't for teleportation. It was a seal. The pieces click into place. The piled-up goblin waste created a concentrated poison zone, and the white tiger is weak to poison. It's a safe zone built into her deadly test. Hampton asks if the seal was an image of Avelia casting the powerful binding spell. Larson confirms it. Of course, Avelia locked them in here. Hampton's eyes light up with understanding. He asks if they should just wait for Era. Larson's answer is a simple no. Waiting would be the safest route, but not the best one. "We'll kill the tiger before Era gets here." Hampton can only stammer in disbelief. Larson asks Hampton to make a paralysis poison. Looking at his own battered body, he says, "I don't need enough to paralyze it, just enough to make it uncomfortable." A fierce glint appears in his eyes. He knows that if he passes this impossible test, Avelia will give him a reward to match. A few moments later, Hampton presents a bowl of steaming green liquid. Larson gives a gruesome order: rub it all over a goblin corpse. Chop it to pieces and rub it in. Without waiting, Larson begins slicing up the corpse himself with wind magic. He throws the poisoned meat out of the cave. The tiger, drawn by the scent, lets out a low growl. The final plan is in motion. They wait as the sun begins to set. The cave is filled with a green haze from the lingering poison. Larson taps his fingers, counting the seconds. 58, 59, he stretches. About 30 minutes should have passed. Outside, the sun is at its peak. It's the hottest time of the day. The white tiger, having eaten the poisoned meat, pants heavily under the intense heat. It lies on the ground, completely exhausted by the heat and the poison. Larson begins wrapping his hands. He knows it's impossible for a normal 11-year-old to hunt this beast. I'm sure Avelia knows that too, he thinks. That's why she gave me an impossible test. She wanted to see how far he would go. And that's exactly why he has to show her the progress I've made in 1 year. His eye glows with a brilliant blue light. He reflects on his journey. It's been 2 years. There are now only 7 years left in his original lifespan. In the original story, his death was set in stone. I have to create a change in this world no matter what. To become stronger than Avelia, than his father, and even the protagonist, Qasim. To surpass every major power in the world he created. He walks out of the cave, facing the exhausted tiger. He lands on the ground, ready for the final confrontation. The tiger roars weakly. Larson smirks. Then let's start round 2. Purple lightning crackles around him as he gathers every last drop of his mana. With a fierce yell, he makes a vow, "I'll make it out of this alive." In that moment, something inside him clicks. A new skill has been unlocked, Blitz Tactic. He doesn't have time to question it. He immediately activates the new skill. The world around him seems to slow down as immense power surges through him. An incredible amount of mana, far more than he should possess, erupts from his body. A blinding light fills the area. From the cave, Hampton stares in absolute shock at his master's surging power. It is increased enough to be a 3rd circle, no, a 4th circle. An immense pillar of light shoots into the sky. He can only maintain this for 3 seconds. The power crackles around him, raw and untamed. He understands. Blitz. Tactic is a skill that uses up all the mana in his body in an instant. It's tied to the profound law of fighting spirit that Magner taught him, a flashback to his training. Magner explains the 4 laws of fighting spirit. He remembers Magner's cryptic lesson. Death is to create dots from the line. He told Magner he had no idea what he was talking about. Magner explained that the key was to possess a will. He remembers asking what was so important about a will. Magner had gathered a terrifying amount of red energy in his fist, ready to unleash it. Larson had screamed for him to stop, realizing with horror that the old man wasn't joking. Magner had stopped just in time, the power dissipating harmlessly. "Did you get it?" he asked. And in that moment of pure terror, Larson finally understood. This was the power fighting spirit could obtain by reacting to will. Back in the present, he knows there's no time. He has to imbue his will into the mana exploding from his Blitz Tactic. An intense, fiery red aura erupts around him. He focuses his entire being on a single thought, a single command that he pours into his magic. "I will kill you no matter what." The mana surges, coalescing around his arm, burning with the raw power of his determination. He lets out a final, powerful roar, not just of effort, but of pure, unadulterated will. "I will become stronger." With everything on the line, Larson bets it all on a single, desperate move. All of his training, all of his will surges into his fist, which begins to crackle with untamed power. This is the moment he proves himself. He unleashes his brand new skill, Blitz Tactic. A blinding explosion of red and black energy erupts from his body, tearing through the air as he slams his fist toward the ferocious white tiger. But the clock is ticking. A mental countdown begins in his head. He only has 3 seconds before the skill wears off. There's no time for a second chance. This has to be it. The raw energy continues to surge around him, a violent storm of red lightning that seems far too powerful for his small body to handle. His eyes glow with a fierce golden light, his face locked in pure determination. But even as he focuses, a flicker of panic flashes through his mind. He suddenly realizes the burst of power is so intense, so overwhelming, that he can't even keep his own balance. His body, supercharged for just a few seconds, is already betraying him. He stumbles forward, the sheer force radiating from him cracking the very ground beneath his feet. His perfectly planned attack is on the verge of falling apart. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to refocus. A mental timer flashes in his mind, only 2 seconds remaining. He has just 2 seconds left to make this count. He knows exactly what he has to do. In a split-second decision, he activates another skill. A swirl of blue energy gathers at his feet as he calls upon the power of the wind. Using the gale to correct his footing, he launches himself forward like a bullet, a streak of blue and red energy cutting through the darkness. He becomes a blur of pure golden light, closing the distance to the tiger in less than an instant. His eyes burn with intensity as he prepares for the final blow. The clock ticks down again, 1 second remaining. In his mind, he hears the voice of his master, Magner, echoing a crucial lesson. He remembers being told that to truly master fighting spirit, you have to be willing to destroy your opponent completely. In that moment, all hesitation vanishes from his mind. This isn't about passing a test anymore. There's only one thought left in his head. I must kill the white tiger. A massive wave of golden fighting spirit erupts from his body, his will to win manifesting as pure, destructive energy. His face is a mask of deadly focus. Everything he's learned, everything he's endured, is poured into this one final decisive strike. The impact creates a massive explosion that lights up the entire forest, a deafening boom that rips through the night. Watching from a safe distance, Hampton can only stare in shock, his mouth hanging open. "Young master," he whispers, unable to believe the incredible power his master just unleashed. In the aftermath, the world falls silent. As the blinding light fades, it reveals a scene of utter destruction. There stands Larson, over the unmoving body of the tiger, gasping for air. He's covered in dirt, his body pushed to its absolute limit by the power he just used. A system notification pops into his head, telling him he's completely out of mana. He looks up weakly and speaks to the empty air. "Sister, thank you for the reward." And with that, his body finally gives out, collapsing to the ground. As he lies there, a strange emptiness washes over him. Every ounce of energy has been sucked out of his body. Just moments ago, he was overflowing with power, but now he can't move a single muscle, not even having the strength to speak. He now understands the cost of his new skill. It's incredibly powerful, but the price is severe. It's going to take a long time to master this. Just then, a low growl echoes from the dark woods, a menacing sound that cuts through the dead silence. Hampton freezes, his blood running cold. Stepping out from the shadows is another ferocious white tiger. He screams in terror, realizing with horror that there wasn't just one. But Larson, lying helpless on the ground, isn't surprised at all. A faint smile touches his lips as he thinks to himself, "Ah, just as I thought." The second tiger continues its menacing growl, stalking slowly toward the defenseless boys. But then, a figure appears out of nowhere, standing between them and the beast. It's Era, his assassin protector. Her expression is cold and sharp as ever. The first tiger, now just a shimmering spirit, seems to speak to Era. "You're here, Era. I'll let you rest now." In a flash of blue light, the spirit of the first tiger vanishes, its duty fulfilled. Before the second tiger can even react, Era moves. 2 blindingly fast slashes cut through the air, and the massive beast is dispatched in an instant. A bit of blood lands on her face, but she doesn't even blink. She just stands there, the silent, deadly protector she was always meant to be. Hampton, still trembling, looks from the fallen tiger to the stone-cold Ira. "I'm glad both of you are okay," he stammers, before muttering under his breath, "You're scarier than the white tiger." Larson looks on, his vision blurring. He can barely make out what just happened. His consciousness is fading fast. The exhaustion is finally too much, and the world goes black as his eyes slowly close. Era's voice cuts through the darkness, ordering Hampton to carry their young master. After that, Larson fell into a deep sleep that would last for days. In his dreams, he wasn't Larson Mayton anymore. He was back in his old life as Cha Sung-min, standing in a crowded subway car. He remembered the daily grind as an ordinary office worker, drowning in debt. And at night, he was a struggling web novel author, barely making ends meet. Lost in the dream, he'd almost forgotten that he was now living inside his own story, in the body of a boy named Larson Mayton. He gasps, snapping awake to the morning sun streaming into a luxurious room. He's sitting up in bed, back in his own body. A calm voice speaks. "Young master, you're awake." Era is standing by his bed. Larson, his body wrapped in bandages, asks how long he was out. She tells him it's been about 3 days. He suddenly notices something next to him. It's the heart of the white tiger he defeated, preserved in a glass case. Era explains that it's excellent for mana recovery, and she thought it would help him. Larson looks at the heart, then back at her. "Thanks, Era," he says, a thought already forming in his mind. It seems my sister knew you were going to come. He starts putting the pieces together out loud. Avelia must have prepared 2 tigers on purpose. One for him to fight, and a second one to delay Era so she couldn't interfere with his test. He looks at Era with a curious expression. There's something bothering me, though. With your skills, you would have known there were 2 tigers the moment you entered the mountain. A flashback shows Era on the mountain, sensing both beasts from a distance. Larson continues his deduction. Despite that, you arrived much later than you should have. I'm guessing it wasn't because you were slowed down by anything. Ira confirms his suspicion, stating that her speed wouldn't be affected by such things. Larson smirks, thinking to himself that, of course it wouldn't. He wrote her to be the best assassin in the world. Larson then cuts to the chase. I'm sure my sister Avelia asked something of you. Ira remains silent, her expression unreadable. But knowing you, you probably didn't agree, Larson continues. My sister wanted to test me, but your only priority is to protect me. He lays out the final piece of the puzzle. So, my sister must have cast restriction magic on you to make sure you couldn't move at your full speed. A rare, faint smile appears on Era's face. You're 100% correct. Then she adds a twist. But I'm not the one listening right now, Lady Avelia is. Larson gets out of bed, his body mostly healed. Well, since I'm done with the homework, shall I get back to training? Era asks if he's really okay. Don't worry, Larson says with a grin. I'm nothing if not sturdy. High in the sky, Avelia looks down on the Maiden estate. She had been listening to their entire conversation through a magical connection. A glimmer of satisfaction shines in her eyes before she vanishes into thin air. A magic circle appears over the estate as she teleports directly into her father's throne room. Her father, Decatra, sits on his throne. Is the youngest doing well? He asks. Avelia confirms that he is, and that he's maintaining his second magic circle. Decatra remarks that while Larson showed promise a year ago, his current state seems like a step back. But Avelia quickly disagrees. Father, I plan on making him one of my own. Decatra seems indifferent, saying the succession war is their own business. But then he asks her a direct question. What has the youngest done to make you so emotionally invested? Avelia doesn't hesitate. I like him very much, she says, admitting that while he may be lacking as a mage, he's cleverer than any child she's ever met. And, more than anything, I like his selfish nature. She then makes her formal request. If you would permit it, I would like to make him one of my own people. She is officially claiming Larson as her subordinate in the war for succession. Her father simply turns and walks away. It is your decision to make, he says, giving his silent approval. A genuine, triumphant smile spreads across Avelia's face. Thank you, father. She has just won a major political victory, and after that day, time began to move forward once more. The seasons changed. Winter's snow gave way to the falling leaves of autumn. Finally, 3 full years had passed. On a calm day, we see a much older Larson sitting under a tree when Ira approaches him. His orange hair is long now, and he looks more like a young man than a boy. What is it, Era? He asks, his voice calm and mature. Era informs him that a letter has arrived from the patriarch, his father. The letter is sealed with the official crest of the Maiden family. Larson looks at it with a knowing expression. It was finally here. He stands on a grassy hill beside Era, the wind blowing gently around them. He turns to her with a simple request. Can you cut my hair like usual? Era looks at him, understanding that this marks the end of an era. As she begins to snip away at his long hair, she asks if he's read the letter yet. Yes, Larson replies. I'm to go back to the main residence. He explains the tradition. Maiden family members between the ages of 14 and 16 must take part in a ritual called the pilgrimage. Era notes that he will be going as well. The pilgrimage is a journey to explore the world, collect powerful artifacts, and, most importantly, build a force of loyal followers. Your own people? She asks. He meets her gaze in the reflection of her blade. Yes, like you, Era. She changes the subject. What's the first thing you'll do when you get back? He answers that he'll probably have to clean his room, since he hasn't been there in a while. Era points out that he's not a servant and can have someone else do it, but adds with a small smile, I like that part of you. With a final snip, the haircut is finished. Her shadow falls over him as she asks what he thinks. Larson looks up, his hair now short and neat, much like it was when he first began his training. A confident, almost cunning smile spreads across his face. "I like it." He stands, looking at his reflection beside her. "Thank you, as always, Era," she replies simply. "It's nothing." With his new look, Larson's expression turns serious. Era asks him again, "So, what's the first thing you'll do when you get back?" Larson pauses, looking off into the distance as if contemplating a grand strategy. "I thought about it for a while," he begins. A bright, determined smile lights up his face. "I've decided." He opens his mouth, ready to declare the first move of his grand plan for the future. And with that, the first season comes to a close. The story of Larson Mayton's rise is just beginning, and we'll have to wait for Season 2 to see what move he makes next. News of Larson's return travels fast, reaching the young woman with dark hair and striking red eyes. As she writes in a thick book, a smile plays on her lips. This is Tudia, Larson's contractor of fire and a future powerhouse destined to be known as the natural enemy of mages. Suddenly, a golden gavel appears from thin air and whacks her on the head. "Ow!" she yelps, as a calm voice reminds her to speak more formally. Tudia throws a mini tantrum, waving her arms around. "I don't like this life anymore," she whines. "I want to go back to Larson." The voice belongs to Avelia, who stands over a desk buried under mountains of paperwork. She tells Tudia that Larson is only stopping by to greet their father before leaving again, so she might not even see him. But Tudia just puffs out her chest. "Why not? I'm Larson's bestest friend." He said so. Avelia's expression turns stern as she pulls rank. "Family comes first," she says, her golden eyes flashing. Tudia protests that she's Larson's contractor, but Avelia dismisses it, saying it means nothing here. Not missing a beat, Tudia grins brightly. "Then I'll be family too," she declares. "I can be family if I marry Larson." The golden gavel smacks her on the head again. As Tudia complains, an exasperated Avelia reminds her once more to speak formally. Meanwhile, in a much darker place, the news has also reached Larson's other sister, Persia. A hooded follower confirms it's true. Persia just laughs, a sadistic glint in her eyes, saying she'd been thinking about punishing Larson for getting one over on their sister. A wicked smile spreads across her face as flames lick at her fingertips. "What a lucky little thing," she purrs, her twisted obsession with her little brother clearly as strong as ever. But her thoughts are interrupted. A group of heavily tattooed mercenaries surrounds them. Their leader demands to know what she's talking about. One of them accuses her. "Not only did you burn our things, you stole Sylphia's wings and the ancient stone." The leader, a man with an eye patch, raises his sword. "I shall execute you in the name of Honher," he bellows, demanding to know where the stone is. Persia's masked follower steps forward, ready to intervene. But Persia stops him with a touch. She looks at the man with pure contempt. "You're begging for death," she says coldly, grabbing his arm. "Leave your last words." Blue energy crackles around her hand as she admires his muscular arm. The man's eyes glow with power as he grits his teeth. "Those are some foolish last words," he snarls. "That arm isn't yours anymore." With a sickening crunch, Persia tightens her grip, her own eyes glowing red. The man's arm is crushed instantly. He screams for her to die as he's thrown back with incredible force, his body slamming into the ground and shattering the stone floor. The eye patch-wearing leader watches in horror, shouting to his men not to underestimate the Maytons. One of his men just smirks, thinking his chief worries too much. But in the next second, he's screaming in agony as his arm vanishes in an instant. Persia stands amidst a swirl of dark energy, her eyes glowing menacingly as she holds the severed limb. She looks at her follower, holding up the arm with a terrifying grin. "Let's see," she says. "Which parts should I put up as decorations?" The remaining mercenaries tremble in fear, their confidence completely gone. The leader tries to rally his men, telling them not to be scared and to take them down. A wave of mercenaries charges forward, but it's a futile effort. Persia calmly turns to her follower. Flames erupt around her as she gives him a chilling order. "If even one of them lays a hand on me, you'll be the first to die." The leader watches the slaughter, completely stunned. He can't believe how monstrously strong they are. How could just one of the patriarch's countless children be this powerful? His opponent moves like a blur, a flaming sword cutting through the mercenaries with ease. The eye patch leader realizes the truth too late. They aren't just strong, they're an elite force. He turns to run, his only thought to get back and warn the others. But a horrifying red skull appears in his mind. He chokes, a strange energy wrapping around him. He feels his body being controlled by an unseen force as a grim, reaper-like figure looms behind him. Persia effortlessly swings her hand. And the man's head is sliced clean off, his body falling lifelessly to the ground. Persia looks over the carnage with disappointment. Her follower informs her that the pilgrimage for the sixth young master, Carlton, is over. He asks if she'll go greet him, but Persia flatly refuses. "I'm not interested in insects with no talent," she says, dismissing her own brother without a second thought. Elsewhere, we see that very brother, Carlton Mayton. He stands over a defeated monster, surrounded by swirling water magic. He looks off into the distance with a smug smile. "See you soon, Larson." He clearly sees his younger brother as his next target. Back at her hideout, Persia crosses her arms, annoyed. It's frustrating that she can't touch Larson yet, but she can't just let his return go unnoticed. A sinister smile creeps across her face. "I'll have to at least prepare a gift." A world away from all the scheming and bloodshed, Larson is enjoying a simple meal. He explains that the pilgrimage is a 2-year journey to travel the world, collect artifacts, and grow stronger. He's dining with his best friend Kassen, who has also grown into a young man. Kassen listens intently, figuring it sounds like training out in the real world. Larson, now with shorter hair and a more mature look, explains the real reason. It's a chance to build power outside the family's direct influence. "And there's another reason," he adds with a serious expression. "It's so his siblings won't be able to interfere with him so easily." Kassen takes a sip of his drink, the rain falling gently outside the window. "Having your siblings as enemies? That's a bit sad," he says quietly. Larson simply replies, "That's just how the Mayton family works." Larson reaches a hand across the table. "Kassen, even when I go back to my family, we're friends. You know that, right?" Kassen looks at him and smiles, a look of absolute trust in his eyes. "Of course." They shake hands, their friendship a solid, unwavering anchor in a world of betrayal and conflict. Later, back at his residence, Larson is packing. His mother, Soso, insists on helping him. Larson tells her he's fine on his own, but she frets that she won't have anything to do. He gently reminds her, "You're not my maid." "Then let me be your maid," she blurts out, only for Era to firmly say no. Soso asks why not. Era states plainly, "Because I'm better at organizing than you are." Soso looks down, defeated, admitting that it's true. She then asks Era a serious question. "Do you think we will be able to remain this close even when we're back in the main residence?" Era hesitates before admitting she isn't sure. Soso gives her a gentle smile, understanding the difficulty of their situation. But then Soso's eyes flash with a sudden, fierce determination. Era is startled by her change in demeanor. Soso asks, "Is Larson coming?" Era confirms that he is. Soso's gaze softens. "Larson would like you better when you're warm like this," she says, offering Era some gentle advice. But Era's professional mask is back on. She says she can't let the young master relax too much, for his own safety. Just then, a knock on the door. It's Larson. He tells his mother they're leaving for the main residence tomorrow. He explains that he's going to see his father first thing, and then he drops a bombshell. "I would like you to come with me." Soso is stunned into silence. Her? With him? The thought of meeting the patriarch terrifies her. She trembles, unable to speak, but Larson's voice is calm and steady. "It's okay." He turns his back to her, his posture radiating a strength she's never seen before. "I'll protect you now," he says simply. Then he adds, "And one more thing, I have a favor to ask." With that request, a notification flashes across Larson's vision. A variable affecting the entire storyline has just occurred. His plan is already changing the novel's fate. This marks the official start of Season 2. Later that evening, Soso finds Era standing alone. "Era," she says, getting her attention. Era is silent for a moment. "How did you know?" Era asks, shocked that a non-fighter could sense her presence. Soso smiles warmly. "I'm glad that I was able to become friends with you here. Thank you." Soso explains that Larson asked her to go see the patriarch with him. Era realizes what this means. He doesn't want his mother living in the shadows anymore. Soso clasps her hands, admitting she's still not sure what the right thing to do is. She confesses that she's always believed her low birth status meant she could never be a source of support for Larson. In the main residence, every move she makes will be watched, and any misstep could become a weapon used against her son. But, she continues, remembering Larson's words, Larson told me not to worry about him. He said I should do whatever I want, because he would take care of the consequences. She looks at Era with newfound resolve. So I made a decision. I'm going to support Larson, she declares. Ira is taken aback. Soso admits she never thought she could help, but now she sees a way. She had been living in hiding because she was afraid her presence would harm Larson, that people would use her against him. But I get it now, Soso says, a confident light in her eyes. Larson is capable of finding his own path. It won't help him if I continue to hide. Era is speechless. This is amazing. In her mind, she analyzes Soso. She has no power, no special skills or knowledge, and no influential family to back her. So where does this incredible willpower come from? And then, looking at the gentle but unbending woman before her, Era understands. She speaks the truth she sees. The patriarch loves you the most. And with that, Ira vanishes in a swirl of air, leaving Soso alone with her thoughts. Soso looks around the empty hall, wondering where she went. Era, now hidden, covers her mouth, horrified at her own words. I dared to judge her. She sinks to her knees, overcome with shame. What's happening to her? Why has she become so soft? The next day, it's time to leave. Hampton says his goodbyes to Magner, but Magner just yells at him to get lost. We see Hampton, now older and wearing a backpack, standing proudly next to Era. Magner continues his grumpy farewell. Don't send any letters. I don't want any rumors. And don't even tell people that I taught you. It's embarrassing, he shouts. Larson just casually agrees to his demands. I'll send you letters, Master, Larson says with a small smile, completely ignoring his mentor. Magner can only grumble. Were you even listening? With a crack of the reins, the horses pull the carriage forward. The wheels clatter against the stone path as Larson and Hampton look out the window, their journey finally beginning. Larson looks ahead, his expression filled with resolve. He is finally returning to the Mayton family. The carriage rolls down the long road, leaving his years of quiet training far behind. Magner watches them go, a small, fond smile on his face. I bet he won't send any letters, he says to himself, knowing full well that Larson definitely will. Inside the carriage, Larson thinks ahead. He knows a mage from the main residence will be waiting for them at the teleportation gate, and he can only wonder who it will be. After years of living in the shadows, Larson is finally stepping back into the Viper's nest. He stands before a swirling teleportation gate with his two followers, Era and Hampton, ready to face the family he escaped. He mentions to Era that since they're crossing the treacherous Black Seas, a powerful mage from the main residence should be there to manage the portal, and wonders aloud who it might be. A figure of pure light emerges from the portal's depths. As the light solidifies, Larson already has a pretty good idea of who it is. A wave of cold energy washes over them. Hampton shivers, caught completely off guard by the sudden drop in temperature. Before them stands a beautiful woman with long, dark gray hair, radiating an icy aura. Starlight Librarian, Avian, at your service. Larson thinks to himself that, of course, it had to be the Ice Witch. Larson greets her casually, saying, "It's been a while," and jokes that her presence must mean security is tight these days. Evian offers him a cup of Earl Grey tea, her expression unreadable. The offer seems strange, and it immediately puts Ira on alert. Ira thinks to herself that the young master doesn't even like Earl Grey. But Larson accepts, taking the magically conjured teacup. A blast of cold hits him, but he just smiles. That's good. He's using his heavenly constitution to easily withstand her ice magic. Evian starts to say something about chocolate, but cuts herself off, instead formally asking him to visit the library often. Larson agrees, and as they prepare to leave, Era puzzles over the strange exchange. Chocolate? Was it some kind of secret code? With a nod from Larson, they step into the portal. The world around them dissolves into a chaotic mess of monstrous, deep-sea creatures swirling past their magical barrier. Era and Larson stand firm, completely unaffected by the turbulent journey. Larson calmly tells his companions they'll be there soon as a bright light appears ahead. They emerge onto a snowy landscape. "We're here," Larson says, impressed by the speed. Hampton, however, stumbles beside him, looking green. He mumbles that he got sick a few times but is otherwise all right. Evian informs them that a carriage is waiting. After a quick word of thanks, Larson and his party head off, leaving her behind. Now for the real test. Larson turns to his mother, who has been waiting silently. "Mother, are you ready?" She trembles slightly, but her voice is firm as she answers, "Yes." They arrive at the imposing main residence. News of their arrival spreads like wildfire among the staff. Miss Soso is here, apparently. The maids gossip amongst themselves, wondering how she'll handle the anger of the other wives. They whisper that she must have lost her mind to dare show her face here. They finally stand before the patriarch himself, Decatra. His voice is as cold as steel. "Larson, was this your doing?" Larson stands protectively in front of his mother, his expression unyielding. Yes. The pressure in the room is immense, but Larson faces his father without flinching. This is the only way his mother will ever be truly safe. "You also wish for her to be safe, don't you?" he asks before pressing the point. "Why do you think spouses should love each other?" He looks his father dead in the eye. "Do you not love mother?" Decatra is silent, his stern face giving nothing away. After a tense pause, Decatra finally speaks, demanding to know how bringing Soso here could possibly be for her own safety. "Because it's time," Larson declares, that mother woke up from her long slumber. He tells his father that he focused all his energy on hiding her away, but for the future, hiding is not enough. "I learned," Larson says, his voice ringing with conviction, "that peace earned through cowardice is not real peace. If I don't have the power to control others, there is no point." For the first time, Decatra's cold exterior cracks. A look of grudging respect crosses his face. "You're right," he admits. "The modesty of a powerless man is just subjugation." The patriarch's eyes glaze over as he recognizes the truth in his son's words. He thinks to himself that the method he used to protect Soso was cowardly, the very thing he despises most. Larson softens his tone slightly, acknowledging his father probably had no other choice at the time. Decatra says bluntly, "You're not wrong." Larson is a little surprised he agreed so easily. It's Soso who speaks next, her voice trembling but clear. "I want power." She looks directly at her husband, the man she's feared for years. "I have neither the background nor the power to protect Larson. The only power I have is you." She stands beside her son, a united front. Larson looks at his father. "Isn't this enough?" "You're the strongest person in the world, after all, father." Later that night, under a full moon, Decatra stands on a balcony, speaking to his right-hand man. "Senkan, what do you think?" Senkan, a man with silver hair and a scar over his eye, replies that he never expected the patriarch to worry about such things. Decatra asks what kind of advice Senkan would give him as a friend. Senkan reminds him of something Decatra once said when they were younger, that I should live in the present instead of looking into the future. Decatra is surprised he ever said something like that. Senkan explains that's how he's always lived his life. All those presents gathered together, Senkan says with a rare smile, to let me be here with you today. Decatra reflects on his youngest son's words and on the fearless young man he himself used to be. I trust and respect you in all the choices you've made. Senkan smiles. Your mind is the path, so do as you wish. Decatra appreciates his friend's unwavering loyalty. Decatra's thoughts drift to the past. Before he met his late wife Lyle, his world was full of ambition and goals. He recalls that she passed away just a year ago from an unknown disease. After meeting Lyle, his entire world became about her. And now, he's filled with regrets, all the times he didn't focus on the present moment with her. He realizes that if he had just been more present, he might have fewer regrets today. Senkan addresses him. Patriarch. Decatra looks out at the night sky, a deep sadness in his eyes. I wish your world would be a bit warmer, he says, speaking to his absent friend. Back at the autumn mansion, Era is asleep in her bed. Her eyes snap open, her assassin's instincts kicking in instantly. She sits up, her senses on high alert. A dark presence fills the air. It's time for a little test. She moves like a phantom, slipping into Larsson's room, which is shrouded in silence. She stands over his bed, a shadow ready to strike. We see Larsson, seemingly fast asleep. Era lunges, her movements a silent blur. She draws a dagger, its blade gleaming in the moonlight as she aims for his heart. The blade stops just inches from his chest. He's caught her wrist. Larsson opens his eyes, completely calm. "Era," he says, "you're still just as skilled." She replies that she infiltrated as stealthily as possible, clearly impressed that he detected her. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. Senkan is standing in the room, electrical energy crackling around his hand. Larsson calmly asks what brings him here. Senkan reveals a dagger embedded in his own hand, pulling it free. He grins menacingly. "I was going to take away young Master Larsson." Era demands to know on whose orders. "The Patriarch?" Senkan answers simply. He asks if she thinks he would joke about such a thing. Ira questions the late hour, but Senkan brushes her off, saying he's just following orders. "Then I'll come with you," Ira states, her protective instincts taking over. Senkan agrees. Senkan comments on Era's appearance, saying she looks young enough to be his daughter and he still can't get used to it. Ira remains silent. As he begins to cast a spell over Larsson's bed, he warns her not to stab him in the back. He points to the scar on his face, reminding her he got it while protecting the Patriarch. Era coldly replies, "I never asked you to protect me." Senkan completes the spell. He presents the now sleeping Larsson to the Patriarch, who is flanked by two robed figures. Dekatra thanks him but then notices Ira. He asks why she's there. She states plainly that her duty is to ensure the young master's safety. Era pushes back, asking if Senkan isn't the person he trusts most. Dekatra confirms it, but Era says her personal opinions don't affect her work. Dekatra concedes she's right and tells her to relax while he proceeds with the ritual. Larsson lies still on the glowing platform. "Can I get up now?" he asks, his voice perfectly clear. Senkan and Era both jolt in shock. He should be completely unconscious from the sleep spell. Larsson sits up, looking directly at the most powerful man in the world, his father. "Father," he says, his voice steady, "what are you going to do to me?" In the heart of the Maiden Estate's ritual chamber, Larsson sits up, the sleep spell having had no effect on him. He looks his father dead in the eye and asks the question that hangs in the air. "What are you going to do to me?" Dekatra explains that the Maidens are masters of many rituals, including those for physical strengthening. "Right now," he declares, "I'm going to engrave the Dekatra ritual into your arm." Larsson's mind races. The Dekatra ritual? As the author of this world, he should know what that is, but the name draws a complete blank. He quickly analyzes his situation. The time and place are strange, and even his heavenly eye can't analyze this space. This is a place beyond the rules that he wrote. He voices his suspicion. "I don't understand why you're doing this in secret so late at night." A rare, almost proud smirk appears on Dekatra's face. "I like that about you," he says. "But my favoritism can be a poison to you." "Then why are you doing this for me?" Larsson asks, still on guard. Dekatra's answer is simple and profound. "Because I saw the present in you." Before Larsson can process that, a massive magic circle erupts from the platform beneath him. An excruciating pain shoots up his arm. He clenches his teeth, fighting the urge to scream as it feels like 1,000 burning needles are being stabbed into his skin all at once. "Well done," Dekatra says as the light fades. Larsson looks down at his hand, which is now covered in intricate red markings. Dekatra tells him it'll be useful someday. When Larsson asks how, his father is cryptic. He stares at the glowing red tattoos, a strange energy pulsing from them. "You'll find out," Dekatra says, before hitting Larsson with a wave of energy that finally knocks him out cold. Dekatra notes with satisfaction that his son didn't scream even once. Senkan picks up Larsson's unconscious body, remarking that the pain must have been quite intense. Dekatra looks at his youngest son, a thoughtful expression on his face. He may be weak now, he thinks, but I believe his future is worth looking forward to. The next morning, a frantic voice calls Larsson's name. Larsson groans, feeling something heavy and warm on top of him. He opens his eyes to find Tudia lying on his chest, beaming down at him. "You're up!" He sits up, completely confused. "Tudia?" She just hops on his bed and announces, "I'm hungry." Just then, Evelia enters the room. Tudia proudly explains that The witch brought her here, pointing at Avelia, who calmly states that Tudia wouldn't stop whining to see him. Avelia adds with a sinister smile that Tudia's vocabulary still hasn't improved, and perhaps she needs another lesson. Tudia immediately starts complaining to Larson, tattling on Avelia like a child running to their parents. Larson rubs his temples, realizing the chaos of last night wasn't just a bad dream. Avelia snaps her fingers and a chain of fire shoots out, wrapping around Tudia's neck. "Stop annoying Larson and come here." Larson comments that Avelia seems to have been taking good care of her. Tudia yells, "No, I'm being harassed every day." Avelia just smiles, noting that she seems to be in a good mood. Avelia gets down to business, asking when he'll leave for his pilgrimage. Larson tells her he plans to rest for 3 more days. Avelia mentions his mother, and Larson's attention sharpens. But she waves it off, saying she may have misunderstood something. Before he can ask, she changes the subject. "But I hope you'll see the truth," she says, as a massive fire dragon materializes behind her. It's a test. One final test before he leaves. The fire dragon lunges, its jaws wide open, ready to swallow him whole. But just as it's about to strike, a brilliant golden shield of light erupts around Larson, effortlessly blocking the attack. Avelia smiles, satisfied. "You passed my test with flying colors." She explains that as the oldest daughter, she tested him. Now, as his sister, she will reward him. Larson realizes what she's talking about. The test on Byronstone Mountain, the white tiger, that was her official test for him. She tells him to get up. A wave of magic washes over him, and a new set of clothes materializes on his body, a dark, elegant robe. His eyes widen. He recognizes this robe. "Sister, this is?" "Yes," she says. "It's my gift." A notification pops up in his mind. The robe is the White Dragon's scales, a legendary masterpiece. Avelia confirms it's the very same robe she wore for her own pilgrimage. Larson knows its history. This robe saved his sister's life multiple times. It's the best possible gift he could have received. Avelia explains that it's gotten weaker over the years, so she had it repaired. It now has a special ability. Just once, it will allow him to defeat any mage under the 6th circle. Larson can feel the immense power flowing from the robe. This is an incredible trump card. She reminds him it only works once. A 6th circle mage is a level of power almost unreachable for most people. Larson is certain he'll have to use that feature one day. He thanks her for the incredible gift. Avelia gives him her blessing as his sister, hoping he'll come back safe. And then, as the oldest daughter of the Maitons, she gives him his mission. "Come back much stronger." Larson meets her gaze, his expression full of determination. "Yes, sister." As Avelia drags a protesting Tudia away, Larson takes in her final words. "Come back much stronger," she thinks, "so that you can protect the things you said you want to protect." 3 days later, it's time to depart. Hampton is a mess, crying as he hands Larson a pouch full of antidotes he prepared. Era, Hampton, Soso, and Evian are all there to see him off. He tells Era to take good care of his mother for him. He then turns to Evian, thanking her for coming. As they shake hands, she subtly slips something into his palm. He feels the small object and understands immediately. He opens his hand to see a single piece of chocolate, her small, simple gift. "Be healthy," she had said. He smiles, thinking it's the best gift she could have given him. He waves goodbye to them all. "Thanks, Evian. See you all later." He stands before the main gate of the estate, ready to begin his journey. Mayton's 7th son, Larson Mayton. He walks up the steps, his new robe billowing behind him. "I intend on leaving from my pilgrimage," he announces. But just as he's about to leave, a blast of fire erupts from the sky. He turns, surprised by the sudden explosion of flame. Tudia lands dramatically, panting for breath. "Larson, I'm not late, right?" She grins, announcing she got permission from the witch. She proudly presents him with a letter from Avelia. He reads it aloud. Avelia writes that while she'd like Tudia to learn more from her, it's also a good idea to explore the world. "I've guided you down a path where you can learn without a mentor for about 2 years, the letter continues. "So go with your friend. She's your strength, after all." Larson muses that she's not wrong. He turns to the bouncing, excited girl. "Then do you want to go together, Tudia?" She cheers, ecstatic to finally be free. "No more stalling for time," Larson declares. We shall now move forward. Tudia marches happily behind him. The holy grail of transcendence, the artifact fused with his soul, pops up with a cheerful face. Larson smiles. His pilgrimage is finally beginning, and Tudia, marching behind him, declares their path. Down the path of a savior. The gates of the Maiden estate close behind them, and Larson's 2-year pilgrimage finally begins. But just as they step into the night, his companion, Tudia, stops dead in her tracks, sniffing the air. Larson turns, a little curious. "What is it, Tudia?" Her face instantly darkens with suspicion. That scent, she definitely knows that scent. And just like that, she snaps, grabbing his brand new robe. She yells that his clothes smell just like that witch, Avelia. Larson, completely unfazed, just plays it cool, saying he can't really tell. This small moment reveals a key challenge for Larson's journey, managing his fiery, possessive partner. He gives her a small, knowing smirk, admitting she's right. The robe was a gift from his sister. Tudia seems a little pleased with his honesty, but her glare says it all. Soon, their first destination comes into view, a cozy-looking place called the Fat Cat Inn. This wasn't a random choice. Larson knows there are 3 inns on this street, and he's chosen this one for a very specific, hidden reason. A sign with a chubby cat confirms they're in the right place. From the outside, it looks completely ordinary, but Larson knows that appearances can be deceiving. This is the first step of his grand plan. He knows this inn is a front for a secret organization known as Night Sound, a network of spies and assassins operating in the shadows. But Larson isn't here for any of that. As he walks to the door, he reminds himself of his cover story. Tonight, he's just a simple pilgrim looking for a place to rest, but he holds a secret advantage. From his knowledge as the original author, he knows Night Sound has a hidden connection to his father. This inn is the key to securing the funds he needs to build his own power base. Inside, a few cats roam the floor. The innkeeper looks up from the counter, his eyes sharp as he sizes them up, murmuring, "Pilgrim!" The innkeeper, Brig, puts on a professional smile and tells them the price for a night. Larson already knows this man is a high-ranking informant for Night Sound. Larson asks to be shown to their rooms, but Brig hesitates. Meanwhile, Tudia is completely distracted by the cats, oblivious to the subtle test that's about to begin. Brig just points towards the stairs, telling them their room is the 3rd one on the right. He's not going to guide them personally. For Larson, this is the signal. The test has started. Leaning on the counter, Larson begins the coded exchange. "It's really hot, huh?" he says casually. Brig just laughs it off, but Larson presses on. "I've been having a hard time sleeping because of the cold." Brig's smile fades. Hot, but also cold? He starts to pay closer attention as Larson continues, wondering aloud what kind of food he should eat on a hot day. "A glass of beer and 2 pieces of pizza would be perfect," Larson says, delivering the next part of the code. Brig's expression shifts as he asks, "Aren't you too young to drink beer?" Larson's eyes glint. "I guess so." The final piece of the password falls into place, and the coded message is complete. With his part done, he turns away from the now tense innkeeper and casually goes to play with the cats, leaving Brig to process what just happened. Brig is stunned. He just heard the secret password for Night Sound, a system of contradictions. On a hot day, you complain it's cold. If you're a child, you ask for beer. And if you're an adult, you ask for candy. It's an arrangement that allows Night Sound to operate freely in exchange for providing support to Maiden pilgrims who are smart enough to know the code. Brig's entire demeanor changes. He's sweating now, his professional mask cracking. He knows this isn't just any pilgrim, this is the 7th son of the Maidens. He continues the test, mentioning they have 2 cats. One is named Hobbs, and the other is Valve. He explains that Hobbs is skinny and picky, while Valve is fat because he eats too much. This isn't just small talk, it's the next layer of the code. He asks which cat Larson would like to play with. This is the real question. Hobbs means he needs information. Valve means he needs money. Brig is confused. A maiden, from a family overflowing with wealth, asking for money? It makes no sense. Why not just ask his family? Larson looks back, his gaze cool and confident. He knows that only those from the main family line can get direct financial support. He's here to secure his own funds. "I like the fatter ones better," he states clearly. The message is sent, he needs money and a lot of it. With the deal struck, Larson and Tudia head upstairs, leaving the innkeeper to deal with the monumental request. Downstairs, Brig grips a stack of plates, his knuckles white. He understands the gravity of the situation. Refusing a Maton's son would mean the end of the secret contract his organization has with the family. This entire operation would be shut down. His eyes glow with resolve. He has no choice but to comply. Back at the Maton estate, two figures discuss the recent events. One of them is Larson's father, Decatra. His subordinate wonders how Larson knew about the secret arrangement, guessing he must have found it in the family library. The scene flashes to a white-haired woman surrounded by books. While the librarians are supposed to be neutral, it seems this one may have a soft spot for the youngest Maton's son. But Decatra dismisses the idea. He explains that the opportunity was always there for any of his children, but none of the others would have bothered with old books or a rundown inn. A rare, faint smile touches Decatra's lips. He's amused, maybe even a little proud. After all, Larson was the only one to figure out the hidden path he'd laid out. This shows Larson isn't just powerful, he's clever, just like his father. With that, he makes a declaration. The Fat Cat Inn has served its purpose. Today will be its last day of operation. The sun rises the next morning over the now doomed inn. Larson wakes up feeling refreshed, stretching comfortably in his bed after a good night's sleep. But as his eyes flutter open, he immediately senses that something is different. Something is in the room with him. He jolts upright, his eyes wide with shock. His bed is surrounded by sacks overflowing with glittering gold coins. This is a level of wealth that could change destinies, and it was delivered so silently he never even noticed. This is about 3 billion gran, an absolutely staggering amount of money. He realizes this is more than enough to fund his entire 2-year pilgrimage in luxury. The deal wasn't just a success, it was a jackpot. Just then, Tudia walks in with a big yawn, still half asleep as she asks about breakfast. She stretches and mentions that she dreamed about cats, probably because they stayed at an inn with cat in the name. Larson freezes. The calm atmosphere shatters. Tudia's dream? From his knowledge of the original story, this is a critical turning point. He knows her dreams aren't just dreams, they're prophecies. In the original novel, an ambush would always happen right after she had one, a detail that constantly kept the hero on edge. A sudden notification from his heavenly eye confirms his worst fears. A stark warning flashes before him. The system itself is telling him that danger is not just coming, it's already here. He turns to a confused Tudia, his voice sharp and urgent. No time to explain. He gives her a shocking order. Set the inn on fire, as big as possible. And Tudia, who loves nothing more than fire and chaos, happily obliges. A pillar of black smoke erupts from the forest as the inn is instantly engulfed in flames. The fire rages, growing more intense with every second. A massive explosion rips through the building, shattering windows and turning the entire structure to ash. Just as Larson predicted, the fire flushes out their hidden enemies. A group of robed figures bursts from the inferno, their cloaks singed by the flames. They are assassins, and they were hiding inside the inn, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This wasn't a random attack, it was a planned ambush. The lead assassin is cut off mid-sentence as a blast of energy rips past his face. Larson isn't waiting for them to regroup. He's already on the offensive, shattering the front door and forcing them out into the open. The leader shouts that their target is out, ordering his men to prepare for battle. He scoffs that the seventh son is only a 2-circle mage and tells them not to let him get away. Larson stands with Tudia, his hand crackling with energy. He realizes they're attacking even though they know he's a Maton, meaning they're confident they can leave no survivors. This is a fight to the death. But their confidence reveals a critical weakness. They're an informant organization, yet they have no idea about the intense training he just completed. Their intel is dangerously out of date. With a surge of power, Larson's appearance dramatically changes. His hair flashes from orange to pure white as blue lightning crackles around him. He's activated his ultimate skill, Blitz Tactic. He has 1 minute. "Let's get this over with," he says, his voice cold as ice. The assassins are stunned by the immense pressure rolling off him. That's not the mana of a 2-circle mage. They scramble to put up a defensive barrier, a desperate attempt to buy some time. But it's far too late. With a deafening boom, Larson is already gone. He moves like a bolt of lightning, a blur of white and blue, and slams directly into their defensive line before they can even react. One of the assassins is thrown backward, his armor shattering as Larson's attack tears right through him, taking him out of the fight instantly. In his blitz tactic form, Larson is an unstoppable force, a whirlwind of pure, unbridled power. The remaining assassins panic as their comrade falls. "He's coming!" one of them screams in terror. Realizing they can't win, they resort to a final, desperate measure. They begin gathering all their remaining mana for a suicide attack, screaming that even a Maiden won't survive this. They unleash a massive wave of fire magic, a roaring inferno designed to incinerate everything in its path, including themselves. They're determined to drag Larson down with them. Larson watches the incoming blast, his glowing eyes widening slightly. He can feel the sheer power they've unleashed. But instead of defending, a smirk spreads across his face. An ethereal creature made of energy appears and begins to absorb the flames. "Thanks for the meal," he says mockingly. The creature consumes the entire fiery explosion, channeling the raw power of their final attack into a swirling vortex of energy. The surviving assassins can only stare in disbelief. Their ultimate attack was just eaten. "What happened to him?" one asks, his voice trembling with fear. Their leader stares in pure shock, completely unable to comprehend what he just witnessed. Their last hope was turned against them. A system notification pops up. Larson's blitz. Tactic timer was down to 52 seconds, but as he clenches his fist, now overflowing with the mana he just absorbed, a new notification appears. He can now maintain blitz tactic for a full 2 minutes. The enemy's desperation move didn't just fail to harm him, it supercharged him. Larson stands tall, crackling with an overwhelming aura. He muses that he was planning to play with Valve today. But this is an even better outcome. This fight is a perfect demonstration of his growth. He can feel the immense power coursing through him. He's no longer just fighting to survive. He's at his absolute peak, ready to dominate. While Larson stands victorious on the battlefield, the man who orchestrated the attack faces his final judgment. In a dark, unknown space, a voice as cold as ice gives a simple command. "Take the blindfold off of him." The innkeeper, Brig, trembles in chains. A glowing orb hovers before him, and from it, a disembodied voice asks a terrifyingly simple question. "Why did you attack a member of the Maiden family?" Sweat pours down Brig's face as he stammers, trying to find the right words to explain himself to the most powerful and feared man in the world. But back at the inn, the battle has just reached its conclusion. Larson, still glowing with the power of his blitz tactic, slowly closes his fist. We flash back to the interrogation, where Brig finally shouts his justification. He thought attacking the young master was the only way to prove his organization's worth and secure their future. The voice from the orb sounds almost amused. "That's so strange. I remember permitting the business operation, though." The voice is calm, but the unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. This is Decatra Maiden, Larson's father. We see Decatra from the previous night, having just decided that the inn's last day of operation would be today. He was ready to discard it completely. But now, a slight smirk plays on his lips. "I change my mind," he says. "I'll allow the fat cat to continue running." Larson's performance didn't just meet his expectations, it exceeded them. Brig continues his desperate explanation, saying he assumed the patriarch wanted to test his son, to see how the seventh young master would handle a real crisis. The scene cuts back to the burning inn. Larson stands over the defeated assassins, telling them he won't even bother asking who they are. Their identities are irrelevant. Brig thought this attack would be a small token of loyalty, a way to prove his value to the Maiden family by testing their heir. But Larson looks down at the chaos he's created, knowing he holds all the cards. He knows the rules of this territory better than anyone. Since this land is under Maiden jurisdiction, a fire caused by magic is a major incident that demands an official response. This means the Maiden family will dispatch their magic investigation squad immediately. This wasn't just a battle. Larson engineered this entire situation to trap his opponent perfectly. Using his heavenly eye, he reads Brig's information. Just a petty broker trying to keep his business alive. A predictable, easily manipulated pawn. Larson knows his father doesn't care about his day-to-day actions. However, he slams his foot down on a fallen assassin, pinning him to the ground. There is one absolute rule. The moment anyone harms a maiden in front of the Magic Investigation Squad, they are arrested on the spot. No questions asked. He has Brig trapped. The beaten man can only agree. Yes, seventh young master. Larson grabs the terrified Brig, informing him that he will be punished. But with a chilling calmness, he adds that if he had actually been trying to kill him, Brig would already be dead. He'll take that into consideration. As Larson's hand glows, Brig feels a strange energy flowing into him. It's hot and aggressive, but it's definitely not mana. His eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes what it is. With a sickening crack, Larson shatters his pinky finger. He's infused a small amount of fighting spirit into the wound, a technique learned from his master that disrupts mana flow. Let's go, Tudia. Larson turns and walks away without a second glance, leaving Brig writhing on the floor, screaming about his finger. Brig grits his teeth, trying to heal himself, but it's no use. He realizes with horror that his mana isn't working. The fighting spirit has completely neutralized him as a threat. Back in the dark chamber, Decatra's voice echoes from the orb. I see. That wasn't a bad present. He approves of the test. One of the hooded investigators kneels before him, timidly reporting that they were not the ones who set the inn on fire. He explains it was the young lady traveling with the seventh master, a girl named Tudia. Tudia, meanwhile, is far more concerned about the fate of the inn's cats. Decatra processes this. Larson didn't just survive the ambush, he intentionally had Tudia start the fire to summon the investigation squad, using his own family's rules as a weapon. He went far beyond simply reacting. He demonstrated a level of cunning that even his older, more powerful sisters had never shown him. This was the mark of a true strategist. For the first time, Decatra sees his youngest son not as a child, but as a true heir who has earned the maiden name. Decatra officially approves Brig's business, calling it a reward for his competency. Brig thanks him profusely, but then Decatra casually asks if his broken finger is bothering him. Before Brig can answer, a blade flashes. His broken pinky is severed in a single, clean cut. A silent scream escapes him, his face a mask of pure terror. A cold sweat runs down his neck as the realization hits him. If they could take his finger that easily, that could have been his head. He knows he has to get out of this insane place as fast as he possibly can. As Brig is escorted out, he sees the maiden investigators waiting. One of the cats, Hobbs, lets out a small meow. The investigators are holding both cats from the inn, Hobbs and Valve. They survived the fire. A genuine, relieved smile spreads across Brig's face. He looks at his severed hand, then at the cats. He survived his encounter with the maidens. And in this world, that's a victory. 6 days later, Larson and Tudia are deep in the wilderness. Tudia finally asks where they're going. Amused, Larson asks why she's only asking now. She admits she was too busy enjoying the scenery. He tells her their destination, Holland. Tudia's eyes light up. She recognizes the name of the Holy Empire, excitedly bragging that she read all about it in a book. Larson just thinks to himself that her teacher must have had a tough time. She asks if there's anything interesting there. Larson's reply is simple. Holland is a treasure trove of powerful items he needs for his journey. Items that he, as the author, created and hid throughout the Empire. He just hopes he can get to them before the story's original hero does. They soon arrive at a crossroads with a weathered signpost. Larson activates his heavenly eye. The sign points to the Holy Empire, the Grandel Estate, and the Crimson Forest. But his eye reveals something more. Faint, glowing letters appear beneath the arrows, a hidden message that only he can see. He asks Tudia if she can read them, but she just puffs out her chest, thinking he means the normal writing. Not that, he says. Below it. Tudia squints but sees nothing. Larson's eyes narrow. He recognizes this script. It's the same ancient writing he saw with his teacher, Magnar, when they found the 1,000-year dragon's chest plate. His heavenly eye translates the text, leaving items for my descendant. A direct message left for him centuries ago. Suddenly, the Holy Grail artifact floating beside him flares to life, trying to drain his mana. Larson glares at it, telling it to calm down. The little creature seems to pout, but agrees to behave in exchange for praise later. Larson sighs, patting it on the head. As they walk closer to a hidden entrance, the ancient text becomes clearer. Larson is shocked. The text lists the requirements to receive the items, and one of them is possessing the dragon's chestplate, the very artifact he already has. More legendary items are listed, but the final condition makes everything clear. The person must have the heavenly eye. Suddenly, a blue, ghostly figure materializes before them. The spirit of an old, bearded man looks at them with ancient eyes. "My name is Kirtel," he announces. "Nice to meet you, my descendant." Larson is floored. Kirtel isn't just any mage, he's a legendary archmage from the history books. Tudia, however, can't see or sense him at all. She pokes and sniffs the empty air, completely confused. But someone else can see him. The Holy Grail flares with rage, and a voice screams inside Larson's head, "You senile old man!" The Grail trembles with anger. "Just when I was about to forget you, you appeared again." Larson connects the dots in an instant. The Holy Grail's original owner was Kirtel himself. Larson tells the Grail to calm down, explaining Kirtel isn't really here. The spirit confirms it, stating his physical body is in a deep slumber within the Northern Sea. The Northern Sea. Larson knows it well, a frozen wasteland at the very edge of the world. A land so cold that no living thing can survive there. It's a place so dangerous that not even the mighty Maton family was ever able to conquer it. Kirtel's spirit looks at Larson with hope, wishing that he might one day be the one to awaken him. But he accepts that if Larson chooses not to, that will simply be his fate. He sealed himself away long ago for the sake of the world's future. The spirit begins to fade, its purpose almost fulfilled. But before he vanishes, he tells Larson that to help break the seal, he has hidden many powerful items across the land. A legendary archmage's entire arsenal is now within Larson's reach. But, Kirtel adds, you need to fulfill 2 conditions to truly become my descendant. Conditions? What more could there be? The first condition is to have the heavenly eye. The second is to have the Holy Grail. The little creature by Larson's side lets out a defiant huff. Larson just lets out a dry laugh. Kirtel gives him his first grand quest: find the Fire Clan, win their hearts, and obtain the true Holy Grail. Tudia freezes at the mention of her people. With his final instruction given, Kirtel's spirit fades away completely. But Larson isn't going anywhere. He steps up to the signpost, a confident smirk on his face, and infuses it with his own mana. Kirtel's spirit is pulled back instantly, reappearing before them. He says calmly, "I have been waiting, my descendant." But his calm expression shatters into one of utter disbelief. "How could this be? You've already found the Holy Grail." Kirtel assumes Larson must have gone on an impossibly difficult journey to obtain it so soon. Larson just smirks. Yeah, he tells himself, he really went through a lot. The ancient archmage has absolutely no idea who he's dealing with. High above the jagged mountains, a massive white eagle soars through the sky, carrying 2 small figures on its back as it glides toward their destination. With a loud caw, the eagle begins its descent. Tudia hangs on tight, yelling to Larson that they've arrived at a place called the Unknown Cliff. Larson remains perfectly calm, simply saying, "Okay." His mind is still on the conversation he just had with the spirit of the legendary archmage, Kirtel. Kirtel's voice echoes in his memory. The archmage was impressed, telling him that already having the Holy Grail proved he was on the path to greatness. And because he passed the first test, Kirtel would now make arrangements for him. Arrangements? Larson had no interest in following a preset path, not even one laid out by a legend. He was here to forge his own destiny. But Kirtel had insisted, promising that if Larson followed his guidance, he would uncover all the hidden truths of the world. The archmage had then materialized a small, ornate object, a carved canine tooth. He explained that the first truth was tied to this very relic. Using his heavenly eye, Larson identified it instantly. The canine of allegiance, a relic connected to the Golden Tiger tribe. His next quest was clear: find them. Back in the present, they disembark from the giant eagle. Larson thanks the creature for the ride, and it lets out a friendly caw in reply. As the eagle flies off, Larson and Tudia begin their freefall. Tudia shrieks with excitement, while Larson calmly uses wind magic to control their descent. Tudia is a blur of fiery joy, while Larson is a calm stream of blue energy, guiding them safely to the ground. He lands gracefully, the wind magic cushioning his impact. After all his intense training, controlling the elements like this feels almost second nature. Tudia, still buzzing with adrenaline, floats around him, asking if they can do that again. But Larson, ever the pragmatist, tells her they don't have time to play. She lands, asking why they came to such a desolate cliff. He tells her simply, "We're here to find the Crow clan." Tudia scoffs at the very idea. "Those scaredy cats?" She says her dad always told her the Crow clan were too cowardly to be of any use. She asks how he plans on finding a clan that's famous for hiding. Larson just offers a small, confident smile. "I have a method for that." He pulls out a heavy sack, and the clinking of coins echoes across the quiet landscape. He casually tosses a single gold coin onto the rocky ground, and then another, and another. He walks along the cliff's edge, leaving a glittering trail of gold behind him, like breadcrumbs for a very specific kind of bird. Tudia watches, amazed, calling it a waste of money. But to Larson, who now has over 3 billion gran, this is barely a drop in the bucket. And his plan works. Slowly, cautiously, the gold coins begin to disappear, snatched up by unseen hands. He knows they're still wary. The Crow clan distrusts humans, and for good reason. They were once hunted for their wings, which were treated as luxury fashion items. A brief glimpse into the past shows a time when crow wings were used as fashionable decorations, a brutal history that explains their reclusive nature. Because of this dark past, a deep survival instinct was born. An instinctual fear of humans was passed down through generations, making them the masters of hiding they are today. The next day, they wait. Tudia lies on a blanket, bored out of her mind, complaining that Larson is wasting their time. She stretches languidly, wishing they could just be lazy like this forever. Larson tells her to rest up, knowing it'll just take a little more time. From the shadows, the glowing red eyes of the Crow clan watch their every move. Finally, Tudia holds up the now empty sack of gold. "It's really as you said, Larson. The bait has been taken." A group of humanoid crows cautiously approaches. One of them speaks in a rough voice. "Human, more, gold, coins." Larson's gamble paid off perfectly. Their greed has overcome their fear. Tudia is amazed. "The birds can talk, Larson." The crow asks if he can give them more. Larson, holding a single coin between his fingers, calmly replies, "Of course." The moment he tosses the coin, the crows erupt into a chaotic scramble, fighting over the single piece of gold, crying out about their starving families. Larson watches the pathetic display with a knowing smile. He has them right where he wants them. He continues to toss coins, and the crows eagerly snatch them from the air. One of them, Tuma, declares himself a rich man. They all begin to clamor, asking how they can possibly repay this human for his incredible generosity. Then, Larson says, his voice dropping as he holds up the canine of allegiance, "Do you know this?" The crows erupt in a cacophony of panicked squawks. Tudia is startled, but Larson calmly explains that they recognize the relic's owner. Larson recalls exactly why this is working. As the author, he based the Crow clan on a simple idea he once read about. He gave them one simple, unbreakable rule that governs their entire society. They must repay favors. It's a core part of their being, a rule they cannot ignore no matter how much they might want to. The crows are trembling in absolute terror. They recognize the relic. "That's the rotten tiger's tooth," one of them shrieks, crying out that the tiger killed their family. One of the crows is torn, his fear warring with his deep sense of obligation. But their code is absolute. They all drop to their knees, bowing before Larson. "Will repay grace," they chant in unison. Tudia whispers that they're being surprisingly nice. Larson just thinks to himself, right? Even he finds the power of his own world, building a little unsettling sometimes. The lead crow, Tuma, introduces himself and asks for Larson's name. After Larson replies, Tuma confirms it. "Larson, I know where Rotten Tiger is." Larson knows that by Rotten Tiger, they mean the Golden Tiger tribe. They're a small but legendary tribe, famous for being so powerful they don't need large numbers to dominate. In fact, if their tribe were any larger, they might have been the ones to rule the continent instead of humans. Tuma explains that the tigers prey on the weak and have cruel personalities. Understanding the danger, Larson asks Tudia to wait for him here. She pouts, wanting to see the tigers too, but she agrees to listen. Larson thanks her and promises to be back soon. "Tuma, lead me," Larson commands. Tuma, still shaking with fear, agrees. He's terrified, but his honor demands it. Larson flicks another gold coin to him. "This is for your work." Tuma catches it, his eyes shining with greed and newfound purpose. He declares that he will repay this grace and change his life. The other crows can only watch with envy. Meanwhile, at the Grandel family estate, two brothers are having a tense conversation. Velatudor complains to Magner about the weakness of today's youth. Velatudor Grandel, the esteemed head of the martial arts family, sighs in frustration. His brother brings up a recent incident where some thugs tried to harass his daughter Rosalind. Velatudor asks if he made them suffer before they died. His brother scoffs, saying they died instantly with just a light touch. Velatudor is disappointed, saying he should have tortured them first. His brother looks at him, bewildered. That kind of cruelty is reserved for monsters, not humans. He questions how the man known as the King of Benevolence could say such a thing. Velatudor quickly changes the subject. The topic shifts to Larson. Velatudor asks his brother Magner how much he actually taught the boy. Magner admits he only taught him the basics, but adds that Larson holds a truth far more important than any technique. Magner's expression turns deadly serious. "He absorbed my fighting spirit." Velatudor is completely shocked. A mage using fighting spirit is unheard of. The two energies are fundamentally incompatible. He asks if Magner is saying a mage now exists who can wield both. Magner clarifies that, for now, Larson is likely just imitating it, but his unnaturally tough body makes it dangerously effective. Velatudor warns that if Larson's power ever threatens the Grandel family, Magner cuts him off. "I know, I'll take responsibility." He sits alone, the weight of his promise heavy on his shoulders. "If that day comes, as that boy's teacher, I will kill him myself." This is not a threat, but a solemn vow from a master who fears what his student might become. Back on the cliff, Larson looks on with a confident smile. Tuma, puffed up with newfound courage from the gold, stands ready. Tuma, brave, he declares, prepared to lead them straight into the den of his greatest fear. As Larson ventures into the dangerous territory of the Golden Tiger tribe, Tudia is left behind, waiting alone in the desolate landscape. She stares out at the empty hills, lost in thought. A painful memory is replaying in her mind, a conversation that has been weighing on her for a long time. It's a flashback to her training with Larson's sister Evelia. Evelia's voice was cold and sharp as she held Tudia in magical restraints. "You're going with Larson? You'd only be a burden to him." Evelia had looked down on her, calling her an inferior being, unfit to be near a maiden. And in her own mind, Tudia hears herself admit it. "I'm weak. I know that." Larson's kind words from just a few moments ago, asking her to wait for him, now feel different. He was trying to protect her, but all she heard was confirmation that she wasn't strong enough to stand by his side. She wants to stay with Larson more than anything, but she knows deep down that Evelia was right. Right now, she is a burden. A fire ignites in her soul. The feeling of helplessness twists into pure resolve. "I want to become strong." That quiet desire becomes a powerful declaration. "No, I will become stronger." Flames erupt around her, fueled by a newfound, unshakable determination. No matter what, a pillar of fire shoots into the sky, a beacon of her unbreakable vow to never be left behind again. Miles away, Larson stops dead in his tracks. He whips his head around, a look of genuine surprise on his face. "Tudia?" he murmurs. He definitely felt that surge of mana. Tuma asks, "What's wrong?" But before Larson can answer, a system notification flashes, and his blood runs cold. A variable affecting the storyline has occurred. A character has become the Phoenix's child, and the god of fire is now looking upon her warmly. Larson's eyes widen in shock. Phoenix? That one name changes everything. This was never supposed to happen. Phoenix isn't just some spirit. He's a transcendental being that Larson himself wrote into existence. A literal god. Tudia's people, the Fire Clan, were originally a group who worshipped this god. In his original story, their power was so immense that they could have dominated the entire continent. But their strength came at a cost. Larson had intentionally written Phoenix as a passive god who never directly interfered with the world. He was sure that the story's original hero, Kasim, was never affected by a god. This leaves only one explanation for this sudden change. His own presence as the author is fundamentally rewriting the story's rules. Just then, Tuma yelps in terror, sniffing the air frantically. This smell. Before Larson can react, Tuma screams, "I've repaid my debts, human!" and bolts, flying away as fast as his wings can possibly carry him. Larson just watches him go with a slight smile. He's not surprised. It's impressive that a member of the cowardly Crow clan even brought him this far. "Thanks, Tuma," he says to the empty air. He continues on alone, stepping carefully over the gruesome remains of a deer. He's deep in their territory now. Up ahead, a figure is hunched over the kill, the wind whipping around them. It's a woman from the Golden Tiger tribe. Larson can sense her immense power even from a distance. The woman turns, her sharp, cat-like eyes fixing on him, blood still on her lips. "A human child?" she asks, her voice dripping with disdain. Larson tries to state his purpose, but she cuts him off, saying she has no business with children. She turns her back, telling him to come back with an adult. "Wait!" he calls out. "I have a question to ask." He considers showing her the canine of allegiance, but he knows better. The Golden Tiger tribe only speaks to those they acknowledge as strong. He has to earn her respect first. She stops, a dangerous aura radiating from her. "I just gave you a chance to live," she growls. "But I'm changing my mind." Her body begins to contort and expand, muscles bulging under her skin. Larson watches, wary, as she grows larger and larger. With a predatory snarl, she completes her transformation into a massive, terrifying tiger. "I'll just eat you now." She lunges, her jaws snapping shut right where he was standing. Larson curses under his breath. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. But he's not afraid. He settles into a fighting stance, a confident smirk appearing on his face. He thinks to himself, "Guess this isn't going to go so smoothly." He activates one of his master's techniques, flow, slowly. The world seems to warp around him as he dodges the tiger's savage swipe. Her claws narrowly miss him, tearing through the air with incredible force. He can see exactly where her attack will land. This is nothing compared to his master's punches. The tiger seems almost amused. "Not bad, kid." She asks if he can keep dodging. Larson knows she's right. He'll be at a huge disadvantage if this fight drags on. To gain her acknowledgement, he needs to prove himself. And to do that, he has to show her everything he's got. He focuses his energy, recalling Magner's teachings. Courage becomes power. He activates his fighting spirit. He meets her next attack head-on, his fist glowing with red energy as he blocks her powerful claw. The tiger woman is visibly shocked by the sheer force of his blow. The impact sends them both sliding backward across the ground. Larson lands, his knuckles aching. The Golden Tiger tribe is much stronger than he anticipated. She looks at him with new eyes, remarking on his strange technique. She asks if he's from a martial arts family, but Larson isn't listening. His eyes are locked on his target. He's already found her weakness. "I've won this fight," he declares, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. She looks confused for just a split second, and then he vanishes, moving faster than her eyes can track as he circles around behind her. He reappears directly in her blind spot, his hand shooting out. She screams, "You're begging to be killed!" But he isn't aiming for a vital point. Her eyes widen in panic as she realizes his true target. He grabs her tail. She lets out an enraged scream. "My tail, you little brat!" She threatens him, telling him to let go and beg for forgiveness. But her eyes betray her. She's sweating, her confidence completely shattered. Larson smirks. He knows a secret he wrote into the very fabric of this world. The Golden Tiger tribe's sole weakness is their tail. It's a vulnerability so severe, they have a tradition of cutting them off when their children turn one. "What if I do this?" he asks, tightening his grip ever so slightly. She screams in agony and terror, immediately surrendering. "I get it. Okay, I lose, so just let go." He loosens his grip. "Do you acknowledge me then?" The moment he lets go, she leaps away, breathing heavily, completely humiliated that she let her guard down to a child. But she grumbles, her pride deeply wounded. Letting my guard down was my fault. Larson approaches her calmly. Then why don't we talk? She glares at him, still defiant. I could easily kill you right now. Why would I talk to you? Larson plays his final card. A Golden Tiger tribe member with honor wouldn't do that. Her eyes widen. How could this human child possibly know so much about their tribe's code? She finally relents and sits down. She introduces herself as Marang and asks what he wants to talk about. Larson holds up the relic from his ancestor. What do you know about this? Marang's eyes snap to the canine tooth, her expression freezing. Her jaw drops in utter shock. That's Tutanka's canine. Tutanka's canine. Larson holds in his hand a sacred relic of the Golden Tiger tribe, left behind by their greatest hero centuries ago. It's a legendary treasure the tribe has searched for all over the world. For most, its existence was nothing more than a myth. Until now. Marang is still trying to process how she knew its name on sight. Larson flips the question back at her. What would she have done if he'd just shown her the relic without proving his strength first? Her answer is blunt and honest. I would have eaten you and taken it. Larson lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful for his decision to fight first and talk later. He gets to the real question. Why do you want this? A sly, almost giddy expression crosses her face. Because with that, you can enter the Golden Tiger tribe's village. Larson is confused. He knew them as fiercely independent hunters. Why would a tribe so powerful need to huddle together in a village? Marang explains that it all started because of a hunter, a woman in golden chains who ruthlessly hunted any golden tiger she came across. The tribe was nearly wiped out. They had no choice but to abandon their solitary ways and group together just to survive. They formed a village to hide from that woman, Evelia Maton. Larson breaks out in a cold sweat. His own sister was the reason the Golden Tiger tribe changed its entire way of life. Marang clarifies that Evelia wasn't just some mindless killer. The elders admitted they provoked her first. The real problem was the woman who came after. Marang's eyes burn with a deep, personal hatred as she speaks the name. That crazy woman, Persia Maton. A flashback shows a younger, blood-soaked Persia standing over a fallen tiger, a sadistic grin on her face. She muses that since her sister was praised for killing 30, then she needed to kill at least 100. For her, it was nothing more than a twisted game to prove she was better. The revelation sends a shiver down Larson's spine. His own sisters were the monsters in this tribe's history. He now carries the weight of their sins. Marang continues. To fight back against Persia, the elders established several hidden villages. But in the end, it was a massacre. All of the villages were burned to the ground. Now, only one remains. Persia's cruelty was absolute. She walked through the flames, carrying trophies of her grim work. In the ruins of one village, a lone, terrified child trembled in the ashes. Persia had crouched down to the crying tiger cub, her voice mockingly sweet. Don't hate me too much. Do you know why you're dying? It's because you're weak. Her words were a twisted echo of the Maton family philosophy. If you're angry, come find me when you're stronger. Although, she'd added with a chilling smile, I'm sure you'll still be weaker than me anyway. With that, the massacre was complete. Marang finishes her story, her voice heavy. All the adults in her village died that day. That's why there was no one left to perform the ritual to remove her tail. She claims she doesn't hold on to the rage. The adults were weak, and so they died. It's a harsh reality she has accepted. When Larson asks why she can't enter the last village, her answer is simple and painful. Because I'm weak. She admits she was born weaker than the others, and the Golden Tiger tribe has no place for those who can't keep up. Larson's mind races. He asks when Evelia hunted them. Marang thinks for a moment and says it was about 6 years ago. He asks how old she is now. Me? 5. Larson clenches his fist in frustration. Didn't you call me a kid earlier? He asks, exasperated. Marang just shrugs. He knows their species age differently, but this is just ridiculous. He gets back to the point. So I can enter their village if I have this? Marang immediately corrects him, her voice sharp. Not my village, the Golden Tiger tribe village. I don't live there. Larson looks at the canine in his hand as it begins to glow softly. A system notification appears. The item's name has officially changed. It is now Tutanka's canine. The description updates. Kretel's next assignment will appear if he places it on the tribe's altar, which has to be inside the village. Meringue stretches, asking if she can come along. Larson agrees, but warns that he can't guarantee her safety. She scoffs at him. She'll probably be beaten, and he'll be eaten. Even with the relic, the tribe could just take it from him by force. But then, a wide, fang-filled grin spreads across her face. "But I'll guide you there if you want to go." Larson can see she's excited. For him, this is a chance to face the monsters who ostracized her in a village full of warriors who consider her weak. She may be an outcast, but she is still a golden tiger, forever living in the shadow of her stronger brethren. But this is a trial Larson must face. If he can't get through this, he'll never reach the level of his monstrous sisters. He steels his resolve. "Let's go," he says, his voice firm. He turns back to Tudia, who has been waiting patiently. "Where is it?" Meringue points to the horizon. "The Dragon Mountain Ranges." Tudia's eyes light up with pure joy. "The Dragon Mountain Ranges." She claps her hands, ecstatic. "We're going home! I'll be able to see my dad." Larson remembers. Tudia's hometown Heron is also located in the Dragon Mountain Ranges. Tudia rushes over, introducing herself to Meringue and immediately asking if she can touch her tail. Meringue, annoyed, asks Larson if she can eat her. "Absolutely not," he replies flatly. That night, their camp is disturbed by a loud thud. Meringue stands over them, having dropped a massive, freshly killed boar at their feet. It's a rare beast that Larson himself described in his novel. They spend the next 3 days walking, since Meringue despises teleportation gates. The journey is surprisingly pleasant, and Tudia and Meringue form an unlikely friendship. Larson marvels at the taste of the roasted boar. It melts in his mouth. Tudia asks if she can eat all of it. Meringue scoffs, explaining their tongues are far more advanced than humans, so they are incredibly picky eaters. He knows his preserved food can't have gone bad. This tiger is just that picky. Meringue adds that the best-tasting meat is, of course, human flesh. Tudia just keeps munching happily. Larson asks why she would say that. "Is our meat good?" she replies bluntly. "No, it's tough," he asks in shock. "You tried it?" Meringue ignores him and points to a path. A cave ahead leads down to Tudia's village. Tudia looks at Larson. "What about you?" He tells her he's going on ahead to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. Her cheerful mood vanishes in an instant. "It's because I'm weak, isn't it?" she asks, her voice small. Larson doesn't deny it. Tudia is talented, but she's not ready to face what's coming. She accepts this and turns to leave. But before she goes, she calls out to him. She turns back, a radiant smile on her face and a heart of fire glowing in her hand. "My dad said if I wanted to become strong, I just needed to tell him. I'll become really strong and protect you. I'm your contractor of fire, after all." Larson gives a small, genuine smile. "Yeah, I'll try not to be late." Meringue just rolls her eyes at the little kid acting cool. As he watches Tudia go, he knows this is for the best. They both have their own paths to walk to get stronger. They soon arrive at a clearing. Meringue suddenly stops and starts sniffing the ground like an animal. "It must be near here," she says, disgusted. "I hate this place." The Holy Grail artifact beside Larson begins to perk up. The little creature yawns, saying it feels like it slept right here for 1,000 years. Larson realizes it's true. This is the very spot where his ancestors sealed the Holy Grail centuries ago. But why is Meringue digging frantically in the dirt? The Grail explains it's because she doesn't know the trigger word to open the entrance to her village. Larson watches her, confused. Even though she's digging with her bare hands, she looks strangely happy to be this close to home. A deep, commanding voice suddenly breaks the silence from behind him. "Kid, who are you?" Larson turns to see the silhouette of a massive figure emerging from the trees. A golden tiger, and he is incredibly tall. Meringue, who is already large, trembles in fear. This newcomer towers over her. From her reaction, Larson knows this must be a true member of the village, one of the people who cast her out. A system notification reminds him of her past-born week. She was harassed by her own tribe. She's this terrified, and yet she still wanted to come back. Her desire to belong is stronger than her fear. The towering tiger glares down at Larson. "You're not from our tribe. How do you possess Tutanka's canine?" Larson is completely unfazed. "Curdle told me to come." He introduces himself clearly. "My name is Larson Mayton." The name Mayton makes both tigers freeze. "I'm related to Evelia and Persia Mayton," Larson continues, his gaze unwavering. "I assume you recognize those names." The elder's face contorts into a mask of pure, unbridled rage. Mirang looks on in absolute terror. He just invoked the names of the two people their tribe fears and despises above all else. Larson knows it will take a long time to be acknowledged by this tribe. He has to confront his family's dark legacy head on. The two tigers are frozen, caught between shock and fury. But Larson is ready. He thinks to himself, "I'll just get this over with." A Mayton. Larson has just walked into a den of tigers who hate his family more than anything, and instead of hiding it, he's throwing it in their faces. He calmly states that he's related to Evelia and Persia Mayton, adding that he's sure they recognize those names. The reaction is instant. The air explodes with a roar of pure fury as the Golden Tiger warriors launch themselves at him. But Larson just stands there, perfectly still, as if he expected this all along. One of the warriors, his face twisted in hatred, lets out a guttural scream. The rage is so intense it feels like the ground itself is shaking. His eyes burn with betrayal. "You dare deceive me," he yells, promising to tear Larson apart right then and there. And his fury isn't just for Larson. He turns on Mirang, accusing her of being a traitor for bringing an enemy to their doorstep. Mirang is completely terrified, stammering that she had no idea. She's trapped between her people's rage and the boy she reluctantly guided. The furious warrior demands an explanation, but Larson cuts through the chaos with a simple, almost mocking question. "You said you were going to eat me." The warrior, caught off guard, yells back that he'll get to it after he deals with the traitor. The tribesmen stand firm, ready to die fighting him, but Larson looks them dead in the eye and tells them that's exactly what he came here to prevent. He's here to right his sister's wrongs. The warrior just roars back in his face. To him, it's nothing but lies. "How can someone of that cruel bloodline right any wrongs?" he snarls, lunging forward with his claws ready. But before the blow can land, Larson calmly presents his offering. He pulls out the sacred relic. "I will offer Tutanka's canine to the altar," he declares. With this act, he vows to inherit the will of their great hero and put an end to the Mayton's meaningless cycle of violence. The warrior is still skeptical, shouting that the altar can judge him, but his claws will judge him first. The air crackles with tension. Larson's eyes narrow. He calmly points out the flaw in that threat. If he's killed now, it'll be a little late to find out if the canine is real, won't it? His cold logic stops the warrior in his tracks. Just as the standoff reaches its peak, slow, heavy footsteps approach. Someone else is entering the clearing. It's an old, hooded figure leaning on a wooden staff. A voice from the tribe identifies him, Elder Bakuya. The true authority has arrived. The elder looks at Larson, his eyes widening in surprise. "How do you know my name, boy?" Larson explains that his heavenly eye shows him and that the great sage, Kurtul, told him about this place. The elder is confused, mumbling that he can't recall a sage named Kurtul, but he does remember a prophet who saw the future. "A future," Larson continues, "where the Maytons cause chaos in the world." As he speaks, we see flashes of his two sisters, the cold Evelia and the sadistic Persia. Larson looks at them, his expression serious. He's laying out a truth they don't fully understand yet, connecting the dots of their tragic history. Elder Bakuya listens intently, the initial rage in the clearing slowly being replaced by a tense curiosity. Bakuya silently recalls the tribe's most sacred legend, the legend of Tutanka, a story passed down for generations about their greatest hero who took out his own canine tooth and swore a mighty oath. Holding the bloodied tooth in his hand, he made a promise. He swore that he would be the one to protect the Golden Tiger tribe's land and all of his comrades. To seal this oath, he built an altar with a single hole, perfectly shaped to fit the canine. The legend foretold that far in the future, when his canine and the altar were finally reunited, the great hero Tutanka would appear once more. But Larson, with his author's knowledge, begins to poke holes in their story. He asks why Tutanka would have comrades when the golden tigers were solitary hunters. He then points out the strangest part of their legend, the reaction promised when the canine meets the altar. That reaction could only be one thing: magic. And the golden tiger tribe can't use magic. Bakuya and the warrior stand silently, listening as Larson breaks down their most sacred belief with logic they can't deny. So how, Larson asks, could a chief of their tribe have cast magic on the altar in the first place? It just doesn't add up. Mirang watches from a distance, seeing him methodically dismantle their history. But Larson isn't finished. He tells them the truly strange part is that none of them have ever noticed how bizarre this story is. He then reveals that he's been to this place before, a long time ago, with Kurtel. The elder leans in, sniffing the air, and confirms it. "You're not lying. I do smell this place on you." With his credibility established, Larson says he has one more question. Why is it that Persia cannot find you? His sadistic sister is a powerful mage. She should easily be able to detect the barrier hiding their village. The question hangs in the air, and for the first time, the tigers seem truly stunned into silence. The warrior's mind races. He's right. Why didn't he ever think it was strange? Bakuya's hand trembles on his staff. He realizes no one in the tribe ever noticed because the person behind it all made sure they wouldn't. A small, confident smirk plays on Larson's lips. He's got them. He reveals the cause of their collective blind spot. No one has noticed because of the great sage Kirtel. The two tigers look at each other, wondering what connection this Kirtel could have with their tribe. Larson remembers the true story he wrote. Tutanka wasn't some all-powerful dominator. But if you just replace Tutanka's name with Kirtel's, everything makes perfect sense. Kirtel was Tutanka's closest friend and comrade. But there's something more important he needs to tell them first. He looks at Bakuya and says, "Kirtel is the great sage who has hypnotized your entire bloodline." The revelation hits Bakuya like a physical blow. "And also," Larson continues, "the one who left Tutanka's canine behind." The warrior and Mirang stare, their worldviews completely shattered. Mirang is the first to speak, her voice trembling. "Hypnotized all of us? But why?" Larson delivers the final piece of the puzzle. "Because that was the will of your great chief, Tutanka." He turns away, his explanation complete. He's revealed a truth that rewrites their entire history. A truth that could either save them or get him killed right here. He stands before them, a member of a prideful warrior tribe, having won this battle not with force, but with knowledge. Bakuya finally speaks, his voice filled with a newfound respect. "You're rather clever, unlike your barbaric sisters." He extends a hand. "I'll guide you to the village. Let's go." "All right," Larson says, shaking the elder's hand. The first step of his dangerous alliance is sealed. Bakuya leads the way, with Larson and the warrior following close behind. The elder calls out, "Miran, you come too!" She flinches, surprised to be included after years of being an outcast. They walk until they reach a clearing with a large waterfall. Bakuya stops, looking towards the water. Bakuya begins to chant in a strange, ancient language, his voice echoing through the clearing. Suddenly, Larson's eyes widen in shock. The world around them begins to bend and distort. Space itself is warping, the very air vibrating with immense power. This isn't a hidden entrance, it's a pocket dimension. A wave of dizziness hits Larson hard. He grits his teeth, feeling a pressure far more intense than any portal he's ever used. The world blurs into a chaotic swirl of color and energy. He fights to stay on his feet, knowing that in this place, showing any weakness means being devoured. With a final lurch, the warping stops. They find themselves standing under a blood-red sky in a vast, desolate desert. Larson looks around at the barren landscape. This is the Golden Tiger Tribe village? In the distance, Bakuya senses something. The smell of a human? Other tribesmen run towards them, one asking the elder if that's really a human. Bakuya confirms it, announcing that Larson has brought Tutanka's canine. The news sends a shockwave of disbelief through the arriving warriors. The warrior who first challenged Larson clenches his fist, muttering the name of their great chief, Tutanka. The weight of this moment is finally sinking in. Tears stream down Bakuya's face as he looks towards the sky, his voice thick with emotion. "You're finally saving us," he whispers. He turns to Larson, a desperate hope in his eyes, asking, "What have you prepared for the Golden Tribe?" They stand together. The old elder, the fierce warrior, and the boy from the enemy clan, united for the first time by a fragile glimmer of hope. Even Mirang, who has known nothing but rejection, looks on with a smile of pure, unadulterated excitement. For the first time in centuries, the Golden Tiger tribe might just have a future. The air shifts. A scent, ancient and powerful, washes over the Golden Tiger tribe. One of the warriors steps forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. It can't be, but it is. The unmistakable scent of their great chief, Tutanka. Elder Bakuya watches, a cold realization washing over him as every single member of his tribe recognizes a smell they should have never known. And in that moment, the truth becomes undeniable. Their most sacred history, their very identity, has been built on a lie. A mass hypnosis cast on their bloodline for generations. With a newfound resolve, Bakuya turns to Larson, his voice heavy. Pointing to a structure in the distance, he says, "The altar is over there." Larson follows his gaze to a colossal stone staircase, climbing towards a single, flat platform. A lone beam of light cuts through the blood-red sky, illuminating the peak like a sacred stage. This is the heart of their civilization, the Golden Tiger tribe's altar, the place where the lie began and where, today, it will end. Bakuya explains the ritual is simple: place the canine into the hole at the top. But then he adds a chilling warning. Anyone unqualified who attempts the ritual will be struck down by divine lightning. Larson freezes. This is new. Even as the author of this world, he never wrote a rule like this. For the first time, he's facing a detail he doesn't know. But a quick glance with his heavenly eye reveals the truth. The ever-cautious Kirtel had built in a failsafe, a magical security system to protect his secret. The condition is simple. Only someone who has met Kirtel can perform the ritual. Anyone else will face his ultimate technique against human adversaries, lightning. Larson can't help but think what a ridiculously long name that is for a simple trap. Noticing his pause, Bakuya asks if he's afraid. Larson just shakes his head. No. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He isn't scared. He can feel the lingering presence of both Tutanka and Kirtel in the artifact. Holding the canine forward, he declares, "Then shall we begin?" With a steady, unshakable pace, Larson ascends the ancient steps, walking alone toward his destiny. He reaches the summit, the air thick with raw, magical energy pulsing from the stone slab. He reassures himself. Kirtel himself gave him this quest. It has to work, right? Taking a deep breath, he raises the canine and plunges it into the altar. The instant it connects, the world vanishes in a blinding flash of blue-white light. Down below, the tribe feels the immense surge of power and roars the only name they know for this sacred moment: Tutanka. But as the light fades, Larson looks upon the figure forming before him and knows the truth. He stares at the apparition, his thoughts clear and certain. This isn't their hero. A translucent blue hologram of a man with long dark hair flickers into existence. It's a younger Kirtel, just as he suspected. Tutanka and Kirtel were the same person all along. The hologram's ancient voice echoes across the altar. "Successor, you've brought me the Holy Grail." Larson recognizes this recording from his last encounter. Kirtel's image continues. "Since you have completed your task, I will bestow upon you this." A warm, red light begins to glow in Kirtel's outstretched hand. A stunning red jewel emerges from the light. Before Larson can react, it fires a beam of energy straight into the small golden cup he's holding, sending a jolt of pain through his body. Suddenly, the cup springs to life, a face appearing on its surface as it screams, "Ow! Kirtel, that jerk." "No, not on my handsome face." Kirtel's hologram just laughs, assuming the cup is crying in pain. "Pookie?" Larson thinks, completely bewildered. The cup shrieks back, "Shut up! I'm not Pookie! I am the great Holy Grail of Transcendence." Ignoring the Grail's tantrum, Kirtel turns his attention back to Larson. "Successor, if my prediction is correct, you are walking the path of a mage, but not in the traditional way." Larson understands instantly. Kirtel is talking about the magic combat technique, the hybrid fighting style he's pursuing, something no one else in this world can master. This moment was designed for him. Kurtel explains that even the most talented human body has its limits. It cannot contain infinite power or multiple conflicting attributes. And that, he says, is why I created the Holy Grail. Its true purpose is to act as an external storage drive for magical attributes, bypassing the body's natural limitations entirely. Larsen's mind races. He recalls from his own novel that the original hero Kaysen also received this grail. But for him, it never worked this way. He realizes with a jolt that this artifact is infinitely more valuable to him than it ever was to the story's original protagonist. Kurtel asks if the attribute he's holding is fire. The Grail, now named Puki, smugly replies, "Nope, you're wrong, I am great. I have all the attributes." It then complains that the red jewel is ugly, but admits it will allow it to sync any attribute directly with Larsen. Kurtel decides that's enough explanation for now. He tells Larsen that with fire as his first element, he can finally begin learning true elemental magic. But the most important part is, because the attribute is stored externally in the Holy Grail, his power will be completely undetectable to others. Larsen clenches his fist. This is a game changer. In the Viper's Nest, that is the Maiden family. Having a hidden, untraceable source of power is the ultimate advantage. Kurtel's hologram begins to fade, his final message echoing in the air. "Follow in my footsteps, successor, and you will gain many great things. And if you can," he adds with a faint, wistful tone, "it would be great if you also followed in the footsteps of my beloved friend." With a soft pop, the hologram vanishes, leaving Larsen alone on the altar, wondering who this mysterious friend could possibly be. Puki, the now floating cup, pipes up that Larsen looks disappointed. Larsen just smirks and calls it Puki, sending the Grail into a sputtering rage. "All right, Puki," Larsen repeats, clearly enjoying this. The Grail starts wailing that he's a priceless artifact and can't be treated this way. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire platform. Larsen braces himself, thinking it's an earthquake. But this feels different, wrong. He looks down in horror as massive cracks splinter across the ancient stone. The altar is collapsing, the ground gives way, and he plummets into the chaos below. Reacting on pure instinct, a swirl of wind magic cushions his descent, and he lands safely. Breathing a sigh of relief, he realizes just how close that was. But as he gets his bearings, he realizes he's not alone. All around him, the members of the Golden Tiger tribe stand perfectly still, their silence unnerving. They look different. Where human faces once stood, there are now the powerful snarling heads of massive tigers. Their true forms have finally been unleashed. Larsen stands in the center of an army of tiger-headed warriors, each one frozen in place as they acclimate to their newfound power. Bakuya turns to Larsen, his voice now deep and formal. "When the altar broke," he says, "so did our constraint." He explains that long ago, their tribe was strong enough to dominate the world. But when Tutankhamun disappeared, a divine curse, a god's constraint, began to weaken them, generation by generation. As he speaks, a golden aura flashes around each warrior. The constraint isn't just weakening. In a blinding flash, it shatters completely. The pocket dimension they've been trapped in crumbles around them. The false red sky cracks like glass, revealing the bright blue sky of the real world. But even with their freedom, Bakuya says their tribe is not yet whole. Larsen asks why. The elder replies, "Because we do not have our tails." Larsen remembers this detail from his novel. The tails of the Golden Tiger tribe are both their greatest source of power and their single greatest weakness. To remove that vulnerability, every member of the tribe cuts off their own tail at a young age, sacrificing power for security. But now, with the curse gone, they will need those tails to reclaim the full, terrifying potential they once had. Suddenly, all eyes fall on Mirung, the only one among them who still has her tail. Bakuya explains that their tribe has always had a symbolic king to lead them, and with the exception of their great chief, every king has been a female. The Golden Tiger tribe, he reveals, is a matriarchy. Looking directly at Mirang, he declares, "You are fit to be the king." He holds a knife to her, not as a threat, but as part of a ritual. Mirang is stunned. "Me?" Bakuya explains that, as an outcast, the curse must have been especially intense for her. Mirang clenches her fist, a new energy flowing through her. "I do feel a bit lighter." And then, all the pieces click into place for Larsen. Meringue wasn't just weak, she was bearing the full brunt of the curse for her entire village. After Persia's massacre, there were no adults left to perform the tail-cutting ritual, making her an outcast who couldn't enter the main settlement. She was forced to survive alone in the forest, which is exactly why she was the one to find him. This is too perfect to be a coincidence. It's a perfectly crafted narrative, and Larson knows there's only one person powerful enough to be pulling the strings from beyond the grave, Kurtel. He is the true author of this chapter. Just then, Bakuya falls to one knee before Larson. "I, Bakuya of the Golden Tiger Tribe," he declares, his voice booming, "swear absolute cooperation with the Savior who has freed us from the gods' constraint." One by one, every other warrior drops to their knee, repeating the oath in a thunderous chorus. They pledge their undying loyalty to the boy who gave them back their future. Larson stands before them, the immense weight of their vow settling over him. An entire tribe of legendary warriors, now his to command. He looks out over the sea of kneeling warriors, a tide of loyalty directed solely at him. Finally, Meringue steps forward. With a confident, grateful smile, she too kneels and swears the oath. A system notification confirms it. You have received an oath of loyalty from the entire Golden Tiger tribe. He's done it. This is the true reward Kurtel intended for him, not just an artifact, but an entire faction loyal only to him. A wicked grin spreads across Larson's face. He knows exactly what this means. Without the god's constraint, the Golden Tiger tribe is a force of nature. He no longer has just allies, he has an army. After a day of celebration, the time comes for the tribe to disperse, to reclaim their strength across the land. Now free, they no longer need to hide together. Larson knows they aren't strong enough to face his sisters head-on yet, but they're more than strong enough to survive and grow. As the others begin to leave, he notices Meringue is still standing nearby. "Why aren't you leaving?" he asks. She just shrugs, claiming this was the direction she was headed anyway. When he asks if she's going to Heron and why, she gets flustered. It's clear she's making up excuses on the spot, her tough exterior cracking for just a moment. Finally, she blurts out, "You must be bored on your own, right?" Larson hides a smile. Tigers are meant to be solitary creatures, but he simply says, "Yeah, do as you wish." But as they prepare to set off, a massive explosion rips through the sky in the distance. A pillar of fire and smoke mushrooms upwards. Larson's blood runs cold. That's in the direction of Hiran, Tudia's village. His eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the violent signature of that magic. Wait, that fire! A terrifying image flashes in his mind. His sadistic older sister, her face splattered in blood, a gleeful smile spreading from ear to ear as she watches the world burn. He whips around, his voice filled with pure dread as he stares at the distant inferno. That isn't just any fire. That is Persia's fire. Larson prayed he would never have to see his sister's brand of chaos again. But there it is, an explosion tearing through the sky, and he knows with sickening certainty that is Persia's fire. A cold dread grips him. No, this can't be happening. Not now, not there. His mind jumps to the worst possible conclusion. Tudia. She's in Heron. If she runs into Persia, the thought alone is enough to make his blood run cold. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Channeling his wind attribute, a swirl of energy erupts around him as he prepares to move. There's no time to waste. He launches himself forward like a bullet, leaving Meringue in a cloud of dust, his entire world narrowing to that pillar of smoke on the horizon. He just has to hope he's not too late. Meringue is frozen on the spot, her eyes locked on the distant blaze. A deep, familiar sense of dread washes over her, a cold memory from a past she can't escape. She recognizes this feeling, this specific brand of terror. This is the beginning of Season 2. And for Meringue, it's a return to her worst nightmare. Larson arrives to a scene of utter devastation. The air is thick with smoke and ash, the entire village swallowed by a raging inferno. Heron is burning. Its people, he grits his teeth, his mind reeling from the senseless destruction. A survivor stumbles from the flames, her voice a raw scream for help. "Back there!" Larson turns to her, desperation in his voice. What happened? She can only gasp out one name, Persia Mayton, before the fire consumes her, silencing her forever. The inferno swallows her whole. All around him are the fallen, the silence of the dead, a stark contrast to the roar of the flames. Then, through the haze, his eyes lock onto a familiar figure lying motionless on the ground. Tudia, and standing over her, wreathed in smoke and carnage, her red hair like a flickering flame, is his sister. Blood splatters her face, but a casual, cruel smile is plastered on her lips. "There you are," she says, her voice light and airy. "My dear brother, per se." She casually gestures to the unconscious Tudia. She mentions seeing Evelia's little doll and deciding to have some fun. A wicked glint dances in her eyes. "Ah, that's right," she adds, her smile widening. "She's your toy too, isn't she?" Larson's face is a mask of cold fury as he ignores her bait. "What are you doing here?" She feigns offense. "Oh? Am I not allowed? Can't you be a little warmer when greeting your big sister?" Larson breathes in the sickening smell of burnt flesh, trying to keep his composure. He can't understand the sheer pointlessness of this cruelty. He remembers how excited Tudia was to see her family again, her face beaming with joy, and Persia just burned it all to ash. A tremor of pure rage runs through him, a rage he can barely contain. Why? Why would she do this? He tells her she must have business with him. She just scoffs. "You? I wanted to see you, sure, but you're not the main event, idiot." "I'm here for her," she declares, pointing. Larson's heart sinks as he sees Meringue has followed him. Persia was hunting for a golden tiger. He asks her why. Why would she possibly need one? She just smiles sweetly. "Because collecting their teeth is one of my few hobbies." She explains that the Golden Tiger tribe had vanished from her magical tracking lately. So she had her informants spread rumors and eventually got a tip that they were sighted in this area. Larson knows it's true. Persia's information network spans the entire continent. She always finds what she's looking for. And to think the person with the tiger would be my own little brother. Meringue begins to tremble uncontrollably. "How could I not come?" Persia finishes, her eyes locked on her terrified prey. She turns back to Larson, her voice dripping with mock sincerity. "You did all this work for me, so while I waited, I thought long and hard about what you might like." She gestures to the burning village, to the charred bodies littering the ground. "This is my surprise gift for you. A thank you for preparing the golden tiger so nicely for me." The sight of Persia, the monster from her past, triggers a wave of pure terror in Meringue. A flashback hits her like a physical blow, the screams, and Elder pleading, "Not the child!" She remembers looking up at that monster, who asked a terrified little cub a simple question. "Do you know why you're about to die?" "It's because you're weak," Persia had whispered, a sadistic smile on her blood-splattered face. "If you're still mad," she taunted, "come find me again when you're stronger. Although, I'm sure you'll still be weaker than me anyway." The memory rips through Meringue, and her eyes blaze with a mix of fury and absolute paralyzing terror. She collapses to the ground, completely broken by the return of her personal demon. She trembles, pointing a shaking finger at Larson. You were lying to me?" The trauma has taken over. She can't think straight. Larson looks at his sister, his voice low and dangerous. "The people of Heron were innocent." Persia just smirks. "In this world, innocent people die all the time. The golden tigers were innocent too, but she needs them." He looks down at Meringue, his voice firm and clear. "Her name is Meringue. She is my friend, and she will accompany me on my journey." He looks Persia dead in the eye, his own power finally beginning to flare. "And I have no intention of handing my friend over to you." Meringue looks up, stunned into silence. "He's protecting her, even now." Persia just lets out a quiet, amused little sound. "Well then, I guess it's time to see." A golden aura of immense power begins to gather in her hand. Just how much stronger you've gotten." A small condensed orb of pure magic forms in her palm, a magic seal contained in her fingertips. It's an incredible, terrifying display of control. With a flick of her wrist, she sends the orb flying. It shoots past Larson's head, a silent, thin beam of blinding light. And then, behind him, it detonates with a deafening, earth-shattering blast. The explosion is colossal, carving a massive crater into the landscape, a cataclysmic force that erases everything in its path. This is the raw, untamed power of six-circle flame magic. Persia's smile turns into a cruel sneer. "You know I missed on purpose, right?" she says, another magic seal already glowing in her hand. "I won't miss this time. You're going to die if you don't move." An unbearable pressure slams down on the battlefield, making it hard to breathe. "And," she adds, her eyes glinting with pure malice, "if you move, your friend dies." Mirang lets out a choked scream. She's a hostage in a sadistic game. Persia brings the glowing seal to her lips and with a soft breath unleashes hell. A massive beam of pure destructive energy screams through the air, heading straight for Larson. The attack is too fast, too powerful. There's no way to dodge it without sentencing Mirang to death. Larson braces for the impact, his eyes wide with grim acceptance. He's trapped. He closes his eyes, ready for the end. But just as the beam is about to hit, she snaps her fingers. Larson opens his eyes, completely untouched. "You, knew I wasn't going to harm you," she finishes for him, clicking her tongue in annoyance. "You're aiming to be the patriarch, and during your pilgrimage, you're immune to your siblings' attacks. How boring. I went through all this trouble for nothing. It's a strict rule of the Maiden clan, one she has no choice but to follow." A small, confident smile returns to Larson's face. Then, but this should be fun," Persia says suddenly, redirecting the beam with a flick of her wrist. In a flash of light, it slices through the air, straight towards Tudia. A spray of red fills the air. Tudia's arm has been completely severed from her body. Persia watches the result of her handiwork, a look of pure, sadistic glee on her face. Mirang screams in absolute horror. Larson looks up, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated rage. Tudia, her arm, something inside him snaps. A surge of raw, blue energy erupts from his body. His hair flashes from orange to stark white, his eyes glowing with an intense, cold light. He's activated Blitz tactic. Persia looks intrigued. "What's that?" "A magic combat skill." She notes his power has increased, but dismisses it. "Still not enough to touch me. Why don't we play that game we always used to?" she suggests playfully. "It's been a while." She takes a single step back, gesturing to Tudia and Mirang. "If I have to take even one more step from this spot, you win. And if you win," she promises, "I'll return the tiger and your little toy." "You better." Larson crouches low, every muscle coiled like a spring, the ground cracking under the pressure. He accepts her challenge, his voice a low growl. "Keep that promise." The game is on, and with his friends' lives on the line, Larson holds nothing back. He explodes forward, a blur of blue lightning against the scorched earth. Every ounce of power from his blitz tactic surges through him as he closes the distance in a heartbeat, his fingers poised to strike. But Persia just stands there, an amused smile playing on her lips as a vortex of fire swirls around her. "Let's see," she says, her voice a calm counterpoint to the roaring flames. "How much stronger you've really gotten." With a flick of her wrist, she summons a wall of pure destruction. A tidal wave of fire erupts from the ground, a swirling vortex of heat and death. She warns him he'll be burned to ashes if it even touches him, but Larson doesn't slow down. He charges straight into the inferno. He grunts, pushing against the immense heat, his face a mask of pure, unyielding determination. Persia's smile widens. This is exactly the kind of desperate struggle she loves to watch. "What will you do now?" she taunts. Larson doesn't answer with words. He raises his hand, blue lightning crackling around it, and plunges it directly into the heart of the fire. But he's not just blocking it. A vortex of orange flame begins to swirl around his fist, drawn to him like a magnet. He's absorbing it, taking his sister's overwhelming power and, for a brief moment, making it his own. With a roar, he pulls the energy into himself, the raging inferno bending to his will. He bursts through the wall of fire completely unharmed, his body now cloaked in both crackling lightning and stolen flames. For the first time all day, a flicker of genuine shock crosses Persia's face. "You took fire into your body?" Larson doesn't give her a second to process this impossible feat, but her shock quickly melts back into that cruel, amused smile. "How did you manage that?" she wonders aloud. To her, this is just getting more interesting. He's passed the first test. Now, it's time for the real challenge. He slams into her with every ounce of his strength, his goal simple: do whatever it takes to make her move. He puts all of his power, all of his will into this one desperate push. But it's like hitting a mountain. Her feet are rooted to the ground, unmoving. She hasn't budged an inch. She leans in, whispering condescendingly, "You must have missed me quite a bit, hugging me with so much passion." She notes his flame resistance is impressive, but even as she says it, the fire enveloping him intensifies. She wonders if it's his robe, some artifact she's never seen. But something about his determined face, his absolute refusal to back down, it's reminding her of someone she despises. With a soft hiss, she raises her hand and unleashes a torrent of raw flame mana directly into his body. Larson screams in agony. The sheer volume of power is too much, shattering his defenses and searing him from the inside out. He grits his teeth against the pain, the holy grail beside him trembling as it overflows. He's at his limit, and so is the artifact. His body feels like it's about to burst. He's thrown back, engulfed in a magic circle of pure, destructive fire. Mirang watches, frozen in terror, every muscle in her body trembling. She can do nothing but stare, completely and utterly helpless. And as the flames roar, her mind is dragged back into a memory she spent a lifetime trying to forget. A peaceful day, long ago. Her father, his face kind, hands her a 4-leaf clover. "This is for you," he says gently. He tells her that 4-leaf clovers bring good luck, and that he's sure only good things will happen to her from now on. But that small symbol of hope is instantly engulfed by the flames of the present, because that luck ran out. The memory turns dark. An attack. Her father, wounded and bleeding, stands between her and a monster. He roars with his dying breath, "Run, Mirang!" But she couldn't run. She could only watch as a skeletal creature, wreathed in fire, stood over her father's body. The bloodstains on his back, the image is burned into her mind forever. Then the monster turned on her, a skeletal reaper raising its axe, ready to strike her down. And behind it, holding the severed heads of her kin, was the true monster. The same red-haired woman standing before her now. She was just a small cub, clutching the clover her father gave her, surrounded by the ruin of her entire world. Tears streamed down her face, the memory as vivid and painful as if it were happening all over again. The clover falls from her tiny hand as Persia's voice echoes in her mind, cold and cruel. "Don't hate me too much. Do you know why you're dying? It's because you're weak." Persia's voice in the present snaps her back. "If you're still mad, come find me again when you're stronger. Although," she adds, her memory of that day crystal clear, "I'm sure you'll still be weaker than me anyway." Back in the present, Mirang is paralyzed by the memory, the rain pouring down her face like tears. A primal scream of pure, undiluted terror escapes her lips. Persia turns back to the burning Larson. "It hurts, doesn't it?" "That's what it feels like to be weak, brother." "The weak are always hurt by the strong," she lectures, a complex magic circle forming around her. "They always have things taken from them. And even then, they can't do anything about it, just like your little tiger friend over there." The image of Mirang's terrified face blends with the memory of the helpless cub. She's trapped in her own past. But through the agony, Larson grits his teeth. Every time the weak chose to do something, he snarls through the flames. "The world changed, sister." Persia's eyes widen slightly. What did he just say? Larson ignores her, his voice cutting through the roar of the fire like a blade. "Mirang, the fear inside you. You have to overcome it." Otherwise, his words hang in the air, a final desperate plea for her to fight. And something inside Mirang snaps. "The fear inside me, I need to overcome it." A new fire ignites within her, a fire of pure resolve that burns away the terror. Otherwise, nothing will ever change. Her body begins to transform, her muscles growing, her form shifting into something powerful. A predator's eye snaps open, burning with a light that is no longer fear, but pure, primal fury. Persia whips around, instantly sensing the massive, sudden surge of power behind her. In a flash, a massive tiger lunges from the smoke, jaws wide, fangs bared, aiming right for her throat. Persia barely has time to react, a flicker of genuine surprise on her face. Mirang sinks her teeth deep into Persia's arm, a spray of blood erupting from the wound. She stands over her tormentor, a transformed beast of pure rage, finally fighting back against the ghost of her past. At that exact moment, a notification appears in Larson's vision. The mana in his body is depleted. Blitz. Tactic has ended. He collapses to the ground, his hair returning to its normal color, completely spent. But through his haze of exhaustion, he sees it. Meringue, she bit Persia's arm, and her eyes. Persia looks down at the tiger latched onto her arm, and a slow, curious smile spreads across her lips. "Your eyes," she says softly, a hint of recognition in her voice. "I remember them now." A system window pops up, its message world-altering, a significant change affecting the storyline has occurred. Persia stands perfectly still, completely unfazed as a spray of her own blood fills the air. She doesn't even flinch. In her full tiger form, Meringue has her teeth sunk deep into Persia's arm, fueled by years of pent-up rage, refusing to let go. Larson, collapsed on the ground and powerless, can only watch in stunned disbelief. "Meringue, she actually did it. She wounded a monster." Persia lets out a quiet, almost thoughtful hum, and then she erupts into a fit of hysterical laughter. It's not a sound of pain, but of pure, unadulterated amusement. The chilling sound echoes across the battlefield. Meringue freezes, confused by this insane reaction. Even Larson is stunned. Persia just sighs, a smile on her face. My, I must have gotten weak." She looks down at the tiger latched onto her arm, a predatory grin spreading across her face. "Not bad for a golden tiger. You're much stronger than last time. But what did I tell you?" And with a simple snap of her fingers, Meringue is blasted back, the very arm that was just buried in Persia's flesh now completely severed at the elbow. She screams in agony as she's engulfed in a pillar of fire, her body writhing in illusory pain. Persia's voice is cold and final. "I told you that you would still be weaker than me." Meringue collapses to the ground, defeated. But Larson realizes something is off. That wasn't real fire. It was Persia's illusion magic. Even so, Meringue was defeated in a single attack. Even with her curse broken, the power gap between them is simply too massive to overcome. Persia turns to the unconscious Meringue. "I'll admit you have potential," she says dismissively. "You're qualified to be his toy now that you've cut off my arm." She then walks over to Larson, casually holding out the bloody, severed limb. "Larson, this is a gift." He can only stare at her, offering in pure, horrified disbelief. A system notification confirms the impossible. This is Persia Maiton's left arm. Her own arm? For a mage, their arms are everything, the conduit through which they channel their power. Losing one is a fate worse than death. "Why are you giving this to me?" he asks, his voice trembling. She just smiles. "Because you were fun. You can just reattach it if you want." "But," she adds, her smile turning wicked, "that would ruin the entertainment value of today, wouldn't it?" Larson knows she's scheming something, but then a horrifying realization hits him. Wait, Tudia, in the original novel, in his story, Tudia was known as the fearsome mage slayer and the one-armed mage. He never actually wrote how she was able to become so powerful after losing an arm. He always pictured her as a peerless fire mage, taking on entire armies alone. But there should have been a penalty for only having one arm, a flaw in the story's logic, a plot hole he never fixed. A system notification appears. A lack of probability in the world's narrative has been detected. A new creator's privilege is being granted. And with a soft pop, time freezes. The world turns gray, the underlying code of reality itself becoming visible to him. He isn't just a character anymore, he's the editor of this world. A new plot hole has appeared. He understands now. As the author of this reality, he has to correct his own mistake using the creator's privilege. He opens the book of reality, the text of the world appearing before him. Tudia was able to receive the title Mage Slayer despite having only one arm. The reason for that is, and the rest is blank, he has two clues, the one-armed mage and his sister's severed arm lying right in front of him. This is no coincidence. He thinks about Persia, about her twisted logic. He can't understand her motives, but he knows one thing for sure. She let Meringue live because, in her own sick way, she genuinely found this fun. He needs to fix this plot hole, to make it plausible without derailing the entire story. He begins to write, his words forming the new law of this world. The reason for that is because of the various conditions for success. He remembers specifically writing the phrase, various conditions, into the original text, a safety net for a moment just like this. They don't have to be necessary conditions, just possible ones. He could have written something simple, but a broad rule would affect every flame mage in the world. This has to be specific to Tudia's path. With a final stroke of his pen, the system confirms it. The lacking probability has been fixed. The world is stabilizing. He breathes a sigh of relief. He chose the right answer. And just like that, time resumes. Persia continues her walk towards him, her heels clicking on the scorched earth. "I had fun today," she says, "much more than I expected. You know, you look really cute when you're angry. I'm always ready for your challenge." She leans in close. "I hope you'll grow even stronger. Don't ever forget the rage you felt today." And then she kisses him on the cheek. "And I hope you'll officially challenge me one day." "But," she warns, her voice dropping to a deadly serious tone, when you do, you'd better be prepared to lose your life. I won't go easy on you like I did this time." "My beloved brother," she whispers, a final chilling smile on her face. "See you again." And with a soft hiss of fire, she vanishes. She's gone. He's finally alone on the battlefield, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of his friends. Far away, Persia reappears on a transport portal. A hooded assistant greets her. "You're back, Miss Persia." The assistant notices her missing arm. She casually explains she gave it to her brother as a gift. He reports that the villagers of Hairan have been moved, then asks why she bothered creating the illusion of them burning. She just smiles. "It's more fun that way. It would have been even more fun if I really killed them. But," she adds, a strange fondness in her voice, "if I did that, my brother would truly hate me. And I don't think I'd like that." Back at the ruined village of Haran, the sun begins to set on the devastation. Larson stands guard over his two unconscious companions, the weight of the day settling heavily on his shoulders. He looks at Tudia, and a past conversation haunts him. She told him her dad liked pear flowers because her mom had loved them. She'd said her dad always talked about wanting to go see her mom again. "But Larson," she had confessed, her voice strained, "I resent you a little." She squeezed a pear flower seed in her hand, the memory clearly painful. "Your sister killed my dad," she had told him. "I know it's not your fault. I'm the one at fault. I was too weak to protect him." She had looked down at her arm. My arm, too. A fierce determination had burned in her eyes. "I'm going to grow strong enough to kill Persia Maiden." But in his memory, her voice is replaced by his own, filled with a cold, terrifying promise. "No. I'm going to kill Persia's dad first so she can feel exactly what I'm feeling right now." An ominous energy begins to radiate from Tudia's still form. A massive, swirling orb of red and black energy suddenly erupts from her body, pulsing with incredible, untamed power. The sheer force of it jolts Meringue awake. A colossal reptilian eye of pure red energy forms in the sky above them. System notifications flood Larson's vision. Orbital healing power activated. Tudia's scenario back on track. Her demon extinction eye has opened. The orbital healing power and the demon extinction eye. In his novel, Tudia was fated to lose her arm at Persia's hands long before she ever met him. That loss, that trauma, that was the trigger that opened her demon extinction eye, turning her into the legendary enemy of all mages. He tried so hard to change the story, to save her from this fate, but it's all come back to the starting point. The story, it seems, has a will of its own. He knows what comes next. The original story is playing out before his very eyes. And if he can't change it, it ends with his death. Under the quiet glow of the moon, Larson tends to Tudia's wounds. The silence is broken by the sound of footsteps, and he looks up to see who's there. It's Meringue, holding a basket of food she managed to scavenge. With genuine concern, she asks how Tudia is doing. Larson reassures her she's finally asleep, though he's a bit surprised by her haul of food. Meringue just vaguely says she found it in a few places. She adds that a good meal can make anyone feel better. Larson glances at Tudia, now sleeping peacefully under Meringue's own robe. He knows that Meringue, more than anyone, understands the kind of trauma Tudia is going through. This is her quiet way of showing solidarity. But just moments before, Tudia wasn't sleeping at all. Her face was an emotionless mask, but behind her, the terrifying red glow of the demon extinction eye pulsed with power. She was consumed by a single, chilling vow to make Persia feel the exact same pain she was feeling by taking away her father. Larson had to break the news to her gently, pointing out the tragic flaw in her plan. Persia's dad is your dad too? This single fact is the cruelest part of her curse. The weight of his words shattered her composure. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, her voice cracking with despair. I couldn't stand to see you sad. And then came the devastating request, born from grief and a power she couldn't control. So after I kill him, please, kill me, Larson. He could only stare back, stunned into silence by the sheer tragedy of her fate. Back in the present, with Tudia finally at rest, Mirang asks where they're headed next. Larson's answer is grim and direct, the hunter's grave. She's immediately put off. Why would they go to some smelly, creepy place? He explains he's after something called the capacity potion. It's a legendary item that permanently increases a mage's mana capacity. Mirang is stunned. She can't believe something that powerful even exists. She admits she doesn't know much about magic, but even she knows that boosting one's core power like that should be impossible. Larson's expression is dead serious. That's because no one has ever seen it yet. This only deepens Mirang's confusion. He explains that his clash with Persia taught him a harsh lesson. At his current strength, he couldn't even leave a scratch on her. He's hopelessly outmatched. But more importantly, that confrontation revealed the fundamental law of this world, a force of restitution. This is the moment Larson realizes he's not just fighting villains, but the very fabric of reality. He possesses the Creator's privilege, allowing him to bend the world's probability. But the world fights back with its own orbital healing power, constantly trying to force the story back onto its original, tragic path. All this time, an invisible war has been raging between his power and the world's will. To win, he needs to create a change so massive it shatters the original storyline for good without completely destroying the world's balance. There's no time to hesitate. His eyes burn with a new fire. He will find that capacity potion and become overwhelmingly powerful. He has to. It's his only chance to defy the fate that's supposed to claim his life at just 17 years old. They journey until nightfall, finally arriving at a dark, foreboding cemetery that seems to swallow the moonlight. The moment they arrive, a wave of decay hits Mirang like a physical blow. She gags, pinching her nose against the overwhelming stench. Larson, with his normal human senses, can't smell a thing. They step through the gates of the hunter's grave. The air is thick and silent, broken only by the cawing of crows perched on skeletal trees. As the author, Larson has to admit, this place is far creepier in person than it was on paper. Tudia shivers, whispering that it feels like a ghost could pop out any second. Larson replies dryly, I think a ghost would be more scared of you. He activates his heavenly eyes, scanning the area. The system confirms this is just an abandoned graveyard, but it flags the countless rocks scattered about as pieces of firestone. He recalls the lore he wrote for this place. Firestone was a mineral. Ancient humans used to make fire before the dawn of magic. All you had to do was strike two pieces together to create a spark. But once magic and spiritual power became common, the humble firestone was forgotten, left to become the tombstones of this forgotten place. Mirang impatiently asks where the potion is. Larson admits he has to search for it. She grumbles, annoyed that he dragged them all this way without a clear plan. But as Tudia taps him on the shoulder, a new problem arises. It's so cold, she says, her teeth chattering. Can't we start a fire? Larson's response is immediate and absolute. No. He explains that every single gravestone here is made of explosive firestone. Even a single spark could set off a chain reaction and blow the entire graveyard sky high. This little detail is the key to their entire mission. He glances at the moon. It's almost midnight, and right on cue, the ground begins to tremble violently. A deep, powerful rumbling shakes the cemetery, forcing them to struggle for balance. Mirang stares into the darkness, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that a tree? Walking towards us? Tudia scoffs. Are you stupid? Trees can't walk. But then she sees it too, and her jaw drops. Wait, what the heck? You're right. A colossal creature of bark and roots lumbers out of the shadows, its eyes glowing with an ominous orange light. It is the guardian of this place. An Ent. Larson knows exactly what this is. A creature of immense strength and durability, and right now, it doesn't look happy to see them. These beings survive on sunlight and water and only appear in the hunter's grave at the stroke of midnight. The Ent's deep voice growls, "Human." But Larson is already a step ahead. He knows the Ent only shows up if there are no fires. The Guardian seems confused. "It's cold. Why haven't you started a campfire?" "I thought humans loved fire." Larson crosses his arms, his voice steady. "I hate fire. I was burned when I was a kid." It's a complete lie, but a necessary one. Tudia looks at him, baffled by his sudden declaration. The Ent's menacing expression melts into a wide, jagged grin, and flowers suddenly bloom around it. "Oh, so there are humans who know to fear fire. It is a very terrifying thing after all." Mirang glances at Tudia, a literal fire mage, and whispers if she's scared of fire too. Tudia just shushes her, playing along. Deciding they aren't a threat, the Ent, whose name is Sudra, drives its massive roots into the ground, ready to talk business. It explains that its family has guarded this graveyard for generations. Its ancestors, its mother, its grandmother, for what amounts to 3,000 human years. A system notification confirms it. Sudra was born with the sole duty of being a gravekeeper. And for all those centuries, the gravekeeper has been waiting for someone to find the hunter's rib. A smirk touches Larson's lips. The hunter's rib. That's the trigger for the quest. Everything is going exactly according to the script he wrote. Sudra asks him directly, "Human, will you bring me the hunter's rib?" Larson calmly agrees. That won't be a problem. He knows that in the original timeline, no one discovers this place for years. It's the future protagonist, Kasim, who first gets the potion here, paving the way for others. Larson is simply taking a shortcut. He asks where the grave is, and Sudra agrees to guide them, explaining that the grave itself smells too much like fire for it to approach. The massive Ent begins to move, and Larson signals for the others to follow. After a short walk, Sudra stops before a lonely mound of earth. It's this one. A single ancient sword is plunged into the dirt, pulsing with a faint reddish aura. This is the resting place of a legendary hunter and the location of the rib. Mirang offers to help dig, since her sense of smell is already shot, but Larson turns her down. "I have to do this alone," he says, grabbing a shovel. "This isn't about pride, it's a rule of the world," he wrote. For the potion's magic to bind to him properly, he has to be the one to earn it. He takes a breath and begins to dig. After a few moments, his shovel hits something solid. He's found it, the coffin. He pries open the lid. The skeleton inside is far too large to be human. It belongs to a werewolf, a powerful beast, and a prized trophy for ancient hunters. A subtle flame mana radiates from the bones. He reaches in and easily snaps off a single rib. The faint heat is a testament to the creature's power, and he understands why Sudra couldn't get near it. He presents the bone to the waiting Ent. "Here, take this." Sudra lets out a booming cry of pure joy as it carefully takes the ancient relic. "I've finally earned the hunter's rib," it roars, thanking Larson over and over. This rib is clearly more than just a bone. It's a symbol of its long-fulfilled duty. As a reward, a brilliant blue light erupts from Sudra's body, its roots glowing with a gentle, magical energy. Tudia and Mirang watch in awe as beautiful, glowing butterflies fill the air around them. "Wow, it's so pretty!" Tudia exclaims. Sudra tells him this is a gift for his service. From the ground at his feet, a single, elegant pink flower begins to grow at an unnatural speed. The flower blooms, its petals unfurling to reveal a softly glowing center. Larson stares at the flower, his heart pounding. This is it, the reason he came all this way. Nestled inside is a small vial filled with a shimmering ethereal liquid. The capacity potion. This is the key to his survival, the item that will change everything. But as he looks at it, a nagging feeling starts to creep in. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. As the author of this world, a cold realization washes over him. This was far too easy. His gut tells him this isn't the end of the quest. He stares at the potion, his mind racing, connecting dots no one else can see. Quests in his world are never this straightforward. This is just the first step, and the real price for this power has yet to be revealed. For someone trying to rewrite their own destiny, easy is the most terrifying word in the world. Larson holds the legendary capacity potion, but there's no relief on his face, only a cold, creeping suspicion. He wrote this story. He knows this quest was supposed to be a challenge. He racks his brain trying to remember the original plot. The hero, Katzen, and his party had to go through a whole series of trials to get this potion. It was a genuine ordeal, not some simple fetch quest. The logic just doesn't add up. If a potion this powerful was so easy to obtain, every mage in the world would be flocking here, and the global balance of power would be in ruins. Something is fundamentally wrong. And just like that, the system confirms his suspicion, a notification flashing in his mind's eye. Lack of probability detected. He knew it. He turns to the ancient guardian and asks, "Sudra, why did you really give me this?" The giant ant rumbles, his voice deep and slow. "Because you found the rib bone for me." The answer is simple, a straightforward reward for a task completed. But Larson knows the world he created is never that kind. Larson presses further, holding up the relic. "And what does this rib bone mean to you?" Sudra reveals. "This rib belongs to the hunter, the legendary figure this entire graveyard is dedicated to." "Why is that important to you?" Larson insists. Before Sudra can answer, Meringue chimes in, saying, "It's obvious. His ancestors searched for it for generations." But she trails off, a look of confusion on her face as a thought seems to strike her. Tudia notices her hesitation. "Something wrong?" Meringue just shakes her head, waving her off. "I don't know. Just be quiet." She's trying to connect the dots herself, but the picture isn't clear yet. Watching her, a spark ignites in Larson's mind, pulling all the loose threads together. He crosses his arms, his intellect working at full power. Now he's sure of it. The horrifying truth dawns on him. Sudra never promised him the real capacity potion. The Ent will give this same reward to anyone who completes the quest, but every single vial will be a fake. The potion in his hand might be useless, or worse, it could be a dud. He's staring at a bottle of false hope, a perfectly crafted deception. Another system notification appears. "You have obtained a lacking probability fragment." Larson recalls the original novel. When Kassen's party got the potion, the only description he wrote was that they became stronger. His eyes narrow. He never specified that it raised the maximum capacity of their magic circles. The description was intentionally vague. That means there must be another step, a hidden clue he needs to find, to unlock the potion's true power. His gaze sweeps across the area and lands on the hunter's coffin. An inscription is now visible where there was nothing before. His heavenly eye activates, revealing the text, "Set fire to the coffin to sacrifice a burnt offering." He understands now. It's a ritual, but he immediately sees the deadly catch. If he used his own flame magic, the Ents, who despise magical fire, would hunt him down for the rest of his life. It's a brilliant, deadly trap. Use magic, and the very guardian who gave you the prize becomes your executioner. Larson pieces it all together. The Gravekeeper is an Ent specifically to guard this secret. Most people would resort to magic, sealing their own fate. It's a perfect filter, designed to eliminate anyone who takes the easy path. The system dings again in his mind. Lacking probability. Fragment obtained. With each piece of the puzzle he solves, his understanding of the world deepens. As his insight grows, more text materializes on the coffin, revealing the full message. With fire ignited without magic, set fire to the coffin to sacrifice a burnt offering. Then the door shall open. The original line was just a fragment of a much larger clue. The full instruction was hidden, waiting to be revealed. He wonders if this was a hidden path left by his ancestor Kurtel, something only he could perceive with the heavenly eye. He turns back to the towering Ent. "Sudra, do you know about the burnt offering?" The words hit Sudra like a lightning bolt. "Burnt offering," he stammers, his voice trembling. "Burnt offering, you say. Fire. Fire is hot." Sudra's glowing eyes widen in shock as a memory, buried for thousands of years, violently resurfaces. "I remember now," he roars. He recalls the ancient duty passed down through his family. For generations, they were tasked with making 77 burnt offerings in the hunter's coffin. Larson listens intently. The Ents themselves were supposed to perform a fire ritual? It makes no sense. He knows Ents are fatally vulnerable to even the smallest spark of magical flame. And the number, 77, it's too specific. It's not random. It's a code. Numbers hold power in the world he created, imbued with literary and magical meaning. And from his life as an author, Larson knows exactly what the number 77 signifies. It's a direct reference to a book he studied with his heavenly eye, Alberto's 77th book, A Simple Guide to Mana Cultivation. To the rest of the world, it's a childish text. But for Larson, it was the foundation of his unique combat style and his entire understanding of magic. Sudra continues, his voice thick with memory. Our ancestors have been offering them for a long time. So far, we've offered 76. And my mission, Sudra says, his voice shaking, was to offer the final 77th sacrifice. He recalls being told the fire would be hot, but not hot at all. A confusing riddle he repressed out of pure terror. The memory is so overwhelming that he sinks to his knees. For Larson, every piece of the puzzle clicks into place, with fire ignited without magic. That's why the graveyard is littered with firestones. They weren't tombstones, they were the tools for the ritual all along. Sudra looks up at him, a mixture of fear and awe in his ancient eyes. Larson holds up one of the stones, his own eyes glowing with certainty. Sudra, he says calmly, your 77th burnt offering. Would it be okay if I gave it a try? Tudia stares, baffled. You're going to start a fire with just stones? How? As a fire contractor, the idea of making flames without mana is completely alien to her. Larson explains that while magic families dominate the fire industry, they aren't the only ones who use it. Swordsmanship families used to rely on primitive methods. But that changed due to simple economics. Flame mana is now mass-produced and sold for cheap. It's used for everything from combat to cooking, making it an essential commodity. With such easy access, there's no reason for anyone to learn the old ways. It's like chopping wood for heat when you have central heating. In fact, the flame mana trade is one of the many businesses run by his own family, the Maitons. They literally fuel this world's progress. Meringue scoffs from the side. This is stupid, she mutters under her breath, calling him a fire thief. Her tribe often has to steal fire to survive, so watching him struggle with stones seems ridiculous. Larson ignores her, focusing as he strikes the stones together. He scrapes one against a piece of metal, channeling the friction into heat. A tiny spark flies out. With a sudden whoosh, a small flame catches on the tinder and blossoms into a steady fire. A look of triumph spreads across Larson's face. Success? Tudia and Meringue stare in disbelief. Whoa, he actually did it, Meringue exclaims. Larson carefully moves a burning ember into the hunter's coffin. As the flames touch the wood, Sudra flinches, roaring, "Fire!" But as the heat washes over him, a look of pure confusion replaces his terror. He can see the light, feel the warmth, but there's no pain. But it's not hot. Larson watches the fire crackle, his theory confirmed. I was right. The Ents are fatally weak to magical fire, but they are completely immune to natural flames created by physical friction. This was the final piece of the puzzle. Sudra stands, his massive form trembling not with fear, but with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, human, he says, his voice filled with emotion. Thanks to you, I could finish the mission my mother never could. As the coffin burns to ash, a blinding golden light erupts from the flames, materializing into a magnificent, shimmering door. See, then the door shall open. The door glows with immense power. Larson recognizes it immediately. That must be an artificial dungeon. He knows that once the fire dies, the door will vanish. Whatever lies beyond is connected to the potion's true power, and his time is limited. Tudia looks at the glowing portal. Larson, where does that lead? He tells her it's a dungeon and he's going in alone, warning that a powerful guardian is likely waiting inside. But without a moment's hesitation, Tudia's gaze hardens. I'll go with you. This is a new Tudia. The trauma has changed her. She's no longer willing to be a bystander. Before Larson can argue, Mirang steps forward, looking him up and down with a playful glint in her eye. "Hey kid, you don't have the strength to jump up there." She turns, offering her back with a smirk. "Get on." "Don't get the wrong idea, I'm only doing this for you once." It's a small, teasing gesture, but it's a clear sign that the real Mirang is slowly coming back. Larson hops onto her back as Tudia grabs hold. A swirl of wind magic envelops them, lifting them effortlessly into the air. "Here we go!" With a powerful gust, they shoot towards the golden door, plunging into the unknown as it slams shut behind them with a heavy thud. A final notification confirms their success. The hidden scenario, the 77th burnt offering, is complete. They have entered the golden door, and the real test has just begun. A mission centuries in the making is finally complete. As they step through the golden door, a system notification confirms it. They've entered a hidden area, a reward for solving the mystery of the 77th burnt offering. Larson was expecting an artificial dungeon, a place of traps and monsters, but what he finds is something else entirely. He lands in a tense crouch, ready for anything. His eyes, glowing with a soft blue light, pierce through the oppressive darkness. The space is a pitch-black void. He can't see a single thing, his senses on high alert as he tries to figure out where they are. Suddenly, a torch on a distant wall ignites with a sharp whoosh, casting a flickering ancient light. One by one, more torches flare to life, illuminating the space in a wave of fire. They find themselves standing in a vast, cavernous hall. They're inside a massive cave, and every inch of the walls, from floor to ceiling, is covered in ancient, chiseled writing. The sheer scale of it is breathtaking. Mirang and Tudia stare in awe, completely stunned. As Mirang asks what this place is, a system window appears for Larson, automatically translating the ancient language. The first line reads, "If you found this place, you are qualified to be my successor." Larson's mind races. A successor? Is this another one of his ancestor Kurtel's elaborate tests? The text continues, laying out the qualifications. First, the successor must possess a special kind of vision, just like his heavenly eye. A grim understanding dawns on him. It's true. Without the heavenly eye, he never would have seen the hidden clues on the coffin. The second condition appears. The successor must have an ability somehow related to Kurtel. Larson immediately thinks of his unique blend of fighting spirit and magic, the very path Kurtel seemed to be guiding him toward. And then, the third and final condition flashes before him. Third, you must possess Maiden blood. His eyes widen. It mentions the Maidens by name. This changes everything. The message ends with an introduction that shatters his assumptions. "My name is Alberto." The name hangs in the air, rewriting the very history Larson thought he knew. The translation continues. "I am leaving behind the story of my old friend Kurtel, and I here." The realization hits him like a physical blow. This place wasn't made by Kurtel, it was made by his best friend, Alberto. Alberto, the author of the very book that formed the foundation of all his power. The writings on the wall begin to tell a story of two friends, Kurtel and Alberto, who constantly argued. Kurtel was a firm believer in attribute magic, the traditional path of a mage. Alberto, however, insisted that combat techniques were the true path to power, and that attributes were just a minor help. It was a fundamental disagreement, a clash of philosophies that they could never resolve. But despite their arguments, they were inseparable, best friends who understood each other better than anyone in the world. Then one day, their lives changed forever when they found a small orphan girl wandering alone. Her name was Kaisa Maiden. Clutching a small teddy bear, she looked up at them with wide, innocent eyes, and they took her in without a second thought. Kurtel, the archmage, taught her the ways of attribute, magic, showing her how to command the elements, while Alberto, the combat master, taught her how to fight, honing her body and spirit into a weapon. Kaisa was a prodigy. She mastered both disciplines with incredible speed. They raised her as their own, and for a while they were a happy, albeit unconventional, family. Years passed. Kaisa grew into a powerful woman, eventually becoming the head of her own family. Kurtel and Alberto weren't involved in her later life, but when they saw her again, something was terribly wrong. Kaisa's heart was irreparably broken, not emotionally, but physically, and they knew the cause. The two powers she had mastered, attribute magic and magic combat, were like oil and water. They were clashing inside her, tearing her apart from within. She was such a brilliant and considerate child that she never told them about the pain, afraid of hurting the two men who had raised her. In the end, she passed away at a tragically young age, her own immense power becoming her undoing. A somber funeral was held, a brilliant light extinguished far too soon. Kertel and Alberto were shattered by the loss of their daughter, their grief deep and profound. But Kaisa had left behind children who carried on the maiden name. Feeling a deep responsibility for the daughter they couldn't save, they began to plan for the future of her descendants. Their only goal was to ensure Kaisa's children would never suffer the same fate. To do that, they had to choose one path for the maiden family. Kertel's way, pure attribute, magic, or Alberto's way, pure magic combat. They couldn't teach both, they had to choose. In the end, Kertel stayed behind, guiding the maiden family down the path of attribute magic, and Alberto left, traveling to a distant land to escape the painful memories. Decades later, during his solitary training, Alberto discovered a new power, a crackling red energy completely separate from mana. He called this power fighting spirit, and the techniques he created with it became known as martial arts. He had found the solution. Mana and fighting spirit didn't react with each other. They could coexist safely within a single person. A surge of energy flows through Larsen as he connects the pieces. He is the living proof of Alberto's discovery, a being who wields both powers. He remembers the simple line he once wrote in his novel, that mana and fighting spirit don't interact, never imagining it was born from such a deep and tragic history. His eyes flare with understanding. The origin story of the world's most powerful families is unfolding right before him. He finally gets it. This is why the Maiden family is so focused on attribute magic, and why they abandoned combat techniques. Meringue interrupts his thoughts, asking if he can actually read the walls. Larsen begins to explain a simplified version of the story to them. He now understands that fighting spirit wasn't just a new power. It was Alberto's desperate, brilliant attempt to solve the very problem that took his daughter's life. The story on the wall continues. "I founded the Grandel family," Alberto wrote, "but I still love the Maitons." Even after starting a new life, his heart remained with the family his daughter had built. And so he decided that his true successor must be a Maiden. It was his final act of love for Kaisa. Meanwhile, Kertel had been working on his own solution. He created a legendary artifact called the Holy Grail of Transcendence. The Grail was a miracle. It could store a person's attribute, magic externally, freeing up their body to be used purely for combat techniques. It was a perfect solution, allowing someone to safely master both arts without the risk of their body being destroyed. But this brilliant invention became the source of their final devastating argument. To Kertel, Alberto's new family, the Grandels, were now an obstacle, and so the two best friends fought. For 7 days and 7 nights, they unleashed their full power against each other in a battle that shook the heavens. Their love for each other was immense, but their grief and rage were just as powerful. In the end, they lay broken and bleeding, their friendship shattered beyond repair. They could no longer walk the same path. Alberto's final words on the wall are filled with sorrow. "We had different paths. I still love Kertel as a friend. I don't know how he feels, but he might still resent me." Larsen runs his hand along the ancient text, the weight of this forgotten history settling upon him. Kertel, Alberto, and the founder of his family, Kaisa Maiden. But as he thinks it over, one detail feels wrong. His brow furrows. A crucial piece of the puzzle doesn't fit. If they had such a terrible falling out, then Alberto's guidebook on magic basics should have been passed down through the Grandel family, not the Maitons. But Larsen knows for a fact that the book is in the Maiden family library. He's seen it with his own eyes. Why the inconsistency? As the question forms in his mind, a system notification pings, lack of probability detected. The story is incomplete. There's a missing piece. In an instant, the world freezes. The flickering torches, the dust in the air, his companions. Everything is locked in time. With a great rushing sound, all the ancient writing on the walls vanishes. In its place, a grid of empty lines appears. Larsen understands. The story is missing its conclusion, and it's up to him to write the truth. A quill made of pure light materializes in his hand. He looks at the blank wall, a thoughtful expression on his face. What is the real answer? What truly happened between them? An image flashes in his mind, not of their epic battle, but of a happier time. Kertel and Alberto smiling with a young Kaisa on their shoulders. A family. And in that moment, he knows. Their story wasn't about anger or resentment. He raises the quill and begins to write. Alberto and Kertel still loved each other as friends. And, he writes the final, most important line, the two eternally loved Kaisa Maten. Their bond was never truly broken. Everything they did, every argument and every battle was driven by their shared unending love for the daughter they lost. The system immediately accepts his answer. You have obtained probability. With this correction, he gains even more influence over the world's story. Another notification follows. Great Sage Alberto's guide is being created. As time resumes, a stone chest rises from the floor with a low rumble, glowing with golden light. The chest clicks open. Inside sits a single book, glowing with an ethereal blue aura. He realizes the book he read as a child was just the introductory version. Its title has changed from Magic Basics to Magic Utilization. This glowing tome is the real deal. It must contain the advanced techniques, the true path to mastering mana. As he reaches for it, a flash of light erupts from his pocket. The capacity potion's force has been regenerated from 20% to 100%. He pulls out the vial. The liquid now shines with a brilliant, pure light. The potion is finally complete. He'll need its full power to learn the new techniques in this guide. But his moment of triumph is cut short as the entire cave begins to shake violently. The dungeon is collapsing. Larson looks around in a panic as massive chunks of stone fall around them. "We need to get out of here," he yells. A blinding white light engulfs everything, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. The light is overwhelming, erasing everything from view. With a final flash, they're thrown out of the dungeon, landing in a heap on the soft grass outside. Larson sits up, shielding his eyes. They're back in the hunter's grave. He frantically checks his inventory for Alberto's guide. Relief washes over him. The new book and the fully powered capacity potion are safely with him. He not only got the items he came for, but he uncovered the true, hidden history of his entire family. Suddenly, Tudia sits up, tears streaming down her face. "Larson," she sobs, "I had a really weird dream." Mirang and Larson look over, confused. Tudia tries to explain, gesturing wildly. "Yeah, you were spinning and getting sucked into something." Larson lets out a small sigh, playing it cool. "I hope that's not some kind of prophecy." Mirang thinks for a moment, then just shrugs. Larson realizes their memories of the dungeon have been completely erased. He then wonders about Sudra. He turns to look where the massive Ent used to stand. The ancient, terrifying guardian is gone. In its place stands a magnificent cherry blossom tree, its branches full of beautiful pink flowers. "Was this tree always here?" Tudia asks. Larson looks at the tree with a sense of peace. Sudra's 1,000-year mission is finally over. His long vigil, all for the sake of Alberto's undying love for his friend and daughter, has ended. Larson walks up to the tree and gently places a hand on its trunk. "You did well, Sudra," he says quietly, paying his final respects. He turns away, a new fire in his eyes and a determined smirk on his lips. With this new power and the truth of his lineage, he will carry on Kaisa Maten's will and finally unite the two great powers that tore his ancestors apart. Mastering a new power requires absolute focus. For 2 straight days, Larson has been perfectly still, his body glowing with a quiet energy as he deciphers the secrets of Great Sage Alberto's guide. The progress bar in his mind hits 99%. He's on the verge of a breakthrough. Inside, Tudia and Mirang pass the time playing cards. Mirang glances at Larson's motionless form. "What is he even doing?" Tudia just shrugs. A moment later, Mirang throws her cards down in frustration. "Ugh, I lost again." Tudia giggles, clearly enjoying her winning streak. Mirang grumbles, "Are you some kind of genius?" Completely unaware that a monumental transformation is happening just a few feet away. Just then, a final surge of power pulses through Larson. A notification chimes in his head. He has completely interpreted the guide. His understanding of mana and fighting spirit has reached a whole new level. He clenches his fist, feeling the raw power thrumming within him. The biggest revelation strikes him. Fighting spirit isn't a separate energy at all. It's born from mana. And the rule that they can't be mixed wasn't a law of nature. It was a limitation, a wall he can now break. A determined fire ignites in his eyes. The lightning of his fighting spirit and the calm glow of his mana begin to swirl around him, drawn together. In my current state, I can mix them. With a massive whoosh, a tidal wave of blue energy explodes outwards, knocking Tudia and Meringue off their feet. "Larson, are you okay?" Tudia cries out, scrambling towards him. She reaches out to touch his back, her voice laced with worry. "Your body is on fire." The energy crackles around him like a protective shroud. The moment her fingers make contact, the energy discharges with a sharp sizzle. "Ouch!" she yelps, snatching her hand back in pain. Meringue stares, her shock turning to caution. "What is up with him?" Larson remains perfectly still, now a beacon of pure, volatile power. He tunes everything out, focusing only on the changes within. He pictures himself in the vastness of the universe, surrounded by infinite energy. In his mind's eye, his mana becomes a holy grail. He separates the energy, sending it coursing through his entire being. His heart becomes the nexus, a swirling vortex of red and blue. A notification confirms his success. The magic combat technique has been enlightened, engraved directly onto his heart as a core part of his being. A violent surge of dark purple energy erupts around him, his muscles tensing as his body adapts to this new level of power. Two new skills activate at once: intermediate magic combat technique, strengthen, and intermediate magic combat technique, body. He opens his eyes, a look of awe on his face as he feels the power flowing through him, swirling around his torso in bands of white and purple. He recalls the principles from the guide. One's will becomes an authority, and mana responds to that will, transforming the body. He remembers the lessons about the 4 major transformations, starting with strengthening the body and spirit. He flashes back to his early, ridiculous training, balancing a bucket on his head while tiny fish nipped at him. It was all leading to this. It all makes sense now. Strengthen is the advanced version of his old defense skill, and body is the evolution of his weight utilization technique. A look of pure shock and excitement crosses his face. In one fell swoop, he has reached a completely new level in both his attack and his defense. He clenches his fist again, a confident smirk spreading across his face. The purple energy now feels like a natural extension of himself, controlled and overwhelmingly powerful. With this power, if he can just obtain the final legacy left by his ancestors, Alberto and Kertel, he can become as strong as Kaisa Maiden, the legendary founder of his family. The energy finally subsides. Tudia approaches cautiously. "Larson, you're still Larson, right?" He turns to her, his new aura making him seem almost like a stranger. "Of course I am," he replies calmly. Tudia is still hesitant. She knows she's looking at her friend, but something about him feels fundamentally different. Meringue is the one who puts it into words, crossing her arms and studying him intently. "Your whole atmosphere has changed." Larson realizes Tudia's heightened senses picked up on it immediately. It's not just that he's stronger, he carries himself with a new weight, a new confidence. He looks at them both, his expression turning serious. "Meringue, Tudia, there's something important I have to tell you." Under the full moon, a new chapter of their journey is about to begin. Later that night, Meringue runs through the forest, a determined look on her face. She moves with the silent grace of a predator, her senses sharp and alert. We flash back to his announcement. He stood before them and declared, "I'm going home." Tudia was surprised, but Meringue just looked thoughtful. Meringue had asked what that had to do with her. Larson explained that the stuffy, formal life in the Maiden mansion wouldn't suit her free spirit. He told her the succession war was coming and he might need her help someday. Meringue just said, "Whatever," and turned to leave, muttering she was getting sick of following him anyway. She told him where to find her if he ever needed her and walked out, leaving Tudia to think she was just mad about losing at cards. Back in the present, Meringue hops through the woods. "This is good," she tells herself. "I was getting bored anyway." As a rabbit darts past, she lunges with a burst of speed, creating a small shockwave as she moves. She snatches the rabbit right out of the air. "Gotcha," she grins, her predator instincts flaring. But as she looks at the terrified creature trembling in her hands, her expression softens. The predatory glint in her eyes fades. With a gentle toss, she lets the rabbit go. She watches it hop away to safety. This should be a good thing, she thinks, but she looks up at the night sky, a wave of melancholy washing over her. The stars seem unusually bright tonight, and for the first time in a while, she feels a little lonely. Back in his room at an inn, Larson is also waiting, looking out the window. So, how long do I have to wait? We now see him at the Mayton estate, in a lavish room, speaking with his mother Soso. She's worried. His pilgrimage was supposed to last 2 years. He explains that a pilgrimage can be a journey of the mind, not just the body. But she isn't convinced. If you return now, you'll be mocked, she warns, her voice filled with concern. To cut a pilgrimage short is a sign of weakness in their world. Larson just replies, well, perhaps, but, he adds with a confident smile, I just have to make sure I don't become a laughingstock. His mother looks at him, confused, and asks how he plans to do that. Soon, a friend will arrive to provide the perfect excuse for me. As he speaks, the sound of hoofbeats echoes through the night. A lone rider gallops through the cobbled streets toward the estate. Elsewhere, a street is a scene of utter carnage. Knights lie broken and scattered. A hulking, bull-like beastman stands among them, laughing. The knights of the Holy War have been annihilated. This is so much fun. A surviving knight points a shaking finger at him. Halmut, you murderer! The beastman Halmut just grins cruelly. What? Murderer? I'm not a murderer. You're just weak. He crushes a piece of armor in his massive hand. I can't help it if a slight tap is enough to kill you, he sneers. His senses pick up the approaching rider. He turns just as a hooded figure on a horse enters the blood-soaked street. The surviving knights scream in terror. Run away! That monster escaped from Al-Kat prison. The hooded rider stops, unfazed by the chaos. He looks at the massive beastman blocking his path and says in a calm, cold voice, Could you move aside? Halmut roars in fury. Move aside! He charges, his eyes glowing with red rage. In a blur of motion, the hooded figure vanishes from the horse. Halmut's attack obliterates the poor animal. The knight screams, You cruel scoundrel! From a nearby rooftop, the hooded figure's voice cuts through the chaos. Why did you kill the horse? It did nothing wrong. Halmut looks up, his rage boiling over. You! When did you get up there? I'll kill you! He leaps into the air, but the hooded figure is faster. He drops from the roof like a stone, his blade glowing with a fiery orange energy. The ground shatters as his attack connects, sending a massive shockwave down the street. As the dust settles, the hooded figure stands over Halmut's downed form. You shouldn't be shouting so loudly at night, he says calmly. He lands gracefully, leaving the massive beastman twitching in a crater. Halmut chokes, his body convulsing as his life fades away. The hooded figure leans down and pats his cheek. Try to be kinder from now on. The surviving knights stare in absolute disbelief, their jaws hanging open. They've just witnessed the impossible. A new figure appears on the rooftops, looking down at the scene with an annoyed expression. It's a young woman with long pink hair. That jerk, she mutters. She leaps down into the ruined street, her expression one of pure irritation. Why did he arrange to meet me in such a lousy town? She complains. It seems Larson's friend didn't come alone. The door to Larson's room swings open without a knock, revealing a girl with bright pink hair and an air of supreme confidence. She greets him with a simple, Hi, but Larson, completely unfazed by the intrusion, just wants to know why she didn't bother to knock. She strolls in, dismissing formalities by claiming he already knew she was there. And he did. This is Rosalind Grandel, the renowned prodigy of the Grandel martial arts family. Her presence here can only mean one thing. For a moment, her confident facade cracks. She looks him up and down, a little flustered as she notes how much taller he's gotten. It's a small detail, but it shows he's not the same boy she remembers. The moment passes, and her tough expression returns. She gets straight to the point, demanding to know why he's so set on returning to the Mayton family, a place that clearly wants him gone. Larson's answer is deceptively simple, almost a joke. He claims the world is just scarier than he thought. Rosalind doesn't buy it for a second, silently cursing his nonchalant attitude. This is classic, Larson hiding his true intentions behind a mask of indifference. Meanwhile, Tudia just watches the drama unfold from the bed, completely unbothered, snack in hand. His flippant response only fuels Rosalind's irritation. To her, he's just messing around, acting like this is all a game when she's dead serious. She remembers all the stories her uncle, the great Magner Grandel, used to tell about this boy. He was built up to be some kind of untouchable legend. Larson recalls those days too, finishing her thought. Magner always used to say that she, Rosalind, was far superior to him. But a lot has changed since then. Suddenly, a dark purple aura flares to life around Larson. Rosalind's eyes go wide in absolute shock. It's fighting spirit, the signature energy of her own family. A maiden, a family of mages, shouldn't be able to do this. She asks in disbelief if he can truly wield both mana and fighting spirit at once. A smirk touches Larson's lips. The fact that she can sense his hidden power proves her reputation as a prodigy is well earned. And then it clicks. His old master, the cunning Magner, had used him as a motivational tool, a rival for Rosalind to chase. It was a classic, manipulative move to push his niece to even greater heights. Her competitive spirit now fully ignited, she tells him to follow her. Behind her, the spectral image of a black panther materializes, its eyes glowing red. It's on. Let's have a match. But Larson doesn't budge. He calmly asks, "Why should I?" The question stops her cold. He reminds her of a simple principle: give and take. If she wants a fight, she has to offer something in return. For the second time, she's completely flustered. She stammers, trying to recover by saying, "It's a good chance to see how much they've both grown." Larson waves it off, saying that's the kind of naive logic their friend Kaysen would use. He isn't interested in fighting for something so pointless. Her face falls, realizing he might actually refuse. He turns the question back on her, asking if she really wants this fight. Her determination snaps back instantly. "Of course," she declares, practically vibrating with the need to prove herself. A cunning glint appears in Larson's eyes. He had her right where he wanted her. "Then let's make a bet." This was his plan all along. His terms are simple and direct. "If I win," he says, "you'll guide me to the Grandel family's library." The scene shifts. They now face each other in a field of tall grass, the wind whipping around them, setting a dramatic stage for their duel. He's asking for access to a legendary treasure trove of knowledge, a library that has been sealed off from outsiders for generations. For Larson, who seeks to master all forms of combat, this is an invaluable prize. To sweeten the deal, he offers her any wish she wants if she wins. The stakes are now incredibly high, and it's an offer she can't possibly refuse. Rosalind quickly sizes up the battlefield, a smirk forming. A windy field of dry grass is a terrible place for a mage to fight. She thinks he's made a critical mistake, playing right into her hands. Larson casually asks her which specific martial art she wanted to test. "Breakage," she says without a moment's hesitation. With a final stretch, she announces, "All right, here I come." In an instant, she explodes forward, closing the distance between them with blinding speed. Even Larson is taken aback by her quickness. She moves as if she's weightless, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground. She launches herself into the air, her body glowing with a faint aura of power. A vicious kick comes flying towards him, a blur of pure destructive force. Larson raises his arm just in time, blocking the blow. The impact is staggering. For someone who moves so lightly, her kick hits with unbelievable weight, sending a shockwave up his arm. He can feel it in that single blow. She's been through an insane amount of training to reach this level of power. She gives him no time to recover, pivoting smoothly into her next move. A high kick arcs towards his head, a flawless and deadly continuation of her combo. But this is the moment Larson's been waiting for. A glint in his eye, he decides it's time to test his new power. He meets her attack head-on, unleashing his intermediate magic combat technique. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts between them with a deafening boom. Rosalind is thrown backward, the sheer force of the impact shattering the ground beneath Larson's feet. She lands on her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. The power behind his block was on another level entirely. Skidding to a stop, she can't comprehend what just happened. She had a perfect opening, but he didn't just block her attack, he overpowered it completely. Her mind flashes back to her uncle's promise. He'd told her if she could land just one clean hit on Larson, he would grant her any wish. That single promise has been her driving force. But Magnar had laughed, doubting she could do it. She'd been so sure, so confident that she had surpassed the boy her uncle praised so much. Back in the present, she asks why he didn't counterattack when he had the chance. Amidst a swirl of crackling purple energy, Larson coolly admits that he could have. Because it wasn't the best timing, he replies with an infuriatingly calm smile. This reveals the gap between them isn't just power, but strategy. Rosalind's face burns with anger and humiliation. He's not just stronger, he's toying with her, completely outthinking her at every turn. "Then let's begin the real fight," she screams, her pride wounded. She rockets toward him again, pouring all her frustration and power into her fists. They clash in a brutal exchange of blows. Larson is forced back, the force of her attacks feeling like he's being hit by a truck. But Rosalind is relentless. She presses forward with incredible speed and ferocity, her eyes blazing with raw determination. With a furious cry, she unleashes a storm of punches, her entire body glowing with fighting spirit. It's a shocking display of stamina. She's fighting as if the battle has just begun. He parries each blow, sparks flying from the impact as fists meet forearms. Every single one of her attacks is loaded with power, designed to break through his defenses and end this fight. Larson knows he couldn't maintain this level of intensity himself. Her stamina is monstrous, a true testament to the Grandel bloodline. He has to end this now, before the accumulated damage takes its toll. He spots an opening, ducks under a punch, and slips inside her guard. Using her momentum against her, he twists and drives a powerful blow into her midsection, throwing her completely off balance. The air is knocked from her lungs, but even as she stumbles, her fighting spirit remains unbroken. She grits her teeth, ready to keep going. But it's already over. Larson's fist, now cloaked in flames, stops just inches from her face. The intense heat is the only thing she feels as he declares his victory. "I win, Rosalind." Just then, a calm voice cuts through the tension. "Yes, indeed, you have won." Rosalind instinctively claps her hands together in a sign of formal acknowledgement. Standing nearby is a man in traditional robes. Rosalind is horrified. "Dad, why are you here?" Larson freezes. If that's her father, his mind races, connecting the dots in an instant. Then this man is Velatador Grandel, the patriarch of the entire Grandel clan, the Dark King of Charity himself. Larson immediately snaps into a formal posture, offering a respectful bow. A child of Maton blood salutes the Dark King of Charity. But Velatador simply waves it off, telling him there's no need for such formalities. Rosalind is still fuming, embarrassed that her father was watching the whole time. Larson, on the other hand, breathes a sigh of relief. If he had actually hurt the daughter of a family head, this could have ended very, very badly. Velatador's eyes are sharp and intelligent as he gets to the heart of the matter, asking why a Maton mage is so interested in their family's martial arts library. Larson's answer is simple and honest. "Because I still have much to learn about martial arts." Velatador studies him, impressed. The boy shows no fear or deception, just a genuine desire for knowledge. This honesty speaks volumes about his character. "All right, good," Velatador agrees. "I'll send an official invitation to the Maton family." A triumphant grin spreads across Larson's face. His simple bet has just escalated into a formal alliance, a far greater victory than he ever anticipated. But Velatador isn't finished. He adds that he'll grant Larson access to the second-class library, an area of even greater secrecy and value. Rosalind is absolutely floored by the offer. "Dad," she protests, "even I haven't been allowed in there yet." But Velatador has his reasons. He sees the potential in Larson, recognizing that a rival and ally like him is exactly what his talented but headstrong daughter needs. As he turns to leave, he tells Larson he will be welcome to their estate as an honored guest. In a single night, Larson hasn't just won a bet, he's forged a powerful connection that will be crucial for the wars to come. After 2 long years, Larson Maton is finally home. He walks toward the Badger Annex, the quiet corner of the estate where his mother lives. It's the only place that ever felt like a sanctuary, but he's not here for comfort. He's here because he's stepping onto the battlefield. He stops dead in his tracks. A presence materializes out of thin air, shattering the peaceful atmosphere with a sudden, sharp tension. An older man with gray hair stands before him, his expression impossible to read. Larson knows him instantly. This is Senkan, his father's personal shadow, and his presence here means only one thing. Senkan's voice is quiet but carries the weight of an order. He tells Larson that after greeting his mother, he is to report to the main building. His father, the head of the Maiden clan, has summoned him. Larson simply bows his head in agreement. A summons from the most powerful man in the world isn't a request. This meeting will set the tone for the entire succession war. In the blink of an eye, Senkan vanishes, melting back into the shadows. The silence he leaves behind feels heavier than before, a subtle reminder of the immense power Larson is about to face. He turns his gaze back to his mother's door. He's finally back at the Maiden estate, the heart of all his problems. A thought strikes him as odd. His father summoned him, yet allowed him to see his mother first. For a man as cold as Dekatra, it's an unexpectedly humane gesture. Far better treatment than he was expecting. As he opens the door, he realizes the significance. Being summoned directly by Senkan and not some low-level messenger means his father is finally acknowledging him as a real contender in this deadly game. A familiar voice greets him from inside. "Master." It's Aira, his loyal guardian. She asks if this means he's given up on his pilgrimage. He assures her he hasn't, then looks past her to the woman at the table. A genuine smile softens his face. "I'm home, mother." Soso looks up, her expression warm and relieved, welcoming him back from his long journey. Soso offers him a seat and a cup of fragrant tea, urging him to rest for a moment before he must inevitably leave again. Larson watches Aira go to prepare the tea. In a world of chaos and betrayal, these two women are his only constants, the two people he can truly trust. He shares a quiet moment with his mother, telling her small stories from his travels. It's a brief pocket of peace, a reminder of who and what he's fighting so hard to protect. But the calm can't last. Taking a deep breath, Larson steels himself. It's time to face his father. He stands before a massive, ornate door, the air itself seeming to press down on him. He pushes it open and steps into the lion's den, announcing his return. Inside the grand, cold chamber, his father, Dekatra, stands with his back to him. He gives his first order without even turning around. "Report." It's a demand for a full accounting of the last 2 years. Dekatra finally turns, his sharp yellow eyes locking onto Larson. He says he's sure Larson has much to report, especially about the changes to his body. There's no point hiding. His father already knows something is different. Larson weighs his options. He knows that as long as his mother is here, his father is a conditional ally. Hiding his power now would only breed suspicion. He has to play his hand, even if it means revealing his best cards. Looking his father straight in the eye, he begins his report with a bombshell. "There is fighting spirit within my body." He explains that he can now use both magic and combat techniques simultaneously. It's a method lost to time, the same one used by their legendary ancestor. He's not just stronger, he's tapping into the very foundation of the Maiden family's power. Dekatra's expression remains like stone. He asks a single, piercing question: who else knows? Larson tells him the truth: only his two closest friends. An image of Tudia and Marang, his loyal companions, flashes in his mind. His father's response is chillingly pragmatic. "If it were me, I would have killed them. The dead cannot speak." Larson doesn't even flinch. "Yes," he replies, showing he understands that ruthless logic perfectly. But then he offers his own wisdom. "However, the dead can't help me either." He then looks down, his voice taking on a carefully constructed vulnerability. He reminds his father that he was born a monster of power, never needing anyone. Larson continues, his eyes still on the floor. "However, I am different." He admits he's not strong enough to stand alone yet, and more importantly, not strong enough to protect his mother by himself. It's a confession of weakness, but also a brilliant strategic move, reminding Dekatra of their shared goal. For the first time, a flicker of something like respect crosses Dekatra's face. He accepts his son's reasoning and his choice to trust his friends, but the acceptance comes with a stern warning. This power must be kept secret from his siblings. Then, he imparts a crucial lesson on the nature of power. Dekatra explains his philosophy. A true predator reveals 70% of its strength, but always keeps its deadliest claws hidden. Prey, on the other hand, must hide 70% just to survive. Larson promises to remember the lesson, but then he boldly corrects himself. "No," he says, a confident smirk touching his lips. He declares he'll become so powerful that he won't need to hide anything at all. For the first time, a genuine smile appears on Decatra's face. His son isn't just learning the rules, he's aiming to break them. Later, in a meeting, Decatra is handed an official letter. It's an invitation from Velatador Grandel, head of the powerful martial arts clan. The news stuns the room. The invitation is for Larson. This is a massive political statement from Velatador, publicly declaring that he sees more potential in Larson than in his own prodigy daughter. A proud grin spreads across Decatra's face. It seems his youngest son, he thinks, is finally ready to enter the war for succession in earnest. As Larson walks away from the meeting, a familiar system window flashes before him. A notification states that the Mage of the Heavens has lessened his suspicions, and as a result, some probability has been secured. It all clicks into place. The Mage of the Heavens has to be his father. This means Decatra chose to believe him, consciously suspending his own doubts. The revelation is staggering. His father knows his own belief system can directly influence the rules of their world, the very probability that dictates Larson's fate. He's not just a powerful man, he's a warden of reality itself. Shaking off the shock, Larson turns to Era and Kaysen. He asks if she's completed the preparations he requested. Era, ever efficient, gives a simple yes. She gestures to a massive, glittering pile of colorful pouches, all collected from the surrounding area. The scene shifts to the Grand Mayton Library. Larson approaches the librarian, mentioning that it's common sense to bring a gift for a friend when you return from a long trip. The librarian blushes, flustered. She remembers being swayed by emotion to help him before and declares that it won't happen again. Larson just smiles, saying he's not here for favors, he just wants her help finding a book. Back in her professional comfort zone, she asks what he's looking for. His request is simple but vast, every book ever written that mentions the great sage Alberto, a founder of the martial arts world. She promises a thorough search. She's about to ask why, but then an idea strikes her. "Ah, would it be all right if I suggested a book?" Larson is intrigued. "Which one?" Kaysen pulls a book from the shelf. On its cover is a title that immediately grabs Larson's attention, The Beginner's Ice Magic Tome of Nosran. He takes the simple dark blue book, its cover marked with an intricate snowflake symbol. The librarian explains that Nosran's ice magic is the most famous school of its kind, mastered by a legendary mage named Evian. She offers to help him with any questions he might have, strictly in her capacity, as a librarian, of course. Larson opens the book and notices a key detail. There's no author listed. This must have been written by the master, Evian, herself. A spark of excitement ignites within him as he thinks of his unique ability, the holy grail of transcendence. If he can use this original text to engrave ice magic directly into the Holy Grail, it would unlock a completely new fighting style, adding another devastating element to his growing arsenal. Larson holds the book, a satisfied smile on his face. This unexpected discovery could be a complete game changer. The scene cuts abruptly to the training annex building, a different part of the estate entirely. The sound of scraping scales echoes through a massive facility where powerful reptilian beasts are trained for combat. A young man with slicked-back black hair and glasses smirks, praising someone named Carlton Mayton for mastering a defensive water spell. A swirling barrier of water protects Carlton, who looks smugly confident in his own skill. The man's smirk widens. Feeling on top of his game, he tells someone to call him in. He's ready for a challenge, and he means Larson Mayton. We see Larson, his expression sharp and focused. A powerful vortex of water swirls at his command, a far cry from the simple defensive shield Carlton was just praised for. The water coalesces into a terrifying shape, the gaping razor-toothed maw of a giant shark surging forward with overwhelming power. A new challenger has entered the ring, eager to put Larson in his place. The war for succession is about to get a whole lot more intense. The calm before a storm is a precious resource, and Larson intends to use every second. Back in the Autumn Mansion, he dives into the Ice Magic Tome, his heavenly eye already hard at work analyzing its secrets. Elsewhere, Era dismisses the librarian, Evian. But just before she leaves, Era's gaze sharpens. She asks a pointed question, wondering if Evian had ever requested an ice magic book for him before. As Evian denies it, Era's mind pieces things together. She knows the librarian is trying to help Larson while maintaining a neutral front. A dangerous game to play in the Maiden household, where even the librarians are caught in the political crossfire. The librarians of the Maiden family are a secretive order, bound by strict rules to keep information compartmentalized. They never interact, ensuring no single person knows too much. And yet, Evian broke that rule. She reached out to another library specifically for him. Era comes to a cold conclusion. This is a warning. Something big is about to happen.